Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. I pirates. My crew is Tomcat 1TC Chapter 1. I'm a pirate. Why did the crew make a Tomcat for me? On the endless sea, Al sat cross-legged with a gloomy face on a raft made of several pieces of wood. Master, I just had a good time. It really gave me a time travel. Just last night, a once-in-a-century meteor shower streaked across the sky. Al made an appointment with several roommates, and they all made the same wish when they made a wish. That is to let Al pass through. I thought it was just a matter of saying hello. As a result, when he woke up, Al found himself lying on the raft, and even his mobile phone had no signal. At first Al thought it was just a dream, but when he pinched his thigh with his hand, he had the answer in his heart. There is pain, and a moment of regret is naturally indispensable. But what could be done? Is it possible that if you meet a shooting star and make another wish, you can go back? Just as Al was thinking, he saw a few faint lights streaking across the sky. The excited Al didn't hesitate at all, and immediately chose to make a wish to return himself to the place that belonged to him. But after waiting for more than half an hour, all I got was the sound of my stomach protesting. I finally had a heartbeat, but you let me lose so completely, Joe. Al picked up the flip-flops and threw them towards the sea with all his might, expressing his displeasure. Just hearing a plop, a gorgeous spray bloomed on the sea. Immediately afterwards, a strong tremor came from under the sea, and the whole raft shook violently with the seawater. Al was startled. Didn't he just lose his flip-flops? Could it cause a seaquake? What a mess. Before he could think about it, the violent shaking caused Al to lose his center of gravity, and he staggered and fell into the sea. When he thought he was about to die in this unknown world, the strong sense of weightlessness made him wake up instantly. Opening his eyes again, he saw Al appearing at a height of 100 meters. And under his feet was a huge sea beast with a huge horn on top of its head and covered with scales. Godzilla? Al's breathing suddenly became rapid, and at the same time, his heart also became anxious, and his emotions were extremely agitated. Lie. Why don't you give Lousy a transformation device? Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, the sea boiled again. I saw another huge figure rushing out of the sea, setting off a stormy sea. It was a huge manatee with two huge horns on its head, black and white on its body, and a golden nose ring in the middle of its nose. Al recognized the manatee at first sight. Isn't this the sea beast Momo in One Piece? While being shocked in his heart, a mechanically cold voice in his mind also verified his conjecture. Ding, host detected. Close black lens bracket, system awakened. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Host can choose identity. After the selection is completed, you can receive the gift bag. Close black lens bracket. Choose the Marine camp. After the host joins the Marine, you can start to claim it. Close black lens bracket. Choose the Revolutionary Army camp. Hosts can receive it after joining the Revolutionary Army. Close black lens bracket. Choose a pirate. You can get it now. Close black lens bracket. What the hell, system? Al froze for a moment, then glanced at the system introduction. Before Al could recover, two huge sea beasts collided with each other suddenly. There was a huge wave on the sea, and the raft he was sitting on was like a leaf, and it was about to sink into the sea. Choose pirates. Where does Al have room to choose Marine and Revolutionary Army at this time? As Al's voice fell, the system sound sounded again. Congratulations to host for getting the novice summoning package. Do you want to activate the summoning? Call. As soon as the word summoning was finished, the raft that Al was riding on was smashed to pieces by the huge waves. At the critical moment of life and death, he has no time to put his life and death on the system. He rolled his eyes, and vaguely saw an island behind the sea beast Momo. If you use the waves, you may rush to that island. Seeing that the two sea beasts were still confronting each other, Al didn't hesitate at all, and rushed down quickly along the back of the sea beast. This is undoubtedly a huge bet, but he has no choice. Just when Al relied on the recoil of the raft being shattered, he jumped behind the sea beast, only tens of meters away from the sea surface. The sea beast suddenly swung its huge body and swooped towards the manatee mooing. Al's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped straight towards the sea. Advertisement. Huge waves tens of meters high swallowed Al in an instant. The intense pain and suffocation stimulated every nerve in the body. The rough currents didn't give Al a chance to rest. But Al had no intention of fighting the current. Instead, he held his breath and headed towards the land against the current. Because he knew very well that even if he tried his best, he couldn't break free. In addition, the end of this huge wave is that island. But the most deadly point is whether he can persist in reaching the island smoothly, which is a huge test for himself. Fortunately, he won this gamble. Cough cough. Al sat cross-legged on the beach coughing violently while breathing in the air greedily. It's so exciting, ha ha ha. Al stood up, looked at the two figures still fighting, and let out a hearty laugh. At this moment, the cold voice in my mind sounded again. Open black lens bracket. Host opened the novice gift package. Congratulations on getting the first crew member. Close black lens bracket. Al suddenly laughed even louder. So if you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed. He was still thinking happily. If you summon a Seeds, my King Saber, or Konoha Dance King Uchiha Madara, etc. You can gallop the sea with these crew members. But soon, Al looked at the summoned crew. His eyes gradually widened. In Al's expectant eyes, a cat with mainly blue hair, only white on the paws, the tip of the tail and around the mouth, appeared in his field of vision. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the first crew member, Tom Cat. The smile on Al's lips disappeared in an instant. What the hell? Tom Cat? Al was dumbfounded for a moment. I'm a pirate. What the hell is Crew Tom? Chapter 2. The smile gradually becomes unrestrained. Hey, brother, wandering around the village so blatantly is a very dangerous thing. Two men with scimitars in their hands and the word, pirate, engraved on their faces stopped Al with serious expressions. At this time, Al was thinking about the problem, subconsciously let out a light "oh" and brushed past the cat in his arms. Johnny, with the word, see, tattooed on his right cheek, looked serious, took out a dark yellow reward order from his pocket and ran to Al. He pointed to a ferocious-looking murloc painted on it and said, brother, you don't know Arlong, do you? Arlong? Al was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the murloc on the wanted warrant and gave a little gasp. Showing a look of sudden realization, he murmured, this is indeed Kiki Yaxi village. I said, why can't I see a single person in this village? It turns out that everyone is hiding. Johnny, who noticed the change in Al's expression, continued. Brother, you seem to know Arlong, so why do you dare to hang around here by yourself? Could it be that little brother, you also offered a reward for Arlong's 20 million Baileys? Al shook his head. He just traveled here, and he hasn't figured out exactly where this place is. As for the trouble with Arlong, he didn't think so, but Al wouldn't mind a fish head soup if Arlong messed with him. As a time traveler, it is impossible to be cowardly, and it is impossible to be cowardly in this life. Especially after the system summoned Tom, Al felt even more confident. Tom has the existence of immortality, in the world of animation, who sees Tom not handing over cigarettes. Arlong is a hammer, but, in the world of pirates, it's not enough to have Tom alone, and he has to become stronger at the same time. After all four emperors meet and say hello, the sky has to crack. This is not lip service. As for Arlong, sorry, I really didn't pay attention. Looking at Tom, who was still sleeping soundly in his arms, Al Chong shook his head and responded. No, thanks for reminding me. Seeing Al shaking his head, Johnny seemed a little regretful, and wanted to say something more after putting away the reward order. However, he was suddenly dragged away by Joseph behind him, and at the same time he did not forget to shout. Brother, run, Arlong's men are coming, if you are caught, you will die. Only then did Al see the faces of the two clearly. Good guy, isn't this the crouching dragon and phoenix combination of Juggernaut and Sword God? At this time, 3 half-man, half-fish, vicious murlocs surrounded Al with big knives. The leading murloc saw that Al was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth wide and said, Little ghost, you are not from Kokoja village, are you? Advertisement. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and gestured in front of Al, and said with a fierce look on his face. In Arlongland, if you want to live, you have to pay protection fees. A grown-up is 100,000 Baileys, including the cat in your arms, a total of 200,000 Baileys. Al didn't even think about it, and said directly to Kaido, no money. Even if he has money, Al won't give it to him. A traveler should have the arrogance of a traveler. When the murloc heard Al say that he had no money, his eyes suddenly looked fierce, and said, If there is no money, then I can only send you to die. At this moment, Nami, who just came back from the outside, happened to bump into this scene. The leader of the murloc is named Reese. She is very familiar with it, and she can be regarded as a strong general in the Dragon Pirates. Without the slightest hesitation, Nami hid the big bag on his shoulders under a big tree, and was about to go to make a rescue. Before she could take a few steps, Al put Tom in his arms on the ground, patted it on the back, and said, Tom, come on, deal with them. Tom, who hadn't woken up yet, looked up at the vicious murloc, and was so frightened that his whole body exploded. Then he pointed at himself, then at the murloc, and cast Al with a questioning look like, Are you sure? Al grinned and nodded resolutely. Tom slapped his thigh fiercely and laughed out loud, as if he heard a big joke. Let it solve these 3 tall and fierce monsters? Is the owner out of his mind? However, looking at Al's confident smile again, Tom's smile gradually stiffened. He stretched out his claws to deflect the direction of the big knife, then put his hands behind his back, and showed an awkward smile at the murloc, while his legs kept moving towards Al. There was a whoosh, and a blue lightning flashed in everyone's field of vision. When I looked at it again, Tom was already holding Al's thigh and shaking his head frantically. All of them had hallucinations. Al stepped back and nodded to Tom with a serious face, as if to say, Come on Tom, you can do it. The air was silent for a second, and then the 3 murlocs burst into laughter. Brother Lazy, is this kid's head broken? I actually want a cat to deal with us, ha 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 ha. Lace's 2 younger brothers were lying on the ground laughing with stomach ache. What can a stupid cat that is scared and shivering behind its owner do? The wrist strength of their murlocs is 10 times stronger than that of humans. Not to mention such a thin and small cat, even a fierce sea beast, they can compete with it. Reese wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and said ferociously, Little ghost, let's end the clown show here. It's time to send you and the stupid cat behind you on your way. While Tom was still negotiating with Al, Reese swung a sharp knife at Tom. However, what Reese didn't expect was that, in the nick of time, Advertisement. Tom pinched the tip of his tail, lifted his entire cat body, suspended in the air, and even shook off his sweat. It seemed that he was glad that he had escaped a catastrophe. How is this possible? Nami covered her mouth, her eyes were full of shock, and her worldview instantly collapsed. Is this really something that creatures of this world can do? Seeing this, Al called out, Newton's coffin board is about to be overwhelmed. Newton. Fart. Tom is not under my control, but under my brother's awesome control. The two hands of Lacey looked at each other in dismay, and the eyes they looked at Tom turned into the shape of stars, and they shouted at the same time, it's amazing. One of them even imitated Tom's operation just now. A pair of fins were pinched into orchid fingers, and then he grabbed his flowery underpants, trying to lift himself up. The result can be imagined, not to mention the dog gnawed mud, and lost 2 teeth. Are you an idiot? Reese cursed angrily, the veins on his forehead popped out, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. He gathered enough strength to slash at Tom. Tom suddenly opened his mouth wide in fright, and stretched out his tongue, and then lay on the ground with his head in his arms, avoiding Raya's attack again. The unbelieving Reese let out a roar, and secretly vowed in his heart that he would chop this cat that dared to play tricks on him to pieces. Seemingly sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lace, Tom seemed to have been electrocuted, his hair was blown all over, and his little heart was beating wildly. This thumping, jumping is really jumping around. I saw a heart-shaped area on Tom's chest popping out quickly, then retracting. Al watched this scene with horror, for fear that Tom's heart would break through the skin and fly out. However, the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. The moment Tom dodged the sharp blade again, just hearing a plop, Tom's heart broke through the skin and jumped out. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Tom put his heart back, and at the same time took out a baseball bat from his back, and slammed it hard at Lace's flippers. What? Heart-piercing wailing resounded through the sky. Tom lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, pointed at Reese, and let out a very humane laugh. Ahahaha. Seeing this, the 2 younger brothers looked at each other, and at the same time brandished a big knife and joined the battlefield. Nami was so anxious that she quickened her pace, but what happened next overturned her cognition. Although there are 2 more people, Tom can still come and go freely in the shadow of swords and swords. Gradually, the expression on Tom's face gradually became presumptuous. From time to time, his claws opened his mouth, and he stuck out his tongue to make faces at them. Or he took out a teapot and cup from his back, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and dodged the Murloc's attack leisurely. This wave of Tom-style ridicule can be said to be full of the hatred of the Murlocs. Nami was stunned watching from a distance, and his heart was even more turbulent. Chapter 3. Is this cat really normal? The Murloc's eyes were red with anger at Tom's provocation, but they had nothing to do with Tom. After hacking and hacking for tens of minutes, even the Murloc with strong physique was finally overwhelmed and collapsed on the ground out of breath. Tom drank the tea in his hand, took out a baseball bat from behind his back again, and his smile gradually became evil. Looking at Tom's evil smile, the 3 Murlocs didn't have the arrogance they had before. They hugged each other tightly, their eyes full of fear. Boom. 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 After nearly 3 minutes of crazy beating, the moment Tom stopped, the bags on the heads of the 3 Murlocs emerged one after another, the height of which was higher than 2 stories of buildings. After finishing the 3 Murlocs, Tom clapped his hands and looked at Al with a smug smile, as if saying, these stupid fish are far worse than Jerry and his relatives. Good job, Tom. Al gently stroked Tom's little head, and after complimenting Tom happily, said, go and tie them up, and then find a place where I will cook fish head soup for you. Tom licked his tongue, showing an expectant smile, skillfully took out a bundle of ropes from behind the quilt, and neatly tied up the 3 Murlocs who had been beaten so badly. Come out, I've watched the show for so long, how can I do it if I don't pay some ticket money? Al stared deeply at the big tree not far away. While Tom was fighting the Murlocs, Al noticed someone watching. It's just that Al didn't care about the 2 crouching dragons and phoenixes who thought it was the Swordmaster and Swordmaster. But now that the battle is over, according to the characters of those 2 guys, there will definitely be a wave of praise. Hiding behind the tree, Nami, who was already petrified and shocked, shook his head, reassured that the 3 Murlocs had been dealt with, and walked out from behind the tree. Looking at the girl with short orange hair in front of him, Al recognized her identity at a glance, the little thieving cat, Nami. Who are you, attacking Murlocs in Arlong's territory? Aren't you afraid of death? Nami looked at the tall boy in front of him vigilantly, his tone full of fear. Fear? Al grinned and jokingly said, if he dares to trouble me, I don't mind killing him. The flat tone set off a storm in Nami's heart. Who is this seemingly young boy? In his mouth, the big pirate who offered a reward of 2,000 Baileys was like an ant, which could be crushed to death. If it's what he says, can I pay him to kill Arlong? A bold idea came to Nami's mind. Just how can I get him to promise me? He doesn't look like a bounty hunter either. While Nami was still thinking, Reese woke up from a coma. Advertisement. The moment he saw Nami, he suddenly shouted, Nami, save us. With a baseball bat over his shoulder, Tom gave Nami a nasty look. Startled by this look, Nami took out 3 wooden sticks from his chest to combine them, and knocked Lace unconscious. Then he showed an awkward smile, waved his hands and explained. I'm not with them, please don't get me wrong. Besides, I want to make a deal with you. No matter what the price is, I will agree. Al yawned and said lazily, what deal? Help me kill Arlong. When the word Arlong was mentioned, Nami almost roared out. It can be seen how much she hates Arlong. Any price is okay. Al's tone was very calm. He had already guessed that Nami would say this. Anyone who has watched Pirates knows why Nami hates Arlong. Nami gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, no matter the price, as long as it can kill him. Tom, what do you think? Al didn't respond immediately, and Arlong was nothing to him. In contrast, he cared more about Tom's feelings, and if Tom found it troublesome, he would never agree. Seeing that Nami was about to cry, Tom took out a pack of tissues from behind and handed it to Nami, then patted her on the back, showing a very determined expression. Since Tom doesn't bother you, then I'll accept your deal. However, let me explain one thing first, my fee is very high. Al smiled brightly. Then he picked up the big knife on the ground, cut off the rope that bound the murlocs, and cut off their fins along the way. Go back and tell Arlong to clean his neck, I haven't tasted shark soup yet. The 3 murlocs looked at Al with terrified eyes and fled frantically, for fear that he would repent. This man is really terrifying, brother Arlong must be told to avenge us. After the murloc disappeared from his sight, Al clapped his hands and said with a smile. So, ready to hunt, Tom? Goo goo goo. Tom clutches his stomach, gives an awkward smile, and spreads his hands to Al. Forehead. Al covers his face. Nami was also amused by this person and cat and said enthusiastically. Advertisement, come to my house first to replenish some energy, I am very good at cooking. Then I will trouble you. Nami's house is built on a hillside away from Kokoyashi village. Entering the house, Nami puts the green sack into the room, then pours Al and Tom a cup of coffee and asks them to wait a while. Seeming to be starving, Tom offered to help. Nami looked a little surprised, can cats also cook? Before she could react, Tom had already picked up the knife, peeled the potatoes skillfully, and at the same time was frying eggs with one foot on the pan. Hey, Nami's shocked eyes nearly popped out, her voice raised several decibels, and the hand that pointed at Tom was trembling. Al didn't respond. As for Tom, he is almost omnipotent except that he can't catch Jerry. Ishin's dual purpose is a routine operation. After a while, Tom cooked 8 dishes and 1 soup, and even arranged the plates, inviting Nami and Al to dinner very elegantly. Nami's worldview has completely collapsed. Is it really normal for a cat with strong fighting power, good cooking skills, and such a gentleman? However, Tom doesn't know what Nami thinks. In his own eyes, he is just an ordinary house cat. Very ordinary kind. As if feeling that something was missing on the dining table, Tom took out a few candles, goblets, and a lot of items needed for a pearly dinner from behind. In the blink of an eye, the original ordinary cottage was decorated by Tom into a very romantic tone. Nami instantly petrified, while Tom stood aside, playing the violin with a look of intoxication. Al also couldn't be adjusted by Tom's mastery, but what he was more curious about was where Tom made these things. Confused, Al asked, Tom, how much is hiding behind you? Tom thought for a while, put the violin aside, and took it out one by one from behind. Mousetraps, cheese, matches, rope, baseball bats, golf clubs, even 3 revolvers and a shotgun. After taking it for a full 10 minutes, and there was no trend of hollowing out, Al hurriedly stopped. Tom showed a puzzled expression and stuffed the half-filled refrigerator back. Looking at the pile of strange items like a hill, Al couldn't help but wonder, how did this small body get stuffed into it? But it's not like he hasn't touched Tom's back, just like a normal cat. But it doesn't matter anymore, it's Tom after all, it's normal. But Nami didn't think so, his petrified body was broken into pieces. Seeing this, Tom was very enthusiastic to help him assemble it. Chapter 4 Al. Just kidding, call Arlong, I still need to prepare? After the slightly embarrassing candlelight dinner, Tom lay on the sofa and fell asleep, clutching his big belly with a satisfied face. Nami blushed and cleared the dining table, and at the same time felt intense curiosity about the identities of Al and Tom. Al sat quietly on the armchair, sipping his coffee carefully, reviewing the emotional value gained from previous battles in his mind. Negative emotion value from Reese plus 57 inches, negative mood value plus 2-3 from Jesse. Negative mood value plus 3-5 from Eugene Hall. Note: only when the summoned character is tossing the opponent can the emotional value generated by the opponent be obtained. The stronger the opponent is, the more miserable the summoned character is to toss the opponent, and the higher the emotional value generated. Emotional value can be purchased in the store or drawn in the lottery machine. Close black lens bracket. After reading the system introduction, Al turned his head to look at Tom, showing a meaningful smile. Tom, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a chill, stood up vigilantly, looked around and ran to Al's side to continue sleeping. In its view, the only safest place is around Al. Al fondled Tom's little head and opened the system store. Tom's accordion, 300 mood. The baseball bat that Spike chewed out, 500 emotion. Knight Tom's western sword, 20,000 emotion value. I read a lot, and there are all kinds of weird props, but there is no one that Al can afford. Al closed the system store angrily, and then turned his attention to the lottery machine beside him. Directly ignoring the props in the prize pool, Al only cares about the emotional points needed. Fortunately, only 100 emotional points are enough for the lottery draw, which is quite conscientious. Without hesitation, Al directly used the only 100 emotional points to draw a lottery. Ding! Get a baseball bat that Spike gnawed out. What the hell? The baseball bat that the dog ate. Al made a strange expression, then took out the baseball bat. Tom meowed, then sat up suddenly, pointed at the baseball bat and laughed, obviously thinking of the stupid dog that was bullied by it. Al played with it for a while, then glanced at the system introduction, which read, extremely strong, durability 5. Before the durability reaches 0, it cannot be destroyed, close black lens bracket. Good stuff. Al waved it twice, feeling very comfortable. Advertisement. The most important thing is that as long as the durability is not 0, the attribute that cannot be destroyed is simply heaven-defying. Putting away the baseball bat, Al flashes an evil grin. Don't Arlong's teeth grow out quickly? Then come and try. Is it his teeth that grow faster, or his own teeth that grow faster? After clearing the table, Nami came to Al, helped Al refill his cup of coffee and said, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Nami, nice to meet you. Al, nice to meet you too, Al responded politely. The voice just fell. Nami's face suddenly became serious. Mr. Al, can you tell me how you plan to kill Arlong? Wait here and wait for him to come to the door. It's just a matter of digesting after dinner. Nami slammed the table with a look of disbelief. Are you going to tell me that you are not prepared at all? Tom looked puzzled, shaking his head back and forth between the two, not sure why the two who were enjoying the candlelight dinner just now suddenly changed like this. After hearing this, Al slowly put down the coffee in his hand and said with a smile. Come on, what preparations do you need to kill Arlong? Wouldn't it be good to let Tom go up and give him 2 sticks? Tom nodded in agreement, showed his biceps, patted his chest, and said confidently. As for those stupid fish, they are not as good as Jerry and his relatives. Arlong Paradise. A Colonel Marine, who looked like a mouse and wore the word Justice behind him, took the money on the table with a smirk and said, Mr. Arlong, you really understand the ways of the world. Scared? Ha ha ha. Arlong, sitting across from Colonel Mouse, let out a rough laugh. Although I hate human beings, except for sensible guys like you. Then, I'm sorry, haha. After collecting the money, Colonel Mouse was about to get up and leave. It's hard to come here and leave without some drinks? Arlong asked. Colonel Mouse had a sinister smile on his face and said, No, I heard that the thief Nami is back. After hearing this, Arlong immediately understood what he was going to do, and laughed loudly. Scared? Ha ha ha, I wish you success. At this moment, the 3 murlocs whose fins were chopped off by Al supported each other and pushed open the door and said weakly. Advertisement, Brother Arlong. Someone won't pay the protection fee and beat us up like this. And he said he would turn you into fish head soup, Brother Arlong. As soon as this remark came out, the audience immediately erupted. Who is so loud? Haven't you heard of the name of our dragon pirates? Brother Arlong, you must not let go of that guy who hurt our compatriots. Quiet. With a gloomy face, Arlong stood up and asked. Reese, tell me, who beat you like this? It's a kid and his cat, and Nami. Brother Arlong, that cat is very strong, the 3 of us were defeated by it. After hearing this, Arlong's expression turned extremely ugly. Can a cat defeat them? You must know that the most proud thing about their murlocs is their physical fitness, which is dozens of times stronger than that of humans. Is it possible that a mere cat is more powerful than a huge sea beast? Colonel Mouse on the side was also shocked after listening to it. If a cat that can defeat 3 murlocs is captured and presented to the headquarters, it is very likely that it will be promoted and raised. Kruby, chirp, bah, go and kill that brat and his cat. Kruby looked disdainful after hearing this. How many of them do you need for a kid and a cat? Brother Arlong, don't we think highly of that brat? Sending 3 cadres there at once, isn't it a bit of a fuss? Asked the younger brother beside him. Arlong snorted coldly, showed his sharp teeth, stood up and said with a serious face. It's been a long time since no one dared to make trouble with our evil dragon pirates. This time, we must be ruthless. I want to let those guys of lower races know that the dragon pirates are an existence they can't afford to mess with. Have you heard clearly? Everyone at the scene was frightened by Arlong's aura and broke into a cold sweat. Go ahead and bring me the head of that kid and that cat. Yes, Brother Arlong, promise, complete the task. The 3 cadres took up their weapons with a sneer on their faces. In their eyes, that brat and his cat had already been sentenced to death. After talking to Arlong, Colonel Mouse followed the cadres. But what he cares more about is Nami's money and the cat that can only get him a promotion and a raise. Chapter 5 The Stick Method That Fell from the Sky. I said are you listening to me? Nami was a little annoyed, always felt that the guy in front of him would be a little flustered after defeating a few subordinates, but he didn't know how terrible Arlong was. That is a big pirate who controls more than 20 villages and towns, and even Marine dare not provoke him. This guy didn't prepare anything, and he was so leisurely. What's the difference between this and going to die? Nami suddenly regretted his decision. Why did he make a deal with this unreliable guy so decisively at that time? However, Al felt that there was nothing wrong, and he was still drinking his coffee leisurely. What preparations do I need to make an Arlong? He can't wait for Arlong to come over and provide him with emotional value. The dog gnawing the baseball bat that was drawn in the lottery was only a top item in the system store, and its attributes were so heaven-defying. Wouldn't the more expensive props in the back be stronger? Besides, with Tom's amazing dodging technique, plus the baseball bat drawn by the system. Hitting an Arlong on land, isn't this something you can do with your hands? But Nami didn't know this, he just thought Al's brain was broken. Nami snorted coldly, left a sentence, "I don't care about you anymore," and slammed the door and left. Seeing this, Tom ran to the door in doubt, poked his head out and waited for a while, then ran to Al. Very anxiously tugged at the corner of Al's clothes. "It's okay, Tom, Nami doesn't know our strength, just let her calm down." Al leaned on the sofa leisurely, waiting for Arlong and his gang to come to the door. After hearing Al's explanation, Tom became even more anxious and unexpectedly said something. "Nami, there is danger." Al froze for a moment, looked at Tom in disbelief and said, "You can talk, why didn't you say it before?" Tom covered his face. "Is that the point?" "The point is that Nami is in danger." Seeing Tom's anxious look, Al didn't intend to tease it anymore, and took out the baseball bat from the system space and handed it to Tom. Tom took the baseball bat and flicked it twice, and then took a shotgun from behind his back and handed it to Al. "You know me very well, Tom." Al grinned. "Let's go, Tom, the hunt has begun." Down the hillside, several sailors held up their guns and blocked Nami's way. The leader, Colonel Mouse, said with a sinister smile, "You are the thief, Nami, hand over the cat you hid." Nami crossed his arms, with a puzzled expression, and responded, "What cat? I don't know what you're talking about." "Little girl, it's useless to pretend to be stupid in front of me. Search, little ones, remember not to hurt that cat." Colonel Mouse gave an order, and several sailors ignored Nami and walked straight towards the house. Seeing this, Nami took out 3 wooden sticks from his chest and combined them together. Standing in front of the sea soldier, he said angrily, "Go away and stay away from my house. What cat are you talking about? I have no idea." Advertisement, however, Colonel Mouse doesn't care about that, he only has eyes for the cat that can only get him a promotion and a raise. Just when Nami was about to do it, boom, boom, boom. Hearing only a few gunshots, the few sailors walking in the front fell directly into a pool of blood. Immediately afterwards, Al's cynical voice sounded in Nami's ear. "Tisk tisk, is it really okay for a few big men to bully a little girl?" I saw Tom wearing a pair of sunglasses, stepping out of the grass on the side with an unrecognizable pace, and blocking Nami's front. Then he leaned his body on the baseball bat, stretched out a cat's paw and hooked his fingers at everyone, with the corners of his mouth raised, showing a very arrogant and unbeatable expression. "Interesting, what a spiritual cat, but soon it will be mine." Colonel Mouse's eyes on Tom instantly became fiery, and the scene of his promotion even appeared in his mind. Tom clutched his stomach and vomited out the lunch he had just eaten. "Tom, are you all right?" Al walked up and patted Tom on the back, his face suddenly darkened, and said coldly, "Just you trash, still want to snatch my Tom?" Before the words were finished, Al took the baseball bat from Tom's hand, and slapped it fiercely at Colonel Mouse's face. Colonel Mouse stood where he was, and let out a sinister laugh. "How long do you plan to watch the fun?" As soon as the words fell, I only heard 1000 watts fist, close black lens bracket. An extremely powerful fist wind, carrying the force of destruction, moved towards Al. In a blink of an eye, Al sent Colonel Mouse flying, and quickly swung his stick, colliding with his fist wind. The air wave generated by the collision between the two blows Nami and other sailors away and falls to the ground hard. Al gritted his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead popped up, and roared angrily, "Climb for me." The baseball bat that spiked not out, durability -1. Knocking that fist into the air, the system prompt sounded in his mind immediately. Al was carrying a baseball bat, with a look of bad luck on his face. "The villain who secretly attacked you, get out, Lousy will beat you until you don't even know your mother." As soon as the words fell, a tall figure came out from the side. "You can actually receive my right punch, you are a very strong opponent. But I still have 100 times the right punch, 1000 times the right punch, I don't know if you can catch it." Nami stood up, looked at the tall voice with some worry, and murmured, "How could it be, Crow Obi, the cadre of Arlong's gang, why did he appear here?" Before Nami was shocked, 2 figures appeared in her field of vision again. "Are you the ones who hurt my compatriots?" An octopus holds 6 long knives and looks down at Al. Nami's whole body was trembling, and at the same time, there was a hint of despair in his eyes looking at Al. She is very clear about the strength of the 3 cadres of the Dragon Pirates, and the chance of surviving in their hands is almost 0. Seemingly aware of Nami's gaze, Al didn't care and sneered. "Advertisement, why isn't your Captain Arlong here? Instead, you sent a few of you trash to die? Stop talking big, go to hell." Kruby posed, ready to punch Al's life. 100 times the fist. Close black lens bracket. Just as he was charging up, Al suddenly threw the baseball bat to Tom and said, "Tom, I'm handing over the big idiot to you." Tom had a smirk on his face, and the moment he received the baseball bat, he threw it out, smashed it hard on Kruby's face, and sent him flying several meters away. And the thrown baseball bat bounced back to Tom's hand while knocking Kruby into the air. I saw Tom put his paws next to his ears, sticking out his tongue, slightly, wantonly mocking Kruby's stupidity. Kroby. Xiao Ba was furious, let out a roar, raised 6 long knives, and slashed at Tom. Tom jumped into the sky in fright, his eyes and tongue stretched out at the same time. Just as it fell from midair, less than half a meter away from the blade, Tom closed his eyes tightly, and his tail twirled wildly like a propeller. At the same time, the hands holding the baseball bat were also spinning, and they flew into the sky under the shocked eyes of everyone, and escaped Zalba's fatal attack without any danger. As expected of you, Tom, Al raised his shotgun, killed a sailor, and praised Tom in the sky. Only, why are you flying higher and higher, hey? Seeing Tom flying farther and farther, Xiao Ba immediately locked his eyes on Al, and swung a long knife to slash at him. Al froze in place, a sentence from a certain movie suddenly came to his mind. Nami wanted to remind Al to run, but there was another cadre staring at her. While Al was distracted, Colonel Mouse stroked his beard, his expression gradually became sinister. Your pet seems to have escaped. However, such an interesting cat, even if it escapes to Cape Tiana, I will catch it. As he said that, Colonel Mouse raised his hand and ordered the soldiers to chase after Tom. Run away. You might be disappointed, Stinky Mouse. Al grinned, showing his snow-white teeth, opened his arms, and laughed loudly. Have you ever heard of the stick technique that falls from the sky with one move? Band method that fell from the sky? What's that? Never heard of that. Xiao Ba, what are you fussing about? Kill him quickly. While everyone was talking about it, I only heard an extremely demonic cry, which sounded from the air, meow. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the cat-shaped Buddha formed by the sea of clouds in the sky. Tom closed his eyes, gripped the baseball bat tightly, and fell from the sky at such a fast speed that even flames appeared from his body. At this time, everyone on the ground felt a strong sense of oppression and wanted to escape. I saw Tom make a batting motion and slammed a huge mushroom cloud. Chapter 6 Is this cat a monster? Boom. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the dust that was raised covered the entire sky. Strong tremors spread from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. Kokoyaksi Village. Villagers who mistakenly thought there was an earthquake ran out of their houses. The moment they saw the huge mushroom cloud rising from the direction where Nami lived. A great sense of uncertainty welled up from the bottom of my heart. Something happened to Nami. Everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Just when they were about to copy guys to help Nami, the appearance of several murlocs killed their ideas in the cradle. At the same time, there was a lot of celebration in Arlong Park. Arlong stood up, raised his hands above his head, looked at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and let out a rough and evil laugh. Have you seen that, the bastards of the lower races? This is what happens when you fight against the dragon pirates. Scared, ha 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 ha. The dust dispersed. Nami, who was buried in the yellow sand, got up and looked at the huge deep pit in the center in disbelief. I saw her covering her mouth and sitting on the ground paralyzed, her voice trembling. You're lying. The three cadres of the dragon pirates were actually defeated. Only in the field of vision. Holding the baseball bat high, Tom stepped on Shu, one of the cadres of the dragon pirates, showing a smile that a winner should have. Beside Ju, lay Zalba and Kruby, who seemed to have passed out under the impact. It's just that the mouse kernel was not found in the deep pit, probably because it was blown away by the airwaves. Tom. Al jumped down from the big tree beside him with a depressed face, and shouted, could you tell me in advance next time, hello? Advertisement, it almost affected me, but luckily I ran fast enough. Glancing at the buried sailors under the deep pit, Al wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Tom put his hand on the back of his hand, subconsciously twisted his little foot twice, showed an embarrassed smile, and said embarrassedly. Next time. Do you still want to have a next time? Looking at one person and one cat who were bickering again. Nami burst out laughing, and at the same time had a new understanding of the strength of Al and Tom. If it was them, they might actually be able to defeat Arlong. While Nami was thinking, Al suddenly yelled, Tom, be careful. I saw Octopus Zalba rushing towards Tom with two long knives. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief, and the great powerlessness immediately extinguished the flame that had just ignited in her heart. Facing Zalba, who suddenly attacked it, Tom's heart thumped out of his throat and jumped out. Zalba smiled and shouted, as long as you cut off your heart, no matter what kind of monster you are, you will definitely die. Under Nami's desperate gaze, Hachi swung the long knife frantically and chopped Tom's heart into countless small pieces. How can a stupid cat beat lousy? Xiao Ba raised his arms and shouted. Tom clutched his chest, swayed from side to side as if he was drunk, took out a rose from behind, made a prayer posture, and fell down. Nami's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists and hammered to the ground, shouting unwillingly. Why is this happening? Al, who was directly opposite Nami, had a calm expression on his face, and even wanted to laugh. Because Tom's acting skills are too exaggerated. Tom, how long do you want to play? Get rid of that idiot octopus quickly, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Ba laughed out loud after hearing this. Idiot, didn't you see that the heart of this silly cat was chopped into pieces by me? Nami also felt that Al's head was a little abnormal because Tom's death hit him too hard. Just when she was about to comfort Al and get him out of the wrong place. Tom stood up suddenly, patted himself all over with a puzzled expression, as if to say, I'm actually okay? Advertisement before Xiao Ba could react, Tom had already taken out 2 slices of bread, pieced together the broken heart into a complete heart, made a sandwich bread, and swallowed it in one bite. In the next second, it was obvious that Tom's heart was beating again in his chest. This scene, even the well-informed Xiao Ba, was completely frightened. He looked like he had seen a ghost, dropped the long knife in his hand, and ran towards the corner in a panic. At the same time, he yelled crazily, Monster, Mom, I want to go home. Nami's worldview collapsed, the hand pointing at Tom was trembling, and she was speechless. With a smile on Al's face, he explained, Tom is no monster. It doesn't seem right. Tom really can't treat it with normal logic, but it seems a bit weird to say that it is a monster. Let me think. Seeing that Al was still struggling with seriousness, Nami suddenly stood up and shouted. Now is not the time to worry about this. Why is its heart cut like this? The important thing is that it is still alive and kicking. Al waved his hand and said with a smile, because it's Tom. Nami suddenly got stuck, and kept repeating Al's words in his mind, because he's Tom. He glanced at Xiao Ba, who was already frightened mad, and the two cadres who were still lying unconscious in the huge pit. Nami gritted her teeth, as if she had made a major decision, and ran towards the orangery on the hillside. Al didn't ask, but sat cross-legged on the ground, and turned on the system to check the emotional value he had gained this time. Tom became playful, took out a white sheet from behind, and covered his head to scare Zalba. Brutally frightened Xiao Ba into fainting. But Tom didn't seem to have had the most fun yet. As soon as Xiao Bai fainted, he immediately poured a basin of cold water, and then fainted again. After tossing and tossing for several minutes, Xiao Ba passed out and couldn't wake up completely. Only then did Tom tie up the three cadres with a look of regret. Immediately afterwards, he took out a cigar from behind, and skillfully cut it open with a clip. The cat's claws gently rubbed sparks on his body, and he sat on the cadre with a melancholy expression on his face, as if life had lost its fun. Chapter 7 crashed Nami. Al opened the system panel, and dozens of messages popped up. Get Colonel Mouse's negative emotion plus 40 inches. Get the negative emotions of Octopus Zalba plus 860. Get the negative emotion of Kruby plus 205 inches. After a rough calculation, plus the previous emotional value, the current amount is 1200. Looking at Zalba, who was foaming at the mouth, Al said after 3 seconds of silence, I hope you can wake up earlier. Immediately afterwards, Al happily opened the system store, and then exited cursingly. What kind of shabby shop? It's a black shop. You sell me 88,000 for a bottle of milk. Why don't you go grab it? System. Host, this system store is already very conscientious. The pop-up window that popped up in his mind stunned Al for a while. Is the emotional system alive? Al, who discovered the new function, wanted to continue chatting with the system for a while, but there was no response after waiting for a long time. Break the system, waste my feelings, Al cursed, then set his sights on the lottery machine. There are all good things here, and the emotional value only needs 100, which can be regarded as the best benefit in this broken system. Lucky draw, all studs. With Al's thought, all 1200 emotional points were turned into coins and stuffed into the lottery machine. Get 1 Tom's Golf Club, open black lens bracket. Get 1 bottle of special milk made by Jerry Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Obtain 5 Shiojun firecrackers from the Little Mouse Tai Fei Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the 3 props stored in the system backpack and the 7 thank you for your patronage in the system prompt, Al's face darkened instantly. What the hell is this thank you for your patronage? I didn't see it in the prize pool. Break the system, get out and explain? Advertisement? After waiting for a while, the system still did not respond. Al always feels like he's being played by this broken system. The feelings just now are just a warm reminder. At this moment, Al suddenly noticed a line of small words in the lower right corner. Probability of winning. 1% for precious items, rare props, 2%. Common props 5%, open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage 98%. After reading it, Al's face became even more ugly, and he cursed. This shit is so small for a ghost to see. Fortunately, Lousy thought your broken system had a conscience. It's even worse than a penguin. If eyes could kill, even Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, would be reduced to scum in an instant. It can be seen how angry Al is at this time. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There is nothing to be angry with a broken system. We have to be careful. Al patted his chest and comforted himself in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Al took out the special milk that Jerry had concocted. He wants to see what's so special about the milk that sells 88,000 emotional value in this store. Special milk prepared by Jerry. It can temporarily increase all attributes of the body by 500%. Note: the body will become smaller after use. Use with caution. Close black lens bracket. The corner of Al's mouth twitched wildly. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. He appointed to become a keyboard warrior and roared a key. That's it? You sell me 88,000 for this crap? Forget it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Al comforted himself, put the milk back into the system backpack, and then asked Tom to bring the murlocs up. He needs to vent out this resentment well. Feeling the strong murderous aura emanating from Al, Tom couldn't help swallowing, grabbed one end of the rope, and threw the 3 cadres into the air. Then, Tom took out a firework from behind, lit the fuse, and flew out of the pit with the firework. Not far from the entrance of the cave, Tom should have jumped into Al's arms, meowed, pointed at Nami's room, and made a gesture of wanting to sleep. Al understood, and dragged the 3 cadres towards Nami's house. Advertisement halfway there, I heard a scream from Nami's orangery. No. Immediately afterwards, Nami quickly ran down the hill from the hillside with a wooden stick. Meow? Tom looked at Al suspiciously, as if asking, what's wrong with her? Who knows, why bother so much? Al responded that he doesn't have the mind to take care of so much now, not to mention that he and Nami are currently only in a cooperative relationship. He is only responsible for solving Arlong, as for the others? Sorry, I have to pay more. On the port not far from Arlong Paradise, a marine warship is docked. Colonel Mouse dragged his bruised body, and with the help of his subordinates, he came down to a treasure chest covered in mud. Chi, it looks like I'm the ultimate winner. When you open the treasure chest, what you see is full of treasures. The sailor on the side grabbed a handful of Baileys and said, Colonel, it's all covered in blood. Whatever, it's money. By the way, how is the matter? I asked you to contact the headquarters. Hai Bing said. Report to Colonel. After receiving the news, the headquarters immediately arranged for support. Wait, kid, your cat must be mine. Colonel Mouse grabs a handful of jewels, throws his head back and laughs as he visualizes Al being shot. Arlong. Nami growled angrily. Originally, he planned to hand over the treasure he had accumulated for many years to Al, and let him kill Arlong as soon as possible. However, it was discovered that the treasure had been stolen. Nami froze in place for a long time, thinking about the ridiculous agreement he made with Arlong when he was a child. And Arlong's wild, wicked laugh. She realized how stupid she was to believe that guy Arlong. Chapter 8 Murloc Arlong's Persecution, Hateful. In Arlong Paradise, the man with the windmill cap on his head was knocked to the ground by two Murlocs. Arlong stepped forward, grabbed his neck and said, Villagers of Kokoyasi, if you blame Nami. If she hadn't sheltered those who provoked my dragon pirates, you wouldn't have to suffer unnecessarily. Scared ha 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 ha. Seeing that the man was about to die, Makagao with short blue hair roared hysterically. Let go of Jien, you bloody pirate. As soon as the words fell, Lazy kicked Makagao into the water fiercely and shouted. Inferior races, where do you have the right to shout here? Then he said with a smirk, Brother Arlong, how do we deal with these guys? Arlong waved his hand and threw Jien flying, saying, Kill them all, scare ha ha ha. I want to let Nami know the consequences of betraying us. After receiving Arlong's order, all the Murlocs became agitated, each holding their knives and showing fierce expressions. Just when they were about to do something, a Murloc rushed up to Arlong and said, Brother Arlong, something is wrong. Seeing his flustered appearance, the Murlocs put down their knives and turned to look at him. What happened? Arlong asked. The Murloc showed fear, and his voice was trembling. Brother Arlong. Just now a sailor came to tell me that the 3 cadres were killed by that brat and his cat. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was in an uproar. How is it possible? Those are 3 cadres. It must be fake. The 3 cadres have never missed their hands when they go out. The Murlocs talked a lot, and there were all kinds of opinions. Among them, some people speculate that Nami revealed the weaknesses of the 3 cadres, which led to the defeat of the 3 cadres. But soon this conjecture was overturned. When the villagers of Kokoyasi village heard that the 3 cadres of the dragon pirates had been defeated, disbelief was written all over their faces. Advertisement when they heard that Nami followed the people who defeated the 3 cadres, they all shed tears from the bottom of their hearts. For them, as long as Nami is safe, that's enough. Quiet. Arlong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, and the audience was instantly silent. The Murloc who reported the letter was sweating all over his body, kneeling on the ground and trembling all over. Is the news you said reliable? Arlong was condescending, his face extremely gloomy. He is the clearest about the strength of the 3 cadres. Looking at the entire East Blue, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to beat the combination of the 3 of them. Some kind of accident must have happened. The Murloc who reported the message, with his entire belly stuck to the ground, trembling violently, replied. Brother Arlong, it was said by Colonel Mouse's subordinates. He also said that he has dispatched reinforcements from the headquarters and is going to kill that brat, so let's not interfere. Recalling the mushroom cloud he saw at that time, Arlong suddenly felt like a clown. His most capable subordinate has been killed, and this group of Marines dared to clamor for them not to interfere? Is it true that anyone can pinch their dragon pirates as soft persimmons? Are you kidding, mere low race? Seeing the blue veins on Arlong's forehead, he clenched his fists and slammed it on the stone pillar beside him, angrily said. Go tell Marine. If they dare to intervene, don't blame me for killing them all. Yes. The Murloc who reported the message, relieved, rushed out with a whoosh. Just as he was walking to the gate, Nami, holding a wooden stick, broke in suddenly, knocked him out with a stick, and then said angrily. Arlong. Nami put on an attacking stance and continued. About the money agreement, didn't you say that even if you die, you won't break the agreement? When did I break the contract? Arlong looked at Nami playfully. Nami has completely lost her mind, took up a weapon and rushed towards Arlong. Advertisement, don't play dumb, you colluded with Marine and let Marine steal all my treasures. Give me back all my Baileys. However, Nami's attack hit Arlong's body like a tickle for him. On the contrary, it was Nami, who was pinched by Arlong's neck with one hand, showing his sharp teeth, and said in a very threatening tone. Tell me, when did I break the contract? Nami's eyes were wet, and he hated that his strength was too weak. Let go of Nami. Jien stood up with a very firm attitude. Only then did Nami notice that everyone in Kokoyasi village had been arrested. Damn it. Didn't you promise me that I wouldn't hurt everyone in Kokoyasi village? Nami struggled desperately. Scary ha ha ha, since you sheltered those two guys, my patience with you has reached its limit. It's your stupidity to blame, Nami. With that said, Arlong threw Nami away and laughed loudly. But now, I still have a way for you to go. If you do a good job, I might consider releasing these guys. So, what's your decision, Nami? Looking at Arlong's condescending look, Nami clenched her fists so hard that her nails dug into her flesh. What conditions? Nami gritted his teeth, trembling. Arlong threw a knife at Nami's feet and sneered. Go and kill that brat and his cat. Without even thinking about it, Nami picked up the knife on the ground and agreed. If I kill them, you must release everyone in Kokoyashi village. After speaking, Nami ran towards Al's direction without looking back. Nami knew very well that she couldn't hurt Lugia and Tom, but now she had to leave here first. Brother Arlong, do you want to catch that woman just now? Lace asked tentatively. Of course, such an excellent navigator, how could I let her run away? Scared ha ha ha. Chapter 9 Let's go Tom, let's make a fuss. Inside Nami's hut. Al was leaning on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee, explaining Tom's performance with a contented expression. I saw Tom put on boxing gloves and swung left and right punches towards Kruby's face. Okay, Tom's beautiful left uppercut knocked Kruby out of his eyes. Next, please invite the next player to come on stage. The moment Al looked at Ju, Shu shook his head crazily. At this moment, his head was covered with baldness, and his face was swollen to the size of Xiaoba's body. The two of them had been practiced by Tom as sandbags for 2 full hours. In the past 2 hours, the negative emotional value in Al's mind has not stopped. As for Xiaoba, since he was frightened by Tom, he has not yet regained consciousness. For this reason, Al can only entrust the way to get rich to the remaining 2 cadres. Okay, player Tom made a beautiful uppercut, and once again co-player Ju. I declare that the champion this time is still Tom. Tom raised his hands high, revealing 2 rows of white fang, and bowed in Al's direction. Immediately afterwards, he trotted all the way, walked into the toilet of Nami's house, took a large basin of water from the toilet to wake them up, and continued the next round of duel. Only this time, the 2 cadres did not wake up instantly like before. Tom took off his gloves, put his fingers under the noses of the 2 men, and let out a long breath after making sure they were breathing. Wiping the cold sweat off his brow, he waved his hands in a helpless expression. Have you passed out? Tom nodded sharply, with a frustrated expression, as if the 2 hours hadn't been enough. Tom, come and drink tea and rest, they will probably wake up in a while. Al poured a cup of tea and handed it to Tom comfortingly. Tom instantly became refreshed after hearing this, took the teacup from Al's hand, and took the newspaper on the table. Lying on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, reading a newspaper and sipping tea at the same time, it's so pleasant. Al smiled helplessly, stood up and was about to go out to see if Arlong had come. At this moment, Nami broke into the door suddenly, staring at the 2 with cold eyes. Without any communication, Nami raised his big knife and slashed towards Al. Advertisement, hey, are you crazy? Al rolled to the right, dodged Nami's slash, and yelled, you know what you're doing. Seeing that Nami still didn't respond, Al guessed that she might be being controlled, so he didn't plan to keep her hand. During Nami's next attack, Al made a sudden lunge, grabbing the hilt of the knife with his right hand and attacking Nami's lower body with his left foot, bringing him down. Kangdang, the sound of a sword falling. Nami couldn't hold back any longer, tears dripped down her cheeks onto the ground, and said hoarsely, I'm sorry. Seeing that Nami seems to have regained his senses, Al kicked the big knife to Tom's feet, and then released Nami. It's really troublesome, tell me, what happened? Al handed Nami a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Nami didn't take the handkerchief, but knelt on the ground, beating the ground over and over again with clenched fists. Tom came to Al's side and tugged at the hem of his coat lightly, as if asking, what's wrong with her? Al waved his hands helplessly and said, even if you ask me, I don't know what's wrong with her. It seems that we can only wait for her to vent. After saying that, Al was ready to go out. At this moment, Nami suddenly grabbed Al by the corner of his clothes, tears filled his eyes, and said hoarsely, Al, help me. Tell me what's wrong with you first. Nami told everything about what happened just now. Al's brows furrowed deeper the more he heard it, and his eyes became colder at the same time. It's okay to help you, but you have to pay more. After all, you also know that it is very difficult to rescue so many people unharmed. Nami bit her lower lip tightly, struggled for a long time before saying, I'm sorry, I have no money, and all my money was stolen by Marine. What's the matter? It's fine if you don't owe it. Al grinned, and even if Nami didn't tell him, Al was going to go to Arlong. After all, the 2 cadres couldn't squeeze out the emotional value. Looking at Al's gentle smile, Nami cried again, but this time the tears were emotional. Thank you. Nami said. Advertisement, thank you. Let's talk about it after I finish fighting Arlong. You can stay here and help me watch these 3 murlocs. Come on Tom, let's make a fuss. As soon as Tom heard that he could go to play again, he geared up and showed an evil smile. As soon as they walked down the hill, several sailors jumped out from the bushes and surrounded Al and Tom. Colonel Mouse was wearing a plaster cast, walked through the crowd with the support of 2 sailors, and came to Al, with a sinister smile on his face. Little devil, I advise you to hand over that cat quickly, or today will be your death day next year. Tom yawned without looking at Colonel Mouse. The main reason is that I am afraid that I will spit out what I just ate. You guys are so annoying. Al picked out his ears with a look of disdain. The moment his right hand fell, a golf club appeared in Al's hand out of thin air. When all the sea soldiers saw this, the elders stared, as if they saw a monster, and let out bursts of exclamation. Tom's golf club. You can hit everything as a golf ball and automatically chase the enemy. Open black lens bracket indestructible, durable 5 close black lens bracket. Al grinned and swung the golf club into the sky several times in a row before retracting the golf club into the system. Everyone looked at Al's strange movements and looked at each other in blank dismay, completely unable to see what the boy in front of him was doing. Colonel Mouse stared wide-eyed, and shouted, "What are you still doing in a daze? Kill this brat." Al raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a sneer, "Don't worry, let the bullets fly." At the moment when all the sailors were about to shoot, hundreds of invisible and colorless golf balls swooped down from the sky. Every time Al took a step forward, several sailors fell down. After witnessing such a strange scene, Colonel Mouse limped for his life regardless of the wounds on his body. "Can you run?" Al snaps his fingers. "Colonel Marine, Colonel Mouse." Pawn. Chapter 10. Let me show you a baby. After dealing with Marine, Al clapped his hands with disgust on his face. Cut. Fight with us, at least bring a few warships over. Let's go, Tom, it's time to get down to business. Tom nodded, turned in a circle, and changed into a set of denim clothes in the blink of an eye, wearing sunglasses very chicly. At the same time, I did not forget to hand over a set of the same style to Al. Putting on the jeans, Al played with the revolver, then put it back into the gun bag on his waist, pushed his sunglasses, and sneered. Hunting. Start. As soon as the words fell, the sunglasses of one person and one cat suddenly turned red, full of special effects. Meanwhile, inside Arlong Park, the villagers of Kokoyashi village were all taken into the lowest cell by Arlong's men. And Arlong sat on the chair in the middle, with his legs crossed and his toes pointing down, very arrogant. Reese, there is still no news about the 3 cadres. Arlong gulped down the bowl of wine, bared his sharp teeth, and slammed the bowl to the ground. Reese was sweating coldly, his voice trembling. Report to Brother Arlong, not yet. Arlong violently knocked the table in front of him away, staring at Lace with fierce eyes. Are you kidding me? Could it be that you want to say that the 3 cadres were really killed by that brat? The voice just fell. Al kicked the door open and said loudly. Sorry, those 3 cadres of yours were really killed. The smoke cleared, and Al and Tom appeared in everyone's sight with their extremely handsome postures. The eyes of all the Murlocs turned into heart shapes, and they exclaimed, "Kakuying." The corner of Arlong's mouth twitched, and he yelled at the group of Murlocs who were about to become Al's fans. Hey, you. This is the enemy, be serious. All the Murlocs were startled, and they picked up their weapons one after another, showing their sharp teeth to Al and Tom with fierce faces. Al grinned, took out a mini firecracker from the system backpack, and said, "Show you a baby." All the Murlocs squinted to see what Al was holding in his hand. They laughed loudly. Are you an idiot? Advertisement? So little thing, are you going to show us a clown comedy? Ha 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 ha. Facing the ridicule, Al silently asked Tom to light the firecrackers with a lighter. Only Al snorted coldly. Show you my baby. Al threw out Taffy the little mouse's mini firecracker that was drawn in the lottery, and then pulled Tom back to the side. Tom covered his ears, recalling the tragedy of being blown up by the little firecrackers. He was terrified. It has experienced the power of this thing. After being bombed, the psychological shadow has not disappeared yet. Those Murlocs don't know how terrifying the power of this little thing is. Holding it in his hand arrogantly, pointing to Tom who was covering his ears behind Al, he laughed and said, Look at that stupid cat, such a little thing is so scared. Let me just say, how could the 3 cadres lose the battle? There must be other delays. The Murlocs laughed wantonly at every word you said. Arlong even sat back in his chair, looking at the 2 idiots with a mocking expression on his face. 3 inches, 2. Al counted silently in his head while taking out his golf club and waving it towards the sky. The speed is so fast that it creates a phantom. The moment Al counted to 1, a huge explosion sounded in the center of the Murlocs. A small mushroom cloud is rising. All the Murlocs were blown away in the explosion, some were embedded in the wall, and some were embedded in the ground. Seeing the tragic situation, Al couldn't help but gasped. Tom pointed at the Murlocs emitting heat, as if seeing his former self. Tom fell to the ground laughing. Arlong's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, How dare you hurt my compatriots? Oh, and then? Al looked at Arlong jokingly, took out a baseball bat from the system backpack and handed it to Tom, saying, I'll leave this stupid fish to you. I'll save the villagers of Kokoyashi village. Tom wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at the fierce Arlong with a serious face. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Advertisement. Tom pointed to himself, then pointed to Arlong, showing a cute expression, as if to say, Are you willing to let such a cute cat die? Al said seriously. Tom, didn't we already discuss it at the beginning? Tom shook his head like a rattle. Although it was discussed on the way, this Arlong doesn't look stupid at all. This is completely different from the stupid and silly image I said at the time. Hey. Glancing at Arlong again, Tom's little heart started beating wildly again, and Tom said anxiously, Wouldn't your conscience hurt if you cheated the cat like this? Won't, meow? Al patted Tom on the shoulder with a serious expression on his face. Tom, You have to believe in yourself. I'm going to save the villagers of Kokoyasi village first. Tom was furious, and when he wanted to struggle again, he found that Al had already disappeared. With a gloomy face, Arlong picked up a huge saw from behind and said angrily, "Have you played enough?" The terrifying aura frightened Tom's whole body trembling. But Arlong would have no mercy for Tom the way he looked. Raising the sharp saw in his hand, he rushed towards Tom. Tom opened his mouth wide, and his tongue stretched tens of meters, and then quickly rolled up like a mat, leading Tom's body to avoid Arlong's attack quickly. With a whoosh, Tom turned into a bolt of lightning and dashed around Arlong Park. Inside the dungeon, Al knocked out the guard and successfully rescued the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Ajien stood at the front of the crowd, expressed his gratitude to Al and asked about Al's identity. After learning that Nami had hired a helper, everyone shed tears of excitement. Nuokagao, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, asked worriedly, "Brother, thank you, is Nami okay?" Al shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Nami is doing well." When everyone heard this, their hearts were relieved. Chapter 11 Really handsome. "Damn cat, I will chop you into pieces." Anxious, Arlong threw the huge sharp saw in his hand and flew away. Even though Tom was dodging very fast, he was still scratched on the back by the sharp blade. Boom! The stone pillars supporting the house collapsed under the huge impact. Woo woo woo! Tom knelt on the ground sadly, tears falling down. Scared, ha ha ha. Arlong flexed his muscles and laughed out loud. "Stupid cat, you won't have such good luck next time." Tom carefully gathered the hair together and brushed the hair on his back like painting a wall. The bald back instantly became intact. The smile on Arlong's face was gradually replaced by panic, and an idea popped up in his mind. Demon fruit power. Tom looked at Arlong angrily, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the baseball bat with his head held high, and ran towards Arlong. Boom! 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 Tom rides on Arlong's head and bangs his shark's head like crazy. But after a while, big bags one after another popped out like bamboo shoots after spring. What? After seeing this scene, everyone who just came out of the dungeon widened their eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Who is that sacred? You can beat that vicious and cruel Arlong like this." Al stood in front of the crowd, waved at Tom, and said, "Tom, get out of the way. It's time for me to come on stage." The voice just fell. Ajien suddenly stopped in front of Al, and said seriously, "Young man, you better stop making trouble. That is to say, brother, Arlong will be defeated soon, so don't go up to help." "Brother, it's not that we don't believe you. Even though you are so tall, the Murloc's physical fitness is 10 times stronger than that of a human." The villagers on the side stepped forward to persuade. Advertisement Al didn't bother to talk to them, and could only say that the ignorant had no fear. Seeing Al's serious face, Tom suddenly remembered something. Teeth chattering involuntarily, look left, look right, a little at a loss. While Tom was stunned, Arlong grabbed Tom's feet and threw him into the water. At the same time roared, "I will kill you all." The villagers fled in fright. Some even started complaining about Al. Why did he let that cat come off Arlong's head? Not to mention that Al just got them out. The head of the guard, Jien, looked a bit ugly, but he still stood firmly in place and apologized to Al. "Raise your arms and swear to fight Arlong to the end. Al can't be bothered with these small characters, saving them is just a deal with Nami. Besides, there is no time to worry about these now." When the Murlocs were blown away, the air golf balls that Al hit with golf clubs had been stored in the air for a long time. It's almost out of control. This is a feature that Al discovered while fighting Marine. Knock out the air golf ball if no target is set. These golf balls will keep hovering in the air, accumulating power, and will not attack until the target is determined. At this time, if you look up, you can clearly see that a huge circle has formed in the center of the cloud. Arlong dodged, pinched a villager's neck, and jokingly said, "Run, lowly creatures, no matter where you go, you will die." Then he threw the villagers away, locked his eyes on Al, and laughed loudly, scared, ha 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 ha. "Then it's you next, brat." Al pushed his sunglasses and kicked his hands into his pockets with a calm expression on his face. "Go to hell." Arlong bared his teeth and flew towards Al, trying to bite his head off in one bite. However, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Just when Arlong's sharp teeth were only a few meters away from his neck, Al snapped his fingers. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Arlong was blown away by a huge force for no reason. Boom! The 4-story building collapses, burying Arlong deep in the ground. Advertisement even so, the air golf ball was still bombarding it until it was completely exhausted. Everyone present was so shocked by this scene that they were stunned in place, and at the same time, the eyes they looked at Al gradually became more subtle. Amazing. Somebody said something, and those villagers who complained about Al immediately lowered their heads in shame. Ajien looked at the tall figure in front of him with a complicated expression. At the same time, inside a semicircular building with a stone-carved mouse's head on the roof, the sailors carried the dying Colonel Mouse inside. "Bring the phone bug," Colonel Mouse said weakly. After receiving the phone bug, Colonel Mouse immediately contacted Marine Headquarters. Moses. This is the Marine Headquarters, please tell me if you have anything to say. This is Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Division, Marine number 00733. Colonel Mouse almost roared when he said this, even though the sailors around him kept reminding him to be careful of the wound. However, Colonel Mouse has been blinded by hatred at this time. While the voice gradually became louder, the whole body was trembling constantly. Report to headquarters, there is a man named Al with a cat. Ignore the marine regulations, and even attack us many times, and regard our marine as the enemy. Even defeating the 3 cadres of the evil dragon group is very threatening. Please ask the headquarters to set a huge reward for them. Send the photo now. The sea soldier who was receiving Colonel Mouse's report was full of question marks after seeing his reward order and muttered, "Are you sure this isn't a photo of a poster?" And Colonel Mouse vomited blood angrily when he saw the photo, and cursed angrily. "Aren't there any other photos?" The sea soldier in charge of filming scratched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed smile. "No, at that time I thought this scene was more handsome, so I took it." Colonel Mouse suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Hai Bing took the photo of Al and Tom wearing denim outfits, smiling confidently, and murmured, "It's really handsome." Chapter 12 Never show off in front of Tom. Has Arlong been defeated? Nuo Kagao covered her mouth, unable to believe that all this was true. Arlong, the captain of the dragon pirates who had been tortured for more than 10 years, was defeated in just a moment. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Just when everyone was celebrating that the nightmare was finally over, Arlong's evil laughter suddenly came from the ruins. Nuo Kagao sat slumped on the ground, her face was pale, and she said in despair, "Can't this monster be defeated? Do we really have a future?" Al was also slightly taken aback, and murmured, "Is this guy's skin so thick? But it's okay, Tom hasn't played enough yet." "Hey, something's wrong. Where's Tom?" Al looked around quickly, but Tom was nowhere to be seen. That's when he remembered that Tom seemed to have been thrown into the water by Arlong just now. Al ran to the pool quickly, and saw Tom was lying flat in the water in his swimming trunks, holding a glass of drink in his hand. He was so comfortable. The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly, and he lifted Tom up. Tom, who was disturbed, pouted and took off his sunglasses, wanting to see who dared to disturb his leisurely life. After seeing Al's kind smile, Tom froze, showing an embarrassed smile, and threw the drink in his hand at the same time. Immediately afterwards, he took out the baseball bat and waved it, indicating that he was always ready to fight. Al was also annoyed by Tom, put it down, and said, "It's up to you next." Tom patted his chest with confidence. Just when Tom was about to deal with that stupid fish quickly, and then continue to enjoy life leisurely. Al suddenly said, "By the way, Tom, what drink did you drink just now? Bring me a drink." Tom thought for a while, then pulled out a can of Frappuccino from behind his back, and handed it to Al along with a bunch of snacks. Seeing this, the villagers of Kokoyashi village all stared wide-eyed. The battle is not over yet, why are they so calm? Arlong, who crawled out of the ruins, looked at the man and the cat in front of him, completely ignoring him. Immediately, his face became extremely gloomy, and he said angrily, "You group of damned lowly creatures." Al glanced at him with a very disgusted expression. "Tom, end the battle early, I don't want to play anymore." Advertisement Arlong broke his guard completely after hearing this, and dived into the water with a pounce. After accelerating in seawater, no one can stop my speed. This is the strongest ability bestowed by the gods on the Murlocs. Damn low creature, go to hell. Shark flying arrow. Close black lens bracket. Arlong roared, jumped out of the water, and rushed towards Al. After Tom handed over the last bag of potato chips to Al, he raised his baseball bat and smashed it down. Before the villagers of Kokoyashi village could even react, the battle was over. I only saw Arlong rushing out, and then he was kicked out by Tom. What? Is that a lie? The name of the village in Kokoyashi village opened its mouth wide, with its long tongue sticking out, just like Tom's reaction after being frightened. Even Arlong looked disbelieving. His strongest move was so easily broken by that cat? And knock him out? Look everyone, Arlong's tooth is shattered. Brother, kill him quickly, he has no teeth. Arlong covered his mouth and stood up, angrily said, "Shut up, you lowly creatures." The moment Arlong put down his hand, sharp teeth grew out instantly, and he said angrily, "Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the strongest Murloc in East Blue, Arlong." As he spoke, Arlong took off the teeth and put them on his hands, but every time he took off the sharp teeth, they would grow back immediately. Tom was a little fascinated, and removed his own teeth. It's just that it didn't grow out, which made Tom a little disappointed. And when Al saw Arlong's teeth, no matter what he did, they could grow back in an instant. A bold idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Open black lens bracket iron teeth skill. Close black lens bracket. Arlong grabbed 2 sets of sharp teeth and lunged at Tom again. Advertisement Tom may be in a particularly bad mood because his teeth can't grow back, so he rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. Al was eating potato chips, explaining Tom's battle with a contented expression. Okay, just saw a beautiful home run by Tom, which shattered Arlong's tooth. Arlong's attack speed is gradually increasing, but it can't hurt Tom at all. After seeing this, the villagers of Kokoyashi village froze in place, their brains seemed to have stopped thinking. Nuo Kagao looked at that Dao in disbelief, eating snacks leisurely in the battlefield while explaining his back, with tears in his eyes. Nami, you have found a very reliable person. In this battle, Tom only attacked Arlong's teeth, and every time he knocked, Arlong lost a tooth in his mouth, so he backed up and avoided. After the teeth grew out, he rushed forward again with a reckless attitude. Had it not been for Tom's sore throat, he would have yelled. I want to see if your teeth grow faster or I knock faster. At the same time, this also made Al realize that he must never show his superiority, let alone show his superiority in front of Tom. Over time, Arlong's broken teeth all over the ground. In the end, maybe Tom was tired, and he rode on Arlong's head, throwing a slap in the face. After a round of attack, Tom smashed Arlong's slender and sharp nose into the den. Even though Arlong has already passed out, in order to prevent him from doing the same sneak attack as the previous Zauba, Tom smashed again, and even turned into a phantom. After smashing for a few minutes, he clapped his hands, came to Al's side, opened a bag of potato chips, and began to chew intoxicated. Seeing that Arlong was really killed, the villagers in Kokoyasi wept and shouted. Yeah, Arlong is finally defeated, just when they were about to make up for the knife. Al suddenly stood up to block the crowd, and said with a serious face. Sorry, Arlong, I saved it. If you want to be my enemy, you can try it. Just kidding, how could it be possible for Arlong to die so easily? No matter what, you have to toss him hard. Chapter 13 Tom's Western Sword. The villagers of Kiki Yaksi were stunned for a while and said numbly, what do you mean? Literally, if you want to kill Arlong, you have to ask me if the chicken leg in my hand will agree. When the young girls in Kokoyasi village saw Haki like Al, their eyes suddenly became heart-shaped. Al's domineering words shocked the villagers instantly. However, if Al can take out the chicken leg in his mouth, maybe the effect will be better. But this is enough. After all, Al's strength is there, no one dares to say a word. Ajien stepped forward and asked resolutely, can you give us a reason? Al finished showing off the chicken legs, and when he was about to speak, he suddenly slammed his chest. Choking. Really choked. Can you talk after eating? Al took a big sip of water before he regained his strength and said coldly. There is no reason. As he spoke, he asked Tom to drag away Arlong, who had been bundled into rice dumplings, and walk towards Nami's house. Al's idea was very simple. How could they kill the big tickets that he had managed to grab? Who to kill to provide emotional value? Go to Nami's house. After Al briefly explained what happened to Nami, he put Arlong aside for Nami to calm down. But there is one thing Al reminded Nami in particular. That is, they cannot be beaten to death. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes, and after humming lightly, she began to vent her anger of more than 10 years. Tom yawned, found a comfortable place and fell asleep soundly. The constant fighting made it exhausted already. In less than 3 seconds, a snot bubble appeared on Tom's nose. Al picked up the unfinished coffee and leaned on the sofa, thinking about his harvest. Get Arlong's negative emotions plus 5800. Get the negative emotions of Colonel Mouse plus 1604. Obtain the negative emotions of the Murloc Cuckoo plus 16. Open black lens bracket get. Close black lens bracket. Al roughly estimated that the harvest this time was more than 30,000. This is really a bumper harvest. Looking at the 5-digit number on the system page, it would be a lie to say that I am not excited. Advertisement. However, after the excitement, Al fell into a dilemma of choice. Is it better to draw a lottery or buy it directly in the system mall? Thinking of the odds of winning the lottery, the corners of Al's mouth couldn't help twitching, and he scolded the system again for a while. Then set your sights on the lottery machine. As the saying goes, give it a go, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lucky draw, all studs. The moment the lottery machine turned, Al's heart hung in his throat. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. One after another, thank you for your patronage. The screen frantically swiped in my mind. The expression on Al's face gradually turned from anticipation to somber to numbness. Open black lens bracket. Obtain 1 Western sword from Knight Tom. Close black lens bracket. Al's expression softened a lot when he saw the last winning hint. However, after Al glanced at the system store, his face collapsed in an instant. This Western sword is in the mall, and you can buy it with 20,000 emotion points. The motorcycle did not come out, and 2 bicycle tires were lost. It's really a loss to Grandma's house, but what can be done, and the system can't spit out the emotional value. If possible, with Al's character, it might not be enough to just spit it out, and some interest must be added. After feeling sulky for a while, Al nervously opened the item introduction, only hoping that it wouldn't be like that milk with obvious side effects. Knight Tom's Western sword. Excellent quality, indestructible, close black lens bracket. There is no durability value, and it is still indestructible. Al's heart suddenly set off a turbulent sea. This is really a magic weapon. Before he could get over his excitement, he suddenly saw a system prompt. 10% off in the system mall, and the time limit is 1 minute. He glanced at his balance, then at Arlong and the 3 cadres who had passed out. Al. Goddamn system, go to hell. After venting his grievances, Nami returned to the house, only to see Al sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his cheeks bulging, with a gloomy expression on his face. Did something happen? Nami cautiously walked over to Al's side and asked. Al was in an extremely bad mood, and responded that he was fine, and then he greeted the systematic genealogy in his heart. Nami froze for a moment, then asked again, are you hungry? Might one? Advertisement. Al responded subconsciously, and then realized that he had said something wrong, so he quickly waved his hand and said. No, kind of. Seeing Nami staring at him suspiciously, Al coughed twice and changed the subject. Have you lost your temper yet? Nami nodded, a blush appeared on his face, and he showed a kind smile. Thank you. You're welcome, this is a deal between you and me, now that the deal is over, you should pay. The smile on Nami's face disappeared instantly, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen, while Kaido. Please wait a moment, I will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you right away. Al naturally saw that Nami wanted to renege, took out the baseball bat from the system space, pointed at Nami and said. Why, do you want to renege on your debt? Nami suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, turned around stiffly like a machine, and replied. How come, it's just that I have no money now. No money, why didn't you say it earlier? I said it before. I do not know how. Al suddenly recalled that he seemed to have really said it. This is difficult. Seeing the tangled look on Al's face, Nami smiled and said. If you don't mind, you can take me with you. If you have money like this, I can return it to you as soon as possible, and at the same time, I can also repay your kindness for saving everyone. Seeing that Al didn't speak, Nami became a little anxious, and changed his words again. I'm a very good navigator, if you want to go to sea, I can definitely help you. Nami's eye sockets gradually became moist, as if she really wanted to walk with Al. Al rested his chin in thought. Nami is right, her navigation skills are indeed very strong. And Al never planned to stay here for too long, after all, the new world was where he wanted to be. I agreed, but there is a problem that needs to be solved at present. Seeing that Al agreed, a smile appeared on Nami's face again, happy from the bottom of her heart. I saw Nami folded her hands obediently, put them on her thighs, and asked with a smile, My respected captain, what is the problem? Al coughed twice and said seriously, I don't have a boat. Nami's smile froze instantly. Chapter 14 The Miserable Arlongs. After a simple dinner, Al, as usual, was leaning on the sofa drinking coffee, watching Tom's after-dinner performance. And Nami, after packing up the tableware, went out to find the villagers in Kokoyashi village and asked them to help build a boat. Not long after Nami left, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then Akin's rough voice came from outside the door. Mr. Al, I want to talk to you. Al put down the coffee, Tom opened the door sensibly, then took off his boxing gloves, and skillfully poured a cup of hot tea for Ajien. After receiving the hot tea, Ajien glanced at Arlong and the three cadres who were so tortured that they couldn't distinguish their original appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. While he was in a daze, Al took a sip of coffee and asked, What's the matter? Ajien shook his head, his tone was very serious. Originally, I came here because of Arlong's gang, but looking at them like this, I don't think it's necessary. While talking, Ajien glanced at Arlong who was playing the sandbag again, and couldn't help but gasped. Although Arlong had passed out at the moment, Tom still didn't stop. Originally, his purpose of coming this time was to let Al kill Arlong, but the scene before him. I can feel the pain from such a long distance. At the same time, he also realized how innocent his initial thought was. Killing Arlong and his gang just like that was really too cheap for them. Excuse me, Mr. Al, for the interruption. Ajien put the teacup in his hand on the table, and when he was about to get up and leave, Al suddenly said. Sit down and chat for a while, I have a business I want to talk to you about. Jian was a little puzzled. They were just a group of fish people, and they had been oppressed by Arlong for so long, so they had no money. But since Al said so, Ajien was too embarrassed to leave, and asked, What business? Al took out an Arlong's tooth, put it on the table, and said with a smile, I plan to open a jewelry factory. Isn't Arlong proud that his teeth can grow quickly? Then why can't I take advantage of this and sell his teeth as ornaments all over the world? Ajien was in a fog. Advertisement, what are decorations? He had never heard of this thing before. For civilians like them, the only valuable things were food and gold, silver and jewelry. After listening to Al's grand thoughts, Ajien frowned, and after a long silence, he said solemnly. Sorry Mr. Al, I didn't understand. Al's smile stopped abruptly, he took a sip of coffee silently, and fell into deep thought. If you think about it carefully, it's not their fault. After all, in this world, no one would think of using shark's teeth as decorations. Moreover, those who can wear decorations are high-ranking officials and nobles. For the villagers in Kokoyashi village, who have been oppressed by Arlong and his gang for so many years, it is already good enough to fill their stomachs. But at the same time, it also made Al see a business opportunity with great potential. Just when the two were silent, Nami, who came back from the outside, saw their serious faces, coughed lightly, and asked, Did something happen? After Al told Nami about his thoughts, Nami's eyes turned into Bailey's. Ajien, promise Al quickly, this is a huge deal with huge profits. Nami grabbed Ajien's arm and spoke very excitedly. Although Ajien didn't know why Nami was so excited, but since Nami said it was a big deal, he agreed. After sending Ajien away, Nami picked up the teeth on the table and shouted. Captain, you are a genius. Al was a little embarrassed by Nami's praise, coughed twice and said. Nami, what about the boat? The villagers said they don't know how to build a boat, but they can provide us with materials for building a boat. It's okay, just have Tom. Tom heard someone calling it, poked his head out from the corner, and looked at the two suspiciously. That expression seemed to say, Why are you looking for me? Advertisement. Al and Nami looked at each other and laughed out loud. Tom was a little confused, shook his head, and took out a baseball bat from behind. His smile gradually became evil. By the way, Captain, since Arlong's teeth can be used as decorations, then the 3 cadres can also. Nami rubbed his hands excitedly, looked at the 3 cadres who fell into a coma with a money-losing expression, and showed an evil smile. Al also remembered that in the previous battle, Octopus seemed to use an attack of spraying ink. Nami also said at the time that this ink is very difficult to clean. Hey hey, evil laughter echoed in the house, and the 3 comatose cadres seemed to feel a deep sense of malice. The body trembled instinctively. After a sleepless night, the shrill screams could be heard even in Kekiasi village, a kilometer away. The next morning, it was just dawn. A Jien knocked on the door of Nami's house with a black eye. After waiting for a while, seeing no response, Jien tiptoedly put his ear on the door. Nami's panting voice came to Jien's ears through the crack of the door. Tom faster, it's really amazing. Unlike Captain Al, who dies after a while. Jien's face suddenly darkened, he kicked open the door and roared. What the hell are you doing? In the field of vision, Al was leaning on the sofa profusely with sweat, with a tired look on his face. Tom stuck out his tongue and waved the baseball bat in his hand with a look of lovelessness, while Nami cheered for him from the sidelines. Eyes full of Bailey. Chapter 15. The capitalists cried when they saw it. So what are you guys doing? Hello? As soon as the words fell, Nami saw a gleam of light in his eyes, and grabbed Jien's arm and walked towards the back room. Al waved his hand with a, good luck, look. Tom was also very excited when he saw a newcomer coming, and handed over the baseball bat in his hand very enthusiastically. Before Jien could react, Tom ran away with a whoosh. Nami, what do you want? Jien gradually realized the seriousness of the matter, and when he was about to escape, he found that Nami had locked the door. Where do you want to run? Nami showed a kind smile, grabbed Jien by the collar and dragged him in. Immediately afterwards, Arlong's screams and curses sounded. Damn lowly creatures, ah. Sooner or later, ah, I'm going to kill you all. What? Jien, who had been sleepless for 3 days, finally shed his last tear under the pressure of Nami. During these 3 days, as long as someone dared to knock on the door, Nami would not hesitate to drag him in as a coolie. Either knocking on Arlong's teeth, or feeding Xiaoba to drink water, and then the two of them used physical vomiting to get the ink they wanted. Either the teeth are ground and carved with a file under Nami's supervision. Whenever Arlong and the others are about to fail, Al will give them some milk made by Jerry. While renewing their lives, they can also enhance their physique and maximize their output. Gradually, a complete assembly line was born like this. It's a bit costly, but nothing else. Hurry up, the output has not reached the standard for 10 minutes. Nami knocked on the production amount posted on the wall, bared his teeth and roared at the villagers who were so emaciated that they were about to become mummies. Everyone, I feel like I'm about to die. As soon as the words fell, a villager who was carving suddenly fell to the ground and passed out. Advertisement. Then Tom picked it up mechanically and threw it out the door. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. This is already the 30th fallen partner. Everyone shed tears of remorse. Why did they agree to Nami in the first place? Back when Nami said that he could beat Arlong as much as he wanted. Everyone seemed to have lost their minds, and agreed without the slightest hesitation. You can only blame them for being too naive. If they were given another chance to do it all over again, they would definitely say 3 words to that girl, I would. But be sure to add a deadline. It's a pity that there are not so many ifs in the world. Time passed bit by bit, but Nami's physical strength seemed to be exhausted. In the work of recruiting, managing and resigning, we are meticulous. Even if Al tried to persuade her to take a break, she would be severely rejected by Nami, who often responded to Al with the words, it is my responsibility to stick to my post. As time passed, Al stopped persuading Tom, but told Tom to treat Arlong and his men well. Then he went out to find a buyer. When I came back, it was already 4 days later. Looking at the wooden box, Great Wall, in front of you, connecting Nami's house and Kokoyashi village. Al couldn't help but froze in place, unable to calm down for a long time. Good guy, Nami didn't arrest all the villagers in Kokoyashi village. Holding this conjecture, Al came to Nami's house, but found that there was no one there. Just when Al wondered if something happened to Nami and the others, he was suddenly dragged into a bush beside him with a cane. When Al was about to launch an attack, he discovered that the dry old man in front of him was actually the chief of the guard, Jien. The moment Jien saw Al, he suddenly burst into tears, grabbed Al's arm and shouted. Everyone, don't hide, we are saved. The words just fell, before Al understood what was going on. One after another, figures stood up from the bushes, waving their arms happily and shouting, we are saved. Advertisement. Al didn't understand why he stood up, and after looking around, he realized that these were all villagers from Kekiasi village, but why were they all so dry? Is it possible? Just as Al was thinking, a blue figure suddenly jumped down from the tree and trapped Al with a huge net. Tom danced excitedly on the spot without even looking at who he had caught. Until Nami's trembling voice reached its ears. Tom, you are finished. Tom turned his head stiffly like a machine, and saw Al looking at him with a kind smile on his face, and was suddenly frightened into a cold sweat. After untying the giant net, Tom threw it far away, and then showed an awkward and polite smile, trying to pass the test cutely. Al was too lazy to argue with Tom, locked his eyes on Nami, and said, Nami, please explain. Like a child who did something wrong, Nami put her hands behind her back, twisted her toes on the ground, and told what happened during the few days when Al was away. The corner of Al Ting's mouth twitched. No wonder the villagers in Kokoyasi village hid themselves. No one dared to come after the sentimental Nami yelled at the whole village. So let Tom play a game of cat and mouse with the villagers. If you are caught, you will be locked up in a small dark room, working 24 hours a day. This operation, the capital will cry when they see it, and the Jews will have to kneel when they hear it. Just when Al was about to talk about Nami, Jien suddenly pulled Al aside and explained. Please don't blame Nami, this is all voluntary. However, if there is a chance, let's take Nami away quickly, we can't stand it anymore. Glancing at Jien's dry body, the corners of Al's mouth twitched involuntarily. If your physical characteristics can be normal, I will believe it. However, Jien didn't care anymore, showing an old father's smile, and murmured. We haven't seen Nami's heartfelt smile for a long time. So, no matter what, as long as it makes Nami happy, it doesn't matter if she dies. Looking at Jien's resolute expression, Al just wanted to say. You guys are really pervert, chapter 16 want to learn? I teach you? But since Jiandu said so, Al didn't bother to intervene in their personal grievances. After verbally educating Nami, Al led them back to the house. After telling Nami the news of finding a buyer, Nami jumped up excitedly. Then he hurried out, saying that he wanted to tell the villagers of Kokoyasi village the good news. They finally don't have to go hungry anymore. Looking at the back of Nami leaving, Al smiled gratifiedly, and at the same time understood that Jien and the others would do that. Maybe this is the bond between them. Meow? Tom tilted his head, as if he couldn't understand why Nami was so happy, but when Nami was happy, he was happy too. In the past few days, Nami and Tom have also established a very deep friendship. Al cast a glance at the room where Arlong was held before, and asked in confusion, Tom, where are Arlong and his men? As soon as he finished speaking, Tom seemed to have remembered something, and laughed out loud while holding his belly. That extremely magical laughter soon infected Al, and he laughed too. After laughing for a while, Tom shook off the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at Al who was still smiling, and showed a puzzled expression. As if asking, what are you laughing at? Al's smile froze instantly, he coughed twice and said, Tom, answer my question just now. Tom thought for a while, and when he was about to laugh again, Al put his hands on Tom's mouth and threatened. If you laugh again, I'll give you a small firecracker. Tom. Can't afford it. Under Al's threat, Tom became more honest, nodded slightly and led Al to a windmill. Under the huge windmill, Ju and Kruby were tied to the windmill at this time. And under the windmill, there was a huge square stone, and above the stone, Tom had chiseled hundreds of Arlong's sharp teeth. Every time the windmill turns, Ju and Kruby have to struggle to lift their butts up, or they will get scratched by Arlong's sharp teeth. And Arlong and Zalba were tied to a tree beside them, witnessing their companions being abused, and at the same time providing teeth and ink continuously. Tom raised his head triumphantly, as if to say, how about my masterpiece? Advertisement. Al listened to the wailing sound that came from time to time, and suddenly shivered. Just listening to this sound can feel pain. But Tom can come up with such an idea, and there is really no one else. Touching Tom's little head, Al turned on the system prompt. Negative emotions from Arlong +99. Negative emotions from Kruby +88. Open black lens bracket from. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. There are thousands of reminders on the page that are still being refreshed. Al grinned and said. Come on, Tom, I'll take you to something good to eat. When Tom heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he licked the corners of his mouth with anticipation. Ever since it was summoned by Al has been saying that he wants to take it to eat delicious food, but so many days have passed. It's finally the day when it will come true. One person and one cat came to the most luxurious restaurant in Kokoyasi village. Al didn't even look at the menu, and asked the waiter to serve all the dishes. After a while, a table full of dishes was served. Al looked at it at first glance. Good guy, it's all fish. Tom was so happy that he grabbed a steamed fish and stuffed it into his mouth. When he spit it out, there was only a whole fishbone left. During this meal, Al basically didn't move his chopsticks much, and he was engrossed in watching Tom show off in various ways. When he realized that there was only soup left on the table, Tom shrugged a bit embarrassedly. At this moment, Al saw through the window that Nami was looking around on the road with Octopus, as if looking for something. Nami, what are you doing? Al yelled. When Nami heard that it was Al's voice, she immediately beamed with joy, trotted all the way to the second floor, and said happily. Captain, the shipbuilding materials are ready. The other octopus Zalba said that he wanted to make up for his mistakes, so let me bring him to you. Xiao Ba hid behind the door, his body trembling a little, as if he hadn't gone out of the psychological shadow yet. As soon as Tom saw Zalba, he immediately got excited. While everyone was not paying attention, he carefully turned out from under the window, showing an evil smile. Nami, you can decide for yourself, as long as the ink can guarantee the output. Al took a sip of hot tea, and his tone was very flat. Nami elbowed Zalba, and Zalba immediately bent down and said, thank you, I promise to obey Nami obediently. Advertisement. Nami also smiled, and said, then the captain, Zalba's matter has been dealt with, what about the ship's matter? As soon as the words were finished, Tom appeared behind Xiao Ba in a white bed sheet. What? Xiao Ba screamed, pretending to have passed out. Tom burst out laughing, showing Al and Nami a look. Al coughed twice. Tom, I leave the shipbuilding to you. Tom patted his chest, turned around in a circle, and changed into repairman's clothes in seconds, holding a treasure chest in his hand. At first Nami was a little confused. Could Tom build a boat? After seeing the confident expressions of Al and Tom, he no longer doubted Tom's ability. After spending so many days with Tom, Nami felt that there was nothing Tom couldn't settle. Al didn't follow because he had other things to attend to. When they came to the coast, they were surrounded by dry villagers. The moment they saw Nami and Tom, everyone subconsciously prepared to run away. Then after thinking about it, Nami stopped arresting people, so he fell back again. Nuo Kagawa stepped forward and said, Nami, the materials are ready, but what if none of us know how to build a ship? Nami smiled confidently, pushed Tom out, and introduced grandly, this is the boatman I am looking for. What? Tom is no stranger to the villagers of Kokoyashi village, but that only stays in combat. Nuo Kagawa's eyelids twitched, and she pointed at Tom in disbelief. Are you sure? Tom seemed to be annoyed by Nuo Kagawa's words. He rolled up his sleeves and took out various tools from the treasure chest. There was a whoosh, and a blue lightning set off a gust of wind, which blinded everyone. When he opened his eyes again, the frame of a boat was built by Tom. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. But Tom silently lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and spit it out, forming a line of words in the air. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 17 Garp Old Rascal. Marine Branch 16. Covering his face, Al took out a bottle of ink and a bowl of takoyaki from his pocket and strolled in. The main purpose of coming here is to sell ink and takoyaki to Marine. At the same time, it can also find a safe haven for Kokoyashi village. After all, once he goes out to sea, Al doesn't know when he will come back. If there are other pirates or bandits who attack Kokoyashi village and occupy his property. Even if he found out, he couldn't come back immediately, relying on Zalba alone, he still didn't feel at ease. So the best way is to have a certain connection with Marine and get Marine's protection. While going to sea at ease, you can also earn Marine's money, which is killing two birds with one stone. The sailor on duty stopped Al and asked, Marine Branch, please stay away. I'm here to do business with you. Let Colonel Mouse come out to see me. The sailor on duty froze for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, Colonel Mouse has passed away. Al was stunned for a moment. He remembered that he didn't kill him at that time. Why did he hang up? The sailor on duty had a big tongue. He pulled Al aside with a smile, and told the news that Colonel Mouse was P***D to death. As the first colonel to be P***D off, this is considered big news in Marine. The corner of Lu Shi's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he said to himself, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's Colonel Mouse's poor mental quality. The sailor on duty didn't recognize the man in front of him. It was Al who P***D Colonel Mouse to death, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. He even described him and Tom as a heinous villain. Tell him to run for his life as soon as he sees it, otherwise he will be heartbroken, very cruel. Fortunately, Al is here to discuss business. Otherwise, you must tear off the veil and let him see if you will cut his waist. Ignoring the sailors on duty, Al went straight into the Marine Branch and yelled, who is your new colonel? I saw a middle-aged man with a dog's head hat on his head, eating a donut with his legs crossed, and looked at Al suspiciously. Boy, the new colonel will come here tomorrow, if you have anything to say to the old man. After Al saw the middle-aged uncle's face clearly, his heart suddenly became turbulent. Has many titles, Marine Hero, Legendary Sailor, Old Rogue, Garp. Advertisement. Why is he here? Al's heart skipped a beat. That state is like a hunter holding a shotgun and suddenly ran into a hungry tiger on the road. The identity of the hunter and the prey is only a difference of one thought. Al coughed lightly, restrained his breath, and said, I am the representative of Kokoyashi village, and I am here to discuss business with you. Garp chomped on the donut and said absently, I don't understand this kind of thing. After speaking, he took out a blank piece of paper and threw it in Al's hand, and continued, just look at it yourself. Seeing this, the sailors on the side stood up and shouted, Vice Admiral Garp, don't you even ask. However, Garp laughed loudly, and looked at Al with a slightly subtle look, shaking his head and saying, I feel no malice in him. Hai Bing was so anxious that he wanted to say something more. Garp didn't want to listen anymore, and walked straight to the door. When passing by Al, Garp suddenly stopped, looked at the takoyaki in Al's right hand, and asked, What are you holding in your hand? It smells so good. Before Al could react, Garp took the takoyaki from Al's hand, found a place to sit down and started eating. Vice Admiral Garp, all the sailors shouted in unison. Garp turned around, waved his hands with his back to the crowd, and said, If you want to eat, go to the merchant. That's not what we want to talk about, hey. However, Garp did not respond to them, but gave a thumbs up and grinned. Do you want to try it? The taste is very good. Looking at Garp, who was noisy with all the sea soldiers, the corner of Al's mouth couldn't help twitching. Well, it's Garp. At the same time, the thought of competing with Garp disappeared. He didn't want to get into a fight with an old man who had no intention of fighting at all. Although the opponent is very strong, advertisement. After arguing with a group of sailors, Garp happily ended his meal. Then he patted Al on the shoulder lightly, and said with a big smile, Al, the food you brought is very suitable for this old man, so I don't intend to arrest you this time. Hey, he's the heart-eating owl. It's unbelievable that he dared to come to the marine branch alone. The breathing of all the sailors became rapid in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they picked up their weapons and pointed their guns at Al. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Al didn't intend to pretend any longer. He tore off the veil, showed a confident smile, and said, "How did you find out?" Garp didn't respond, but turned to look at the sea soldier, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. "It's better not to say anything about it, then, just pretend I didn't say it, ha 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 ha." All the sailors were petrified by Garp's remarks on the spot. The corner of Al's mouth twitched wildly, and he muttered in his heart, "Is this the legendary ability to withdraw fruit?" But Garp didn't care. He patted Al on the shoulder again, and laughed. "Little ghost, next time we meet, we will be enemies." Al hummed lightly and said with a smile, "Vice Admiral Garp, I am looking forward to our next meeting." Garp froze for a moment, took out a donut from his arms, laughed and walked out of the house, and said at the same time, "Remember to bring me delicious food next time, ha 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 ha." Watching Garp go, Al clapped his hands and resumed his arrogant look. I saw him sitting in the most central position, patted the white paper Garp gave him on the table, and said loudly, "Hey, you guys. Why are you so stupid? Hurry up and fix this for me. I'm still waiting to go home for dinner." Chapter 18 Tom's Reward Order. Al was furious, East Blue. A dhow with a sheep's head prowled slowly on the sea level. Usopp, wearing a cuckold with a nose like a stick, took the newspaper from the paw of the newspaper gull and complained. "Really, why have the prices of newspapers increased?" Before Usopp could read the newspaper, Luffy excitedly dragged Usopp to the right deck. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "What, so I wanted to practice guns. Haha, Luffy, let me show you how good I am at shooting." Usopp smiled confidently, loaded the shells into the barrel, and stretched out his thumb for comparison. Only one shell was used to shatter the abrupt rock in the distance. "It's so powerful, it hit it in one shot." Luffy was full of praise. Usopp gave himself a thumbs up, and said with an embarrassed smile, "How about it, my uncle is amazing." Zoro was woken up by the noise of the two, and asked, "What are you doing?" Luffy was about to explain, when suddenly there was a roar from the bow. "The nameless pirate wants to kill my partner, get out." Luffy hurried to the bow and shouted, "What's the matter, what's the matter?" I saw a man with the word, "See," engraved on his face, holding a machete, slashing towards Luffy with all his strength. Luffy dodged and said angrily, "Although I don't know who you are, don't destroy my ship." The man was sent flying by Luffy, and hit the deck hard. At the same time, he recognized the gap between himself and his opponent, and murmured, "Bad, is it a hair's breadth away?" Zoro heard the sound and rushed over. After seeing this man, he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, Isn't this Johnny? Why are you here?" Johnny heard someone calling him, opened his eyes, looked at Zoro in front of him in shock, and stood up in shock. "Isn't this brother Zoro? Why did you appear on the pirate ship?" Zoro didn't answer, and asked instead, "Where is Joseph? Isn't that guy with you?" As soon as the words fell, Johnny suddenly burst into tears. While pulling the unconscious Joseph up, he told everyone what happened to him. A week ago, they originally wanted to kill Arlong in exchange for a bounty. As a result, they were hunted down by his Murlocs before they even met Arlong. Joseph was also seriously injured during the period and has been in a coma. Advertisement. The more Johnny spoke, the more excited he became, weeping fluently. "Originally, I took Johnny to rest under that rock for a while, but..." Whoa, poor Joseph. Looking at Joseph lying dying on the deck, Luffy and Usopp bowed their heads apologetically and admitted their mistake. Then Usopp seemed to remember something, took out a newspaper from his arms, pointed to one of the pictures and said, "Is that the Arlong you're talking about?" Johnny casts a glance, then pulls Arlong's wanted notice from his pocket. "Compared with it for a while, I didn't see that guy in the newspaper. How does it look like Arlong?" Usopp raised his hands a little sour, and complained, "What are you gesticulating? Don't you see the big characters on the title above?" After Johnny said sorry, he turned his attention to the title. "How can that be?" The expression on Johnny's face froze instantly, his eyes widened, and he snatched the Vice Admiral newspaper from Usopp's hand. Staring at those eye-catching lines of characters, Johnny's heart can be said to have set off a stormy sea. "I saw in the newspaper it said, open black lens bracket shock. The dragon pirates were defeated by Tom and his men Al. Close black lens bracket." Johnny turned it over, and there were wanted notices for Al and Tom on it. "How is it possible? This little brother and his cat are so strong." Luffy snatched the newspaper, looked at Tom and Al on the cover, with golden eyes, and shouted, "See Gooey." Usopp was immediately interested and grabbed the newspaper with Luffy. And Zoro said calmly, "Is that Arlong very strong?" Johnny's expression became serious in an instant, and he told Zoro how powerful Arlong's gang was. Surprisingly, while Johnny spoke vigorously, Luffy also listened seriously. After Johnny's vivid explanation, Luffy and his group also had a little understanding of Arlong's horror. Usopp was even more frightened, his legs trembled, and he shouted, "Such a terrifying guy has been defeated." Luffy, on the other hand, laughed and said, "It's so funny. I really want to compete with these guys named Tom and Al. Ha ha ha." At the same time, Kokoyaksi Village. Advertisement. Nami took the newspaper from Paishin Seagull. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by nervousness. Captain Al, something is wrong. Nami's shout immediately attracted the attention of all the villagers in Kekiasi village. Everyone looked at Nami, who was running wildly with puzzled faces, and asked, Nami, what happened? Nami ignored them, but rushed to Al, who was overseeing the construction of Ichiko's takoyaki. Seeing Nami's eager look, Al joked, Nami, what happened? Could it be that Marine sent warships to encircle me? Ha ha ha. Nami panted heavily, shook her head and said, it's worse than this. Al put away his smile, frowned slightly, and asked what happened. Could it be that there is something worse than the encirclement and suppression by a few warships? I saw Nami holding up the newspaper, with a look of fear on his face. Captain Al, you watch the news. Al took the newspaper from Nami, then sat down in a nearby chair and read it with Tom. After Tom saw Arlong's miserable appearance on the cover, he burst into tears with laughter. Seeing this, Nami hastily turned the newspaper over. I saw the wanted notice of Al and Tom wearing denim clothes appearing in the newspaper, which is very eye-catching. It's pretty photogenic. Al laughed when he saw Tom's bounty and patted Tom's little head. Tom, the reward for the first time is 30 million Baileys. It seems that the Marines have also recognized your strength. Although Tom didn't know what the bounty meant, but I can understand that Al is praising himself for being great. Proudly raised its little head, showing off its biceps in front of several people. However, the next second, Al's angry roar suddenly sounded. Are you kidding me? Why is lousy only 50 Baileys? At this moment, a pretty boy lost his happiness. Chapter 19. Sea Beast Momo, the boat puller is here. Nami froze, picked up the newspaper from the ground, and murmured. The dragon pirates were defeated by Tom and his men. Al? Has Marine made a mistake? Knowing the horror of Al, Nami immediately felt that Marine must have made a mistake. Not only Nami thinks so, even Al thinks so too, but on second thought. In the fight against Arlong, Al didn't shoot much. It will be considered by Marine as Tom's subordinate, so it can be explained. Tom didn't know what happened, but what he could understand was that Al was mistaken for his subordinate, and he burst out laughing. After being given a hard look by Al, Tom smiled awkwardly and ran away. Nami thought that Al would be devastated because of this, when he just wanted to comfort him. Al suddenly showed a sinister smile and said, Don't you think I'm Tom's subordinate? This can just hide my strength, and then catch the enemy by surprise. I'm such a genius, ha 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 ha. Nami covered her face to express her speechlessness, then suddenly remembered her real purpose and shouted. Captain Al, that's not the point. The point is that you and Tom have become wanted criminals, wanted by the whole world. Al was a little puzzled, and asked back, Isn't it normal for pirates to be wanted? Nami. Okay Nami, don't make that scared look. Al showed a confident smile and said, Please tell me, we should get out of here. Nami was a little puzzled and asked, Where are you going? Idiot, of course I went to sea. In the next 2 days, Al and Nami dealt with the factory and restaurant without sleep. This is the main source of income for their next voyage, and there is no room for carelessness. Tom led a group of villagers to build boats in full swing. The villagers of Kokoyasi village, as well as the villagers of more than 20 surrounding villages and towns, learned that Al and Tom were wanted. Danger of causing a riot. Advertisement. Al and Tom, these two were the heroes who saved them. After being oppressed by Arlong's group for so many years, Marine just doesn't matter. Now that someone rescued them, they still want to be wanted? It's hard to imagine what crazy things these villagers would have done if Al hadn't stepped in to deal with it. It also proved Al's status in their hearts. When they learned that Al and the others were about to leave, villagers from more than 20 surrounding villages and towns came to see them off. Its momentum is huge, and the scene is very spectacular. By the coast. With the warm welcome of the villagers, Al, Tom, and Nami embarked on their journey. Captain Al, you seem to be in a good mood. Nami sticks out her tongue, she looks weird and even cute. Al smiled. Aren't you the same? The two looked at each other and laughed loudly. It would be a lie to say that you are unhappy with so many people seeing you off. Tom, set sail and get ready to sail. As soon as the words fell, Nami looked at Tom with some doubts and said in disbelief. Can Tom even do that? Tom felt underestimated and snorted softly. With confident steps, he put away the anchor. Then he came to the pole of the boat, raised the sail very skillfully, clapped his hands, and lay down on the chair to drink a drink leisurely. The whole set of movements is smooth, like an old sailor who has been at sea for many years. Nami rubbed his eyes, always feeling that the scene in front of him was too dreamy. Even though she has many years of experience in going to sea, she can't guarantee that she can do so smoothly. Al held back his laughter, knowing that Tom's longest job was as a sailor at sea. For Tom, these are really simple things that cannot be simpler. Tom lay for a while, probably feeling that the boat was going too slowly. After trotting to the back of the boat, a pair of claws firmly grasped the stern, and then stretched the tail into the sea. I saw that Tom's tail turned like a propeller crazily. It actually drove the entire triangle sail. Nami sensed something was wrong with the speed of the ship, and ran out of the cabin, shouting. Captain Al, there seems to be something wrong with the ship's speed. After hearing this, Al pointed to Tom who was exercising, and laughed loudly. Advertisement, if this is right, it's a strange thing. Nami glanced at Propeller Tom, patted his chest, took a long breath, and cursed with a smile. So did Tom, so I thought the wind had changed, just as the two were laughing and talking about Tom. An angry roar came from the bottom of the sea. The calm sea suddenly became turbulent. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. When the villagers who were about to leave saw the huge monster, their smiles were instantly replaced by fear. That's the Dragon Gang, Sea Beast, Moo Moo. Captain Al, Nami, Tom, run. Al glanced at the villagers on the coast and asked, what are they shouting for? Nami felt bad all of a sudden. At this time, there's time to pay attention to the villagers. The huge sea beast in front of you is the key point, okay? Nami, who is very familiar with Arlong's group, naturally knows the behemoth in front of him. At the same time, he is also very aware of the combat power of the sea beast Momo. Nami thought Al would call Tom to deal with Mumu, the sea beast. However, after seeing Tom's appearance, Nami couldn't bear it. Seeing Tom's tongue lolling on the ground, panting heavily, looking like he was dying, it made people feel distressed. Al stretched his muscles and said with a smile, how about grabbing him and pulling the boat, Tom? Tom imagined himself standing on the watchtower in his mind, feeling the sea wind whizzing by, and nodded frantically. Seeing the excited faces of the two, Nami smiled stiffly, said cheers, ran into the cabin, and hid. The sea beast Momo felt that he was being ignored, and his eyes suddenly turned pure white, and a piece of his forehead even twisted into a shape. Tom, remember to put a rope around its horns later, don't let it get away. Tom nodded vigorously, put on his denim clothes, held a cow rope in his hand, and waved it in the air. Al took out the western sword and swung it around, very smoothly. One person and one cat looked at each other, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 20. The Al Pirates are officially established. Aboard the Mary. After Usopp heard Luffy's idea of finding out about Al and Tom, he pointed to the reward on the cover of the newspaper and shouted. Hey, Luffy, take a look at their bounties first. Tom, regardless of life or death, a reward of 30 million Baileys is offered, close black lens bracket. Al, regardless of life or death, a reward of 50 Baileys is offered, close black lens bracket. After meowing, Luffy pointed at Al's photo with some doubts and muttered. Why is this guy's bounty so low? Johnny also came over and echoed. I also feel very strange, this cat named Tom, I remember it as this little brother's pet. Could it be that Marine and the others made a mistake? Johnny and Luffy analyzed seriously, and you completely ignored Usopp. Hey, you two give me enough. Usopp tugged at Luffy's face angrily, making him focus on the bounty. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Crow's guy is only 16 million Baileys, and he is already too strong. Just when Usopp was about to continue, Zoro interrupted. Usopp, stop talking. Just when Usopp thought Zoro would speak for him, Zoro grinned. I am also looking forward to fighting against the strong. Zoro, why are you like this? Usopp was crying, clasped his hands and begged not to run into Al and Tom. And at the same time, with the cooperation of Al and Tom, the sea beast Momoa was beaten with a bruised nose and a bruised face, with bruises all over his head. There was even a sword mark of a cross cut by Al on the chest. Looking at the aggrieved look of the sea beast Momoa, Tom couldn't bear it. Just when it was thinking about whether to discuss with Al and release the sea beast Momoa. A picture of myself standing on the bow of the boat and feeling the speed of the wind suddenly appeared in my mind. Tom shook his head violently, and the only guilt left in his heart was instantly forgotten. Aha! Tom threw out the rope neatly, and put it on the horn of the sea beast Momoa precisely. At the same time, he quickly tied the other end of the rope to the boat pole, and tied a bow along the way. After finishing this, Tom clapped his hands and showed an expectant smile. Tom, well done. Al stood on the head of the sea beast Momoa, and while giving Tom a thumbs up, he tapped Momu's head with his western sword, threatening. Advertisement, be honest, or I will stew you. The sea beast Momo shed 2 lines of tears, feeling very wronged in his heart. It clearly appeared as a hunter, but why did it somehow become a prey? And he will be arrested to pull the boat, although I feel very aggrieved, I can't beat these 2 guys. After crying for a while, under the threat of Al, the sea beast Momo dragged the dhow and drove at high speed on the sea. By the coast. Looking at the shadow of the boat gradually disappearing from sight, the villagers gradually recovered from their shock. In the crowd, someone murmured, "Sigui." Immediately, the pot exploded in the crowd, everyone's eyes widened, and the incredible shouts resounded through the sky. It's a lie, they actually defeated the sea beast Momo? It's unbelievable, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother, this is really not a dream, they really defeated that monster. The head of the guard, a Jien, took off the windmill above his head and inserted it under a tree. Then he glanced at the people from other villages who were talking a lot, and snorted. I knew they must be fine. Nuo Kagao. Aegean, you were more excited than them just now. Aegean. You must be wrong, how could I worry about them? Al stood on top of the sea beast Momo, with his arms open, feeling the sea breeze. I can't help but think back to when I first came to this world. At that time, he was standing on top of the sea beast like he is now. Only at that time, all Al felt was the deep malice from this world. And now, if you really want to talk about feelings, then there is only one word, cool. Now he not only has Tom as a powerful partner, but also a top navigator Nami. Moreover, there are many powerful props and equipment in the system space. For example, the indestructible dog gnaws a baseball bat, durable 2. Able to hit any object as a golf ball and automatically chase the enemy's golf club, durable 3. Excellent quality and indestructible western sword, close black lens bracket. And half a bottle of Jerry's milk, that even Tom shook his head when he saw it. Just relying on Tom and these props, Al is also confident that he can make a name for himself in the new century. Not to mention that there are still 24,572 emotional points left. Advertisement: the original emotional value was as high as more than 50,000. But Al couldn't bear the temptation of the lottery and spent nearly 30,000 emotional points in one go to the lottery. As a result, that night, Al was almost crashed by the system. With nearly 30,000 emotional points, only one was drawn: Tom's glue-covered bubblegum, close black lens bracket. You don't need to buy this stuff in the system store, okay? Since then, Al hasn't pinned his hopes on the lottery machines. Instead, start being a hoarder, because he found a top item worth 100,000 emotional points in the system store, the crew summon card. Al made an estimate: if he accumulates emotional points at the current rate, in less than 2 months, you can accumulate 100,000 emotional points. I'm really looking forward to the next crew member's appearance. Al suddenly burst out laughing. The scared sea beast Momo swam even harder, lest Al would be stewed if he was unhappy. Feeling the speed of the ship, Nami got up from the bed and rushed to the deck. I saw Tom wearing beach swimming trunks, lying on a chair and drinking juice leisurely, while still waving to himself. Nami froze for a moment, then turned to look at the bow of the ship. Al, standing on the head of the sea monster Mu, also noticed Nami, and laughed. Nami, do you want to come up and feel it? Nami shook his head frantically, and complained in a low voice. What two monsters? Then he asked, Captain Al, since we are pirates, we must have the names of the pirate flag and the pirate group, right? Do you have any ideas for this? Al thought for a while, and the picture of the wanted poster in the newspaper appeared in his mind, and he said, then call it the Cowboy Pirates. Nami froze for a moment, then remembered the name written on the wanted notice in the newspaper. Open black lens bracket Cowboy Tom, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Denim Al, close black lens bracket. Immediately understood why Al would take this name. Just when she was about to ask about the pirate flag, Tom had already drawn it and hung it on the watchtower. I saw a pirate flag with 2 revolvers piercing a skull, fluttering in the wind on the watchtower. Al laughed and said, the Cowboy Pirates are officially established. Go, target, Grand Line, Chapter 21. The Sea Restaurant encounters the Straw Hat Pirates. Sea Restaurant Barati. This is Al's first stop on their voyage. Al didn't intend to come here, however, because Tom heard from Nami that there is a restaurant on the sea, and the taste is very good. As a veteran foodie, Tom was naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity, and kept pestering Al, insisting on trying something new. Tom already thought so much. What can Al do? Of course it is spoiling Tom. Since Al promised Tom to go to the sea restaurant, Tom was very excited along the way. From time to time, pull out various weapons from behind to threaten the sea beast Momo, let it speed up. Al is at the gym, exercising daily. Nami took good care of the orange trees planted on the roof of the cabin. Regarding Tom's threat to the sea beast Momo, both of them chose to ignore it very tacitly. Al even gave Tom the western sword. The sea beast Mu said, these guys are all devils. Unscrupulous devil who squeezes employees. Just came to the sea restaurant Barati. Hearing a whoosh, Tom turned into a blue lightning before the customers and staff in the restaurant reacted. Tom sat on a Karakura seat, holding a knife and fork in both hands, looking at the menu excitedly. Al and Nami looked at each other, helpless at Tom's urgent behavior. Whose cat is this? Look, Mom, that cat is so cute. What a spiritual cat, I really want to raise one. For a while, the restaurant on the sea, which was originally quiet, boiled instantly. The appearance of Tom has undoubtedly become the most dazzling existence of the sea restaurant Barati. Advertisement, of course. There are sharp-eyed bounty hunters who recognize Tom at a glance, and at the same time, they're thinking about killing Tom to receive the reward. At this moment, a rough voice came from the attic. Quiet. Shut up, lousy, if you want to continue eating. A middle-aged man with a tall hat on his head and a wooden prosthesis on his right leg appeared in everyone's field of vision. Chef Jep. The staff of the restaurant on the sea bowed to Jepu very respectfully. In the corner, a man wearing a black top hat with eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, after meeting Jepu. With a sneer that only he could hear, Redfoot Zap? But no one noticed the man, because everyone's attention was drawn to Zap. After bowing, the staff of the restaurant on the sea pointed to Tom, who was looking through the menu seriously, and asked, Chef Zap, what should we do with this cat? Jepu glared at the waiter and cursed. Have you forgotten the rules of our sea restaurant? Whether it's a marine or a pirate, even a cat, as long as it doesn't cause trouble, it's our customer. Zapu's astonishing aura instantly stunned everyone present. The waiter was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurried to serve Tom in front of him. After casually pointing to a few dishes, Tom shook his head. The waiter was a little confused and couldn't understand what Tom wanted to express. Al stepped forward and explained with a smile. Tom means that, except for these few things that are unnecessary, everything else will be added. The waiter froze for a moment, and when he was about to speak, Nami explained. Tom is our crew member, sorry to trouble you. The waiter smiled awkwardly, crossed out the names of the dishes Tom pointed out, and ran into the back kitchen. Captain Al, have you noticed that there is something wrong with the way some people nearby look at us? It's okay, Nami. I don't mind throwing them all into the sea and feeding them to the sharks if they dare to make trouble. Al's words immediately pulled the hatred of all the evil-minded guys onto himself. Advertisement. Nami nodded, flashing a big smile, before setting his sights on the menu. With just a meow, the smile on Nami's face instantly froze. How can it be so expensive? A dish actually costs several thousand pele. Nami felt distressed. But after looking at Tom's expectant little eyes, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Waiter, serve another serving. The waiter, who had just entered the back kitchen, poked his head out, looked at Nami with weird eyes, and shouted. Add one more. After a while, the dining table was filled with delicacies from mountains and seas. When the waiter was delivering the food, he just wanted to mention the prohibition of waste in sea restaurants. I saw Tom open his mouth wide and stuff the whole plate into his mouth. When he took it out again, there was only a clean empty plate left. The waiter swallowed and froze for a long time before saying, I wish you a pleasant meal. As soon as the voice fell, there was only a roaring explosion coming from the second floor. Instinctively, Nami stood up in horror and yelled, what happened? It's okay, Nami, sit down and eat. Al waved his hand, his tone very flat. Tom also nodded in agreement, and handed a piece of cake to Nami by the way. Nami hummed lightly and took the cake, but she was absent-minded all the time, always feeling that something bad would happen next. Al already knew who was coming when he heard the explosion. It's just that what he didn't expect was that he would meet Luffy in this place. Now that Luffy has come to the Shanghai restaurant, will Haki, known as the world's #1 swordsman, also appear next? A smirk formed on the corner of Al's mouth. This trip to the sea restaurant is not in vain, not only the food is sweet and delicious. You can move your muscles even after meals. Nami froze for a moment, but didn't understand what Al said. But the only thing that was clear was this smile on Al's face. Nothing good. Chapter 22 Duel. Tom vs. Zoro. As Nami had predicted in his heart, not long after the explosion sounded. Several chefs from the sea restaurant dragged a boy in a red shirt and a straw hat to the second floor. Immediately afterwards, a Marine brought his girlfriend to the restaurant and happened to be sitting next to them. Captain Al, I always have the feeling that something bad is going to happen. Nami glanced at Marine next to him with a panicked tone. After Al took a sip of the thick soup, he said with a satisfied face. Nami, do you want to try it? Nami covered his face, he shouldn't have asked him. Seeing the worry on Nami's face, Al smiled confidently. Just enjoy the delicious food with peace of mind, Tom and I are here. As soon as the words fell, several figures entered the restaurant again. Al looked at Zoro with the 3 knives hanging from his belt and Usopp with the green hat on his head. Meanwhile, Zoro and Usopp catch Al eyeing them. Al and Zoro looked at each other and smiled weirdly. The moment Usopp saw Al, his legs trembled uncontrollably, but he still pretended to be calm and coughed twice. Pulling Zoro, he found an empty seat and sat down. Hey, Zoro, you don't really want to fight them? Zoro hummed softly, then fixed his eyes on the western sword on Tom's waist and murmured suspiciously. That guy is also a swordsman. Seeing the strong fighting intent in Zoro's eyes, Usopp became anxious immediately and shouted in a low voice. Zoro, please calm down, while Usopp was still persuading. Marine, who just arrived at the table next to Al, had a fierce conflict with Sanji in a black suit. Are you kidding? A mere waiter dares to play lousy. First saw the Marine captain slam the table, stepped on Sanji's hand, and said angrily. Lousy is going to kill you today. However, what he didn't notice was that Tom was holding a knife and fork at the moment, looking at him angrily. Just when the Marine captain lifted the table, advertisement. Tom, who was eating a big mouthful, was suddenly covered by the flying soup. The steak I had just tasted fell to the floor. Before Al could speak, Nami stood up and cursed. Are you blind? Didn't you see someone beside you? The Marine captain turned around with a playful expression, just about to start teasing Nami. Tom took out a mace from his back and threw it at the Marine colonel with all his might. Boom! The loud sound quickly attracted everyone's attention. On the wall of the restaurant, a large hole in the shape of a human appeared in everyone's field of vision. It seems to be telling everyone not to provoke Tom. Tom clapped his hands, as if doing a trivial thing. He took out a pack of tissues from behind to wipe off the soup on his face, and continued to eat. Monster. Usopp's face was pale. If Zoro wasn't here, he probably would have run away long ago. However, Zoro looked excited, walked up to Tom, and asked. Are you also a swordsman? Tom looked at Al, then at Zoro, thinking he wasn't talking about himself, and continued eating. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling that the cat named Tom was underestimating himself. Just when Zoro was about to speak again, Al beside him couldn't help laughing and patted Tom on the shoulder. Silly Tom, I was talking about you. Tom froze for a moment, looked at Al in disbelief, then pointed to himself, then to Zoro, showing a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Al pointed to the western sword hanging on Tom's waist. Only then did Tom realize that Momo forgot to return the sword after bullying the sea beast. Tom showed an awkward smile, and when he was about to return the sword to Al, Zoro suddenly said sincerely. If you are a swordsman, please fight me. As soon as the words fell, Nami stood up, bared his teeth and cursed at Zoro. I said are you sick? Seeing this, Usopp trembled with fright, smiled awkwardly and said sorry, then wanted to pull Zoro away. Advertisement however, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Zoro. Al gazed into Zoro's determined eyes. You can feel a very pure, confident, and strong will engraved in your bones. Tom, do you want to accept? Tom licked the residue on the corner of his mouth, and patted his stomach contentedly. After turning around in a circle, he changed into his swordsman costume, and bowed to Zoro in a very gentlemanly manner. 30 million big pirates, please let me experience your sword skills. Zoro raised his mouth slightly, took off the scarf on his arm, tied it around his head, and pulled out 3 knives from his waist. Confronted Tom. Seeing this, the diners fled one after another, for fear of accidentally hurting themselves. After seeing the appearance of the 2 men at war, the staff in the restaurant picked up the guys one by one and said angrily. What do you want to do in the sea restaurant, Barati? Al took out a bag of gold coins from the system space, and threw it at their feet, with a very flat tone. The money is my compensation, please don't affect the duel between them. Sanji picked up the purse, showing a strange expression, hesitantly threw the gold coin back. Sorry, if you want to fight, you can fight outside. But please don't disturb customers dining, thank you. However, Zoro didn't care about this, instead he asked with some doubts. Why don't you take out the sword at your waist? Tom shook his head. He was afraid that if he used his sword, he would accidentally destroy the restaurant on the sea. You must know that Tom's swordsmanship itself is superb, plus this western sword with the attribute of heaven-defying. Destroying the entire restaurant with one sword is not difficult at all. But Zoro didn't know this, his eyes turned cold, there must be a limit to looking down on people. If you don't draw your sword, if you accidentally get hacked to death by me, don't regret it. Open black lens bracket Devil May Cry. Close black lens bracket Chapter 23 The battle with gradually weird painting style. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Before everyone could react, Zoro's tyrannical 3 swords had already killed Tom. Bang! The loud sound of metal collision woke everyone up from their daze. When I looked again, I saw Tom holding a knife and fork, abruptly blocking Zoro's attack. Nani? Zoro was sweating coldly, he couldn't believe that his move, which had never been seen before, was blocked by Tom so easily. However, what he didn't know was that Tom was in a panic at this moment. If it wasn't for its quick response, it might have been hit by Zoro's ferocious attack. Zoro, who couldn't believe that he was blocked by a knife and fork, swung his knife at Tom again. The knife and fork collided fiercely with the 3 knives in the air. At this moment, everyone recognized their identities. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, Cowboy Tom, the big pirate with a bounty of 30 million, and the strongest 3-sword bounty hunter in East Blue. Everyone, get out of here, quick, go to Chef Jeppu. If they are allowed to continue fighting, Balati restaurant will be destroyed. For a moment, howling and shouting filled the entire sea restaurant. Jeppu and Luffy, who heard the movement downstairs, hurried out. Jeppu was about to speak to dissuade him, but he was stared back by 2 sharp eyes. Hawkeye Mahawk, why did that man appear here? Zapu's heart set off a stormy sea. As for the other one, namely Al, although I have never heard of his name. But from his sharp gaze, Jeppu actually felt a murderous aura that was not inferior to Hawkeye. The 2 Shira-like figures stared at him, as if they were unwilling to let him mess up the situation. Seeing that Jeppu was sluggishly standing in place, all the staff in the restaurant on the sea went crazy. But no matter how they shouted, Zap was unmoved. Luffy, who was standing next to Zap, sat quietly in the audience after seeing Zoro duel with Tom. Usopp on the side was anxious, wishing to throw Luffy into the battlefield to help Zoro. Zoro's attacks became more and more fierce, and even knocked out the knife and fork in Tom's hand. Advertisement Hawkeye's sharp gaze has been catching the details of the battle. What a brilliant swordsmanship, however, the cat's reflexes. Informative Haki. Interesting. Seeing that the knife and fork in Tom's hand was blown away, Nami shouted anxiously. Tom, draw your sword. Tom was attracted by Nami's yelling. At the split second, Zoro seized the opportunity. Dare to be distracted while fighting. 3 swords style, profound meaning, 3,000 worlds. Close black lens bracket. The moment the voice fell, everyone saw only an afterimage quickly passing by Tom's side. Nami reacted and screamed in horror. Tom, just when everyone believed that Zoro's blow had injured Tom. Only Hawkeye, Zap, and Al saw clearly what happened at that moment. Zoro's blade pierced through Tom's body directly. To be precise, when the blade was less than 10 centimeters away from Tom, Tom lifted his upper body with both hands. After dodging the slash, the body fought back again. Demon fruit power. This is what Jeppu immediately thought of. Because in his cognition, only demon fruit power can have such a magical ability. Hawkeye frowned tightly. He had read the Devil Fruit illustrated book and knew that there was a devil fruit that could split the body, chop fruit. However, that fruit has already been eaten, and it is absolutely impossible for a second fruit to appear again. Just when Zoro thought he had killed Tom, he showed a victorious smile. Usopp's shout suddenly sounded, Zoro, get out of the way. Zoro turned around. I saw Tom pull out a pair of Arlong's sharp teeth from behind, rushing towards him fiercely. It was too late for the brain to respond. Tom grabbed Arlong's sharp teeth, and bit Zoro's A** hard. Zoro was sweating coldly, pulled out his teeth in pain, and turned his head to look at Tom. But I found that there is still Tom's shadow, only one board, cut like Tom's and painted with the same color as his body, stood there. And it's still smiling, and the arms are still swinging from side to side. Zoro smashed the wooden paddle with a knife, looked around vigilantly, gritted his teeth and murmured, "Where is that guy?" Shish. Advertisement. Tom hid under the dining table leisurely, his little paws were very nimble holding all kinds of delicacies from the table, eating with great joy. Just when Tom's little paw is about to sneak something from the dinner table, Zoro's eyes turned cold, and he split the whole table in half, jokingly said, "I found you." As soon as the words fell, Tom picked up a cake and threw it, hitting Zoro in the face. Tom pointed at the creamy Zoro and burst out laughing. Then he pulled out a cigar from behind, took Zoro's knife, and chopped off the end of the cigarette. Immediately afterwards, he took out a match, struck Zoro's back, and smoked a cigar arrogantly. "When I smoked, I didn't pass one to Zoro. Are you kidding me?" Veins popped up on Zoro's forehead, and he swung 3 knives like crazy and slashed at Tom. Tom threw away the cigar and got into a barrel in a hurry. Seeing this, Zoro stabbed a knife into the barrel, showing a triumphant smile. "Ah, woo woo woo." Every time Zoro stabbed in, Tom's extremely demonic scream rang out. Until Zoro stabbed all 3 knives in, Tom's wailing screams still didn't stop. Realizing that something was wrong, Zoro turned around. I saw Tom behind him, sticking out his tongue, pinching his own neck, still performing exaggeratedly and hard. Zoro tapped Tom's head lightly and said, "Hey, how long are you going to tease me?" Al smiled awkwardly, pretending to be very innocent, pulled out Arlong's teeth from behind, and bit it on Zoro's asterisk again. Zoro clutched his butt, his posture was very funny. Just when Zoro thought Tom would run away like last time, I saw Tom biting his thumb, and after taking a sharp breath, he blew up his entire palm. Then he clenched his fist and slammed into Zoro's face fiercely. Just listen to the loud bang of boom. On the wall of the restaurant on the sea, there is another big hole in the shape of a human. Tom showed a confident smile, and a picture of his cousin Jerry bullying him appeared in his mind. At that time, Jerry's eldest cousin blew up his fist in one breath and then sent himself flying. This trick is really enjoyable to use on the enemy. It's just that for everyone who looks at this battle. Why is this battle getting more outrageous the more it goes on? Hey, Chapter 24 Hawkeye. Is this cat a swordsman? Then my hands are itchy. Usopp rubbed his eyes, pulled Luffy's face long, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Luffy rubbed his face, turned around, bared his teeth and shouted, "Of course it hurts, are you an idiot?" Usopp froze for a moment, pointed at the big human-shaped hole that Zoro had knocked out, and couldn't help shivering. With trembling legs, he put his hand into his mouth and said in disbelief, Zoro was actually defeated. It's not just Usopp who is incredible. Those present who had heard Zoro's name all showed incredible expressions and said in shock, "It's fake, that pirate hunter Zoro was actually defeated. It's unbelievable." Luffy hummed lightly, showing 2 rows of teeth, and said with a smile, "Yeah, I was blown away, ha ha ha." Just when Usopp was about to say something, I saw Luffy imitating Tom and blowing up his palms. Then he laughed and showed off his new skills in front of Usopp. "Ha ha ha, that cat is so funny. Hey, Luffy, why are you still in the mood to play?" Zoro was sent flying. Usopp grabs Luffy's shoulders and shakes wildly, trying to wake Luffy up. At this time, Hawkeye in the corner suddenly stood up and praised without hesitation. It was an interesting fight. As Hawkeye's voice fell, everyone's eyes were locked on Hawkeye at the same time. Some sharp-eyed pirates recognized Hawkeye's identity, and they staggered and fell to the ground in fright. Pointing at Hawkeye with horror on his face, he screamed loudly, "7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye Mahawk. Why does this legendary man appear here?" The moment Al saw Hawkeye, he was also slightly taken aback, and a strong desire to fight inexplicably surged in his heart. Luffy tilted his head, a little confused, turned to look at Jeppu, and asked, "Uncle, is he strong?" Before Jep could speak, Usopp grabbed Luffy's face violently and said in a trembling voice, "Hey, Luffy, didn't you see the reaction of those people? That is the #1 swordsman in the world, do you still want to compete with him?" Seeing Luffy's expectant look, Usopp suddenly collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of despair. "What kind of thief ship did I get on? Advertisement. Isn't there a normal person?" While everyone was waiting for Hawkeye's next move, the door of the restaurant on the sea was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a gray and blue striped turban helped another man who was extremely exhausted into the restaurant. Under the suspicious eyes of everyone, the man suddenly knelt down on the ground and begged, "Please save my captain." Jeppu and the staff of the Shanghai restaurant recognized their identities when they first saw them. Overlord of the East Blue, Krieg and his subordinate, the Ghost Jin. However, no one paid any attention to them, but once again set their sights on Hawkeye. Hawkeye glanced at Krieg, then turned to Tom, who was eating and drinking. The corners of the mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile, and said, "It was an interesting battle, but I'm more curious. If you use a sword, how strong can you be?" As soon as the voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes widened in disbelief. The world's #1 swordsman would actually invite a cat to fight. It's unbelievable that this sentence actually came out of that man's mouth. While the sea restaurant was boiling, everyone's breathing became short of breath. Pairs of eyes stared at Tom, who was still eating and drinking. His eyes were full of expectation. The ability that Tom showed in the duel with Zoro has subverted their cognition. Al's hand holding the hot soup was frozen in midair, and he looked at Hawkeye with a strange expression. He didn't expect Hawkeye to be interested in Tom. And an invitation to Tom to fight. Al, who was thinking of proposing a battle invitation to Hawkeye, smiled helplessly. It looks like I've been ignored. However, Tom, who has all kinds of unreasonable operations, seems to be very interesting to fight against the world's #1 swordsman. The corner of Al's mouth was slightly raised. He took a leisurely sip of the hot soup and sat quietly on the spot, waiting for Tom's response. After hearing Hawkeye's duel invitation, Tom was stunned. It seemed that he didn't want to agree to Hawkeye's request, so he ignored it and continued to eat meat and drink juice. When everyone saw Tom ignoring Hawkeye, they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Some even slumped on the ground, begging Tom to agree to Hawkeye's request. They don't want to die here. If Hawkeye gets angry, they don't want to live. This is the might of the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye didn't expect that Tom would ignore his invitation. Advertisement, but he was not displeased. Instead, he became more interested in Tom. Just when everyone was thinking about how to persuade Tom to agree to Hawkeye's duel, Al, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Tom, promise him, let him see how powerful you are." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes widened and they cast a weird look at Al. Let Hawkeye see how powerful Tom is. I'm afraid this young man is not sober because he drank too much alcohol. Zoro, who had just climbed ashore from the sea, had a strong desire to fight when he saw Hawkeye for the first time. But after hearing what Hawkeye said, the desire to fight in his heart was instantly replaced by shock and curiosity. After fighting Tom just now, Zoro also had a preliminary understanding of Tom's strength. At least the current self can't defeat it, even being played by Tom all the time. Although I am not willing to accept this fact in my heart. However, it also made him realize his own strength. Zoro sat cross-legged on the spot, staring into the restaurant on the sea, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A duel between the #1 in the world and the 30 million pirates? Come on, let me realize how big the gap between me and you is. Hawkeye looked at Al with sharp eyes and asked, "Are you the owner of this cat?" Al grinned, came to Tom's side, rubbed Tom's little head lightly, and responded, "Almost, but I prefer Tom to be my crew." "Then you are really a lucky man to be able to recruit such a powerful crew." Hawkeye praised without hesitation. Al shook his head, and instead of continuing the conversation, he took Tom outside the restaurant on the sea. Immediately afterwards, I saw Al took the western sword from Tom's waist and slashed Krieg's boat in half with a sword aura. Then he said with a smile, "The field inside is too small, it would be better to come out and fight." Hawkeye frowned, and the way he looked at Al became more subtle, and he chuckled. "There is someone like you in the weakest sea. Sorry, I was wrong." Saying that, Hawkeye took out the huge long knife named Haidao Yi from behind. "To express the noble etiquette of swordsmen, I'll use the world's strongest black knife to kill your crew in the sea." Chapter 25 Red Hair. Interesting, Hawkeye actually dueled with a cat? While waiting for everyone to look forward to this battle, on an unknown island somewhere, the clown Buggy angrily climbed up from a human-shaped pit. He cursed with a gloomy face, "Damn straw hat boy, sooner or later I will kill you." Just as Buggy vented his dissatisfaction loudly, a rough voice came from behind. "Hey, little man, who are you?" Buggy's forehead burst out with blue veins. No matter who was opposite, he broke open and cursed. "Who do you call a dwarf? Lousy is the famous clown Buggy. Careful, Lousy cuts your tongue off." As soon as the words fell, Buggy broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at a group of vicious pirates in front of him, Buggy didn't even think about it, and immediately chose to run away. However, before running a few steps, he was caught by a pirate. "Short, whose tongue did you just say you were going to cut off?" Buggy was shaking all over, and hurriedly apologized for his rude words. Just when Buggy thought that this group of people was going to kill him, a familiar voice sounded. "Okay, Cammy, he is an old friend of mine, let him go." Buggy opened his eyes, only to see a man with 3 scars on his left eye, greeting him with a smile on his face. "Yo, Buggy, long time no see. Shanks, why are you here?" Buggy's eyes widened, and he flew to the redhead's side. Before the red hair could speak, Buggy grabbed the red hair by the collar and cursed. "It's been a long time, you kid is still the same as before, people want to beat you up when they see it." The redhead still kept his harmless smile, and said, "I don't understand what you were talking about." "Huh? You still have the nerve to say such a thing. If it weren't for you, Lousy wouldn't be like this." Advertisement, Buggy, I still don't understand what you're saying. "You boy, have you forgotten what you thought you did?" Buggy recalled that he was still on the Luogia boat, because the red hair suddenly greeted himself, and accidentally ate devil fruit. Immediately, 2 lines of clear tears dripped down the cheeks onto the ground. The redhead patted Buggy on the shoulder, smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. But I'm more curious, why did you appear here, and why did you become like this?" Buggy scolded the redhead angrily, and finally told the story of being beaten flying by a kid wearing a straw hat. The eyes of the redhead and his subordinates suddenly brightened, and the little boy they met in the windmill village appeared in their minds. Luffy? Did he finally go to sea? When Buggy heard that they seemed to know Luffy, his emotions became even more agitated, as if he wanted to fight the redhead. However, the redhead grabbed Buggy and excitedly said, "Little ones, let's have a party." Buggy was caught by the red-haired to drink with a dazed expression on his face. After swigging a few bowls, Buggy talked and laughed with the redhead, shoulder to shoulder, and told the interesting things that happened to him in the past few years. At this moment, the sentry subordinates suddenly ran over in a hurry. "Report to the captain, we found a pirate ship approaching us." The red-haired didn't take it seriously, just when he was about to order his men to sink the pirate ship. Buggy rushed to the shore excitedly and shouted loudly, "Little ones, my uncle is here." After seeing Buggy, the crew of the pirate ship said excitedly, "We found Captain Buggy." After reassembling the body, Buggy enthusiastically introduced the crew to the redhead, and then prepared to drink with his crew. Advertisement. However, the subordinate said, "Captain Buggy, we have found the location of Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid." Buggy sobered up instantly, and excitedly said, "Tell Lousy where is Luffy in the Straw Hat, I'm going to kill him myself." In the sea restaurant Barati, while listening to them say that Hawkeye invited a cat to a duel. Before Buggy could speak, the redhead at the side sprayed Buggy's face with a sip of wine. It's like hearing a big joke. The world's #1 swordsman actually invites a cat to a duel in the weakest sea? Shanks. UB*******. D. Buggy wiped the wine off his face and cursed angrily, "Do you want to die, kid?" "My uncle is very angry now." The redhead smiled to himself, patted Buggy on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. "Don't you think it's funny that Hawkeye is dueling a cat? Ha 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 ha, interesting, so interesting." Before Buggy could react, he was dragged onto the boat by the red hair. "Little ones, get ready to set sail and get to the sea restaurant as soon as possible, I don't want to miss such an interesting event." Just when everyone thought that Hawkeye was going to start a duel with Tom, an abrupt shout sounded, interrupting the duel that was about to start. "Hey, how dare you hack my uncle's boat like this? Now my uncle gives you two choices, either compensate me for an identical boat and then die. Either I will send you to die now." Chapter 26 Overlord of East Blue? It turned out to be a punk? Under everyone's shocked eyes, Krieg, who was full of food and drink, kicked Sanji who delivered the food and flew away. Looking at Al jokingly, with the arrogant attitude of my second child, my boss. Seeing this, the chefs of the restaurant on the sea showed panic expressions and angrily reprimanded Sanji for his behavior. However, Sanji sat cross-legged on the ground, silently lighting a cigarette, letting what they said without refuting. Seeing that someone dared to interfere with Tom's duel with Hawkeye, Al suddenly felt resentful and shouted, "Where is the dead dog barking?" and dared to interrupt Tom's duel. When Krieg heard this, he immediately became annoyed, showed off his golden armor, and arrogantly explained his identity. "Lousy is Krieg, the overlord of the East Blue, a mere nameless pirate, dared to act presumptuously in front of me." Just when Krieg showed his weapon and was about to shoot Al to death, suddenly, he saw the newspaper under his feet, and there was a wanted notice for Al on it. "Open black lens bracket Cowboy Al, regardless of life or death, a reward of 50 Baileys is offered close black lens bracket." Krieg picked up the newspaper, put the arrest warrant in front of him, compared it with Al in front of him, and laughed loudly. 50 Baileys. I don't know how many rookie trash like you who just went to sea have been killed." As soon as the words fell, the pirates in the restaurant immediately cast their eyes on Al, and laughed disdainfully. "Is this guy worthy of being Tom's captain? I think Tom is the real captain. This guy is probably a handyman. A trash who can only pretend to be powerful, but Lousy thought he was so powerful." Ha 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 ha. The wanton laughter of the pirates resounded throughout the sea restaurant. It seems to have completely forgotten that Al's sword split Krieg's giant wheel with his sword. Red-footed Zap frowned slightly, and seemed reluctant to believe that Al's bounty was only 50 Baileys. Advertisement Hawkeye glanced disdainfully at the pirates who laughed at Al, and looked at Al deeply. It seems to want to know, when a group of weak people laugh at the strong, what kind of reaction will the strong have? "Hey, Luffy, what are you looking at?" Seeing that Luffy has been staring at Al, Usopp is inevitably a little puzzled. Luffy didn't answer Usopp's question, but looked at Al very seriously, as if waiting for something. Seeing Al being laughed at, Nami was very annoyed. Just when she was about to stand up and defend Al, however, shook his head at her, signaling that she needn't be angry over such a small matter. "Trash kid, did you get scared out of your wits when you heard my name?" Ha 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 ha. Krieg laughed unscrupulously, then turned his gaze to Hawkeye, jokingly said, "Hey, Hawkeye, don't you want to hunt down and kill me, now my strength has recovered? After finishing this brat in a while, I will send you on your way." Hawkeye snorted coldly, he couldn't arouse the slightest interest in the weak. Al grinned and tossed the western sword to Tom. Then he took out the baseball bat from the system space and said with a smile, "Do you know how a strong man reacts when a weak man mocks a strong man?" Krieg thought that the strong person in Al's mouth was referring to himself, and responded without hesitation. "Like you are facing my uncle? When you come out to be a pirate, the most important thing is power. My uncle is a big pirate with more than 5,000 men, the overlord of East Blue. If a weak person dares to laugh at my uncle, I will cut off his tongue without hesitation, and throw it into the sea to feed the fish." Al shook his head after hearing this, and laughed mercilessly. It turned out to be a little B******D, who doesn't even have this kind of vision. Advertisement. No wonder it is only worthy of running rampant in the weakest sea. Before he finished speaking, the baseball bat came out of his hand and hit Krieg precisely on the face, sending him flying. Then Al quickly switched to a golf club and swung it towards the sky, so fast that it created a phantom. After Al got everything ready, he put away his weapon neatly and said with a sneer, "When a weak person meets a very strong person, as a weak person, you made a fatal mistake. That is, you should not laugh at that strong man, but try to escape." The voice just fell. Those air golf balls that Al hit, hurtled towards Krieg from the air. Boom. 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 A huge explosion sounded from where Krieg fell. Inside the restaurant, all the pirates who laughed just now looked at the tall figure in the smoke in disbelief. The disdain and sarcasm in their eyes have long since disappeared. Instead, there is endless fear and despair. How is it possible that Krieg, the overlord of the East Blue, can't even survive a single blow in front of that guy? What to do? He won't kill us too. Is this guy's bounty really only 50 Baileys? Are you an idiot? How could the 50 bounty defeat Krieg in one hit? Those idiots Marine must have made a mistake. Chapter 27 Tom. Does the little B***** D dare to jump? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, but more is the fear of Al. Al glanced at the scared pirates in the restaurant, snorted coldly, and found a good seat to sit down. He took the juice handed by Nami and waited quietly for the next duel. As for the terrified guys in the restaurant who couldn't even hold their weapons steady, Al felt like killing them would be dirty. Hawkeye stared at the man who was drinking juice and smiling, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Luffy stood up, stretched his waist, put down the straw hat, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, showing a smile. What an interesting guy, I really want to have a duel with him. As soon as the words fell, Usopp shivered his legs, pushed Luffy back, and covered Luffy's mouth at the same time. Although his whole body was trembling, he still pretended to be calm, showing an awkward smile, and whispered in Luffy's ear. "Hey, Luffy, stop making such pointless jokes please? Didn't you hear what the man said? The weak shouldn't forcefully provoke the strong. Let's find a way to get out of here as soon as possible." Just when Luffy was about to say something, J-Poo, who was silent for a long time, suddenly said, "No," and said, "Young man, what you said is not completely right. A frog in the bottom of a well laughs at an unknown strong man, that will only make you look like a clown." Saying that, J-Poo looked at Luffy deeply, and continued, "I recognize you very much, young man." Luffy hummed lightly, raised his head, and smiled at J-Poo. Usopp, who didn't know why, glanced back and forth between the two, and suddenly broke down holding the escalator and shed tears. Why are these guys thinking abnormally? At this moment, Sanji rolled his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, came to Zapu's side, and said, "Smelly old man, I really didn't expect you to say such a thing." Zapu snorted coldly, cast a glance at Sanji, and said, "Smelly brat, never underestimate a man with a strong heart." I can feel from his eyes that he said those words with the determination to die. Sanji froze for a moment, turned to look at Luffy, and murmured, "With the determination to die?" Zapu nodded, looked at Al outside the restaurant with firm eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Advertisement. A man who is able to draw a sword against his opponent even knowing that he may die because of it. That is the most correct attitude for the weak to face the strong, and it is also the most basic etiquette for treating a strong." Naturally, Al could hear the conversation in the restaurant, and at the same time cast an appreciative look at Jep. Or this is the so-called sympathy between the strong. Just when Tom pointed his sword at Hawkeye and was about to launch an attack, Krieg stood up suddenly, and laughed unscrupulously. "With this little attack, how can I defeat this uncle?" The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly, thinking how dare this little B**********. I just didn't want to waste too much energy on this kind of waste, so I didn't kill him. Honestly, lying down and pretending to be dead, and then getting up after everyone leaves, don't you understand such a simple way to survive? Krieg didn't know what was going on in Al's mind, so he pointed his weapon at Al arrogantly and shouted, "Go to hell, brat." Boom. Inside the restaurant. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden explosion and intensive gunfire. Watching in disbelief as Krieg laughed wantonly through the smoke. Is this the overlord of the East Blue? Under such a powerful attack, he can still stand up safely. In the face of such a fierce attack, can the guy with the 50 bounty survive? Are you an idiot? How could such a dense attack be possible? Still waiting for the voice of the pirate to fall. I saw Al holding Nami in everyone's sight. Seeing Al's cold eyes, the pirate's crotch was instantly wet. Just when he thought he was going to die, Al sneered and gently put Nami down in his arms. After exhorting gently, he looked at Krieg with cold eyes. "You little bum, you're really annoying." Everyone who could feel Al's killing intent couldn't help shrinking their pupils. Advertisement. The eyes looking at Al gradually became more subtle, as if what they saw in front of them was not a human being, but a brutal beast. Tom put away his sword and bowed deeply to Hawkeye. A dodge came to Al's side, and waved his hand to let him deal with this guy who repeatedly interrupted his duel. Al hands Tom a bubblegum, grinning meaningfully. "Tom, since he wants to seek death, let's let him experience what life is like death." After Tom saw bubblegum, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and his smile gradually became evil. Krieg laughed even more wildly when he saw that Al had actually let a cat deal with him. "Little devil, I will send you and your cat to die right now." As soon as the words fell, Krieg showed his weapon again and fired at Tom. Tom stood where he was, silently took out his baseball bat, and shot all the shells back. And while shooting the shells out, Tom also pops the glue-covered bubblegum into Krieg's mouth. Boom! Krieg was blown out by his own shells, leaving a hole in even the golden breastplate. Krieg stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and when he was about to sneer, he found that his mouth seemed to be stuck. Taking advantage of the moment Krieg doubles, Tom swaps the baseball bat for a mace. It turned into a bolt of lightning, and swung down towards Krieg fiercely with a mace in his hand. Boom! Another shocking explosion. The powerful impact instantly shattered Krieg's golden armor, and at the same time spurted out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Tom spit thick phlegm on Krieg's face, clapped his hands with disdain, and walked in front of Hawkeye with unrecognizable steps. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and they turned into stone sculptures and stood in place. Their worldview was also shattered with Tom's blow. Hawkeye frowned slightly, looking forward to the next battle even more. Chapter 28 What kind of creature is this? The red-haired not far away from the restaurant on the sea looked at Tom's Al carefully, patted Buggy on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Buggy, luckily we arrived in time. These two pirates are really interesting. If you miss it, what a pity it would be. The corner of Buggy's mouth twitched slightly, and he pulled the red-haired collar and cursed. My uncle has eyes, I don't need you to remind me. While cursing, Buggy stared at Al and Tom deeply, breaking out in a cold sweat. Such a powerful guy, why did he come to this weakest sea? Could it be that there is some treasure? Holding this conjecture, Buggy rubbed his hands together, showing a sinister smile. Seeing this, the redhead stepped back and said in disgust, Buggy, your smile is so obscene. Go to hell, Shanks. Just when Buggy was angrily about to take out the throwing knife from his waist, Beckman said suddenly, Hawkeye and that cat are about to start a duel. The redhead suddenly grabbed Buggy and said excitedly, is it finally about to start? I saw that Tom raised his head arrogantly, pacing back and forth in front of Hawkeye. Then stretched out its paw, and gestured at Haidao Yichin. A light bulb suddenly appeared above its head. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Tom pulled out a giant sword with a length of nearly 10 meters from behind. Perhaps it was because of the heavy weight that when Tom first took it out, he wobbled while walking while holding the big knife. After finally stabilizing his figure, Tom shook off his sweat, stretched out his cat's claws, and hooked his fingers at Hawkeye with an extremely arrogant expression. Amazing. Luffy's eyes turned into 5-pointed stars, and he looked enviously at the 10-meter-long knife in Tom's hand, and shouted excitedly. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, with question marks all over his head. What does this guy want to do? Al was also taken aback by Tom's operation, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I thought Tom was confusing Hawkeye with that piece of shit Krieg? Advertisement. Seeing this, the redhead burst out laughing. It was the first time he had met such an interesting cat. However, Buggy and his subordinates, as well as those in the restaurant, seemed to have synchronized expressions, with their mouths wide open, and they shouted in surprise. Hey, such a big knife, where did it come from? Hawkeye froze for a moment, with mixed feelings in his heart at the moment. He snorted coldly and brandished the black knife. He cut Tom's big knife into pieces one after another like cutting melons. However, Tom closed his eyes at this moment, completely unaware that only the handle of his big knife was left at this moment. Aha! Tom raised the handle of the knife, and with a sudden force, due to inertia, the handle was thrown out. Feeling that his hands were empty, Tom opened his eyes. After looking around, he suddenly found that his knife had been chopped into pieces. However, before Tom could react, the handle of the knife that had just been thrown out was blocked by Hawkeye and hit Tom's head directly, throwing Tom away severely. The moment Tom stood up, a big lump suddenly appeared on Tom's head. Tom pressed the bag back according to the reflection on the sea, then clapped his hands, raised his mouth, and looked at Hawkeye angrily. Tom, who didn't believe in evil, took out a bigger and longer sword from his back. The moment the loud bang and sword appeared, the entire sea restaurant was plunged into darkness. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned for a moment, and Luffy asked even more suspiciously, who turned off the sun? Are you an idiot? How could the sun be turned off? Usopp bared his teeth and cursed. It was the big knife that the cat took out that blocked the sun. As soon as the words were finished, everyone gasped in surprise and ran out of the restaurant one after another. He raised his head, looked up at the giant sword that could not see the sky, and ran back to the restaurant to hug each other, trembling. Tom showed a confident smile. He didn't believe that Hawkeye could cut off such a big knife. Aha! Advertisement. I only heard Tom make a very demonic voice, swinging a big knife with his small body and slashing at Hawkeye. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows frivolously and said contemptuously, it's fancy. After a few slashes, the giant knife was chopped into pieces and fell into the sea. At the same time, it swung a slash at Tom. Tom was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hawkeye in disbelief, and his whole body split into several small pieces in shock. However, because of this, Tom escaped Hawkeye's attack by coincidence. After Al saw this scene, he couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and he covered his face and suppressed a smile. I have to say, Tom really knows how to work hard. After seeing Tom's operation, Buggy in the distance split his limbs in shock, and said in disbelief, that guy can actually split his body. When the redhead saw Hawkeye stunned, tears of laughter came out. Just as Tom was about to flee, Fragments of the machete fell from the sky and smashed it into the deck. Died? Everyone in the restaurant had such doubts? However, in the next second, something that subverted their cognition happened. I saw Tom, who was smashed into cat cakes, crawled out of the deck, and then grabbed the front with one paw and the back with the other. Just listen to gudong, like the sound of bubble bursting. Tom actually dragged himself back to his original shape while looking at Hawkeye in horror. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe that this was true. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. Luffy and the red hair in the distance laughed and wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes at the same time. Usopp, Buggy, and the people in the restaurant rubbed their eyes and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. At the same time, there was a deafening surprise. It's a lie, what kind of strange creature is this? Chapter 29. Tom is getting serious, looking at the frightened Tom who had lost his desire to fight. Hawkeye revealed a strong killing intent, and said coldly, "Cat, if you don't want to die, go all out." As soon as the words fell, a few more ferocious slashes came towards Tom. What? Tom's hair exploded all over his body as if he had been shocked by an electric shock, twisting his body back and forth in several blows. Miraculously, even in the face of intensive slashing, Tom was unscathed. This made Hawkeye stunned for a moment, and exclaimed, "You actually have such a powerful observation, Haki." However, Hawkeye soon returned to his aloof look, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, then let me see how strong your knowledgeable color is. Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly, and an invisible force surrounded the entire battlefield. At this moment, in Hawkeye's sight, Tom's next reaction emerged one by one. At this moment, Tom only felt a chill behind him, shivered, and looked at Al tremblingly. Al grimaced, nodded at Tom, and grinned, as if to say, "Come on Tom, you can do it." If Tom hadn't been busy dodging Hawkeye's attack, he would have rushed to Al angrily and said, "What fuel, I see you resurrection challenge." As Hawkeye's attack became more and more rapid, Tom was obviously struggling, and was almost cut several times. Inside the restaurant, everyone stared intently at the battle between Hawkeye and Tom. At the same time, he has a general understanding of the strength of the world's #1 swordsman. If I had to express it in one sentence, it would be unfathomable. Zoro looked even more ugly, looked down at his hands, and murmured, "Impossible, the world can't be that far away, the gap between me and them cannot be that far away." The last sentence, Zoro almost roared out. Hearing Zoro's growl, Luffy murmured Zoro's name with a hint of worry in his eyes. Sanji lightly flicked the cigarette butt, took a drag, and looked at Zoro with a complicated expression. Advertisement Jebu crossed his arms and said coldly, "If you can't even accept this setback, I advise you not to go to sea." After hearing this, Zoro stood up and let out an unwilling sneer. "Are you kidding me? I am the man who wants to become the #1 swordsman in the world. I want my reputation to resound across the sea." After finishing speaking, he walked towards the Golden Mary without looking back. Seeing this, Usopp poked his head out and asked, "Hey, Zoro, where are you going?" Zoro just said, "Exercise," and left. As for the next battle, he was in no mood to watch it anymore, and there was no need to watch it anymore. Because he already knew that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye glanced at Zoro's firm back and sighed. "I didn't expect that besides Al and Tom, there are such characters in this weakest sea. Boy, report your name." Zoro froze for a moment, but didn't look back, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said his name. Roronoa Zoro. Although both of them turned their backs to each other, the communication was like two long-lost old friends meeting again. Sure enough, are strong people attracted to each other? After seeing this scene, Al sighed, and then yelled at Tom, "Tom, it's time to be serious." Tom shook his head frantically, and they all had phantoms. "Serious? It's been taken very seriously, all right? If you want to blame, you can only blame this guy named Hawkeye for being too strong." Time passed by every minute and every second. Tom and Hawkeye have been fighting for nearly 10 minutes. But Hawkeye was attacking, and Tom was dodging. After nearly 10 minutes of fighting, Tom's physical fitness has dropped to a peak. I saw Tom stuck out his tongue, sweating profusely all over his body, as if he had just come out of the steam room. On the other hand, Hawkeye slashed lightly without breaking a single drop of sweat. Advertisement in the restaurant, everyone's breathing became short of breath. For nearly 10 years, their hearts were like riding a roller coaster without stopping for a moment. Some didn't even blink for fear of missing a detail. The cat named Tom actually persisted under Hawkeye's hands for nearly 10 minutes. "Can't believe this is real, too strong." Everyone's tone gradually became serious. I saw Tom once again dodge Hawkeye's slash without any risk. Out of breath, he stretched out his hand, signaling Hawkeye to wait a moment and let him slow down. Hawkeye frowned slightly, and after a moment of stupefaction, he stopped attacking, as if he wanted to see what new tricks Tom could play. At the same time, he was also looking forward to Tom picking up the sword and confronting him dignifiedly, instead of using his knowledge to avoid it all the time. But one thing Hawkeye has to admit is that Tom's observation Haki is indeed above him. Otherwise, it would have been chopped into a ball of meat. But what Hawkeye doesn't know is that Tom doesn't know anything about S**X. It only depends on the dodge skill that was born at the full level that day. Just when Hawkeye put down the black knife, Tom shook off his sweat, took out a bottle of milk from behind his back, and drank several bottles in a row. I saw that Tom's energy was gradually returning to its peak state at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, while Tom was drinking milk, he ran up to Hawkeye and handed him a bottle. Hawkeye didn't answer, but the cold tone made Tom enter the fighting state quickly. It would be best if he could pick up the sword and confront him in an upright manner. Tom nodded sharply, turned around, changed into his knight uniform, and took out the western sword that Al gave him from his waist. Point the tip of the sword at Hawkeye. In just an instant, Tom's aura became completely different from before. Seeing this, Hawkeye also pulled out the black knife from behind, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Come on, cat, let me see your sword skills. Chapter 30 Tom. Hawkeye, do you think you are the only one who knows swordsmanship? Aha! Tom's magical voice sounded again. It's just that this time there are not so many bells and whistles, and there are only Tom's violent offensives. While Hawkeye resisted Tom's attack with the black knife he couldn't help being surprised. Just by changing a set of clothes and a weapon, Tom's will to fight has undergone such an earth-shaking change. Interesting. Hawkeye waved a shocking sword energy and came straight to kill Tom. It's just that this time everyone was surprised. Tom didn't dodge this time. It proves that it caught Hawkeye's fierce sword energy and sent it flying. But the sword energy didn't disappear because of this, on the contrary, it attacked and killed the red hare and the others. The sword energy set off water columns on the sea surface. Buggy turned pale with fright and quickly hid behind the red hare. Has it been discovered? The red hare sneered, drew out his saber and collided with it. If you look up at the sky at this time, you will be surprised to find that the sky seems to be split open, and there is a crack of a cross. Tom, who was in the battle, suddenly seemed to think of something, and ran to the corner beside the boat. He quickly removed a wooden board and placed it on a wooden barrel. Immediately afterwards, I saw Tom take out a large stone from behind, and then slammed it into the other end of the plank. At this time, just hearing a click, the board suddenly broke. The sudden accident made Tom get out of his hands before he could react. Even at the first moment, Tom made an escape movement. However, he did not escape the fate of being hit by a big rock. Ah, ow, woo woo. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Tom clutched his foot hit by the stone and wailed in pain. Advertisement. Is this cat sure it's normal? Why does it go around the corner and do such stupid things in the middle of a fight? Because it's fun? Everyone talked a lot, but they didn't understand why Tom did this. However, Al knew very well that Tom must have had a whim and wanted to work again. Tom, who failed in the whole exercise, soaked his swollen feet in seawater for a while, and healed his feet in an instant. Even Hawkeye couldn't help being curious about Tom's body deconstruction in this scene. Seeing that his feet were no longer hurting, Tom shook off his sweat, a light bulb popped out of his head, and then he showed an evil smile. Immediately afterwards, Tom rolled up his sleeves, turned into a blue lightning bolt, and charged towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye's pupils shrunk, he brandished the black knife, and fought Tom head-on again. Bang! The sound of metal colliding. The two swords collided violently in midair, sparks flew everywhere. As time went by, Tom's offensive became more and more fierce. Even Hawkeye had quite a ripple in his heart. This cat can improve its sword skills to this level in just a few minutes? The more Hawkeye hit, the more shocked he was, because he discovered that Tom's swordsmanship was somewhat similar to his own. A bold and bizarre idea emerged in Hawkeye's mind. The cat mimics his swordplay in combat, however, Tom seemed to want to verify Hawkeye's conjecture, so he ran away from the boat again. Just when everyone has to work again because of Tom. I saw Tom with his eyes closed, imitating Hawkeye's moves, and throwing out a few sword auras. Hawkeye's pupils shrank sharply, and at the same time as he knocked away several sword chi, he asked, "Did you learn it in battle?" Tom nodded, and when he saw that he could really cut out the sword energy, he showed a smirk. Before Hawkeye could react, Tom raised his western sword and swung it wildly, even creating a phantom. Advertisement, however, maybe Tom felt that this was not exciting enough. While waving the western sword, he took out a similar sword from his back. After swinging around for a while, Tom realized that swipe wouldn't work because the two swords would collide. I saw another light bulb light up above my head. Tom gave up the previous method of slashing and slashing. He bowed with both hands left and right, spinning and waving. The speed at which the two arms are waving is like a propeller with two speeds at maximum speed. Perhaps due to the high speed, Tom broke away from gravity, flew into the air, and crazily output to Hawkeye. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded by Tom's operation. One by one looked in disbelief at Tom, who was flying in the air and could release slashes. What kind of ghost creature is this? Luffy, this dream is a bit long, and it's outrageous. Ha 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 ha, this cat is so funny. All of a sudden, various noisy sounds resounded around the restaurant on the sea. But there are still more violent collision sounds than before. Hawkeye frowned, feeling a bit of a headache in the face of Tom's remote output like no CD. Even if Tom is out of gravity, his evasion speed in the air is not much slower than that on the ground. Moreover, Tom's attack speed was very fast. Almost as soon as he blocked a slash, several slashes fell at the same time. Even though the power is not too great, it can't stand the speed. The most deadly point is that, judging from Tom's expression, he can't feel any fatigue at all. Instead, Tom showed a smug expression and made a strange cry like a savage swinging on a swing. If so, Hawkeye felt a little surprised except at the beginning. He didn't show a look of being difficult to parry because of Tom's slash. Instead, after a period of time, it became easier to deal with Tom's slash. Sometimes, while blocking Tom's attack, he can counterattack Tom at the same time. For a moment, the scene fell into a dilemma. No one can do anything about it. The fight now is whose physical strength is exhausted first. Chapter 31. Is this reasonable? It makes sense. Aboard the Sunshine Mary. Joseph, who was taking care of Johnny, saw that after Zoro came back, he started exercising without saying a word, and couldn't help wondering. Brother Zoro, has something happened? Why'd I feel that something is wrong with you? While holding the dumbbells up, Zoro said, it's nothing, it's just defeat. How is this possible? The weak Johnny jumped up with a whoosh, in disbelief. You're lying. How could such a powerful brother Zoro be defeated? Joseph also couldn't believe this fact, picked up the scimitar, and shouted with a desperate look. Brother Zoro, tell us who it is, Johnny, and I will kill him now. After listening to Joseph's words, Johnny, who was originally weak, suddenly seemed to be in good health, and stood beside Joseph with a serious face. I told you, don't cause trouble. Zoro originally wanted to persuade him, but what he didn't expect was that these two guys not only refused to listen to the persuasion, but also put on a very confident look. Brother Zoro, stop talking. Johnny, let's go. Brother Zoro, just wait here for our good news. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Zoro suddenly felt a headache, and simply stopped talking to the two of them, and started exercising seriously. The steadfast duo saw Tom slashing madly in the air not long after they left the Sunshine Mary. Joseph swallowed, his legs trembling uncontrollably, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Johnny, is that the brother Zoro that guy defeated? Johnny nodded, sweating profusely, and said in a trembling tone, why don't we ask brother Zoro for some battle details first? After the two looked at each other, they ran back to the boat in desperation. Zoro couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the two came back so soon. Just when he was about to ask, I saw Johnny and Joseph coming in front of him, and then controlled the two of them to the ground with his own hands. What the hell are you two doing? As soon as the words fell, Johnny and Joseph looked at death as if they were at home, and shouted. Brother Zoro, just suppress us like this, advertisement. Yes. Otherwise we are afraid that the cat will be hacked to death by us. Zoro has question marks all over his face. What is this all about? Zoro, who didn't know why, wanted to find out what happened to make the two of them react like this. However, Johnny and Joseph held his hand tightly and refused to let him leave. The angry Zoro even thought of killing the two of them. Meanwhile, on board the Redhead, Buggy looked at Tom, who was flying in the air and unleashing slashes, and was startled and murmured. That cat is so inseparable from Haki. After hearing this, the Redhead laughed and patted Buggy on the back. When he was about to speak, he suddenly found that there was a big lion on Buggy's boat. Without the slightest hesitation, the red hare came to the lion, pointed to Tom in the sky, and said softly, Little guy, I'll give you 2 swords and throw you into the sky, can you be like that cat? Lion Lakey raised his head lazily, glanced at Tom, and then at the smile on the red-haired face. Immediately frightened, he stood up with his legs and retreated violently, shaking his head frantically with a face of panic, shaking his phantom. Seeing Lee K's violent reaction, the animal trainer at the side asked, Lee K, what's wrong with you? An animal trainer who can communicate with animals can quickly understand Lee K's words. It's just that what he didn't understand was why Lee K kept pleading, don't bully the baby, such strange words. The animal trainer looked at the red hare puzzled. The redhead pursed his lips, put his hands on the back of his head and whistled, showing an expression of, it has nothing to do with me. The corners of Buggy's mouth twitched, and he cursed, hey, Shanks, what did you do to my crew? Never mind Buggy, I'm just wondering if your lion can fly. Huh, why don't you fly one and show me, you bloody bee ******D. Buggy's body split apart, and he pulled the red-haired collar and breathed out the fragrance. Hey, Buggy, it's so funny to see that Hawkeye guy's face, the redhead interrupted suddenly. Buggy was stunned for a moment, and echoed, yeah, this cat is so strong. After saying that, he suddenly realized that he was played by the red hare again. Immediately, he cursed angrily, it can be called Shanks, lousy must cut off your tongue today. Advertisement. The noise of the two of them did not affect the crew members on the ship who were still watching the duel. In other words, those crew members have been so shocked that their brains have lost their thinking. Like them, there are many restaurants. All of them froze in place, staring intently at the battlefield, not even daring to blink for fear of missing the details. Am I really not dreaming? It's outrageous enough to be able to fly into the sky, and you can still compete with the world's #1 swordsman. Is this really reasonable? Not only those who don't know Tom are incredible, even Nami pointed at Tom and said in surprise. Captain Al, what else can Tom not know? Tom, it seems that he can do nothing but catch mice. A cat who can't catch mice, but can do everything. Is this really a cat? How'd I feel that Tom is a very scary monster in disguise? Al. Just when everyone was talking about it, Usopp's startled yell immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? I saw Luffy grabbing the railings on both sides, rolling his body back and forth, turning his arms into 2 twists. Then he showed a confident smile and said, of course I'm flying like that cat. As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. Luffy released his hands violently. Losing his fixed hands immediately released terrifying power, but it didn't take him into the sky as Luffy thought. Instead, he tied a big rice dumpling. Everyone cast a glance, and after yelling, "Idiot," they turned their attention to Tom, who was fighting Hawkeye. Usopp covered his face and cried bitterly. What kind of ghost captain did he fall into? After Luffy said sorry, he looked at Tom with fiery eyes, and began to toss his body again. Chapter 32 Hawkeye was stunned. What kind of creature is this? Hey Shanks. Where are you going? Buggy suddenly stood in front of the red hair, and said angrily. That cat hasn't had a decisive battle with Hawkeye yet, and I haven't seen enough of it. How can I leave? The red-haired brow slightly frowned, staring at one person and one cat who were still fighting, and said with a smile, "It's over." Buggy was about to yell, but then he seemed to remember something, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Open black lens bracket the knowledgeable Haki. Close black lens bracket, Shanks, could it be that you've... The red-haired stared at Hawkeye deeply, smiled, hummed lightly, and said. Hawkeye won this duel. As soon as the words fell, a roaring explosion sounded in the restaurant. Immediately afterwards, out of the smoke, a figure wearing a straw hat flew out and slammed into the mast of Krieg's boat. Even the head is embedded in it. Captain, it's that guy Luffy. After seeing Luffy, Hongfei's crew showed a relieved smile. Just when everyone was ready to find Luffy, the redhead said. Little ones, get ready to set sail. We have to deal with the things we didn't finish before. Captain, aren't you going to see Luffy? The red hair shook his head and said, it's not yet time. Remember our agreement with him? The crew immediately realized what was happening, and stopped talking, and returned to their posts to prepare to set sail. The moment Buggy saw Luffy, his eyes turned scarlet and he showed an evil smile. However, after hearing the news that the red hair was leaving, he immediately became furious and cursed. Hey, Shanks, get me off the boat. I'm going to kill that guy in the straw hat. Buggy, wait until next time. If you want to make a fuss, we have to leave. Are you kidding? Put me down quickly. Watching the restaurant on the sea gradually disappear from sight, Buggy's teeth itch with anger, and he feels even more regretful. Why did I get on Shanks' ship in the first place instead of letting my own ship follow along? As soon as there was a trace of remorse in his heart, Buggy suddenly remembered something, and cursed. Shanks, why did you drag me onto your boat? Advertisement. Not long after the redhead left, Al also noticed a tired look on Tom's face. Although Al didn't have much trouble on the surface, he was still somewhat worried in his heart. Hawkeye seemed to have noticed this too, and the frequency of his moves gradually accelerated. Tom gritted his teeth, and the speed of his arm swing became more and more violent. Click. There was only a clear sound of broken bones resounding from the air. Tom's arms were suddenly thrown out, and driven by inertia, the two arms holding the knife rushed towards Hawkeye. And Tom didn't seem to notice anything. He closed his eyes and stood still in midair, looking desperate. Hawkeye blocked the two arms holding the sword, and stared deeply at Tom, who was stagnant in midair. There was a ripple in my heart. What an interesting creature. Inside the restaurant, everyone looked at Tom dully, and at the same time a question popped up in their minds. How did that cat manage to levitate in the air? Nami was so surprised that he put his hand in his mouth. Shocked, but more worried. After all, both of Tom's arms were thrown out. Tom opened his eyes in midair, and looked at himself suspiciously, as if wondering why his body felt lighter. Just as he saw that his two arms had disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, so it's just the arms that are gone. And many more. After Tom reacted and looked around, the terrified expression on his face gradually became calm. I saw Tom silently taking out a cigarette from behind with his feet, rubbing his toes and tail to create sparks and igniting the cigarette. After taking a puff of the cigarette, he fell from the sky with a calm face. Boom. The loud noise made Nami sweat for Tom. When the smoke and dust dissipated, I saw another big cat-shaped pit on the deck. Hawkeye put away the black knife, and from the corner of the eye he glanced at the human-shaped pit and said coldly. I will wait for you at the Grand Line. I hope you can come up with more powerful moves and have a good fight with me. After speaking, Hawkeye got on his boat, which looked a bit like a coffin board in Al's eyes, and left here without looking back. After Hawkeye left, Advertisement Nami immediately rushed to the human-shaped pit and dunked Tom, who had turned into a cat cake. Tom, are you all right? Glittering tears rolled in Nami's eyes. It can be seen that Nami is very worried about Tom. Al picked up Tom's arm, patted Nami's shoulder lightly, and comforted. Don't worry Nami, Tom will be fine. Seemingly trying to verify Al's words, Tom slipped from Nami's grasp and took a sharp breath. Like a balloon, it returned to its original shape with a bang. Then with the help of Al, the two arms were put back together like twisting screws. After seeing this scene, Nami became more convinced that Tom was not human. Wait, Tom is not human. Monster. Nami thought for a long time in his mind, but couldn't think of other words that could describe Tom. It seems that only the word monster can be barely used on Tom. But Tom didn't know what Nami was thinking. At the moment it is still checking whether the arm is installed properly. Tom shook his arm vigorously, and after feeling all right, he took out another sword from behind. Looking around vigilantly with the appearance of a formidable enemy. Tom, don't look for it. Hawkeye has left. Al stroked Tom's little head and said, you're already great. Tom put the sword back on his back in frustration, then seemed to remember something, took out the mace with an angry face and walked towards the corner. Even though the battle was over, everyone in the restaurant was still in a state of sluggishness. Until Jeppu roared. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fix the restaurant, it's really embarrassing. The staff in the restaurant were startled and shocked, and they picked up the tools one after another and began to clean the battlefield. At this moment, Al threw a large bag of gold coins into the restaurant and apologized. Sorry, my crew has caused you trouble. Jeppu put away his serious expression, showed a smile full of admiration, and said, You are a good captain. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 33 Marine Boss Emergency Meeting, Marineford. Inside the Marine headquarters. After Sengoku heard the news of the duel between Balati, Haki and Tom in the sea restaurant, he gradually became serious from the initial casualness. Through the phone bug, Sengoku said in a tone full of disbelief, Are you sure the news is accurate? The other end of the phone bug, Marshal Sengoku, we have confirmed the news. That cat named Cowboy Tom was not at a disadvantage in the duel with Haki Mahawk. And after the duel, Cowboy Tom wasn't hurt at all. After listening to the words from the phone bug, Sengoku still held a skeptical attitude and repeatedly asked whether the news was reliable. However, at the other end of the conversation, he said with certainty, Report to Marshal Sengoku, the news is very accurate. Absolutely impossible to go wrong, because I saw it with my own eyes. Sengoku hung up the phone suddenly, sat on the chair, frowning. Can you compete with the man who is known as the world's #1 swordsman? This is really terrible news. Looking at Tom's reward order on the table, Sengoku frowned even deeper, and immediately asked his subordinates to call an emergency meeting. If the news is confirmed, this will undoubtedly add a powerful enemy to Marine. The signs must be snuffed out. If left unchecked, God knows what kind of mess this cat named Tom will make in this world. After a while, after hearing the news, the Marine executives hurried to the meeting room. Have you heard that the reason why Marshal Sengoku convened this type meeting is because of the cats who defeated Arlong's group some time ago? Of course I heard about it. I heard them say that this cat is dueling with the world's #1 swordsman Mahawk. The most surprising thing is that when the cat faced that man, it was evenly matched. Doubt, shock, doubt, and a series of voices filled the entire meeting room. For a while, the entire conference hall was as noisy as a vegetable market on the street. Just when they were arguing, the appearance of the three admirals made everyone quiet instantly. Advertisement, Kizaru Admiral, how reliable do you think this matter is? The Marine Vice Admiral on the side asked with doubts and an attitude of asking for advice. Kizaru sat lazily on the chair and asked nonchalantly. What a terrible question. From your unconfident tone, can't you find the answer to the question? At this time, Akainu flicked the cloak on his body and snorted coldly. I don't know why you guys ask such a question that doesn't require any brains. Are you all a bunch of brainless idiots? All the Marine cadres were shocked by Akainu's words and broke into a cold sweat. Aokiji found a place to sit down, then covered his eyes with the blindfold, yawned, and lazily said. Yeah, what a troublesome guy. The Marine cadre who asked the question laughed awkwardly and sat back in his seat. At the same time, I kept asking myself why I asked such a ridiculous question. How could a cat be on par with the world's #1 swordsman? Marshal Sengoku must have gotten the fake news. Just when he was thinking like this, Sengoku pushed open the door of the meeting room with a serious face. Then he came to the first seat without saying a word, and hung Tom's reward order on the wall of the meeting room. The atmosphere gradually became serious with the arrival of Sengoku. Seeing that everyone except Garp was present, Sengoku pointed to Tom's reward order and said seriously. Presumably you have also learned some news. The old man knows that there must be many of you who are unwilling to believe the reliability of this news. But, as he said that, Sengoku's eyes gradually became sharper. Looking at everyone present, he continued. We must not let go of any flame that may threaten Marine. As soon as the words fell, everyone started a heated discussion again. Akainu frowned slightly and said coldly, Marshal Sengoku, don't you plan to concentrate your forces to deal with the cat? What a stupid idea. Advertisement Sengoku looked at Akainu and confronted him with a serious tone. Sakazuki, as Marine Admiral, how can you say such a thing? Do you know, it's probably because of your contemptuous attitude. And let a guy who will pose a great threat to Marine in the future grow up without incident. Facing Sengoku's questioning, Akainu still held an indifferent attitude. In his eyes, so what if the news is true? How much threat can a cat pose? Since their Marine was established, they haven't been afraid of any pirates. Even Luo Jia, who has become the One Piece, was killed by Marine in the end. Seeing that no one spoke, Sengoku pointed to Tom's reward order and said, I decided to increase the reward for Cowboy Tom. We must not let anyone go. The flames that threaten Marine will become a prairie fire. The voice just fell. Akainu snorted coldly and made his disdainful remarks again. Marshal Sengoku, before he was sure of the accuracy of the news, was in a hurry to announce to the world that a cat could match Haki. Don't you think your decision is very stupid? Just when Sengoku wanted to refute again, Kizaru, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said. Sakazuki's words don't make sense. How scary can a cat be? Aokiji stood up, stretched his waist, and lazily said, It's really troublesome. Why don't you send someone to find out the strength of that cat? Seeing that the three admirals have said this, the Marine cadres also feel that it is unnecessary. It is impossible to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Hastily increased the bounty. Isn't this an announcement to the whole world that a great swordsman who can rival Haki is born? Sengoku wondered for a while whether he was making a big deal out of a molehill, and after staring at Tom's reward order for a while, he dismissed the meeting. After everyone left, Sengoku let out a long sigh. I hope I'm thinking too much. Chapter 34 Promise with Luffy. See Restaurant Barati. Usopp used all his strength to free Luffy's head from the pole. However, no matter how much effort was used, it was of no avail. Luffy, can't you save yourself some snacks? When Luffy heard the dim sum, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop drooling, and he asked, dim sum, where can I have dim sum? Usopp squatted on the ground, bared his teeth and cursed, hey. What the hell are you pretending to be in your head? Just when Usopp was in a panic, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Use this. Immediately afterwards, a western sword appeared in Usopp's sight. Thank you. Just the right sword to get Luffy out. Without even thinking about it, Usopp took the western sword into his hand. Although he has controlled it very carefully, he still underestimated the sharpness of this sword. With just a light wave, the boat pole was split open neatly. While Usopp was still in awe of how sharp the sword was. Luffy clutched the back of his neck, screamed in pain, bared his teeth and cursed, are you trying to kill me? After Usopp apologized, he ignored Luffy. Turning around with a smile on his face, he prepared to return the western sword. However, when Usopp saw the face of the sword handler clearly, his smile froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. One staggered and accidentally fell into the sea. Al put the sword back into the system backpack, stared at Usopp who was calling for help with weird eyes, and murmured. What is this guy afraid of? I don't look scary either. After seeing that it was Al who rescued him, Luffy laughed and said, Hi, my name is Luffy, thank you for your help. Hi, my name is Al, it's just a small thing, don't take it to heart. It's your crew, is he all right? Luffy looked in the direction of Al's finger, suddenly frightened, and stretched out his arms to fish Usopp up. Usopp, cheer up. Usopp, who was about to be shaken by Luffy, suddenly sat up and pointed at Al behind Luffy, shaking with fear all over his body. Lululu, Luffy, run. Advertisement. What are you talking about, Usopp? He took out his sword and saved me just now. This is my benefactor, It should be half. After thinking for a while with a troubled look on his face, Luffy suddenly seemed to remember something. Correct. Luffy suddenly let go of Usopp, turned around and said with a smile, can I duel with you? Looking at Luffy's innocent smile, Al shook his head and said, no, let's talk about it the next time we meet. Al looked at Nami who was waving at him, and continued, now I almost have to leave. Then may I invite you to my boat? Sorry, I have my own pirate group. Luffy pouted, and said with a depressed face, you're so boring. Seeing how calm Luffy was in front of this scary guy, Usopp resisted the fear and stood up, pointed at Al and said, you guys are not planning to kill us. Al froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, and asked, why do you think so? Needless to say, isn't it normal for pirates to meet pirates and fight each other? I warn you, I'm the captain of a gang of thieves with 5,000 men. Just when Usopp wanted to continue, Al suddenly interrupted. What do you have, is it worth me fighting with you? Usopp was stunned speechless. After thinking about it carefully, what Al said seems to make sense. Apart from the fact that the Mary was more valuable, they really didn't have any reason for Al to fight them. Seeing that Al was not malicious, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, and asked again, then what is your purpose? Al replied with a smile without hesitation, you can understand it as the mutual attraction between the strong and the strong. Seeing that Usopp wanted to say something more, Luffy suddenly reprimanded in an impatient tone. Enough. Usopp, you are so rude. Luffy, I don't want to be told that by you guy. Seeing that the two were about to pinch each other, Al was also laughed at by them. Straw Hat Luffy, remember to store more gold and silver treasures next time we meet. Luffy hummed lightly, and laughed loudly. Let's go, I will definitely be stronger than now when we meet next time. It's agreed. Advertisement, well, it's agreed. The two looked at each other and smiled, but Usopp on the side was stunned. What is this all about, and the meaning of these few words, until the next meeting? After Al and Luffy had earth-shattering duel, Usopp suddenly realized. But these are things for later. After saying goodbye to Luffy and the others, Al came to Tom's side. Seeing that Krieg had been beaten badly, Al sneered and said, the pathetic weakling, I gave you a chance, what a pity. Seeing Al talking inexplicably, Tom thought he wanted to beat the nasty guy too. Pulling an oversized mace from behind his back and handing it to Al, he raised his eyebrows and let out an evil laugh. Al froze for a moment, then laughed helplessly. Even with his toes, he can figure out why Tom hates Krieg so much. He must have not been able to enjoy the fight with Hawkeye. So I transferred my grievances to Krieg who jumped out to destroy the duel at the very beginning. It can only be said that Krieg asked for it, but this is not a bad thing for Al. Tom can be discouraged, and he can also get emotional points, which is a happy event that kills two birds with one stone. But Al didn't take the mace from Tom's hand, but sat aside and checked the emotional value. Mood value from Eagle Eye plus 9999, negative emotions from Zoro plus 6999. Negative emotion value from Krieg plus 4536, open black lens bracket from Hawkeye, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket from Arlong, close black lens bracket after fighting with Krieg, Zoro, and Hawkeye. Add Arlong and the others, as well as the previously saved emotional value. The current emotional value has reached 106,590. Without the slightest hesitation, Al directly redeemed the crew summoning card in the system mall. Then throw the remaining emotional points into the lottery machine, trying to eliminate all the bad luck. With the sound of the lottery machine playing in his head, Al used the crew summoning card at the same time. Chapter 35 Tom's Half-Friend, New Crew Members Debut. Obtain a roll of the bandage used by Jerry to save the duckling. Close black lens bracket. Get a bottle of Jerry's invisibility potion. Open black lens bracket. Obtain a bell that Spike gave to Jerry. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Get one of Tom's flying wings. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Al looked at the message prompt in his mind, and he didn't feel happy at all. If in normal times, with more than 6,000 emotional points, he could draw so many props, Al would definitely be dancing with joy. But he doesn't want props now. The reason why he draws a lottery is entirely in the hope that he can use up bad luck in the lottery machine. It is commonly known as padding, then transfer all the good luck to the crew summon card. In this way, it might be possible to summon those legendary characters. Listed as Uchiha Sasuke, Shinigami by Ichigo, Vegeta, Fire Dragon King Akainu, etc. Dog system. Al complained a little speechlessly, wishing he could kill this broken system on the spot. He didn't believe that his luck would be so good, and he could summon the crew he wanted even with so many props in the company. Unless the system can have a self-awareness like in other novels. With just a few words, you can get the props you want. But is it realistic? Everything that is charged now will explode. Just when Al has given up any hope for the new crew. But I found that the reminder in my mind had stopped. But, the new crew did not show up. This is extremely good news for Al. As long as no new characters appear, does that mean there is still hope? Without the slightest hesitation, Al immediately opened the system page, and then found the page calling for the crew. Advertisement. With mixed feelings of doubt, curiosity, and anticipation, Al clicked on the red exclamation mark in the center. Immediately afterwards, the prompt that popped up immediately made him see hope. Searching for the crew, progress 60%. If you can stop this, can you wait for the next time to use it? With this in mind, Al started looking for a button to stop it. It's not the reason why he searched, the main reason is that this broken system is too dark. Every time the props are exchanged in the store, the emotional points consumed will be doubled indefinitely. Now the crew summoning card has reached a selling price of 500,000 emotion points in the system store. Damn it, how'd I stop this crap? Al pressed almost every button he could, but he still couldn't make it stop. When the progress reached 99%, Al's face suddenly collapsed. 80% of the fantasy is shattered. Immediately afterwards, the system seemed to verify Al's conjecture. After a white light flashed in front of his eyes, a bulldog with gray hair and extremely fierce appearance appeared in Al's sight. Al recognized the bulldog at first sight by the red collar it was wearing. Tom's half-nemesis, Spike. Tom, who was beating Krieg violently, felt a chill in his back, shivered all over, and turned around stiffly like a machine. Tom rubbed his eyes in disbelief when he saw Spike. Then one paw pointed at Spike, and the other paw slapped his thigh, making a very anthropomorphic fake laugh. It seemed that he didn't believe that silly dog would appear in such a place. After laughing for a while, Tom sweated profusely all over his body, turned into a flash of lightning with a whoosh, and instinctively ran to a high place, shivering. The way Tom looked at Al changed at this time, and he wished he could run down and scold Al. Why did you fix this stupid dog? Isn't this killing the cat? Al was also depressed and flustered at the moment, and after saying goodbye to the imaginary character in his mind, he looked at Spike in front of him. Can you speak human language like Tom? This is Al's first question. Spike nodded, opened his mouth and made a rough voice. But I don't like to speak human words, my throat will hurt. Al hummed and asked some more questions about Spike's abilities. Advertisement. Spike, however, looked at Al suspiciously. It didn't understand a word about its ability and inability. In Spike's cognition, it is just an ordinary bulldog. It's nothing more than an ordinary family dog. Al was a little speechless and thought. Do you and Tom have any misunderstandings about ordinary? But seeing Spike's innocent face, Al didn't bother to ask any more questions. Whatever ability you have, it will be revealed during the battle, and it's useless to be anxious now. Captain Al, where did this dog come from? It looks so fierce. Nami came to Al's side, seeing a big dog with a ferocious appearance in front of him. A trace of fear appeared on his face. This is our new crew member Spike, who is actually half of Tom's friend. Nami froze for a moment, then asked in confusion, half friend of Tom? Isn't that the kind of existence beyond common sense? Al nodded slightly, although he didn't know Spike's abilities at the moment. But, this is an existence that can chase Tom away, how could it be unreasonable? By the way, what about Tom? I haven't seen it since just now, Nami asked. Al raised his hand, pointed to Tom who was standing on a high place and looked down at them, and said, Here, don't you just bask in the sun there? Basking in the sun? Nami's mind is full of question marks. Why go to such a high place to bask in the sun? Al coughed lightly. This basking in the sun is certainly not the other basking in the sun. It was just a joke to save Tom's face. Al pointed to Spike, and then gave a general account of the relationship between Spike and Tom. Nami nodded half understanding, but suddenly felt something was wrong, and asked again. Captain Al, as you say, aren't Tom and Spike friends? Then why is Tom so scared? Al froze for a moment, then smiled. That's why I said, Tom and Spike are half friends. Chapter 36. Go out and have your house stolen? In the corner of the sea restaurant. The two sailors held the phone bugs, and after reporting to Sengoku, they waited for the headquarters to give them instructions. Hoth Ensign, those guys are leaving here soon. Haven't the orders from the headquarters been issued yet? Ensign named Haas frowned, looked at Al who was still talking with Nami outside the restaurant, and said, You go and find a way to hold them back, and you must hold them until the order from the headquarters is issued. After hearing these words, the young sailor couldn't help but his legs became weak from fright, and his eyes were full of fear. Are you kidding me? He is a recruit who just joined Marine not long ago. What can he do to stop him? Even if you take your life to stop it, how long can you stop it? I'm afraid it wasn't just passing by, and he was hacked to pieces by the other party before he even said a word. Just when he was struggling with how to refuse, the phone bug suddenly responded. Click. Moses, continue to monitor them. I will send 2 powerful sailors to catch them. After Haas Ensign received the order, he immediately contacted all Marine branches in East Blue to closely monitor the whereabouts of the L suspects. The young sailor couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and at the same time, the eyes he looked at Al gradually became a lot colder. 2 Marine masters will definitely be able to catch this group of pirates. Al, who was still talking to Nami outside, had no idea that Marine was after him. However, even if he knew it, it seemed that he didn't feel much about it. At most, there are 2 big grievances who send emotional value. After calming Tom's emotions and mediating the relationship between the cat and the dog, Al greeted Nami to get ready to sail and go to the next place. Opening the nautical chart drawn by Nami, Al quickly decided on the next place. Rogtown. This is the place you must go to the Grand Line, except for buying some daily necessities. Al also learned from Nami that there is the largest black market in East Blue. Advertisement in this regard, Al intends to go to the black market to see if there is anything he needs. For example, record the hour hand, which is a necessary item to move forward on the Grand Line. Just when Al determined the sailing route, Nami's miserable screams sounded from the cabin. Tom, who was confronting Spike, suddenly froze for a moment, and ran into the cabin with a whoosh. I saw Nami slumped on the ground in despair. Beside her was a big treasure chest that was opened. It's just that it's empty now. What happened to Nami? Al, who rushed over after hearing the news, asked. Pointing at the empty box, Nami said in grief and indignation, Captain Al, the living expenses I put here have been stolen. Al froze for a moment. He remembered that there was not much money in the box. Most of their funds are stored elsewhere, as well as in Al's system backpack. And the money in that box was specially withdrawn from the bank for Nami to keep when Al planned to go to the Barati restaurant on the sea to spend. Al snorted coldly. Someone who is not afraid of death dares to steal from us. Although the money is not much, for Al who has a property, the stolen money is not enough for him to earn more in a day. But is it a matter of money? The house was stolen when I went out. Can I bear it? Tom, do you have a way of tracking that guy down? Al's tone was very cold, and his expression showed no trace of emotion. However, it is this kind of Al who is the scariest. Tom thought for a while, and took out a bunch of props from behind, but he still couldn't find any useful props. Spreading his hands helplessly, he shook his head to express that he was powerless. At this moment, Spike, who was standing outside the door, pushed Tom away with haughty steps. Then he pointed to himself with his thumb, cast a contemptuous look at Tom, and said, I can. Advertisement. Al froze for a moment, slapped his thigh, and thought. Suddenly joined a new crew member and haven't gotten used to it yet, so I subconsciously forgot about Spike. A dog's nose is very clever. I don't know what Spike would think if he knew what Al was thinking. Probably shed a tear of sadness, but Spike doesn't have time to care about this right now. At this time, it is trying to find the breath left by the thief with its nose. After a while, there was a gleam in Spike's eyes, as if he had locked the breath of the thief. Spike turned his head abruptly, turned into a gray-white lightning and rushed out. Spike, live, Al yelled. The main thing is that I don't know how Spike's fighting power is. I'm afraid it will accidentally smash the thief to the ground. Al didn't intend to let the thief die so easily. Spike nodded, and rushed towards the northwest on the sea surface, splashing layers of waves. Nami looked at Spike, who was running fast on the sea, showing a surprised expression, and murmured. How does it run on the sea without relying on any objects? Before Al could explain, Tom on the side showed a disdainful expression. Then, as Nami watched in shock, he ran around the boat on the surface of the sea before returning to the spot, showing off his biceps. As if to say, that's it, this cat will be fine too. Al smiled and handed Nami a glass of juice, saying, There's no need to show such a surprised expression. Neither of these 2 guys can use normal logic to understand. Nami nodded approvingly. Both of these are monsters beyond logic. Chapter 37. Spike's pursuit of thousands of miles. On an unknown small island, a purple-haired girl flicked her hair lightly, and knocked off the big bag full of Bailey from the boat. Nami, it hasn't been long. Your vigilance is getting worse and worse. Karina put her hands on her hips and looked at the restaurant on the sea, which had disappeared from sight, with a smile on her face. Then, I will keep the money for you from now on. Karina opened the punching bag and sat cross-legged on the beach to count her harvest. Just when she was still immersed in joy, a small black speck approaching her quickly on the sea made Karina break out in a cold sweat in fright. Due to the distance, Karina subconsciously thought it was a shell. Quickly put the unfinished Bailey into the bag, and sneered in the direction of the sea restaurant with a smile on his face. What if I'm discovered? This shell can't hit me. As she spoke, Karina picked up the sack and walked towards the depths of the jungle, humming a ditty. Before she could take a few steps, the sound of howling wind rang in her ears. Karina froze in place immediately, and couldn't help shivering. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and a strong sense of crisis emerged spontaneously. Just when she was about to turn her head to find out, she saw a gray figure rushing towards her in the midair. Boom! The huge explosion alarmed all the birds on the island. The powerful airwave blew Karina away and fell to the ground fiercely. The huge smoke and dust raised blocked her vision. In the smoke and dust, Karina could only vaguely see a figure with devilish muscles. And it is gradually approaching itself. After the smoke cleared, Karina finally saw the face of that figure clearly. What kind of monster are you? Rao was a well-informed Karina when she saw a kobold who could walk on 2 legs and had a devil-like body. Can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even my teeth shatter when I speak. You are that thief. Advertisement Spike pulled out a pair of sharper teeth from behind to replace the old ones. The ferocious appearance coupled with its rough voice frightened Karina into a dumbfounded place. Seeing that Karina was silent, Spike punched the thick tree beside him and at the same time flew tens of meters away. A breath of death hangs over Karina's heart. She can't figure out why there's such a terrible guy on Nami's ship. Obviously, this guy never showed up when he was at the restaurant on the sea, okay? Even when she was stealing the money, Spike was never seen. For this inexplicable guy, Karina suddenly felt a little regret. What do you want to do? When Karina asked, her brain was running fast, thinking about how to escape from this monster. She just wanted Nami to raise her vigilance, but she didn't think about giving her life away. Spike didn't want to talk nonsense with Karina at all. He stretched out his big hand to catch Karina, and then went back to bully Tom early. At the moment of crisis, Karina suddenly grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Spike's eyes. Ishin only thought about bullying Tom's Spike, and his eyes were blinded by sand without any defense. The intense pain made it howl in pain. Stupid dog, the money is returned to you. Remember to go back and tell Nami, let her be more vigilant. Karina's laughter echoed in the dense forest. Spike shook his head and turned into gray lightning with an angry face. With the precise positioning of the nose, Karina's position was quickly locked. But Karina didn't know it at the moment. After running for a while, seeing that Spike hadn't caught up, she slowly relaxed her vigilance. Just when she found a cave and was about to go in and hide for a while, I saw Spike lying in the posture of a royal concubine, drinking juice leisurely and raising his eyebrows at her, as if laughing at Karina's stupidity. What? Karina screamed in fright, put on a cute and pitiful look, and said, didn't I already return the money to you? Just let me go, okay? Spike shook his head, tisk tisk tisk, and directly rejected Karina's pleading. Seeing that this method doesn't work, Karina suddenly smiled and waved her hands behind Spike, shouting, Nami, why are you here? Advertisement Spike froze for a moment, then turned around and looked at the dark cave, and after looking for a while, he didn't see Nami's figure. Immediately afterwards, Spike, who noticed something was wrong, suddenly turned his head into a donkey head. Realizing that he had been tricked, Spike shook his head violently and returned to his previous appearance. His expression gradually became fierce, and he was about to knock Karina unconscious and bring her back. However, Karina ran away as soon as it turned around. How could it be possible to stand honestly? This made Spike so angry that he punched the cave and collapsed it. Hearing the explosion sound from behind, Karina couldn't help shivering, and after calling out, monster, she ran even faster. However, no matter where she goes, even in the trees where she escapes, or even in the sea, Spike will find her out. But, whenever Karina is about to be caught, she can use tricks to turn Spike around, and then get away smoothly. But soon he will be blocked by Spike, who reacts again. Over time, the entire island has been turned upside down by Spike if it wasn't for fear of accidentally killing Karina. Spike wanted to sink this broken island directly, so that the thief would have nowhere to hide. If Karina knew about Spike's idea, she would definitely tie herself up quickly and let Spike take her back. At least he was taken back, because of his friendship with Nami, he could survive. But if the island is sunk, even if he is not caught, it is impossible to swim to the shore. Karina is a very shrewd person. Although she is very greedy for money, she cherishes her life more. But if she can make money while saving her life, she is willing to do it no matter how dangerous it is. So much so that the next time he was blocked by Spike. Karina, who was out of breath, saw that Spike was still full of energy. Cursed secretly. Monster, immediately, he took out a white flag from his chest, waved his hands and raised his hand to surrender. I surrender. I will never run away this time. Take me back. Chapter 38 The Secret Between the Two? Spike thought about it back and forth, and after making sure that this guy didn't play any tricks, he was relieved. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a sack from behind and was about to pack her up and take her back. Karina backed away with a panicked expression, pointed at the sack in Spike's hand, and said in panic, You're not going to give me. Before Karina could speak, Spike wrapped her in a sack. At the same time, he showed an impatient expression, as if saying, "This guy talks a lot of nonsense." Suddenly feeling Karina's eyes darkened, a smirk appeared on her face, and she silently took out a dagger from the sole of her shoe. "I thought that when I was on the boat for a while, I would secretly cut open the sack and run away." However, just as her abacus was clinking, the sudden sense of weightlessness caused a trace of panic to appear on her face. A terrifying thought came to mind: this stupid dog doesn't want to throw himself over there. Think about Spike's terrifying strength and his worrying IQ. Karina's face suddenly turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, he cut open the sack directly. Immediately afterwards, under strong inertia, Karina flew out of the sack directly. It's just that what she didn't expect was that she was not in the air, but in the sea. As soon as this idea came up, the severe pain and suffocation pulled her back to reality. Holding her breath, Karina fought back the pain to surface. Then her worldview collapsed. Looking at Spike galloping across the sea, Karina opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Could it be that what I saw before was not a cannonball? It's this stupid dog." At this moment, Spike, who sensed something was wrong, slammed on the brakes and set off a huge wave. Then he stayed on the surface of the sea, staring at the big hole in the sack with a puzzled face, shook his head violently, and looked angrily at Karina floating on the sea. I saw Spike's legs were like two fully powered propellers, rushing towards Karina. Karina just stood there in a daze, completely forgetting the idea of running away. Advertisement Rao was caught by Spike, still looking surprised and motionless. What kind of monster is this guy? Karina repeated this sentence repeatedly in her heart, which was completely beyond her cognition. Thanks to the fact that she stole the treasure early, otherwise, after watching the duel between Tom and Haki, even if she had 10,000 courage, she probably wouldn't dare to steal it. At this time, Spike's mind is full of images of bullying Tom, and he doesn't pay attention to Karina, who is caught in the creaking nest. If only Spike knew that Karina had been thinking that it was a monster. Maybe Karina will be repaired and brought back. Anyway, what Al said was, let's just stay alive. The waves brought lightning all the way, and in less than a few minutes, Spike brought Karina back to the boat. At this time, Nami, accompanied by Tom, turned grief and anger into appetite in the restaurant on the sea. Only Al was left on the boat, lying on a chair and reading the newspaper leisurely. Seeing that Spike came back, Al stood up from the chair with a smile, stroked its head lightly, and said, "Thank you, Spike." Spike stuck out his tongue, wagged his tail, and after rubbing against Al for a while, he went to find Nami and Tom under Al's instructions. After Spike left, Al turned his attention to Karina. The moment he saw Karina, Al was slightly taken aback, because he knew the person in front of him. Isn't this the phantom thief Karina, who is also known as Nami? After seeing Al, Karina smiled and said, "Hello, you are the captain of Nami." Al hummed and nodded slightly. Just when Karina wanted to continue talking, Al suddenly interrupted, "Phantom thief Karina, I know you." Karina's pupils narrowed slightly, and she asked doubtfully, "Did Nami mention me to you?" Al froze for a moment, and instead of directly responding to the question, he replied in another way. "How to say it depends on how you understand it. So, what was Nami's reaction when she talked about me?" Karina's tone was a little excited, as if she was happy to learn that Nami would actually mention herself in front of outsiders. Advertisement, I think it would be better for you to ask me this question. As soon as the words fell, Nami's angry voice sounded from behind. "Karina, why is it you?" After seeing Nami, Karina said in a familiar tone, "Oh, Nami, long time no see." Tom and Spike, while gnawing on the big chicken legs, propped their paws against the wall, shook their heads, and made a tisk 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 sound. Seeing the anger on Nami's face, Al also consciously left the Shira field and came to Tom's side. Tom pulls a drumstick out of his back and hands it to Al. One person, one cat and one dog, nod on the drumsticks in perfect sync, watching the show from the sidelines. "You who abandoned your companions, don't act like I know you very well in front of me." Nami angrily picked up a wooden stick and assumed an attacking posture. Karina waved her hands, opened her arms with a calm face, and said with a smile, "If you hate me that much, kill me. Anyway, I'm your prisoner now. If killing me can make you let go of your hatred, then do it. You be asterisk 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 D." Nami gritted his teeth and threw the wooden stick aside, turned his back, and said coldly, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you." At this moment, Al, who couldn't stand it anymore, suddenly said, "Karina, if you don't want to explain, then let me do it." Karina glanced at Al strangely and couldn't understand Al's words. But soon, after reacting, Karina stepped back in shock, looked at Al with disbelieving eyes, sighed softly, and said helplessly, "Mr. Al, although I don't know where you got the information from. But let me explain, after all, it's all my fault." Seeing that the two were playing charades, Nami couldn't help wondering whether there was some ulterior secret between the two. Chapter 39 Nami's request, Karina on board. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Spike said, "What do you think, Tom?" Tom took a big bite off a piece of chicken thigh and responded, "Eat and watch." Spike. Just when Nami wondered what secrets Karina and Al were keeping from him, Karina explained how she and Nami went to steal treasure hunters. At that time, the two were caught by treasure hunters, and Karina left Nami alone. The main reason is to attract attention so that Nami can escape smoothly. Knowing the truth, Nami clenched his fists and said, "Why didn't you tell me the truth then?" Karina hugged Nami and said softly, Idiot, if I told you then, would you let me go alone? After hearing this sentence, Nami couldn't help but hug Karina tightly and cried bitterly. Crying and cursing idiot after mouthful, Karina also let Nami hammer her back. This incident was indeed her fault, but there was nothing she could do at the time. There are too many heavy things on Nami's back. If she had to choose once, she would still be the same as before, alone attracting the attention of those treasure hunters and keeping Nami alive. Idiot, the matter is over, am I still alive and well? Karina gently wiped the tears from the corners of Nami's eyes, and her gentle smile instantly melted the hearts of Tom and Spike. A cat and a dog hugged each other, weeping bitterly while turning their grief and anger into appetite, biting the chicken leg with big mouthfuls. The corner of his mouth twitched for Al, who was watching. What the hell is going on with these two live treasures? However, seeing the two people who had settled their suspicions, Al also showed a gratified smile, silently came to the restaurant on the sea, and shouted. Chef Jeppu, arrange for me all the good wine and food here. Everyone present here tonight, I will pay for all the consumption. My uncle is going to hold a grand banquet, aboard the Mary. Advertisement. Luffy, who was about to leave, heard Al's shout and rushed in without thinking, dragging Usopp and Zoro. Regardless of the mood of Zoro and Usopp, he just found a seat and sat down, looking forward to the beginning of the banquet. Jeppu was stunned for a moment and asked, young man, did something good happen? Al hummed lightly and responded with a smile, my crew and her best friend are back together. I'm thinking that if you hold a banquet, it should be lively, don't you think? Zap laughed out loud, there aren't many captains like you. Then he ordered his subordinates to start preparing the ingredients. The diners who were still in the restaurant on the sea shouted excitedly when they heard that a banquet was about to be held. What a good captain. It's no wonder that a strong man like Tom is willing to follow him. Captain Al, do you still clean the crew? How dare you say such a waste with such a low bounty? Captain Al, I have a bounty of 2 million, can you go clean? All of a sudden, the restaurant on the sea became lively. And the two protagonists are still sitting on the bow of the boat laughing and talking about the interesting things they have experienced after they separated. After Tom and Spike learned that the banquet was going to be held, they were very excited and began to work on the decoration of the restaurant on the sea. At the beginning, the whole thing was quite normal, and a stage was built at the end of the restaurant on the sea. It's just that the more the whole, the more outrageous it is. If Al hadn't stopped them in time, these two treasures would have completely messed up the wedding scene. Night fell slowly. At this time, under the decoration of Tom and Spike, the restaurant on the sea is brightly lit and looks very warm. The only thing that left Al speechless was the wedding candies that Tom and Spike placed on each table. But Al doesn't bother to deal with these two little things, as long as they don't make things too outrageous. When they came to the boat, seeing the two were still confiding in each other, Al smiled helplessly and coughed lightly. Both of you, the banquet is about to start, it won't work without you two protagonists. Seeing Al coming, Nami and Karina looked at each other and smiled. Captain Al, thank you. Advertisement. Nami came to Al and bowed deeply. Al patted Nami on the shoulder and said with a smile. You're my partner, so don't say such kind words in the future. Nami hummed lightly, but still didn't raise his head, as if he still wanted to say something. Even Karina on the side lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing the strange behavior of the two, Al thought they had something to ask him for help, so he said generously. If you have anything to say, just say it, if it's something I can help. As soon as Nami heard what Al said, he immediately asked, Captain Al, can you let Karina aboard? Before Al could speak, Karina begged with a pitiful look, Captain Al, can you let me aboard your boat? Forehead. Al hesitated, recalling the information about Karina in his mind. In his impression, Karina is the kind of person with a very flexible mind and a team think tank. Although the combat power is not strong, this is not a problem. At that time, find a better devil fruit or learn Marine 6 styles and make up for the shortcomings. After thinking about it, Al stretched out his hand and greeted him with a smile, welcome to the Cowboy Pirates. Yes, Captain Al. Karina held Al's hand, and gave Nami a high five with a smile on her face, and raised her head arrogantly. HMPH, I just said that I will definitely be able to board the boat. Are you kidding? If it wasn't for me, would you be able to get on the boat? Captain Al, are you judging because I am good, or because of Nami? Does it need to be said? It must be because of me, Captain Al, that you, a flamboyant acting guy, will be allowed on board. Nami and Karina held Al's arm each, waiting for Al's reply. Seeing the two people quarreling inexplicably, Al was stunned for a while, not really saying anything. Let's worry about this problem later. Al grinned and shouted, you guys, let's have a party. Chapter 40 Go. Tom is alive again. Amidst the laughter, the banquet ended successfully. It's just that the two guys, Tom and Spike, didn't know how much they drank, and they stuck their chopsticks in their noses and mouths. I can't get it out now. Karina, have you figured out a way? Deck. Nami paced back and forth, although she was very anxious. But seeing the funny appearance of Tom and Spike, he still couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, Nami, do you know it's painful to hold back a laugh, hey? Karina stomped her feet angrily and then couldn't help laughing. Al held a cup of coffee in his hand, looked at them with a headache and looked helpless. A pair of live treasures is enough to cause headaches, but now with a pair of Wangshi lovers, we can only say, it's absolutely perfect. Al sighed and yelled, Jerry and Tech were bullied. The voice just fell. I saw Tom and Spike, as if they had been shocked by electricity. The hair on their backs stood up one by one, starting from the tip of the tail. Immediately afterwards, a cat and a dog stood up under the surprised eyes of the two women. Jerry, Tech. Later, Tom and Spike burst into laughter after seeing each other's funny appearance. He jumped the chopsticks and even shot down 2 seagulls. Nami and Karina looked at them in disbelief, then turned to Al and gave them a thumbs up. Al took a sip of coffee calmly, shook his head and smiled helplessly. Seeing that Tom and Spike were fine, Nami and Karina also returned to the cabin. At this moment, Karina suddenly remembered the money she stole before. As if she hadn't got it back, she screamed suddenly. Captain Al, the money hasn't been returned yet. Small money that even Spike doesn't like. If you lose it, just lose it, it doesn't matter. Karina. Returning to normal sailing, everyone is busy with their own affairs. Al was flipping through the Devil Fruit illustrated book, looking for fruits suitable for Nami and Karina. It was given to him by Zepp when he was in the sea restaurant. Advertisement Nami and Karina, one is busy drawing the chart and the other is helping. As for Tom and Spike, after drinking the fruit juice leisurely for a while, these two creatures went to nowhere. Al didn't care about them, as long as they didn't mess with each other. The basement under the cabin. Spike put his arm around Tom's shoulder and threatened. Tom, hand over the refrigerator. Tom tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression. What kind of refrigerator? Why doesn't he remember that he has this thing? Seeing Tom's bewildered expression, Spike grabbed Tom unreasonably, shaking wildly. After a while, all kinds of strange props came out from Tom's back. Tom, who was a little dizzy from being shaken, suddenly seemed to remember something, and stretched out his hand to cover Spike's nose. Then he took out a double-door refrigerator from behind. The moment he saw the refrigerator, Spike directly threw Tom out. However, because of too much force, a big hole was smashed out of the bottom of the boat. The turbulent sea water rushed in along the big hole in an instant. Tom was so frightened that his hair exploded all over, and he tried to block the gap with his body, but he was directly rushed out by the seawater. Realizing that he had done something wrong, Spike's body trembled uncontrollably. He grabbed Tom, who was washed out by the sea, and while shaking wildly, he still didn't forget to stuff Tom's protruding tongue back. Tom, don't pretend to be dead, think of a way. Tom, who was shaken awake by Spike, put his hand in his mouth tremblingly and looked around. The moment he saw the refrigerator, a light bulb lit up above his head. I saw Tom break free from Spike's grasp and rush to the refrigerator. Then he threw all the food in the refrigerator out, and then his whole body got into it. Just when Spike thought Tom was going to take refuge in the freezer. I saw Tom holding 2 blue wires in his hand, showing an excited expression. Tom, stop playing, think of a way. Tom snorted, put the 2 wires in the seawater, and then turned the button with refrigeration on it. In just the blink of an eye, the originally turbulent seawater was frozen into ice. Spike gave Tom a thumbs up and praised, you still have a way, Tom. However, Tom didn't bother to talk to Spike, took out a pair of skates from behind, and showed a smirk. Seeing this, Spike also asked Tom to get a pair for it, otherwise he would have to let Tom feel what suffering in the world is. Under coercion, Tom reluctantly took out a pair of oversized skate shoes from behind and threw them over. Advertisement then under Spike's envious eyes, it started its performance. Hearing the noise under the cabin, Karina immediately got up and took Nami to open black lens bracket Tom's skating rink close black lens bracket. I saw Spike squatting on the ice with his head full of bags, looking aggrieved at Tom, who was performing crazy operations. When the two women saw Tom, they changed their bodies from time to time and performed various difficult movements on the ice. Suddenly my jaw dropped. Can you still play like this? The two girls looked at each other and asked Tom to give them 2 more pairs of skates. Originally Tom was unwilling, but under the begging of Nami and Karina, Tom reluctantly handed over 2 pairs of skates. At the same time, Al, who noticed something strange, also rushed over. When I saw Tom having fun with Nami and the others, my mind was filled with black lines. Tom, who was startled by Al, suddenly frowned, and quickly turned off the refrigeration. The moment the ice surface disappeared, Nami and Karina fell into the seawater and choked several times. Tom showed an embarrassed smile, threw Spike over, and blocked the hole. Spike. Tom, I give you an hour to restore this place to its original state. And you, Nami. Winking face Karina. Oh omega oh, Spike. At the same time, inside the Marine branch in the town of Rog. Moses, is that Colonel Smoker? Cowboy Tom and his gang are on their way to Rog Town, please catch them. Smoking 2 cigars, the white-haired smoker hummed, and then hung up the phone. Staring at the sea with deep eyes, he said coldly, with me here, no one can enter the Grand Line from Grow Town. Chapter 41 Spike's Magical Bell. In the cabin, Tom's limbs and even his waist were all tied with cleaning tools, and he was sweating profusely cleaning up the water stains on the deck. On the stairs, Nami held his chin and said with some distress, is it really okay to leave the work to Tom while we sit here? Karina chomped on the watermelon and replied casually, but Tom doesn't need our help either. Nami froze for a moment, thinking that Karina was right. When they were helping just now, they were pushed away by Tom in disgust because they were too slow. Hey, no, where did you get your melon? After reacting, Nami looked at Karina in a daze, and Spike, who was leaning on the wall and tearing the chicken leg. Before Karina could speak, Spike skillfully took out a watermelon from behind and handed it to Nami. Nami. Although eating watermelon while watching Tom sweating profusely cleaning up the mess is a very cruel thing for Tom. But, this melon is really sweet, Al, who was on patrol, couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth after seeing this scene. After a long sigh and feeling sorry for Tom for 3 seconds, Al came to the kitchen, ready to make something delicious to reward Tom. While preparing the dishes, Al mentally reviewed the items he had acquired earlier. Jerry's invisibility potion can make anything transparent when poured on it, but the disadvantage is that it will disappear once it meets water. As for this prop, Al didn't take it seriously. After all, if you meet a strong player from observation Haki, the effect will be negligible. If it is to beat the weak, it is even more unnecessary. Tom and Spike, the two giants, just stepped forward and beat them up. It was the bandages that Jerry used to save the duckling that caught Al's eye. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is no fatal blow, the wound can be healed in an instant. This can be described as a very useful means of life-saving. But the more heaven-defying props, the more obvious the side effects and disadvantages. That is, this thing is really too special, it is only enough to wrap around one arm at most. As for Tom's flying wings, although the effect allows the user to gain the ability to fly for a short time. But when Al thought of the underworld scene, of Tom's iron crotch splitting the tree, he didn't have much interest in this prop. Advertisement just when Al was depressed that these props were too useless, Spike's bell suddenly caught his eye. Spike's bell. It ignores space, as long as you ring the bell, Spike can appear instantly no matter how far away, durable 5, close black lens bracket. Finally, an item with a key roll has arrived. Al looked at the bell in his hand. I thought to myself, if it is really like what the system prompt said, I can give this item to Nami. After all, compared with Karina, Nami's combat effectiveness and mood are still slightly weaker. With this bell, Nami can also be protected at critical times. As for Karina, Al has already found a prop that is more suitable for her in the system store. However, this emotional value is not even the slightest bit worse. Al, determined to pay attention, rang the bell without the slightest hesitation, wanting to test it. The moment the bell rang, Spike suddenly fell from the top of Al's head. Fortunately, Al was already mentally prepared and dodged ahead of time, so that he was not hit by Spike. Otherwise, if you get hit by this big guy, although the injury is not serious, it really hurts. Before Spike could figure out the situation, the overturned hot soup fell directly on Spike's head, which made him scream. In a flash, he jumped into the sea, but it seems to have forgotten that this is seawater. At the moment of entering the water, Spike clutched his head and jumped into the sky. The shrill screams startled Nami and the others instantly. Tom was holding the mop, after seeing Spike's blushing face and the big bag on top of his head. Gleefully holding his stomach and laughing, Al breathed a sigh of relief, covered his face, and apologized in embarrassment. It seems that this bell really can be used indiscriminately. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to cause unnecessary harm to Spike. Captain Al, what's going on here? Why did Spike suddenly disappear, with injuries all over his body? The second daughter, who was full of question marks, immediately came to Al's side to ask. Tom didn't have much interest in this. After laughing, he took out a bandage from his back and tied Spike into a mummy. Al didn't hide anything, and calmly took out Spike's bell from behind, and explained. This is Spike's bell, just ring the bell, advertisement. No matter how far away, you can instantly summon Spike to your side. Nami's eyes suddenly turned into stars, and he looked at the bell with admiration, and exclaimed, it's amazing. Karina, who had never seen Al use props, was skeptical and said. Does such a thing really exist? As soon as the words fell, facing Karina's doubts, Nami looked at the bumpkins and laughed lightly. None of the props that Captain Al took out can be understood with normal logic. How can you, an idiot, understand it? I don't want to be called an idiot by an idiot. Seeing the second daughter who was bewildered and arguing again, Al hurried forward to try to persuade them to fight. But before he could speak, he was stopped by Tom. Tom skillfully took out a watermelon from behind and handed it over. Al was taken aback for a while by the look of watching the excitement without thinking it was a big deal. Even Spike, who was tied up as a mummy by Tom, didn't know when he came behind Al. Put your hands on Tom's shoulders, eat melons, and laugh while watching Nami fight with Karina. The corner of Al's mouth twitched wildly, and he shouted in his heart, why is none of my crew members normal? It seemed that the second daughter felt that it was meaningless to continue arguing like this, and angrily turned her finger on Al again. Captain Al, could you please ring the bell one more time and show this idiot? Nami's grinning face turned into a pitiful expression in an instant, looking at Al. Karina stood aside, her expression gradually becoming serious, as if she was also expecting Al to show off Bell's ability. Al paused, did not agree, but looked at Nami seriously and said, I originally planned to give you this as a means of saving your life. However, you must not use it indiscriminately, or it may cause unnecessary damage to Spike. Spike pointed to the bandages on his body and nodded vigorously. Nami nodded and took the bell from Al with a look of excitement, but accidentally rang the bell. Immediately afterwards, under Karina's surprised gaze, Spike suddenly appeared on top of Nami. Straight to the top of the mountain for Nami, Chapter 42 Paramecia Barrier Fruit. After seeing this unbelievable scene, the smile on Karina's face disappeared instantly. He unbelievingly picked up the bell on the ground, then ran to the stern of the boat and shook it. The consequences can be imagined. After taking a shot of Spike's Tarzan pressure, Karina's worldview collapsed directly. Al covered his face, couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and went back to the room. Just when I sat down to look through the Devil Fruit illustrated book, I heard Karina knocking on the door. Captain Al. Please come in. After seeing Karina's tangled expression, Al already guessed what Karina wanted to say. Sorry, there is only one bell at the moment. After hearing Al's words, Karina's eyes flashed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly smiled and shook her head, saying, It's okay, Captain, don't say sorry, I'm not as weak as Nami after all. Who are you calling weak? Of course it's you, a little bit. Looking at the second daughter who was arguing again inexplicably, Tom appeared beside Al at some point. After thinking about it, he took out a bucket of popcorn from behind and placed it on Al's desk. Then he ran out to the theater with Spike. What a disturbing group of fellows. After Al sighed, he seemed to remember something. Rog Town seems to have an unowned devil fruit now. Although it's not Logia, it's also a devil fruit with very buggy abilities, barrier fruit. To know the barrier released by the barrier fruit. Even Kazuki Oden, who was able to leave a wound on Kaido, failed to break it. What's more, in addition to the first-class defense ability, this fruit can also develop various powerful attacks. Thinking of this, Al's eyes gradually became hot. If this fruit is given to Karina, with her flexible brain, we will definitely be able to develop more uses for the barrier fruit. Advertisement at this time. Al's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Nami's shout. Captain Al, we're almost in the town of Rog. On the deck, a bustling town looms in sight. After Al told everyone about the barrier fruit, Karina, who had read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, looked at Nami and said with a smile, Nami, this fruit is very suitable for you. Just when Nami was about to get mad again, Al interrupted, No. Karina, I think this fruit is more suitable for you. You must know that there are no weak devil fruits, only weak ability users. After Al expressed his thoughts, Karina's expression gradually became fanatical. It even appeared in his mind that he was standing in the barrier enchantment. Then make the barrier into a cannon, and shoot wildly at the enemy. This is simply a mobile fort, Karina, who was full of expectations, explained to Al the first time she landed. So he rushed into Rog Town to find out the whereabouts of the barrier fruit. Really, Karina is still as impulsive as she was when she was a child. After Nami complained, he took Tom and Spike to buy supplies and inquire about the whereabouts of the barrier fruit. Before leaving, Al asked Tom to dress up in disguise. After all, this is the territory under Marine's jurisdiction, and that's why Tom has been in the limelight recently. If Tom is recognized, it will more or less cause unnecessary trouble. Tom also knew this truth well. After thinking for a few seconds, a light bulb suddenly appeared above his head. I saw Tom slipping into the cabin. When it came out again, Al, who was drinking coffee, spat out with a poof, and was really shocked by Tom's shocking appearance. At this moment, Tom is wearing a yellow skirt with flowers, a black and white feather is tied to the tail behind him, and a funnel is put on his nose. The look of heavy makeup, coupled with its enchanting and charming movements. Even Spike, who was very familiar with Tom, covered his eyes after seeing Tom, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. However, Tom didn't think there was anything strange about him. He twisted his hips and wagged his tail in front of Al. Then he took Nami, who was already in a circle, and took Spike out of the boat with enchanting steps. It wasn't until Tom had disappeared from sight that Al regained his senses, took a sip of coffee with trembling hands, and murmured. Advertisement, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't let Tom fix it by himself, it's really blind. After calming down, Al entered the room, and after simply disguising himself, he came to the black market that Nami had mentioned. The black market in Rog is in the basement of a tavern. The way to enter the black market is also very simple, as long as you have money. This is naturally not a problem for Al. After revealing his wealth to the guard at the gate, Al easily entered the black market. Entering the black market is a little different from Al's imagination. Al prefers to call this a large underground bar than a black market. He found a random place to sit down, and heard two fierce men at the next table, discussing something like a gangster leader who wanted to sell a batch of weapons. At this moment, an old woman came to Al's side and asked, "This little brother looks a little strange. Looking at your attire, are you the adopted son of a gangster who came here to buy weapons?" Al shook his head, revealed that he was a pirate, and asked the old lady if she wanted anything. The old woman showed 2 rows of yellow teeth and said with a smile, "I am the person in charge here. If you are a pirate, please come here." Al was stunned for a moment, wondering if the black market still has identities. Seeing Al's puzzled expression, the old lady said, "Brother, it seems that you just came here, and you don't know the rules here." Immediately afterwards, with the old lady's explanation, Al understood the structure here. Since this is the only way to the Grand Line, Marine's control of pirates here is very strict. As a last resort, this place split into 2 black markets, the underworld and the pirates. Following the old woman to the black market belonging to pirates, a series of items that can only be owned in the Grand Line suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Like the treasure map left by a certain pirate, the record pointer, the Devil Fruit illustrated book, etc. Even sea stone can be purchased here. After a wave of consumption, Al bought several record pointers and 3 pairs of sea stone handcuffs. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly I heard 2 pirates discussing that a certain pirate got a devil fruit. and sold it to a mafia leader for a large sum of Bailey. Chapter 43. Guy's encounter with Garp. Rogtown. Tom's enchanting appearance instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by. The return rate can be described as 100%, yet Tom felt good about himself. Thinking that those people were attracted by its beauty, they winked at passers-by and blew kisses from time to time. As long as they pass by, they can hear the sound of "you" coming from behind. Nami covered his face with Spike, deliberately keeping a certain distance from Tom. I am afraid that others will mistakenly think that they know each other. What a shame. Just when Nami was thinking about throwing Tom back on the boat, Tom suddenly stopped in front of Nami, stretched out his cat's paw, and gave Nami a wink. Nami shivered, resisting the discomfort in his heart, and asked, "Tom, you mean, do you want to go shopping yourself?" Tom nodded, took the money from Nami, walked shoulder to shoulder with Spike, and walked towards the barbecue shop with arrogant steps. He looks like a street sneaker, these two guys. Nami covered her face, really didn't know what to say to these two guys. But without Tom on the side, Nami's shopping mood is slightly better. Just when Nami buys fruit, Nami couldn't help but shudder at the voice of conversation behind him. "Vice Admiral Garp, we're coming to Rog, do you want to say hello to Colonel Smoker?" Garp waved his hand and responded, "The old man is just passing by to buy some donuts. How do you say hello to that kid?" "But Vice Admiral Garp, you've already bought 5 donuts. Garp showed an awkward smile and said, "Is it already that much? But I want to challenge the record of eating donuts in a row." "That's not enough, ha ha ha." Nami glanced at the tall figure in the dog hat from the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and said fortunately, I didn't recognize me. Just when Nami was thinking about whether to inform Tom, she suddenly froze for a moment. Advertisement, I thought to myself, with Tom's current appearance. Forget it, it doesn't seem necessary. Tom and Spike, after separating from Nami, completely exposed the nature of street sneakers. Holding a large piece of barbecue in one hand and a bottle of milk in the other, he walked with unrecognizable steps, humming a ditty very chicly. As long as they see a shop related to meat or pastries, Tom and Spike will go in without hesitation. Then, under the shocked eyes of the diners, after showing off a large table of food at the speed of light, they turned their heads and went to the next one. After a while, cats and dogs ate all over the street, attracting countless people to watch. What shocked the masses the most was, no matter how big Tom and Spike's stomachs are, they can be digested at a speed visible to the naked eye on the way to the next store. That weird woman and her dog are really edible. Isn't it? My cooking speed is not as fast as theirs? In the discussion of the crowd, Garp, who was looking for a donut shop, also noticed something strange, and asked, "Is there something going on in front?" After the sailors who followed him inquired about the news, Kaido. "Vice Admiral Garp, it seems that a strange woman and her dog have attracted so many people to watch because they are so edible." When Garp heard this, he burst out laughing, and after saying, "Interesting," 3 times, he walked through the crowd and came to the door of a restaurant. After seeing Tom open his mouth wide and stuff a whole fish into his mouth, only a complete fishbone remained after taking it out. Garp couldn't help laughing, clutching his stomach. After Tom saw Garp wearing a dog hat, he couldn't help but froze for a moment. Then he looked at Spike with a puzzled expression and asked, "Your brother?" Facing Tom's soul torture, Spike fell into deep thought. Ever wondered if I really had a long-lost brother? Just when it was wondering, I saw a smirk on Tom's face. He snatched the bone in Spike's mouth. Then he came in front of Garp, and while whistling to tease the dog, he swayed back and forth in front of Garp. It's all about teasing Garp by pretending to be Spike. This scene immediately stupefied the onlookers. A bold idea emerged in their minds. Advertisement: this strange woman is not teasing this Marine as her pet dog. Garp in the dog hat was also in a daze, looking at the strange woman with heavy makeup in front of him with a strange expression. Is this guy an idiot? Seeing that Garp didn't respond, Tom's expression gradually became a little impatient, and he tapped Garp's head lightly with a bone. The sound of the whistle was also louder, trying to attract the attention of the stupid dog in front of him. This guy is really teasing Marine as a pet dog. Isn't she afraid of death? Garp froze straight away, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What do you take this old man for? Just when the angry Garp clenched his fists and was about to teach Tom a lesson, Spike, who had finished his contemplation, suddenly realized that something was missing from his mouth. The bones are gone. Spike shook his head violently, staring fiercely at what Tom was holding in his hand. Damn cat. Angry Spike raised his sandbag-sized fist and went straight to kill Tom. Stupid cat, dared to snatch my bones, I'm afraid I'm tired of working. Before the words fell, Spike beat Tom flying before Garp's fist landed. Just when Spike felt a sense of revenge, he was hammered into the ground by Garp's ruthless iron fist. The bone that Tom was holding also fell and was caught unconsciously by Garp. It all happened so fast. It was so fast that the people watching all around couldn't see clearly what happened. They only knew that at the moment just now, a white shadow appeared in the field of vision, and then a black shadow flew out. When I look at it again, that strange woman becomes her pet dog. Not only did the masses not react to what happened, even Garp was slightly taken aback, a little confused about the situation. When he looked at the ground and saw Spike with a 1-meter tall bump on his head, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. She smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you. Chapter 44 Spike. My brother Garp is amazing. Spike, who was punched by Garp inexplicably, was not angry because of this, because at this moment, his attention was all on that bone. When Spike was busy looking for the bones, he shook his head suddenly and stared fiercely at Garp. After feeling the killing intent from Spike, Garp stepped back subconsciously and said with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry, dear dog, the old man really didn't mean to hurt you. Spike showed its sharp teeth, and the surrounding crowd couldn't help shivering as he looked at it fiercely. Seeing that Garp was still shaking his bones, as if he was deliberately provoking himself. Spike didn't bother to care about whether the tall and mighty guy in front of him was his long-lost brother. Now it has only one idea in its head, that is to beat this guy hard. Then snatch back your own bones. Garp, however, doesn't know what's going on in Spike's mind. If he knew, he might give Spike another punch in anger. But at this time, Garp, who felt that he was wrong, was still calming Spike's emotions, completely forgetting about the bone in his hand. Seeing that Garp still dared to continue to provoke him, Spike's cheeks flushed with anger, and he put his thumb in his mouth with a grin. With a sharp blow, the fist was instantly inflated like a balloon. Then he slapped Garp hard in the face. Feeling the terrifying power carried by the fist, Garp couldn't help being startled, and rushed to meet it with his fist. Fist and fist confronted each other in midair, and the powerful airwaves generated all the surrounding crowd were blown away, and fell to the ground fiercely. The moment Spike and Garp's feet collided, countless cracks formed and spread around. At the same time, Al, who had just come out of the black market, was planning to meet the underworld boss that the two pirates were talking about. However, before he could take a few steps, he saw a black shadow in the sky rushing towards him. Al was startled, he dodged to escape, and stared around vigilantly. Just when he was wondering if some guy in the black market saw that he was so rich, so he had a wrong idea. Advertisement. A familiar figure crawled out of the deep pit that was smashed out just now. Tom? How could it be you? Al was surprised and delighted, but he was still more puzzled. Who sent Tom flying? Tom shouldn't be free enough to blow himself away, right? However, this possibility cannot be completely ruled out. After all, Tom's brain circuit is completely different from that of normal people. Just when Al was wondering, Tom shook his body, shaking off all the disguises he had put on carefully before. With an angry expression on his face, he took out a mace from behind, ready to settle the score with that stupid dog, completely ignoring Al beside him. Tom, Al spoke again. Tom froze for a moment, threw the mace away when he saw Al, and then hugged Al's thigh and shed tears and aggrieved. Al was speechless, thinking that if I hadn't seen you holding a mace with an angry face before, maybe I would really love you. However, someone dares to bully Tom. Can this be tolerated? Tom, whoever bullied you, I'll beat him up for you. Seeing what Al said, Tom immediately gestured in front of Al that he was being bullied by Spike and his brothers. However, Tom made gestures for a long time, and Al didn't fully understand what Tom wanted to express. Tom was so anxious that he said something. Stupid dog and his long-lost brother bullied me together. Forehead. Long-lost brother. Al froze, wondering where in this world Spike's long-lost brother came from. He didn't summon new crew members either. Tom nodded vigorously, then took out a mace from behind and handed it to Al, signaling that he must keep his word. Al took over the mace, and is still in a daze until now. In order to prevent Spike from being deceived by that indifferent brother, Al immediately asked Tom to lead the way. Along the way, Al couldn't help feeling a little worried. Advertisement because Spike will only show his IQ when he is thinking about how to trick Tom and take care of Tech. If he meets someone who doesn't know the way, Spike may be arrested for it. The most likely one is the kind that pays for money after being arrested. This is why Al asked Spike to follow Nami when he disembarked for purchases. However, when Al sensed the scene, he was completely dazed by the scene in front of him. Two burly kobolds are fighting each other with fists. The layers of airwaves it generates seem to imply that this is a battle between two strong men. Al saw the white clothes, the word justice embroidered on the cloak behind him, and the iconic dog head hat. The hanging heart also fell down. Al handed the mace back to Tom, and found a nice place to sit, quietly being a spectator. Tom froze for a moment, handed the mace to Al with a flick of his head, and pointed at Spike and Garp. Then he put his hand on his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck, motioning for Al to kill them all. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Al's forehead, and he said softly, "Stop messing with Tom, none of us will participate in this battle." Tom showed a puzzled expression, then spread his hands, and skillfully took out a lot of melon and fruit snacks. This seems to have become a habit of Tom. As long as he is watching a play, he must watch while eating. Gradually Al was also led astray by Tom. One person and one cat chatted and laughed, clinked glasses in the air, and then watched the peak duel between Spike and Garp with a smile on their faces. At the same time, in a dark alley, there are corpses lying on the ground in all directions. Karina sat on a corpse with a smile on her face, looked at the frightened little bee *****D in front of her, and said with a light smile. "What a bunch of idiots, I used money to make a deal with you, and you still want to cheat. Tell me, all the news about that devil fruit." Chapter 45 Crisis. What happened? Inside the marine branch, Smoker stared face to face at the huge cloud of dust rising above the town. Report Colonel Smoker. According to the public's reaction, a sailor wearing a dog hat, fighting a dog in the middle of town. When reporting, the sailor couldn't help laughing. As a Marine, how could he fight a dog in front of everyone? But after seeing Smoker's gloomy face, the sailor who reported was startled suddenly, lowered his head and asked cautiously. Colonel Smoker, what should we do now? Do we need to send someone to take care of it? Smoker frowned slightly, said, no, and said, I'll go and see for myself. The Marine with the dog's head hat, in my impression, is only the old man of Vice Admiral Garp. Go and inform the first team, and keep an eye on the coast at all times. If you find Tom and his gang, report to me immediately. The voice just fell. Smoker turned into a puff of smoke and rushed towards the direction of the battle. When he saw the tall pit bull that was confronting Garp, Smoker immediately remembered the cat that confronted Haki, and the fur clan he had known in the book. Although I don't know if there will be some kind of connection between the three. But his keen intuition told him that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Smoker, however, did not stop the fight. Instead, he hid in a corner and gave instructions one after another through the phone bug. Ask them to surround the surroundings in the shortest possible time and wait for his instructions. Just as Smoker was getting ready, Nami, who was happily enjoying shopping, passed a certain alley. He was suddenly dragged in by someone. Responding, Nami bared his teeth and yelled, Karina, what are you trying to do? Nami, I found the clue to the devil fruit, follow me. With an excited tone, Karina dragged Nami up to the tall building without giving Nami any time to react. When Nami reacted, he was already standing on a rooftop. I saw Karina took out a portrait from her chest, put it in front of Nami, and said excitedly. According to the information I got, the current barrier fruit is in the hands of this guy. Bartolomeo, a gang leader in East Blue, Bartolomeo? Advertisement. Nami showed a puzzled expression and murmured. I've heard of his name, and he's one of the best underworld forces in East Blue. Now that we have news, let's go to Captain Al. Karina was getting dizzy and didn't seem to want to bother Al. However, Nami couldn't understand what Karina meant and was about to say something. I see. Karina showed a confident smile, put her hand on Nami's shoulder, and said with a smile. Have you forgotten, we are a group of strange thieves who are frightened. When hearing the word phantom thieves, Nami stared at the sky and was stunned for a while before humming. He let out a long sigh, looked directly into Karina's eyes, and said with emotion. It's been a long time since I heard that name, however, it's useless to just know the news. Do you know the location of the gang leader? Facing Nami's question, Karina snorted, folded her hands on her chest, and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, I don't want to be underestimated by you idiot. Nami, who was about to get mad, suddenly let out a light snort, fixed his gaze on the figure in the crowd, and said, Karina, look at that guy, does he look exactly like the one in the portrait? Look in the direction of Nami's finger. I saw the crowd. A man with grass-green coxcomb hair was grinning and exhaling fragrance to the surrounding mouths. And this was the Bartolomeo they were looking for. Huh, look a little further to the right. The smile on Karina's face suddenly froze, and she said in surprise. Isn't that Spike? Who is that kobold confronting Spike? Could it be Spike's brother? Looking from Karina's perspective, Nami froze in place on the spot. Pointing at the kobold confronting Spike, he trembled and said, Are you an idiot? Then you were a Marine, and when I was shopping just now, first saw that Marine, a Marine Vice Admiral. Looking at Nami with fear in his eyes, Karina couldn't help laughing. Isn't it just a Marine Vice Admiral? Look, you're in a hurry. Karina is very clear about Spike's strength, it can only be described as a monster. Recalling the scene when Spike came to catch himself, Karina looked at the Marine Vice Admiral with gloating eyes. I don't know if that Marine Vice Admiral will be beaten black and blue for provoking Spike. Advertisement, I guess he must have regretted it now, ha ha ha. Seeing that Karina was still gloating, Nami, who didn't know the truth, grinned and scolded. Hey, Karina, that's Marine Vice Admiral, not a piece of shit. I know, isn't it just Marine Vice Admiral? You haven't seen Spike's appearance when he makes a shot. It's normal to be worried, I understand. Karina waved her hands indifferently, thinking that two more Marine Vice Admirals might not be able to beat that monster Spike. Karina, I think you're crazy, just when Nami was in a hurry to save Spike. Karina grabbed her, pointed to an inconspicuous corner, and said, Look over there, Captain Al and Tom are here, and Spike is sure to be fine. Compared to this, let's think about how to tie Bartolomeo and get the barrier fruit first. Looking at the one person and one cat who were eating and drinking, Nami was speechless. I wonder why I worry about them, but since Al and Tom are both there, then Spike probably won't be in any danger. And Bartolomeo is also among the crowd watching the battle at the moment. This may be a good opportunity, just when Karina and Nami were ready to do it. Nami suddenly exploded like a frightened kitten, throwing Karina standing on the ground. Karina looked at Nami angrily, just when she was about to complain. Nami suddenly raised her index finger, blocked her mouth, and said softly, Hush, don't make a sound, I just saw all the Marines around here. Karina, who heard the news, suddenly changed her face, stretched her head and looked down. As Nami said, the downstairs is full of Marines, and not only is there an ambush for Marine in the alley downstairs, even the surrounding alleys are full of Marines with weapons. Look around. It's like a huge net, sealing off the entire area around the battle range, and their target is Spike, who is fighting with that Marine Vice Admiral. Karina, what to do? There are so many Marines, How do we notify Captain Al? Nami worried. Karina frowned slightly. At this moment, she couldn't think of any way to inform Al that they should leave. This is simply a dead end. 2TC Chapter 46 Spike vs Garp, surrounded by Marines. While Spike was still in a stalemate with Garp, some sharp-eyed people around, after seeing Garp's appearance clearly, their pupils shrank sharply, and they suddenly shouted. That's Marine hero, Garp the Fist. It's really him, Mr. Garp, the legendary Marine hero. All of a sudden, all the people who knew the name of Garp showed fanaticism. Some people even shouted Garp's name at the top of their voices, eager to rush forward to ask for an autograph, and there were many sailors lurking among them. However, there are still some young people who don't know about Garp's deeds and voice their doubts. Who is Garp and is he strong? I don't know, I've never heard of Marine having such a character. But seeing those adults adore him, is he really strong? However, as soon as these voices of doubt sounded, they were preached by the people around them and told them about Garp's famous deeds. When telling the story, those people's eyes were full of awe. Garp, who was recognized, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, I didn't expect this old man to be so popular. Afterwards, Garp poked his head out to look at Spike with a smile on his face and said, Puppy dog, the old man really didn't attack you on purpose. Although I don't know why you want to fight this old man so much. However, the old man doesn't hate you, ha ha ha. Garp poking his head out suddenly really startled Spike, but he was more puzzled. I thought to myself that this brother in front of me could actually block its fierce punch? You know, in its world, none of the creatures that have faced it head on can take a punch from it. Unbelievable. Spike shook his head violently, his arms were bulging, and he stared at Garp fiercely, trying to use its terrifying strength to knock the guy in front of him away. Feeling Spike's brutal strength, Garp couldn't help but frown slightly, and there was a ripple in his heart. I thought the strength of this guy is really not small. But to Garp, this strength is nothing, but it aroused his strong interest. You know Garp's favorite animal is a dog. Not only is the hat a dog's head, but even the shape of his warship's head is also a dog's head. Now I see a powerful Spike whose appearance is very similar to the huge dog head on the bow. I have a good impression of it in my heart. Advertisement. Interesting, I haven't been so excited for a long time. The corner of Garp's mouth raised slightly, and the moment he retracted his fist, he punched hard. One big and one small fist collided together again. Boom. The moment the two fists collided, Garp's terrifying punch directly sent Spike flying. Mid-air, after being stunned for a while, Spike finally realized that he was blown away. Looking at the red fist, Spike's miserable scream resounded through the sky. The moment the scream sounded, the huge fist also leaped. Spike is like a kite with a broken string at this moment, flying back and forth in the air. Seeing Spike being bullied like this, Tom gloated and covered his stomach and let out a very anthropomorphic laugh. However, it didn't take long for Tom to be happy, and Spike, who fell from the sky, hit Tom directly like an out-of-control satellite. Boom. Al couldn't open his eyes, choked by the huge dust that was thrown up. When the smoke and dust dissipated, looking at the bottomless pit, Al, who had escaped, couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, I am glad that my reaction speed is fast enough, otherwise I will not be able to get out of bed for 10 days and a half months. Tom, Spike, are you two okay? Al stretched out his neck to look into the pit and asked. The voice just fell. Al's pupils shrank sharply, and he leaned to the side. Immediately afterwards, a gray-white figure flew out of the deep pit. In the eyes of everyone shocked, Spike, who flew out of the deep pit, went straight through a house like a cannonball. It even left a deep trench of tens of meters on the ground before it could barely stop. Before everyone could react to what happened, the roar of the collapsed house frightened everyone. What happened? Is there any monster in that deep pit? For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the deep hole Spike made. In the eyes of everyone full of expectation, uneasiness, and doubts. Tom, who was crushed into a cat cake, crawled out of the pit, and patted the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. Advertisement. Then he skillfully put himself back into shape, took out a mace from behind, and stared angrily at Spike in the distance. A posture of wanting to fight it desperately. My god, what kind of strange species is that? It's still not dead after being crushed, and it can be restored to its original shape with just a breath. Is that guy a monster? The moment Smoker saw Tom, a chill flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. My hunch was right, everyone is ready to capture Cowboy Tom and his colleagues. Smoker ordered to go, so Marine rushed out immediately and surrounded Al and the others. However, when Tom saw a group of people pointing guns at him, he ignored them all. At this moment, it has only one target, and that is Spike, who just flattened it. Just when Tom picked up the mace, ready to give Spike a fatal blow. After waking up, Spike shook his head and gave Tom a vicious look. The fierce eyes are full of murderous intent. Gulu. Tom swallowed, grinning awkwardly, and swished the mace into Al's hand. Then without a trace of hesitation, he jumped directly into the deep pit, and erected a tombstone during the period. Al. Yo. After seeing Al, Garp greeted with a smile. Just when Garp was about to say something, I saw Spike biting his thumb, looking inside and blowing a big breath. Immediately afterwards, Spike suddenly turned into a devilish muscular man nearly 3 meters tall. At the same time, he took out a pair of iron gloves that could match its huge fist, and stared at Garp angrily. Looking at Spike's gorgeous transformation, Garp opened his mouth wide in surprise, a bit of snot dripped from his nose, and his eyes were full of envy. Sigui. Guo is a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Garp has not recovered from his emotion. Spike's huge fist, carrying a terrifying force, roared straight towards Garp's face. Chapter 47 Spike. Is this the legendary marine hero? Boom. 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 4 huge explosions sounded in succession. Garp, who was sent flying, barely stopped after collapsing 3 houses in a row. All the people present opened their mouths wide, showing expressions of disbelief. That man known as a hero was actually sent flying. How is this possible? That's Vice Admiral Garp. What kind of species is that monster? Is it really demon fruit power? How powerful it is to be able to knock that legendary marine Vice Admiral Garp into the air. For a moment, the scene suddenly got out of control. After seeing Garp being beaten into the air, everyone fled the scene one after another, fearing that the monster would hurt them. The expressions of those sailors became even more exaggerated after seeing Garp being sent flying. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw was real. Even Smoker on the side was shocked at this time, and at the same time looked at Spike with fear in his eyes. He is very clear about Garp's strength. Spike exhaled hot air from his nose, twisted his neck, and stared viciously at the ruins in the distance. After hearing the explosion stop, Tom thought Spike had been sent flying again. Cautiously stuck his head out, ready to laugh again. Only to find that it wasn't Spike who was sent flying. Shrinking back into the deep pit in fright, he took out a suicide note from behind his trembling body. Al looked at the ruins with deep eyes. He couldn't believe how easily Garp would be defeated. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a sailor suddenly pointed to the slowly standing figure in the ruins and exclaimed, "Everyone, look!" Looking in the direction of his finger, Garp stood up from the ruins with a smile on his face. The strength is good, but unfortunately it is still too weak. Garp stretched his muscles and bones, and a flash appeared in front of Spike in an instant. Its speed was so fast that no one present could react. Spike's face was deformed by Garp's punch, and he flew out like a cannonball. The constant roar touched the heartstrings of everyone present. Along with the continuous collapse of rows of houses, it was able to stop after running through most of the town. Advertisement Garp's figure is like a god in everyone's eyes. Is this the true strength of the legendary marine hero? The young man who didn't know much about Garp, after witnessing this powerful blow. The fanaticism revealed in the eyes reached its peak in just an instant. Those sailors were so shocked that their jaws fell to the ground, their eyes widened, and they looked at all this in disbelief. Their mood at the moment is like riding a roller coaster with ups and downs. That marine vice admiral, how could it be so strong? Karina looked at the ruins with a pale face, like a deflated balloon, slumped on the ground. I can't believe that Spike, who looks like a monster, can be defeated by one punch. Nami, don't stand still. Ring the bell. Karina shook Nami's shoulders frantically, worried about Spike's situation. Just when Nami regained his composure and hurriedly prepared to take out the bell, I saw a gray-white figure rushing out of the ruins like a cannonball with a whoosh sound. Before everyone could react, Spike fought Garp again. Garp opened his mouth and laughed loudly. What an interesting guy, come on, let the old man have a good fight. Spike stepped back, staring at the bone in Garp's hand with fiery eyes, full of fighting spirit. At this moment, a sharp-eyed sailor noticed this and suddenly shouted, "Vice Admiral Garp, look at your hand, in the hands of the old man?" Garp spread his hand, and was shocked to find that he was actually holding a bone in his hand. "Is this yours?" Garp put the bone in front of Spike, scratched the back of his head embarrassingly, with an apologetic expression on his face. Spike froze for a moment, snatched the bone from Garp's hand, and rubbed it affectionately in front of his face. After not feeling Spike's fighting spirit, Garp smiled awkwardly and apologized. I saw Spike suddenly put his arm on his shoulder, like a good brother. And Garp didn't reject it, but smiled very happily. This scene stunned everyone present. Last second, he looked like he was about to fight. Why did he suddenly? Vice Admiral Garp, what are you doing? Facing the questioning voices from the sea soldiers, Garp didn't respond, but hooked up with Spike, smiling even brighter. On the rooftop, Nami wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, puffed his cheeks and said angrily, "Enough is enough, I don't want to stay in this crappy place anymore. It's so annoying, I'm so worried about it." Advertisement. Karina patted Nami on the shoulder, and after saying a few comforting words, her tone gradually turned cold. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Bartolomeo, who was watching the play among the crowd. "Captain Al's crisis has not been resolved, we must get the barrier fruit as soon as possible and then leave. I don't want to stand by and watch my partner get into trouble and there's nothing I can do." Never again. When these words were spoken, it was obvious that Karina's body was trembling slightly. "Karina. You." Nami held Karina's trembling hand tightly, although there were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't speak them out. "Okay Nami, don't worry about me, I'm not that fragile, hee." Karina stuck out her tongue playfully, and the two looked at each other with bright smiles. "Okay, Nami, it's time for us to do it, Meanwhile, after Garp had dismissed Spike, he made a beeline for Al, grinning. "Little devil, we meet again. Remember what the old man said last time, I won't let you go this time, ha ha ha. Yeah, we met again, but I never said I would run away." Al calmly took out the Western sword from the system space, and looked at Garp with a smile on his face. Just when Al was about to strike, the phone bug in Garp's arms suddenly rang. Garp took out the bug with a displeased face. Click, Moses, I'm Garp, if you have anything to say, hurry up. Sengoku on the other end of the phone flew into a rage after hearing Garp's impatient tone, and shouted. Garp, didn't I tell you to come back early, what about you? Buying donuts in the town of Rog, a bit of an accident happened. Marine headquarters. Sengoku blew his beard and stared angrily, and shouted, I don't care what happened to you, come back to me quickly. By the way, pay more attention when passing by Alabasta. According to reliable information, we found that Whitebeard's second captain, Ace, appeared near Alabasta. It seems to be a traitor who is hunting down the Whitebeard pirates. If you meet him, arrest him immediately. After finishing speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone, not wanting to say another word to Garp at all. Chapter 48 Tom's Cat Fur Coat. After listening to what Sengoku said, Garp's smile gradually disappeared. My heart felt as if a bottle of 5 flavors had been knocked over, which was very unpleasant. Little ghost, let's save this battle for next time, the old man has something urgent to deal with. Smoker, I leave this to you. After leaving these 2 sentences, Garp left Rog Town without looking back. Al, who noticed that something was wrong with Garp's mood, frowned, and couldn't figure out what was wrong with Garp. Although he failed to fight Garp, he was somewhat puzzled. But it's not all fruitless. At least Al already has a certain understanding of Garp's current strength. Pirate Al, I advise you to surrender early, maybe you can save yourself from suffering. Smoker stood directly in front of Marine, his cold tone without a trace of emotion. Al ignored Smoker, went straight to the pit, and asked. Tom, don't sleep, we have to find the barrier fruit after cleaning up these guys. Hearing Al calling himself, Tom stretched out his head tentatively and looked around. Tom, who didn't see Spike, broke out in a cold sweat, jumped back into the pit and tore the suicide note to pieces. He jumped out of the deep pit with a mace on his shoulder and walked to the very center of the encirclement with unrecognizable steps. After looking around contemptuously, he yawned and cast a puzzled look at Al, as if to say, Is that all? The corner of Al's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he always felt that Tom was a little floating now. Faced with Tom's provocation, the sailors blushed with anger and cursed. I was actually ridiculed by a cat, can this be tolerated? Damn stinky cat, I will arrest you soon and I will let you know what cruelty is. However, Tom didn't care, he picked out his ears leisurely, and even gnawed on the watermelon in front of them. Advertisement, boom, 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 anxious, Marine immediately shot Tom. After hundreds of shots in the face, under Tom's miraculous dodge, he was unscathed. Even Tom sat in the center more and more arrogantly, lifting a table from behind. He poured himself a glass of red wine very elegantly, and tasted it leisurely. Rao is a smoker with a very strong psychological quality, and after seeing this scene, his face was extremely gloomy from anger. At the same time, after waking up, Spike couldn't help feeling resentful after seeing Tom's arrogant appearance. With a whoosh, it turned into a white lightning and came in front of Tom. He snatched the red wine glass from Tom's hand and drank it in one gulp. Tom, who realized that something was missing in his hand, shook his head with an angry expression on his face. However, after seeing Spike, the anger on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by an awkward and polite smile. You guy, I was bullied so badly, but you are here to enjoy it? Spike picked up Tom with one hand, showing his sharp teeth. Gouda, Tom swallowed, shuddered, and pulled out a bone from behind. When he was about to lure Spike away and run away, he was suddenly interrupted by Smoker. You 2 bastards, go to hell with me. I saw Smoker, whose face was extremely gloomy, holding a weapon with a seastone top and 10 hands, and came towards them to attack and kill them. Tom was so startled that his eyeballs flew out of their sockets and split into several. Seeing that Tom was frightened into such a behavior, Spike was about to laugh when he was hit on the head by Smoker. Immediately, a large bag 10 centimeters long popped out of its head. Advertisement. Tom thumped in his heart, hurriedly took off his catcoat, and ran behind Al in striped pants. It can't believe what Smoker is going to be beaten by an angry Spike. Tom, you. Al pointed to the catcoat in Spike's hand, and looked at the flowery pants Tom was wearing with a strange expression. Want to say something, but don't know how to speak. Tom thinks it's nothing. Compared with clothes, life is the most important thing. But those Marines didn't think so. All of them stared at the pair of flowered underpants that Tom was wearing, and suddenly felt that their worldview had collapsed. Under the cat's fur, can you still wear pants? You ask me, I ask who to go to, and this is the first time I have seen it. Don't you have a cat at home? You go ask it, are you an idiot? For a while, the Marines kept arguing about this matter. Even those crowds who stood watching from a distance looked at each other in blank dismay, their minds full of questions. Some people even went to the barbershop specifically and asked the barber to cut their cats to see if they were wearing underpants. While those are busy wrangling and validating, Spike grabbed Smoker's weapon angrily and said angrily, How do you want to die? Smoker snorted coldly, a chill flashed in his eyes, and said with a sneer, A mere fur tribe, where do you have the courage to say such things to me? White Gale. Close black lens bracket. As soon as the words fell, Smoker's whole body turned into smoke. Chapter 49 Smoker, you're crazy, aren't you? Spike, who didn't react, was instantly swallowed by the smoke. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from it. Whenever Spike disperses the smoke, it will be replenished instantly, just like being immersed in water and unable to push the water away. Soon, Spike felt a little difficult to breathe, opened his mouth wide, and stuck out his tongue. The sailors who saw this scene were extremely excited and shouted excitedly. It has appeared, Colonel Smoker's strongest move. No matter who it is, as long as it is bound by Colonel Smoker's trick, it will not be able to break free. Al frowned slightly after listening to the urging from these sailors. The most annoying thing about Logia fruit ability users is that they can be elementalized. Immune to all physical damage. If you don't know armament Haki, you will be very passive in the face of the Logia fruit ability. When the settings of One Piece were not perfect in the early stage, every Logia demon fruit power existed like a god. The only way to defeat Logia is to throw him into the ocean, or use a sea stone. If only Spike knew armament Haki. Looking at Spike who was trapped in it, Al secretly made up his mind that he must find a training method of armed color as soon as possible. Otherwise, after entering the Grand Line, it will be very difficult to fight with Logia's ability users. Just when Al was about to pull out the sea stone handcuffs from the system space to restrain Smoker, Tom, who was hiding behind him, suddenly rushed forward with a mace in his hand. But the result is not satisfactory. Like Spike, no matter how much Tom swung the mace, he couldn't break the smoke away. Even Tom himself showed a tendency to be swallowed by the smoke. Seeing this, Al did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. Take the sea stone handcuffs and golf clubs bought on the black market from the system backpack. Use the tracking of the golf club to hit the sea stone, so that you can attack the Logia fruit ability user. That's why Al dared to face Smoker directly. I'll give you a meeting gift. Advertisement. The moment sea stone hits, the effect can be described as immediate. In the blink of an eye, the smoke that trapped Tom and Spike dissipated without a trace. I thought Tom rushed over to save Spike. At that time, Spike also shed tears of emotion. Who knew that when Spike fell to the ground, Tom's first reaction was not to help Spike up. Instead, head straight for its cat fur coat. This made Spike angry, looking like he wanted to eat Tom. Seeing that the two clowns looked like they were about to pinch each other again, Al suddenly felt a little tired. But Al didn't try to stop them. Anyway, this pair of friends didn't do it once or twice. Sea stone. Smoker threw the sea stone handcuffs aside with a strange expression. Gazing at Al warily, the sailors on the side looked at Al in disbelief after seeing Smoker's smoke form being broken up. Where did this guy get the sea stone handcuffs? The sea stone has been controlled by our marine. Where did that guy get it? While they were talking about it, a sharp-eyed sailor couldn't help but gasp after seeing the words engraved on the sea stone. Immediately, the image of him stealing the sea stone handcuffs and selling them to the underworld came to mind. It's just that everyone's attention was on Al, and they didn't notice the change in his expression. But all of this was seen by Karina, who was hiding in the dark. You're smart, but with a sea stone handcuff, and... Before Smoker could finish speaking, Al took out 2 sets of sea stone handcuffs and said with a smile. And what? Smoker's face was extremely gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt at any moment. Advertisement after cursing. Damn. Inwardly, Smoker clenched his fists, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Even if I don't use the fruit ability, I will gamble my reputation as a white hunter, and I will never let you enter the Grand Line alive. Then try it. The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly, completely ignoring Smoker. His target is the monster in New World. What if stopped in East Blue by a Smoker? That would be a little too ridiculous. Just when Al was about to hand over the sea stone handcuffs to Tom and Spike, only to find that these two guys were fighting hard. Al. When Smoker saw them completely ignoring him, the volcano in his heart erupted instantly. Go to hell. Tom and Spike looked at each other, and angrily kicked Smoker, who didn't use elementalization, into the air. That expression seemed to say, when adults fight, children don't interfere. After kicking Smoker away, Tom clapped his hands and pulled out a cigar from behind. When it is ready to ignite. I saw Tom looking at the cigar in his hand, and a light bulb popped out of his head. Immediately afterwards, Tom's trademark evil smile appeared on its face. When Spike saw Tom's evil smile, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, as if he was a little scared. Just as it was thinking, what kind of tricks did Tom want to use against him? Tom took out 5 cigars from his back at once, stuffed them into his mouth and smoked them. It's just that just after taking the first sip, Tom was choked and coughed, and his eyes were covered with red blood. Is the cat an idiot? Be confident, delete the word. This cat is an idiot? Chapter 50. Tom. You are the smoker, right? Facing the ridicule, Tom didn't intend to let them go. I saw that while Tom was smoking, his arms suddenly stretched like rubber, and he rushed straight towards the sailor. Like knocking a gopher, all the sailors in the front row were knocked unconscious. Seeing this, all the sea soldiers covered their mouths and stepped back, their eyes filled with fear and shock. If it weren't for Smoker staring at them coldly, maybe some people would just run away. Facing 2 monsters, what can they use to fight? The gun in his hand has no effect in the face of Tom's miraculous dodge. Melee. Stop it. You know, even Garp, the marine hero, suffered a bit when facing that vicious dog. Not to mention that there is a cat with inestimable fighting power. Even Colonel Smoker, the strongest on their side, is restrained and unable to pose any threat to them. A great sense of fear and powerlessness grew from the bottom of my heart. Smoker also seemed to have noticed the abnormality of the sailors and shouted. The mere pirates scare you into such a state, don't forget what is behind your back. As soon as the voice fell, all the sailors were stunned. Yes. Behind them is justice and the responsibility to protect civilians from danger. Instantly, under Smoker's enlightenment, the fighting spirit of all the sailors burned like a prairie fire. Seeing that the sailors' fighting spirit had risen, Smoker didn't talk nonsense, holding his weapon tightly and snorted coldly. Open black lens bracket shave. Close black lens bracket. I saw a white figure flashing past the sight of the sailors. When he reacted, Smoker had appeared on Tom's right. The moment Smoker was about to use his weapon to knock Tom out, Spike reacted, and its huge body stood in front of Tom. Abruptly took Smoker's full blow. Tom, I can only bully you. Advertisement. Spike's cold words are full of incomparable overbearing. Then, before Smoker came back to his senses, I saw Spike slam his elbow into Smoker's face while grabbing Smoker's weapon. Boom. The roar of the building's collapse deeply shook the hearts of all the sailors. But this time, even though Smoker was down, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. There is only the perseverance of holding the heart of death. Just as Al was about to end the battle quickly, he suddenly seemed to see something in the crowd. After leaving only one sentence for Tom and the others to solve by themselves, they hurriedly left the battlefield. The sailors looked at each other, stunned for a while, and then they realized that they raised their weapons and raised their arms and shouted. Colonel Smoker, the guy with the sea stone, ran away. Grab these two monsters. Without the slightest hesitation, Smoker quickly smoked his body, using the move that Spike had tied them up earlier. White gale. Close black lens bracket. Thick white mist quickly spread towards Spike like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a huge circular wall was formed around them. There was a trace of fear on Spike's face. Looking at Tom, whose body was like a balloon, he said eagerly. What the hell are you doing? If you don't hurry up, we will be trapped by this damn smoke again. Tom took a deep breath, and the 5 cigars in his mouth shortened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then went out. And Tom's body is also constantly expanding, and finally becomes a huge round balloon. What the hell are you doing? Before Spike finished speaking, Tom let go of his hand covering his mouth, and a column of white smoke rose into the sky. Spike, who had no time to dodge, was also carried into the sky by the smoke column. But what is incredible is that Spike did not fall from the smoke, but stood steadily on the top of the smoke column. And this huge column of smoke did not show signs of dissipating. It was like a solid column of smoke reaching the sky. But if you lightly touch the smoke column with your hand, it feels like touching the gaseous smoke with your arm, and you can go straight through it. So the moment the sea soldiers saw the soaring smoke column, they thought the battle was over. Advertisement. At this time, an extremely magical "aha" sound sounded from the smoke ring. Immediately afterwards, a blue and white figure appeared in everyone's sight. Why can that cat run in the smoke? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Everyone was in disbelief, looking at Tom, who was galloping through the huge smoke column. You must know that this smoke column is perpendicular to the ground. Smoker turned into his upper body. Although his face remained calm, his heart was already full of turbulent waves. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. Just when Tom was about to reach the top, he stopped suddenly, stretched his claws into the smoke column and took out a mace made of smoke. Then he showed a confident smile, shouted like a savage swinging on a swing, and flew towards Smoker fiercely. A trace of fear flashed in Smoker's shocked eyes, and then he picked up his weapon and charged towards Tom. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision resounded in midair. One person and one cat fought fiercely in midair. On the ground, after all the sailors saw this scene, the fighting spirit they had finally ignited before was instantly eroded by fear and shock. That's impossible. Why does that cat have the same abilities as Colonel Smoker? What kind of monster is this? All of a sudden, all the Marines, whose minds had been eroded by fear, dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. But that's only a small part. Most of the sailors stood in place. A trace of determination flashed in their resolute eyes. Even if it is death, never back down. However, what no one noticed was that a certain sailor who was eroded by fear was on the way to escape. Suddenly he was caught in a huge sack, and then he was caught in a dark alley. Chapter 51. The whereabouts of the Paramecia barrier fruit. Karina, are you sure this Marine knows where the barrier fruit is? In a dark alley. Nami looked at the sack behind Al with a suspicious face, and asked. No, I didn't say that. Karina smiled and shook her head, then fixed her eyes on Bartolomeo, who was tied up. Hey, let me tell you, what the hell are you thinking? Nami came to Karina with gritting teeth, pointed at Al, who was standing aside, and cursed. You guys don't let Captain Al take such a big risk to catch a Marine who doesn't know anything just because it's fun. Al also looked at Karina with a puzzled look on his face. At first, when he saw Karina waving to him to signal him to go, Al thought that Karina had found the barrier fruit. However, after he rushed over, Karina bluntly asked him to help catch a Marine. Although I don't know what medicine I bought in Karina's gourd, Karina said it is related to the barrier fruit. Al didn't hesitate to capture the sailor. As a result, tell him now that this guy doesn't know the whereabouts of the barrier fruit? Karina, if this was just a joke, I'd be P***D. I'm sorry, Captain Al, but can you wait for me to finish? Al nodded, and at the same time was looking forward to what Karina could say about the barrier fruit. He couldn't stay here for too long, not to mention the danger of Tom fighting Smoker with Spike. If you stay here for too long, Marine will definitely send reinforcements. At that time, it will inevitably add some unnecessary troubles. Under the puzzled eyes of the two, Karina pointed at Bartolomeo with a smile on her face, and explained. When I caught Bartolomeo before, I asked him, but he said that he didn't know what a barrier fruit is. Since then, I have felt that something is not right. And after my repeated questioning, what I can confirm is that Bartolomeo really doesn't know about the barrier fruit. Al looked at Karina with a puzzled face, and couldn't quite understand what Karina said. Advertisement in his investigations, and what he knows about One Piece, all points are pointed at Bartolomeo. But you told me that Bartolomeo didn't know about the barrier fruit? Seeing Elle looking at herself with weird eyes, Karina waved her hand and explained with a smile. At first I couldn't accept the news after confirming it, and then I entrusted Nami to watch Bartolomeo for a while. Just when Karina was about to continue talking, but Nami interrupted angrily. Didn't you tell me that you had something important to do? So your first priority is to relax? Don't worry about it, Nami. Anyway, I think you were idle when you were idle. You be ******D. Seeing the two girls quarrel again inexplicably, Al suddenly felt a headache, and hurried out to interrupt their quarrel. Karina, to be clear, we don't have a lot of time. Alright, Captain Al. Karina nodded with a smile on her face, ignored Nami, and continued to explain. Not long after I left. While passing an alley, I overheard two guys who claimed to be gangsters, discussing to get rid of a Marine named Yancy. At the time, I didn't pay much attention until I heard the barrier fruit and the name of Captain Al from their mouths. I suddenly realized that we have all been tricked. Karina pointed at Bartolomeo. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and said coldly, this guy is just a cover. Bartolomeo listened for a long time but couldn't understand what the woman Karina was talking about. If it weren't for his mouth being blocked, he would definitely ask what the cover is and what does it have to do with him. Al seemed to understand something, and his expression gradually became serious. If it's true according to what you said, someone deliberately released false news to let us target Bartolomeo. Then what is the purpose of the other party? Let us kill him. Karina shook her head, not quite sure what the other party's purpose was. However, what she was sure of was that the other party was probably Bartolomeo's enemy or something. After all, in the underworld, it can be said that killing people with a knife is very common. Advertisement Nami, who was silent for a long time, suddenly said, but what does this have to do with us arresting this Marine? Of course it matters, because he is the only breakthrough point for us to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Karina grinned and came to the front of the sack. The Marine was poured out, saying, if I'm not wrong, you are Yancy. After Yancy heard Karina calling out his name, his pupils shrank sharply, and he asked with a trembling voice. Who are you and what do you want to do to me? Relax, we have no malice towards you. As long as you tell who you bought the stolen seastone handcuffs to, I won't kill you. Karina showed a kind smile, and while speaking, she took a dagger from her waist and placed it in front of Yancy's neck. It seemed that as long as Yancy said a word, no, the dagger would cut his throat immediately. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. Al on the side seemed to have heard something, took out the 2 pairs of seastone handcuffs from the system backpack, and put them in front of Yancy. Karina, you mean that this guy stole all the seastone handcuffs I bought? Karina nodded, and responded, yes, and the 2 gangsters were afraid that this guy would reveal the matter, so they planned to kill him. After all, the seastone handcuffs, which are strictly controlled by Marine, appeared on the battlefield. As long as you check afterwards, you can quickly find out who stole it. However, the most important point is, the fruit of the barrier is currently in the hands of the guy who made a deal with Yancy. After listening to what Karina said, Al's slightly frowned brows gradually eased, and he also understood why Karina let herself arrest the sailor. As expected of you, Karina. Al gave Karina a thumbs up, thinking it was a clear decision to have her on board. This keen insight ability is worthy of the name of the monster thief. Karina stuck out her tongue and said with a playful smile. Women need to rely on wisdom to survive, hee. Then, quickly tell the name of that guy. He dared to play us. I must make him pay back 100-fold. Chapter 52 Smoker can't stand it anymore. While Al and the others were still pressing Yancy to tell the mastermind behind the scenes. Tom's battle with Smoker has reached its climax. While Tom kept dodging in the smoke column, he took out all kinds of weapons made of smoke from the smoke column and threw them at Smoker. While these weapons don't do actual damage to Smoker, they're still a nuisance. And, in the process of constantly fighting with Tom, Smoker was surprised to find that he could not absorb the smoke. It's not just that they can't absorb the smoke, and as the smoke continued to enter his body, Smoker could clearly feel that his actions were gradually becoming slower. Damn it, what the hell is this? Smoker stared at Tom, who was making faces at him with cold eyes, and an inexplicable anger suddenly surged up. Seeing that Smoker was successfully provoked by him, Tom couldn't help a smirk on his face. Once again dodging the Smoker's attack, Tom pulled a suit of armor out of the column of smoke. After being fully armed, Tom closed his eyes tightly, opened his arms with a calm face, and jumped down from the air. Smoker, who was below Tom, frowned slightly, although he couldn't figure out what the cat wanted to do. But this is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Smoker clenched his weapon, ready to kill Tom. However, when Tom was less than 1 meter away from Smoker's attack, Suddenly a white rope tied with Tom's armor attracted the attention of countless people. Is the cat trying to play Colonel Smoker? Be careful, remove the, and a question mark. This is obviously intended to play Colonel Smoker. Oh, by the way, does your cat wear fat times? You idiot, go to hell. It seems to be to verify everyone's conjecture when Tom is about to hit Smoker's weapon. A strong pull brought Tom back into the air, slightly. Advertisement. I saw that when Tom was flying, he put his two paws on both sides of the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth. Then stuck out his tongue and made a face at Smoker. And Spike at the top of the smoke column also had a whim after seeing this scene. Randomly concoct a continuous firing tennis ball throwing machine. Target Smoker, throw wildly, and have fun, damn guy. After being provoked by them, Smoker suddenly lost control of his emotions, brandishing a weapon and attacking them. Tom and Spike looked at each other, took out all kinds of weapons from the smoke column and fought Smoker. On the ground. After watching this strange scene, everyone couldn't help opening their mouths. Looking at Tom and Spike who were fighting Smoker in an extremely praiseworthy manner, he exclaimed. The cat and the dog used weapons made of smoke to confront Colonel Smoker who ate smoke fruit. Who is the one who ate the smoke fruit? Your cat. Roll. In less than a moment, Smoker is fighting a cat and a dog with 100 moves. Tom was swaying profusely as if he had just stepped out of the sauna, sticking out his tongue and dodging Smoker's attack feebly. And Spike's state is almost on the verge of exhaustion, but he is a little better than Tom. On the other hand, Smoker, except that his movements have become a little slower, does not show a depressed look on his face. In just a few minutes, a cat and a dog broke up Smoker countless times. But no matter how many times it is broken, Smoker can recover quickly. Why? Is this not enough? It's a fool's dream to think about going to the Grand Line with your looks like this. As soon as the words fell, Smoker was about to give them the final blow. A light bulb popped out of Tom's head. Advertisement. Afterwards, Tom shook his head and the sense of depression on his face disappeared without a trace. I saw Tom pull out a giant vacuum cleaner with a diameter of about 5 meters from behind and aim it at Smoker's forehead. After reacting, Spike let out a very anthropomorphic laugh. Ha 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 ha. While laughing, Spike immediately pressed the start switch. In a flash, Smoker reacted without the slightest hesitation when he was about to turn off the elementalization, thereby reducing its own size and then use shaving to escape. Although Smoker's reaction speed is already very fast when facing this super large vacuum cleaner. All fantasies are gone. Damn, evil, accompanied by the mid-air, Smoker's unwilling cry sounded. Watching the battle on the ground, the sailors couldn't help but gasp, their disbelief filled with despair. Colonel Smoker, the battle is lost, is that a lie? Under the powerful suction, Smoker follows the pipe to a huge transparent container at the end of the vacuum cleaner. The moment Smoker entered, the transparent container turned white. Looking at the violently shaking vacuum cleaner, Spike sat on it without the slightest hesitation. Then Spike shook with the vacuum cleaner. Seeing this, Tom shook his head, tisk tisk tisk, and took out a lot of bottles and jars from behind. Pepper, paprika, mustard, cumin, barbecue seasoning. Tom, what are you going to do deliciously? Spike licked the corner of his mouth and asked. However, Tom shook his head and silently turned on the switch button of the vacuum cleaner. Then, under Spike's panicked eyes, it was all poured in. Chapter 53. Just want to find the barrier fruit. After finishing this, Tom clapped his hands and looked at the violently shaking container with a smirk on his face. Spike couldn't help swallowing. Tom's move was too ruthless. A violent coughing sound came from the container, accompanied by Smoker's yelling. The sailors on the ground rushed towards the smoke column frantically. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't climb in the smoke column. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why can't we touch this smoke column? Colonel Smoker, Tom and their battle came to an end at the same time. In a dark alley, under the threat of Karina, Yancy will also plan this attack, and the behind-the-scenes manipulator against Bartolomeo has been revealed. However, when he learned the name of the mastermind behind the scenes, Al was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he was a little surprised. Seeing that Al looked a little strange, Karina asked. Captain Al, do you know that guy? Al nodded slightly, and the image of the old woman guiding him when he first entered the black market appeared in his mind. If it were her, a lot of things would make sense. There is only one thing that Al can't figure out. That is, why did the old woman find herself against Bartolomeo? Although after Arlong's battle, Tom's bounty did cause a sensation in East Blue for a while. But according to Yancy, he had made his first deal with that old lady a few months ago. One must know that a few months ago, Al hadn't traveled to this world yet. This is simply not justified in terms of time. Could it be that the old woman can predict the future? How can that be? Just as Al was thinking about what was going on, Nami suddenly said, Captain Al. The air has changed, it's going to rain, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. Rain? Karina looked at the clear sky and said in surprise, how can it rain in such a good weather? Advertisement. Al hesitated for 2 seconds and didn't bother anymore and immediately decided to go to the black market to find the old woman. As long as you find her, everything will be known. As for Nami's words, Al is convinced, after all, he knows that Nami is more accurate than the weather forecast in terms of climate. With an idea in mind, Al immediately called Nami and Karina to the black market. Captain Al, Are we going to call Tom them? Looking at Tom and Spike, who are making faces at the top of the smoke column to provoke the Marine below. Al shook his head and said, no need, it will be easier for us to move around with them dragging Marine. Al took the two girls into the black market with ease. It's just that this is a little different from the noisy scene when he first came. The current black market is extremely deserted, and there is not even a single person. I have a bad feeling. Al held the western sword tightly and said with a light smile, did you specially clear the venue to welcome us? As soon as the words fell, the old woman came out from the dark corner and said with a sneer. If you don't clear the field, God knows how many people will die. I don't want to conflict with you. Looking at the old woman in front of them, Nami and Karina made a fighting posture, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Oh, what a rude little girl. The old woman came in front of several people, and after looking at Al for a while, she took out 2 wanted warrants from her back. After seeing the 2 wanted warrants, Karina immediately recognized that they belonged to Al and Tom. Just when Karina was about to say something, the old woman suddenly threw 2 arrest warrants into the air and stared at Al very seriously. I really didn't expect that you could defeat that white hunter, Smoker. Although it's a bit beyond my expectation, it doesn't matter anymore. As she spoke, the old woman suddenly paused, her eyes fixed on Al, and she asked. Boy, is that Bartolomeo alive? Al didn't respond, but stared at the old woman in front of him with cold eyes, while guarding the dark corners with vigilance. He didn't believe that in the territory of the gangster, the other party dared to appear in front of him so calmly, without setting up an ambush. Seeing Al's vigilant look, the old woman couldn't help laughing. I've already said, I don't want to have any conflict with you, there's no need to be so vigilant. But, advertisement, if you kill that guy Bartolomeo, I can't guarantee that you can leave here alive. As soon as the words fell, dozens of gangsters in black uniforms came out from a dark corner with guns in their hands. The old woman's tone gradually became colder. It seems that as long as Al and the others dare to say that Bartolomeo is dead, they will attack them immediately. Holding the stick tightly, Nami stepped back, with a trace of doubt on his face, and asked. Isn't your purpose just to use our hands to kill Bartolomeo? After listening to Nami's words, the old woman and all the gangsters burst out laughing. The lights of the entire underground tavern were also turned on. The old woman called 2 gang members and poured 4 glasses of wine on the table next to Al. Since Bartolomeo is fine, then I can rest assured. The old woman put away her serious expression, showed a kind smile, and gestured. Sit down, I'll explain to you slowly. Facing the warm invitation from the old woman, Al did not accept it, because he hadn't figured out what the old woman was planning. Seeing that Al and the others were unmoved, the old woman picked up the wine glass by herself, took a sip, and said. Sorry, I didn't mean to use you. What do you mean? Karina frowned, very puzzled. The old woman put down the wine glass, sighed, and explained. Bartolomeo, boy, has a mother-in-law in the country, who is also my best friend. She told me back then, that Bartolomeo actually wanted to go out to sea and become a pirate. As she said that, the old woman slammed the table fiercely, cursing with a look of hatred for iron and steel. What's so good about being a pirate? I really don't know if this guy's brain is broken. The expressions of Al and the others were a little weird, but they didn't interrupt, but continued to listen patiently. That's why my best friend came here to ask me to find a way to make him give up the idea of going to sea and honestly be a gang leader in East Blue. I have thought of many ways before, but nothing works. Al had a weird expression on his face, and slowly lowered his hand holding the western sword, and said. So you just thought, let the pirate scare him so that he will give up? Chapter 54 The Kill Order from the World Government. Boy, you are very smart. The old woman nodded, took a big sip of wine, and continued. I have been preparing for this plan for several months, but I have not been able to find a suitable candidate. Until I met you who came to inquire about the news. Or, I want to use that big pirate who has a bounty of 30 million. Although it didn't go according to my plan in the end, I can still accept the current result. Al picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine, although his face was calm. But my heart is more or less uncomfortable. Being used as a gun is only secondary. The most important thing is, this guy actually specifically stated that it was because of Tom? Seeing that Al drank, the old woman suddenly burst into laughter and said. Boy, you are refreshing. I like you very much. Why don't you follow me and become a gangster? What's so good about being a pirate? The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly before he could say anything. Nami and Karina, who were standing on both sides of him, suddenly stood up and blocked him with their arms open, with angry expressions on their faces. Absolutely, impossible. Stop thinking of Captain Al. After hearing Nami and the others call Al the captain, the old woman was a little surprised, and after looking at Al in disbelief, she murmured. Captain? Then Tom. Ha ha ha, interesting, the captain's bounty is not as high as the crew's. I'm sorry for my rudeness, Captain Al. After Al heard the first half of the sentence, the corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly, feeling the urge to cut someone down. If it weren't for the old woman's last sentence, and her attitude of bowing and apologizing. Al will definitely wipe this place clean. Feeling the fleeting killing intent from Al, the old woman couldn't help but feel a shudder behind her back, and at the same time her attitude changed. She tapped on the table lightly, and a gangster came in front of everyone holding a box. The moment she saw the items in the box, Karina's eyes were full of fire. Barrier fruit. The old woman put the box on the table and said with a smile. I bought this thing back to attract pirates. Now my purpose has been achieved, so this thing is useless to me. If you want it, give me a reasonable price and I'll sell it to you." As soon as the words were finished, Al and Nami looked at each other with a smirk on their faces. Al suddenly raised the western sword, put it on the old woman's neck, and said with a smile, "Advertisement, please, we are pirates, not merchants. Besides, I help you scare people for no reason, I haven't asked you for this salary yet." Seeing that their boss was being held hostage, the gang members on the side raised their weapons and glared at Al and the others. Suddenly, the scene became tense. At the same time, Marine headquarters. Sengoku, who heard the news of Smoker's defeat, looked at the reward order on the table in disbelief, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, after hanging up the report call from Rog Town, Sengoku immediately called Garp. "Click, Moses, I'm Garp, what's the matter?" Garp was standing at the bow, eating a donut leisurely while asking. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku's grumpy voice came from the phone bug. "Garp, didn't you just say you were in Rog Town? Please tell me why something happened in Rog Town not long after you left." Garp plucked his ears and said nonchalantly, "You told me to come back quickly, and isn't that kid Smoker still here?" Sengoku, who was far away in the Marine headquarters, blew his beard and stared angrily, and cursed. "You be *****D. Why can't you arrest them first? It was you who told the old man to go back quickly." "You." Sengoku's face turned green with anger, holding the phone bug high above his head. After hesitating for a long time, he put down the phone bug, sighed, and asked, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to be angry with you. By the way, you should have fought against Tom and the others. Tell me how strong they are." Garp froze for a moment, recalled the image of hooking up with Spike in his mind, and suddenly burst out laughing. This made Sengoku so angry that he wanted to kill him directly from the middle of the marine. "Garp, you be *****D. Stop laughing and say it." Even after Sengoku said that, Garp still laughed for a minute before he stopped. "A very interesting guy. I'm asking about your strength. Who asked you this?" "Oh, the strength is far worse than that of the old man, ha ha ha." "Garp, you be *****D. Looking at the grinning face of the phone bug. The smile on Garp's face gradually disappeared, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he responded very seriously. "Advertisement, Sengoku, those guys, is a very interesting opponent." "Are you sure you're right?" Garp nodded, hummed lightly, and said with emotion. Although the old man didn't fight Al and the others, he fought with another crew member of theirs. That guy, although he is far behind the old man, is still a very tricky guy. Sengoku was slightly taken aback after hearing the news. After all, he is very clear about Garp's character. Even if there are 3 admirals, Garp has never praised him much. And now, he actually heard the word, tricky, in Garp's mouth? Following an in-depth conversation with Garp, Sengoku realizes that Al's pirate group is likely to pose a great threat to Marine in the future. For this reason, after hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately thought about how to kill them in the cradle. It is obviously too late to move people to Rogtown now. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to remember something, and then fixed his eyes on an island on the map. If it's that guy. As soon as the thought came to mind, Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Immediately report to the world government how harmful they are to Al. After Sengoku spoke with a serious face for a few minutes, a hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "I see." At the same time, a country in the desert, Alabasta. Not long after that secret phone call between Sengoku and the world government ended, several mysterious people wearing masks walked straight through the garden and came to a man with a long horizontal scar on his face and a golden hook in his left hand. "Hey, the lackey of the world government, what can I do for you?" The man's disdainful tone was full of sarcasm. However, those masked people ignored him, but said to themselves, "Crocodile, this is the first time the world government has given you a mission since you became a Shichibukai. You have no right to refuse." As he said that, the masked man took out Al and Tom's wanted warrants and said coldly, "Find them. Catch them. Kill them." Chapter 55 Crocodile's action. The barrier fruit is in hand. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Crocodile was smiling, and his cold tone was full of killing intent. Although Shichibukai's status makes him enjoy special rights, he must accept the compulsory summoning of the world government. But this does not mean that he will obediently obey the arrangements of the world government. Not to mention asking him in such an orderly tone. Sensing the killing intent from Crocodile, the masked man holding the bounty didn't retreat back. On the contrary, his attitude is even tougher, and he seems to be sure that Crocodile is only doing it to himself. "Sand Crocodile, you are nothing more than a mere pirate. The orders of the world government, do you want to disobey?" However, the next second, the moment the voice fell to the ground, Crocodile made a sudden move, pinched his neck, held him up in the air, and jokingly said, "You don't even know your own fate, so you keep running to die. Poor reptile." While speaking, I saw that the masked man's body was stirring at a speed visible to the naked eye. With just one breath, it becomes a mummy. With the sudden attack, the other people couldn't help taking a breath, and the masks on their faces fell off, showing expressions of fear. "You be *****D. How dare you attack members of the CP organization? Are you trying to disobey the orders of the world government? Answer me, Sand Crocodile." Crocodile tilted his head expressionlessly, pretending to be ignorant, and asked, When did I say I wanted to disobey the orders of the world government? It's you bastards who have affected my mood, so it seems reasonable for me to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed unscrupulously, and his hoarse and deep voice fell into the ears of CP members. It was like a magic voice. They seemed to have underestimated the attitude of this man towards the world government. Fear, poor reptile, ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed wantonly. He and the world government are just using each other. Asking him to obey the orders of the world government is undoubtedly a fantasy. As for these lackeys of the world government, Crocodile did not intend to let them leave alive. Even when the time comes, the world government will ask why he didn't execute the order, and ask about the whereabouts of these CPs. Crocodile has already thought of countermeasures in his heart, and he is not worried about what the world government will do to him. I don't have time to play with you death-seeking reptiles. Just when Crocodile was about to do something, one of the CP members suddenly stood up and said with a blank expression. Asterisk 947 Shah Crocodile, in the name of the world government, I issue an order to you again. If you find the 2 pirates on this wanted list, kill them on the spot. In addition, the world government has another sentence for us to pass on to you. The world government knows everything you do, the boss behind the Baroque studio, MR0. When he heard the last sentence, Crocodile's complexion became much more gloomy, and the killing intent revealed became more and more intense. The member of the CP organization also noticed the change in Crocodile's expression, and said in a tougher tone. M0, if you don't want what you've done to be exposed, and the Shichibukai identity be revoked by the world government, take this order. Complete this order. What you want, world government will also consider telling you the news. So, answer me, Sand Crocodile, what's your answer? As soon as the words fell, Crocodile suddenly burst into laughter, but he did not directly respond to the words of the CP organization. I can't tell, but your CP's dog nose is pretty good. The hoarse and low-pitched words could not hear a trace of panic, but they were not as full of killing intent as before. Obviously, Crocodile was a little moved by the conditions set out by the world government. Crocodile snatched the reward order from the CP member, and after observing it, he chuckled and said, However, I'm a little curious, what is it about these 2 guys that deserves such a big fight from your world government? Then the members of the CP organization didn't even think about it, and said directly. You just need to complete the order, as for other things, it has nothing to do with you. The voice just fell. Crocodile suddenly grabbed his neck and said coldly, You guys are really annoying. However, I'm in a pretty good mood now, I'll give you a minute to disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, when my patience runs out, I can't guarantee that you can leave this desert alive. After speaking, Crocodile threw the CP member flying, and left without looking back. When he came to the office, Crocodile immediately contacted the members of the Baroque studio and asked them to start searching for information about Al and Tom. When I learned that Al and Tom didn't even step into the Grand Line, Crocodile couldn't help laughing and mocking the world government and Marine's incompetence. A rookie who hasn't even set foot in the Grand Line yet still needs his BHBI hand. It's ridiculous. Advertisement, however, Crocodile didn't let his guard down just because Al and Tom were newcomers. Instead, let all the members of the Baroque studio put down their work and focus on Al and Tom. He couldn't believe that the world government would pay such a generous reward for 2 mediocre guys. Any news about the ancient soldier Pluton? Looking at the arrest warrants for Al and Tom, Crocodile raised his mouth slightly and murmured. I'm really looking forward to it, ha 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 ha. Just then, a phone call interrupted Crocodile's laughter. Report to the boss and found that the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates is on the island near Alabasta. Do you want to intercept and kill it? After thinking for a while, Crocodile opened his mouth and said. It's just a brat, don't worry about him, just focus on Cowboy Tom and Cowboy Al. Once you find them, kill them directly, bring me the head back. Yes. At the same time, Al, who is in a stalemate with the gang, has no idea that a world government crisis against him is quietly approaching. At this moment, he only has the barrier fruit in front of him. There was no trace of panic on the face of the old woman held hostage by Al. Instead, she stared at Al with great interest, and asked again. Boy, I really like you more and more, don't you really think about being a gangster? Al's head was full of black lines, and she was extremely speechless, wishing to knock open her head to see what was inside. Before Al could speak, Nami on the side grinned and cursed. I said, What the hell are you thinking, you old woman? You are our hostage now, Jay. Please figure out your current situation, and quickly hand over the barrier fruit to us. Nami's actions are undoubtedly challenging the psychological quality of the gang members, for fear that this little girl's brain will get hot and hurt their boss. However, after listening to Nami's words, the old woman waved her hands with a smile on her face and said with a smile. Little girl, let me tell you a little common sense in life, you will get wrinkles when you are angry. Nami's pupils constricted, and she subconsciously touched that smooth cheek, as if she was really worried that she would get wrinkles. However, in the next second, Karina's words instantly broke Nami's defense. Karina meowed at Nami, pouted her lips, and muttered in a low voice. It's already ugly, what difference does it make if you have wrinkles or not? Nami was so angry that his head suddenly became bigger, and he grabbed Karina by the collar, grinning and shouting. What did you just say? Of course I'm telling the truth, let go of Nami, it's not your fault. Karina, you're not much prettier than me, you ugly B*********. The 2 women were arguing, and suddenly locked their eyes on Al, and asked in unison. Captain Al, tell me, which of the 2 of us is uglier? Al. Can I not answer this proposition? The two women looked at each other and said at the same time, no. Al. Just as everyone was focusing on this inexplicably erupted controversy, a pair of hands quietly put into the box containing the barrier fruit. Immediately afterwards, Nami and Karina looked at each other, and the language conflict became more and more intense, and gradually evolved to the point of fighting. Al originally wanted to dissuade him, but the two women gave him a fierce look, and immediately swallowed the words stuck in his throat. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's surprised eyes. During the fierce quarrel and fight, the two girls gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. It wasn't until the sound of the two women's quarrel disappeared that everyone came to their senses, and at the same time fixed their fierce eyes on Al. Boy, your two crew members are really interesting, but they seem to have left you here. With a smile on her face, the old woman said bluntly, the friendship between pirates is so delicate, W. So, should you consider joining a gang? At least among gang members, there will be no such guy who abandons his companions. Al looked deeply at the direction where Nami and the others disappeared, shook his head, opened his mouth and said with a smile. The relationship between them has always been like this, and I'm used to it. Also, there is another point to be corrected, I am not abandoned here by them. On the contrary, their departure will also allow me to perform better. As soon as the words fell, voices of ridicule came from all directions. Little devil, did you not understand the situation? Although you are holding the boss hostage, you don't want to leave here alone. Do you still want to kill so many of us with a single sword? Ha 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 ha. 11 However, at this moment, the old woman suddenly leaned to the right, stepped back to within a few meters of Al, and shouted. Quick, kill him. The corner of Al's mouth, who lost his hostage, raised a smile, and said coldly. Advertisement, you don't really think you can escape from me so easily, do you? The moment the two voices just hit the ground, before all the black and white members pulled the trigger, they were blown away by an invisible powerful force. This invisible force is naturally air golf. Al was ready to fight Marine when he found Spike fighting Garp. Specially shot hundreds of rounds of air golf, ready to deal with Marine. But Spike's fight with Garp was too much in the fierce, and a series of things that happened later caused Al to forget about these air golf balls. You know, golf clubs have a very powerful function. If the object is knocked out, without setting a designated target, it will continue to hover in the air and accumulate power. Do not attack until the target is identified, and when Nami and Karina were arguing, Al suddenly felt an indescribable strangeness in his body, as if something was about to rush out of his stomach. At this time, Al suddenly remembered the air golf balls he had hit back then. Let's end this farce like this. Looking at the gang members who were knocked into the air, Al went straight to the table and took away the box containing the barrier fruit. Coolly turned and left. At this moment, an invisible wall suddenly blocked Al's way. Immediately afterwards, Nami's angry voice sounded from a dark corner. Karina, you idiot. Looking at the source of the sound, Karina crossed her index and middle fingers together, apologetically apologizing to Nami. Al froze in place for a moment, and opened the door silently. Looking at the empty box, Al's head was full of black lines, and he was extremely speechless. At the same time, I can't help but have some doubts in my heart. When did the two of them take away the barrier fruit? Seeing Al looking at herself with a strange face, Karina showed an apologetic smile, and then cancelled the barrier blocking Al. You. Before Al could finish speaking, Nami's complaining voice interrupted, pointing at Karina and complaining. Captain Al, this guy Karina is an idiot. Originally, we stole the barrier fruit and planned to ask Tom to help them. As a result, this idiot was running, and suddenly fell, and his face happened to hit the barrier fruit. Although Nami kept complaining, but it could be heard that there was a hint of joy in her tone. Although Karina also heard it, but as Nami's friend, she naturally wouldn't show it. Instead, she pretended to be angry and said, Can you blame me? If you hadn't run so fast, I wouldn't have tripped. It's not because you're so stupid, idiot, www. After arguing and arguing, the two women suddenly looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Al, who understood the cause and effect, sighed lightly, recalling the time when he obtained this barrier fruit. Things that happened in between. I can't help but feel a little interesting. This barrier fruit, Al planned to give Karina from the beginning. However, this accident was something he hadn't expected. He also wanted to see the expression on Karina's face when she ate the barrier fruit. After all, when watching One Piece, I always see them saying how unpalatable devil fruit is. Forget it, at least the result is good. Looking at the smiles on the faces of Nami and Karina, Al put the western sword back into the system backpack, and said, Let's go, now that the fruit has been obtained, it's time for us to go to the Grand Line. When Al they come out of the black market. The otherwise clear sky was now overcast with clouds. When the Marines found Al and the others, they immediately took up weapons and prepared to arrest them. At first, Nami and the others were a little worried about Tom and Spike. Back on the boat, seeing the two figures who were overeating, Nami and Karina swore secretly in their hearts. Never worry about them again. Tom, Spike, get ready to sail. Target Grand Line. Just as Al and the others crossed the upside-down mountain into the Grand Line against the storm. Somewhere in the New World, Redhead Shanks will meet Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Affecting the nerves of everyone in the Marine headquarters. Chapter 56 Joy Al. Everyone becomes stronger, somewhere in the sea area of the Grand Line. Nami puffed her cheeks and looked angrily at Karina who trapped her in the barrier. Karina, you be asterisk 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 D let me out. Facing Nami's abuse, Karina drank the juice leisurely, and couldn't help feeling the practicality of the barrier fruit. But before Karina was happy, Spike stood in front of her angrily. I saw Spike took out a bone made of a barrier from behind, opened his mouth wide, and pointed at his broken teeth, with an angry expression on his face. Karina couldn't help shivering. This barrier bone was made by Tom earlier. At that time, Karina didn't know what Tom was going to do, so she simply used the barrier to make a bone for him. But seeing Spike like this, the corners of Karina's mouth couldn't help trembling slightly. With an awkward smile, he yelled, Tom, you be asterisk 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 D. Tom, who was hiding in the wine barrel, couldn't help laughing while covering his stomach after seeing this scene. It seems to be very satisfied with its masterpiece. However, in the next second, Spike lifted the lid of the wooden barrel, looked kindly at Tom who was still laughing. Feeling the sun shining on his face, Tom's laughter gradually stopped, he patted Spike on the shoulder, and jumped up suddenly. Immediately afterwards, before Spike could react, he was kicked into the barrel by Tom. Then, a blue lightning flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and Tom ran to hide somewhere. Spike leaned out from the barrel, sniffed it with his nose, and it turned into a gray-white shadow. For about 5 seconds, Tom's demonic screams and various noisy sounds sounded from the basement of the cabin. Oh, these two treasures, there is really no day that makes people worry. Al couldn't help shaking his head after seeing this scene, heaved a long sigh, and asked. Nami, how many days are we away from Alabasta? Nami looked down at the permanent hour hand on his wrist, thought for a while, and replied. Captain Al, if those guys aren't lying, we'll be at Alabasta in 9 days at the latest. However, what I've always wondered is, why did the Baroque workers come after us? We've only been in the Grand Line for 2 weeks, and we've never messed with that Baroque agency. Faced with Nami's question, Al was also puzzled. In his impression, there is no communication between himself and Lao Sha. But it doesn't matter anymore. Recalling a day ago, when they passed by Whiskey Town. Those guys who call themselves Baroque Works, after seeing themselves, are like winning the first prize in the lottery. Excited like a throwback. One by one brazenly wanted to chop off his and Tom's heads and dedicate them to their bosses. The irritated Al and his party went straight into the small town of Whiskey Peak without saying a word. He beat up everyone in the town. The reason for not killing is mainly because, to earn emotional points. For this reason, Al also specially asked Tom to make some tools for torturing people, and then tossed those people day and night. While tying up those guys from the Baroque Work Agency, Al also learned from it that it was Booze, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Work Agency, who issued a reward order. As long as you catch him and Tom, you can get a big bounty. Al, who adhered to the principle of, no offense, immediately decided to go to Alabasta. This guy is lazy, he was hunted down as soon as he came to the Grand Line. Can this be tolerated? Even the timid Nami has changed from her previous cowardice. Crying to teach that crocodile a lesson, however, this is based on the courage displayed by Nami under the background that Nami does not know the identity of the other party. To this, Al also didn't intend to tell Nami that Lao Sha was a Shichibukai. The courage she had finally mustered up would disappear in an instant. Open the system page. Mood value from Garp plus 9999. Negative emotions from Smoker plus 6214, negative emotions from Arlong plus 951. Mood value plus 654 from Miss Tuesday in Ballot Studio. Asterisk, looking at the list of several pages of emotional values, Al had a smile on his lips. However, to his surprise, the emotional value from Garp is not negative. Although only 2 words are missing, the meaning it represents is indeed very different. It's not negative emotions. As long as Tom and Spike fight with him, will they get emotional points? Al looked at the method of obtaining emotional value in surprise. Suddenly, I found that the original regulations that only allowed to obtain negative emotional values have changed. In other words, if you only need to summon the crew now, if you fight against it, it doesn't matter what kind of mentality the opponent is fighting against. You can get emotional value from each other. This is very good news for Al. In this way, the way to obtain emotional value becomes much simpler. Advertisement. But before Al could recover from the joy of lowering the threshold for obtaining emotional value, he found that all the products in the system store had increased in price. Dog system, you really don't do anything with human groups. Looking at the baseball bat that could be purchased with only 1,000 emotion points, a 0 was suddenly added to the end. Al's face suddenly darkened. Fortunately, after purchasing once, the setting of doubling the price on the second purchase has not changed. Otherwise, Al will really have a mental breakdown. At the same time, when browsing the system store, Al found that the system store has newly added a dozen items that do not belong to cat and mouse. For example, Red Wolf's frying pan sells for 88,888 emotional value. Big Wolf's weather cube, priced at 9,999,999 emotional value. Shirai Kuroko's computer accessories are priced at 50,000 emotional points. Computer accessories, is this thing serious? Looking at the strange props that were newly launched in the system store, Al's mind was full of question marks. At the same time, a bold guess emerged in his mind. Will the precursor to refreshed products in the system store represent the call of the next crew member, who will choose from these anime worlds? After all, there are no items from other worlds in the previous system store, and the words summoned by the crew also come from cat and mouse. Of course, this is just Al's guess. After all, the urine nature of the dog's system really cannot be concluded with common sense. After exiting the system store, Al set his sights on the lottery machine again. The emotional value consumed by the lottery has not changed much, it still only needs 100 emotional value. However, the odds of winning have all been lowered. But for Al, if the probability goes down, it goes down. Anyway, he has no idea that he can get any powerful props on the lottery machine. Looking at his emotional value balance, it has now reached 300,145. In the past, Al would have been excited for a while because of this huge sum of money, but now. Oh, poor. Get the baseball bat X3 that Spike gnawed on, and consume 70,000 emotional points. Close black lens bracket. Get Tom's golf club X3, consume 210,000 emotion points. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the amount of emotional value drop sharply, Al's heart is bleeding. In the past, the emotional value of 280,000 was enough to buy countless props, but now. Explode everything now. Although there was a lot of bleeding, Al did not regret his decision. The baseball bats and golf clubs obtained earlier can no longer be used due to the exhaustion of their durability. In addition, Karina has not yet developed the barrier fruit. And Nami, apart from a Spike's bell, has no means of attacking and staying alive. After entering the Grand Line, the enemies encountered are not comparable to those of East Blue. Therefore, enhancing the overall strength of the crew is a must. Hey, I'm poor again. Al sighed softly, and threw all the remaining 20,000 emotion points into the lottery machine. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting a set of Tom's self-discipline fitness equipment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting one of Tom's magic chalks. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for your patronage. Close black lens bracket. Hit it, or two? Al looked at the winning notice in surprise, and couldn't help being a little bit elated. He was originally holding the attitude of testing the waters. Even if he didn't win, he felt nothing. After all, even 280,000 has been spent. Do you still care about 20,000? But if you win the props like now, it will be blood money. Without hesitation, Al immediately took out these two props. Tom's self-discipline fitness equipment can develop physical fitness to the limit of the current state in a short period of time, and each sample is limited to 3 times. Close black lens bracket. Tom's magical chalk. Modify all values. Close black lens bracket. After seeing the effects of these two props, Al had a big smile on his face. The moment he picked up the chalk, everything in front of Al's eyes changed, and now he seemed to be in a virtual space. All objects are turned into strings of numbers, without a trace of hesitation. Al immediately prepared to change the emotional value required for the crew summon card to Lu. Just when he was full of expectation to summon the next crew member, his face suddenly became gloomy. I saw that the moment the chalk just touched the price of emotional value, 2/3 of it disappeared suddenly. And the zero behind the price of the emotional value is just erased, just a small black spot like a mosquito leg. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Al's smile suddenly froze, and he felt the urge to curse. Advertisement. Hey, it's really not easy to take advantage of this dog system. Asking for flowers. Al let out a long sigh, and understood how to use the chalk. Although it is possible to modify the once value, it cannot exceed the consumption value of this piece of chalk. Seeing that the free-for-all system is hopeless, Al set his sights on the props he just acquired, and planned to change the durability to infinite. However, just when Al was about to modify it, he suddenly found a string of values displayed on his arm. Name. Al, gender male. Age 21 years old, height 208 centimeters, weight 108 kilogram. Strength. 311, talent value. 51. Conqueror's Haki, unawakened. Al was a little excited after seeing this huge body stat. Now that you can see your body number, isn't it just? Does it mean that it can also modify its own value? With this conjecture, Al immediately called up his own value page, and changed his talent to 9,999. Originally, Al wanted to make the whole 900 million, but he didn't even get half of it, and the chalk was gone. So much so that the value of strength has no chance to modify it. Originally, Al planned to save his emotional points and buy another one, but after seeing the terrible price, Al immediately chose to give up. Something worth millions of emotions, sorry to bother you. After modifying his talents, Al suddenly felt a state that was difficult to describe in words. It seems that the whole body has entered a state of being like a god. It's a thing worth several million emotional points, and the effect is really outrageous. Al now feels that he can learn everything with just a glance. If there was such a thing in the college entrance examination back then, you could get a champion and close your eyes. Al sighed with emotion, and then set his sights on Tom's fitness equipment. There are 3 pieces of fitness equipment in this set: dumbbells, treadmills, and barbells. This time Al didn't start using it directly, but very cautiously introduced a large section of items to have a closer look. Can you develop your physical fitness to the limit of your current state in a short period of time, and each item is limited to 3 times? Al rested his chin thoughtfully. At present, the general function of this prop is also understood, but there is one more important point. Is the limited 3 times the overall limit, or is it limited to 3 times per person per sample? This is a question worth pondering. However, according to the urinary nature of the system, the possibility of the former is relatively high. Al didn't have much hope for this. He sighed and fixed his eyes on the treadmill. At first, Al only felt that this was the same as an ordinary treadmill, and he got off the treadmill after running casually for a while. The moment he got off the treadmill, a surge of power began to spread from his calf to his whole body. Feeling the warm current in his body, Al did not hesitate to start the dumbbell and barbell tests. In just a few minutes, a devilish muscular Al walked out of the room. Nami, who was just about to call everyone for dinner, saw the tall and burly figure, and suddenly screamed in fright, "Enemy attack!" Al froze for a moment, then immediately stared around vigilantly, making a fighting stance. Thinking in my heart, I can just try his training results. However, after looking around for a long time, there was no sign of the enemy. Instead, he was about to ask Nami. I saw Tom and Spike, each holding a kitchen knife around his neck. Al, how long are you two going to stay in this position? Al showed a kind smile, and looked at the two critters with a grin. Seeing this, Tom showed an embarrassed smile, and then quickly put Luoli into Spike's hands. He put his hands behind his back politely. If Al hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have been fooled by Tom's innocence. After reacting, Spike quickly shook his head, hid the kitchen knife behind his back, and stared at Tom viciously. At this time, Nami also saw the appearance of the devil's muscular man clearly, looked at Al unquestionably, and exclaimed, "Are you, Captain Al? What's the matter with you looking like this?" Karina walked out of the room after hearing the noise, and the moment she saw Al, she had the same reaction as Nami. It's just that Karina's expression changes are more varied than Nami's. Enemy. Huh, are you Captain Al? Why are you acting like this? Seeing the violent reaction of the second daughter, Al was a little puzzled. Isn't it because the muscles are a little more obvious than before? Why is the reaction so violent? Until Nami carefully handed over the mirror. When I saw that my painting style was similar to that of Jotaro Kujo in JoJo. Subconsciously shouted that sentence. Eula, Euler, Euler, Euler. Next, Chapter 57 Nami, Karina. We are no longer human. Big wood, big wood, big wood, big wood. Tom's inexplicable voice stunned Al, and the mirror in his hand shattered on the spot. Dog system, what the hell is this? Why is there no such side effect in the item introduction? Al is having a hard time accepting the way he is now. It's completely different from him at the beginning. Back then, he was taller and bigger at most, but his figure was very well proportioned. But now, not only has his body turned into a devil's muscular man, but even his appearance has changed slightly. Hey, wait, just now Tom. Al cast his eyes on Tom, and asked suspiciously, Tom, what did you just say? Tom hesitated for a few seconds, then said again, woo big. Then he covered his mouth with a strange expression, as if wondering why he said this sentence. It's like an instinctive reaction. The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly, and he soon realized that the problem must be with the fitness equipment. Nami and Karina pressed their fingers lightly on Al's bulging muscle and let out a sound of wonder. Captain Al, you have real muscles. How did you do it, and you can practice it in such a short period of time? Could it be that you, like Tom, are also the kind of monsters that cannot be understood with normal logic? Hey, Karina you be *****D, it would be rude to call Captain Al a monster. The two daughters were very curious about Al's sudden transformation into a devilish muscular man while arguing endlessly. Al coughed twice, made a strong and rough voice, and said, the more scheming a person is, the easier it is for him to fall into unexpected predicaments and waste all his previous efforts. Unless it surpasses humans. Nami and Karina looked at Al, 847, in bewilderment, completely unable to understand what Al was talking about. Captain Al, what does this mean? Yes, Captain Al, what are you talking about? Al's expression suddenly became ferocious. He raised his arms high and said with a smile, I'm not human anymore, Nami, Karina. As soon as the words fell, Al, who came back to his senses, suddenly covered his mouth with a very gloomy expression. Damn it, did you sink in Sully? Al couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about the side effects of this prop. I just don't know how long the effect will last, if it keeps like this, because I know how many classes I have to do. When Al was debating whether to let Nami and Karina use the fitness equipment, he heard two familiar voices coming from behind. I saw two devilish muscular men with a height of nearly 2 meters punching each other on the deck behind the ship. Eula, Euler, 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 big wood, big wood, big wood, big wood. As the sound continued to progress, the punching speed of the two fiendish muscular men also continued to accelerate and even created phantoms. Is that Tom? Then the other one is Spike? Why did they become like this? What the hell happened? Nami and Karina have been completely confused, first Al, then Tom and Spike. What is going on in this world? The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly. Without even thinking about it, these two must have used all the fitness equipment. These two idiots. Al watched the fight between the two of them, and an inexplicable urge to participate emerged in his body. Fortunately, Al restrained himself in time, and ran to the basement, sitting cross-legged. There is no sound, and my heart is much calmer. Can I just wait for the side effects to disappear? Al asked. Seeing Al running into the basement, Nami and Karina looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Nami, Tom and Spike seem to have entered Captain Al's room, and then it's changed. You said, could the source of the problem appear in Captain Al's room? Karina's question brought Nami into a dilemma. She didn't know whether to go into Al's room to find a solution, or whether to wait for Al to come out before making plans. Just when Nami was thinking, Karina suddenly shouted in surprise, "Nami, come and see." "Karina, don't interrupt my thinking." Nami rested her chin, analyzing the current situation with a serious face. But as soon as the words fell, Nami was dragged into the room by Karina before he could react. I saw Karina pointing to the fitness equipment on the ground, and said with a solemn face, "Nami, do you think Captain Al and Tom are the way there because of these things?" Looking at the fitness equipment on the ground, Nami shook his head, subconsciously thinking that these should be used by Al to exercise normally. After all, how is it possible that a few casual exercises can make people develop devilish muscles? Advertisement, however, Karina decided with a determined face that this must be the culprit that caused this series of strange events. After all, in Al's room, apart from this rather suspicious accident, there are no other suspicious objects. Ever since, at Karina's suggestion, the three women took turns to use all the training equipment. Just as Karina was thinking about where the problem was, Nami suddenly pointed at Karina, eyes full of fear, panicked. "Karina, you. What's wrong with me?" When Karina turned her head to look at Nami, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. The two looked at each other and laughed loudly at the same time. Gradually, the smiles of the two gradually disappeared, and a strong uneasiness grew in their hearts. Just as the two raised their arms, they looked at the arms full of strong muscles. Panicked emotions instantly surfaced on his face, and at the same time he let out an unbelievable roar. "No, ah." At the same time, on the sea level not far from them, the 6 protagonist sailboats are gradually approaching them. One of the dhows, a muscular woman, stood on the watchtower. Her eyes revealed a strong killing intent, and she uttered a very sharp cry. "MR9, I found the boat of those guys. This time, I must kill them." The man named Mr. 9 hummed lightly, revealing a smirk of disdain. He took out 2 metal rods from his waist, looked at the blue-haired ponytail girl beside him, and said in a cold tone, "Miss Wednesday, please follow my footsteps. Their heads, we took them." The girl code-named Miss Wednesday has a complicated expression on her face. A few days ago, she and Mr. 9 rushed back to the small town of Whiskey Peak. I couldn't help but feel an unknown feeling in my heart. A guy who can tie up hundreds of members of the Baroque Work Club and design a tight mechanism to torture them continuously. Where exactly is it sacred? Immediately afterwards. After being informed by everyone, when the other party was the guy who was offered a reward by the boss, M9's face was full of disbelief. In his cognition, the only cowboy Tom with a bounty of 30 million may be a little bit threatening. The remaining man who offered a bounty of 50 Baileys is purely a decoration. However, is such a combination capable of defeating hundreds of Baroque workers? What a joke. MR9 showed an expression of disbelief, completely disbelieving what they said was true. Even Miss Wednesday was skeptical, asking if they were joking. Finally, after learning that Cowboy Tom and his gang relied on a sneak attack to defeat them, a trace of disdain appeared on Mr. 9's face. He immediately called his partner and went to hunt down Cowboy Tom and his gang. And the rest of the Baroque workers were unwilling to give up the high bounty offered by these two guys, and followed them. "Hey, Miss Wednesday, what are you thinking? Hurry up and get ready for battle. Our ship is about to overtake them." Mr. 9 shouted excitedly, afraid that someone would rush ahead and kill the target. Miss Wednesday, whose thinking was interrupted by Mr. 9, shook his head slightly, hummed, full of fighting spirit. "Deck." Karina looked at the ships following behind her, frowned slightly, showing her strong biceps, and said disdainfully, "Nami-chan, is there someone who is not afraid of death and wants to rob us?" "Oh, if that's the case, let's kill them all." Nami tilted her neck and made a crisp sound, her cold words full of killing intent. However, just when they were about to do it, I saw 2 tall figures cutting through the sea, setting off huge waves. "Ola! Woo big!" Boom! In the next second, the sound of a piercing explosion resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 huge ships that could accommodate 100 people were smashed into pieces by Tom and Spike. Shout! Tom and Spike are really in a hurry. Forget it, at least the remaining 3 ships must not be robbed by them. Nami and Karina exchanged glances as they dashed towards the other 2 boats at breakneck speed. On board, those members of the Baroque Work Club who came to surround and kill them. When seeing this terrible blow, the brain suddenly went blank. Before they could utter a cry of shock and fear, another shocking explosion sounded from their ears. "What is the situation? Didn't they say that they defeated you by sneak attack? Answer me, Miss Joe." Advertisement. MR9 panicked completely. This is simply not something they can deal with. In less than 10 seconds, 4 ships were destroyed with 1 punch. This is simply a monster. Miss Wednesday's eyes are full of fear, although he really wants to run away, but his legs seem to be fixed by iron chains, and he can't use his strength. "How did I know they would be so strong?" Miss slumped on the watchtower on Monday, eyes full of despair and regret. However, Nami and the others will not give them a chance to regret. I saw Nami and others walking on the barrier on the sea, walking towards them. With just a glance, the members of the Baroque Work Club seemed to have seen some kind of unspeakable monster. Despair, fear, regret, suffocating oppression. What kind of monster is this? Help me, I don't want to die yet. Damn it, why should I follow to die? Looking at the Baroque workers on the last ship, Nami looked very disdainful about the ugly behavior of the company, and said coldly, Get rid of them quickly, I don't want to waste time with a group of miscellaneous fish. Yeah, Nami-chan is really ruthless, but it's too cheap to kill them like this. The corners of Karina's mouth raised slightly, showing a playful expression. Tom and Spike seemed to understand Karina's words, and they came to the ship with a stride, and directly stepped on the deck to create two big holes. Then, under the terrified eyes of everyone, Tom and Spike fell into the sea directly. Before they could rejoice that they had escaped, the two desperate figures of Karina and Nami appeared in their field of vision again. You guys, my uncle is in a good mood today, so I can spare one of you. Karina stared coldly at every member of the Baroque Work Club on board, coughed lightly, and continued. However, I have one condition. One of the members of the Baroque Work Club, after hearing the news that he could not die, asked directly what the conditions were without even thinking about it. And he promised that as long as he didn't have to die, he would do whatever he wanted. As the man's voice fell, the remaining members of the Baroque Work Club immediately echoed. Yes, as long as we can survive, we are willing to do whatever we want. Please tell us what you want, Karina chuckled and clapped her hands. Tom and Spike rushed out of the water, came to Karina, and took out a pile of food and a radio from behind. Seeing this, Nami immediately became interested and let out a hearty laugh. Karina, you still have an idea, ha ha ha. Members of the Baroque Works, at first, didn't know what the monsters wanted them to sit on. However, the next second, as the music started, Karina clapped her hands and shouted. Why are you waiting for me? Jump! If you don't make me happy, you should consider the consequences yourself. The members of the Baroque Work Club looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and danced their respective dances with smiles on their faces. However, before the dance was long, it was interrupted by Tom. I saw Tom shook his head, came to the front of the crowd, and taught them how to dance. Looking at Tom's very magical gangster dance, although everyone wanted to laugh, but for Xiao Ming, they could only hold back. After Tom danced for a while, he waved his hand, played the song again, and motioned for them to dance. Although he was unwilling, he still jumped down with a strong face and a smile. It's just that I never thought that with the rhythm of the music, I would jump higher and higher. So much so that in the future, they resolutely resigned from their jobs in the Baroque Work Agency, changed their careers and opened a bar. Spread this dance to the streets and alleys, and even became the most popular dance in One Piece world. But these are things for later. When they were dancing happily, Spike suddenly pointed at Miss Wednesday and said, Come here. Miss Wednesday froze for a moment, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he walked in front of Spike with extremely heavy steps. I saw Spike Lu grinning, showing its sharp teeth, and said, You dance well, you will be my little follower from now on. As soon as the words fell, Al suddenly appeared behind it, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he said, You guys are really unstoppable. Spike turned his head stiffly like a machine. Looking at Al's kind smile, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lu, Captain Al, how are you doing? Hey, why did Tom and Spike change back to the way they were before? Nami pointed at Al and the others in astonishment, and then realized that he and Karina had also changed back to the original. Al angrily knocked on everyone's heads in turn and said, The side effect time is only 10 minutes. If it is longer, I know what you can do. Looking at the members of the Baroque Work Club who were still dancing the gangster dance, the corner of Al's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chapter 58 Nami. I'm going to ask Whitebeard for the debt. Forget it, this time it's because of the side effects of the props, so I won't talk about you guys. Al sighed softly, then turned to look at Spike, just about to say something. I saw Spike suddenly choked his own neck, then stuck out his tongue, and fell straight to the ground. Nami and Karina thought there was something wrong with Spike, so they hurried to observe it. Only Al and Tom watched the performance of Spike's top actor with a speechless expression. Okay, Spike, this is because of side effects, I don't blame you, get up. As Al's words fell, Spike stood up suddenly, wagging his tail, and took out a chicken leg from behind and handed it to Al. Nami and Karina were stunned, and they froze on the spot, looking at Spike angrily. Captain Al, what happened to us just now? Nami looked at his hands, recalling what happened just now, it always felt like a dream. Smash a ship into pieces with one punch? This kind of thing is probably only possible in a dream. Even Karina feels incredible when she recalls what just happened. At most, she just used the ability of the barrier fruit to pave a way on the sea surface, and sunk that ship, purely using her own strength. After meditating for a few seconds, Al explained his understanding of fitness equipment in the past few minutes. For that fitness equipment, Al has a new understanding in these few minutes. Take the number of people currently available. Its use limit is not limited to 3 uses, but each person can have 3 upgrades. And there is a time limit, each person can only use it once in half a month. And if all the props are used on one side at one time, the side effects will be like this now. The body will be affected, although the side effects are very obvious. But the strength displayed in these 10 minutes is very impressive. After the effect of the side effects ends, a force will remain in the body, but it will not exceed the current limit of the body. 17 But when you use it next time, it will be the limit of your current physical fitness, and the improvement effect can be said to be very significant. When Al finished speaking, Nami deliberately felt his own strength, and was shocked to find that the current strength is much stronger than before. Karina was also surprised to find that not only had her physical fitness improved to a higher level, but her control over the fruit became easier as well. Nami-chan, Karina smiled maliciously, watching Nami tremble, always feeling that bad things will happen in the future. Let's go, we have to go, we've been lingering here for a long time. Al beckoned, motioning Tom to drive the boat over. Seeing that Al and the others were about to leave, Miss Wednesday on the side bit her lower lip tightly, and after struggling in her heart, she suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of Al. Crystal clear teardrops swirled in her eye sockets, and she begged with a slightly pleading tone. Masters, can I beg you to do me a favor? I'm willing to pay 1 billion Baileys as a reward. Looking at the blue-haired girl with a slightly crying voice in front of him, Al didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, only 2 words can express what Al thinks in his heart: for nothing. Before Al could speak, Nami and Karina on the side heard that there was a reward of 1 billion, and their eyes suddenly turned into Bailey's appearance. But after thinking about it, she is a bounty hunter of Baroque works, how can she have so much money? 1 billion Baileys is not a small amount. Afterwards, under the pressure of Nami and Karina, Miss Wednesday also revealed that she is Alabasta, Princess Vivi. After learning their real identities, the eyes of the 2 women suddenly became fiery, and they asked, tell me what you can do for you first. Send me back to Alabasta. Make a deal, don't go back on your word. Before Vivi could react, Nami and Karina agreed with one voice. Al didn't say what he said, it was a tacit acquiescence. The other party has stuffed money into your pocket, is that okay? Vivi was overwhelmed by this candid scene, which was clearly beyond her imagination. Don't even need to think, just agree directly. Nami and Karina didn't know what Vivi was thinking, they pushed and pulled her back to the boat with great enthusiasm. In their eyes, Vivi is a walking cash cow. Al shook his head helplessly, sighed softly, and led Tom and Spike back to the boat together. As for those people in Baroque works, Al didn't bother with them. Because now they have obviously fallen into it, even though the music has stopped, they're still dancing very selflessly. By the way, Tom, do you still remember the slash you learned when you fought Haki? Facing Al's sudden question, after Tom thought about it, it seemed that there was such a thing. I saw Tom showing a puzzled expression, as if asking. Advertisement, what's wrong? Al didn't play around and asked Tom to demonstrate on the spot. He mainly wanted to try to see if he could learn it with his current amazing talent. Tom froze for a moment, took out a sword from behind, and casually swung the sword sheath towards the sea. Al just glanced at it, then took out the western sword, imitating Tom's movements, and waved lightly towards the sea. Next second, under Tom's unbelievable eyes, a weak sword energy pierced the sea surface, setting off layers of waves. Although compared with Tom's, it seems a bit insignificant. But, Al just took a look, and he learned how to slash with sword energy. Amazing. Nami praised. Karina was ashamed, and couldn't help recalling what Al said before, and murmured. Captain Al, are you really not going to be a human? Vivi's pupils constricted, and the look at Al gradually became subtle. 10 bold ideas flashed through my mind. Al was smiling, quite pleased with his results. Captain Al, how did you do it? I want to learn this too. Amazing. The smell of this barbecue is really delicious. If there is wine, it will be even better. Just when the 3 of Nami praised Al, an abrupt male voice mixed with it immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw the deck. A man wearing an orange cowboy hat with Whitebeard Pirates tattooed on his back, holding a piece of barbecue in his hand, greeted everyone with a smile. A completely natural look. Hey, who are you? Why did you come to our boat to steal food? Nami grinned and scolded. The man bowed very gentlemanly, with an apology on his face. Sorry to bother you while you're busy. I couldn't resist coming here because I smelled the aroma of food. My name is Potter Cass D. Ace, please take care of me. Al looked at Ace with weird eyes, wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Nami didn't care who he was, walked straight over, put his left hand on his hip, stretched out his right hand, and shouted. A piece of barbecue is 300,000 berries, and installment payment is supported, but 10% interest will be charged. Sorry, I don't have any money with me right now. Huh? No money? Do you want to eat a king's meal? Can I owe you first? I will pay you back as soon as I have money. Looking at the 2 who were bargaining, the corner of Al's mouth twitched. Karina on the side seemed to notice Al's abnormality, and asked, Captain Al, do you know that guy? Al hummed lightly, nodded, and said, Potter Cass D. Ace, you can also call him Fire Fist Ace. When hearing the word, Fire Fist, Vivi couldn't help taking 2 steps back, repeating the word, Fire Fist, all the time, as if hearing a very scary name. Just when Karina was puzzled, Ace heard Al calling out his full name, and couldn't help asking, Brother, do you know me? Al nodded, but anyone who has watched One Piece Operation Frenzy. It can be said that there is no one who does not know the Fire Fist, at the box office of 4.9 billion. Seeing that someone recognized him, Ace immediately came to Al and asked, Can you help me pay for the meal? When I have money, I will pay you back, what do you think? Al. Karina. Al's expression can be described as very wonderful. For a moment I didn't know how to speak. Seeing that Al didn't speak, Ace took out half a life card from his pocket and handed it to Al, and said, Since you don't speak, I'll take it as your default. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who eats the overlord meal, hee. Nami was furious, snatched the life card from Al's hand, and said angrily. I said, what's the situation with you guy, you? Before Nami could finish speaking, Ace had already disappeared. When I looked again, I saw Ace squatting in front of Spike, gently stroking its head, saying, Advertisement, what a cute dog, can you perform jumping through fire hoops? When Tom heard this, he immediately became interested, took out a few steel rings from his back, and placed them in front of Spike. Seeing this, Ace immediately praised Tom for his good performance, and then snapped his fingers lightly and flames burst out from the steel rings. Then Tom and Ace looked at Spike expectantly. This scene made everyone dumbfounded, and Nami was even more angry. This guy, is demon fruit power? Karina couldn't help showing a look of vigilance on her face. Spike shook his head, seeing Tom smiling so brightly, he kicked Tom flying right through the ring of fire. Just as Tom was about to fall to the ground, Spike turned into a white shadow with a whoosh and kicked Tom back again. However, Tom would not choose to be bullied by Spike all the time. At the moment of the next landing, Tom lifted his tail and suspended his whole body in midair pressure. When Spike's kick missed, Tom immediately counterattacked and kicked Spike out. One cat and one dog, like playing football, kick each other into the ring of fire in turn. After Ace saw this scene, tears of laughter came out, and he praised the fun. Just as Ace was laughing vigorously, Tom and Spike, who realized something was wrong, looked at each other. He picked up Ace directly and started a new round of Kuju competition. However, to Tom's surprise, at the end of the game, Spike actually betrayed. Team up with Ace and kick it like a ball. Gradually, Tom also gave up on arriving. Resisting, sitting cross-legged with a gloomy face, resting his chin on his hands, flying around in midair. After Al and the others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. Just when Spike kicked Tom away with a powerful blow, Ace suddenly fell asleep. Bump, like a cannonball, Tom knocked Ace into the air. However, even with such a violent impact, Ace didn't show any signs of waking up. Instead, the snot bubble at the tip of 123's nose became bigger and bigger. Captain Al, what is going on with this guy? Karina looked at Ace, who was lying on the deck, sleeping soundly, with a strange face. Her mind was full of question marks. At this moment, Vivi, who had been silent for a long time, recovered from the shock, pointed at Ace, and said tremblingly, "Fire fist Ace." "I said your reaction is too slow," Nami said angrily. Vivi looked at the crowd in panic, and held back for a long time before saying, "He is the captain of the second team of Whitebeard." "Then what does it have to do with us? The money for eating the Overlord meal just now, and the money for bullying Tom, a total of 8 million Baileys. Hash. I don't care who he is, now he owes me 8 million Pele and must pay it back." Nami counted every income with his fingers, and his mood suddenly became happy. However, Vivi grabbed Nami's shoulder with fear on his face, reminding Ace of the horror. Affected by Vivi's fear, Karina asked puzzledly, "Captain Al, what exactly does she mean? Why is she so scared? Is this guy a murderous demon?" Facing Karina's question, Al didn't hide it and said heartily, "It's very simple, because Ace's captain is Whitebeard. It is recognized as the strongest pirate today, and it is normal for some people to be afraid of them." When Al said this, he could clearly hear the desire to fight mixed in his tone. And that's exactly what Al thought. If Tom and Spike, after using the gym equipment, go and fight Whitebeard, what kind of chemical reaction will occur, huh? When Nami and Karina listened to Al's words, they showed different expressions on their faces. The strongest pirate in the world, doesn't he have countless gold and silver treasures? Nami's eyes instantly changed into the shape of Bailey. And Karina was panicked, grabbing Nami's shoulders with both hands and shaking wildly, shouting, "Nami, wake up, hey, that's the strongest in the world, do you want to die?" Nami was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Tom has fought with the world's #1 swordsman before, don't worry." Karina. At this moment, Ace woke up suddenly, and while eating chicken legs, he asked, "Do you know my dad?" "That's really great, if it doesn't work, you can ask him for money." "Just report my name then." "Al, ask Whitebeard for money, you can really talk." "Nami. Please tell me the location, I'll go now. By the way, you ate another chicken leg, a total of 10 million Baileys." Vivi. Are these people so scary? Karina. Chapter 59 Prey and Andy hunting. Then that's it, Ace grinned, put his shoulders on Al's shoulders, and laughed loudly. "Is there any wine?" Before Al could speak, Nami volunteered to raise his hand and shouted, "Yes, but it needs 100,000 Baileys a bottle." "Yoshi, I want it all, and it will all be charged to my father. Have a party." Seeing that Nami was still thinking about booing, Karina ran over to him and said seriously, "Nami, are you crazy?" Nami froze for a moment, then pointed to Al and Tom, who were already having a feast with Ace, and said with a smile, "Please don't bother me to make money, thanks, you idiot." Karina. "Hey, Captain Al, why don't you, it's okay Karina." Ha 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 ha. Al raised his wine glass high, drank it down in one gulp, took a long breath, and laughed loudly. A bill from Whitebeard is crazy to think about. "Tom, go and turn up the music, how can a party be without a performance? This dance is so fun, Kitty, big dog, let's dance together, lol." Looking at Tom and Ace, who were completely crazy, Karina was also interested, drinking with Al while watching Tom's performance. And Vivi is to help Nami, provide them with drinks and food. After a banquet, looking at a stack of bills that could make up a book, Nami smiled happily. It can be said that this nearly 1-hour banquet, under Nami's constant price hikes, the bill has reached a sky-high price of 3.1 billion Baileys. And Spike and Tom also established a deep friendship with Ace because of this banquet. If it wasn't for Karina's stop at the time, Tom and Spike, the two darlings, would almost have to ask for help from Ace. As a result, when Ace parted, the two critters hugged each other and cried sparingly. Okay, stop crying, you two. If you keep crying, the boat will be drowned by both of you. Al knocked on their heads angrily, took out Ace's lifecard from his pocket, tore it in half, and handed it to them. This is Ace's lifecard. With this thing, the next time you meet Ace, you can rely on this thing to find him. After Al's persuasion, Tom and Spike put away their tears and looked at Ace's leaving back reluctantly. Nami, show me how much money we made this time. After Ace left, Nal immediately surrounded him. After seeing the amount of the bill, Karina screamed straight away. Even Al was taken aback by the sky-high bill, wondering what Whitebeard's reaction would be when he saw it. At the same time, the members of the Baroque Work Club who fell into the water climbed on the driftwood and dialed MB's phone with a terrified expression. Moses, this is M13, we encountered Al and Tom at sea. However, more than 100 of us were all defeated and asked for support. I don't want to die yet. Somewhere on an island, M3 ruthlessly hung up on the phone. For him, these unknown people died when they died. The news about Al and Tom is the top priority. Has it finally appeared? My promotion dream is finally coming, ha ha ha. Mr. 3 showed a sinister smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered his men to prepare the ship. He came out to hunt Tom and his group this time, so he was well prepared. Not only did they gather a group of people from the Baroque studio, but they even joined forces with some pirates, and they gathered more than 500 people. Although the relationship between Baroque Works and pirates is hostile, it is not uncommon to join forces with pirates. Mr. 3, the personnel are all ready. Let's set off quickly, don't let other guys snatch it. Miss Golden Week, don't be so anxious, everything is under control, ha ha ha. Hey, Moses, M3, you can't leave us alone. Damn, this guy. What should we do? I'm not dead. Mr. 3's behavior of hanging up the phone without saying a word, in the eyes of these people, is undoubtedly a signal of death. Except for the ruthless roar and howling, all they can do now is wait for death. At this moment, a voice suddenly rekindled their hope of life. Everyone, look behind you, it's a ship, we're saved. Hey, save us. For a while, there were noisy voices, but as the boat approached, the smiles on their faces gradually became stiff. Looking at the seagull pattern on the sail, the hope that had just been ignited gradually turned into disappointment. If it was a pirate ship, they could go up, kill it, and take the ship away. Advertisement, but if it is a marine, a warship that can sail on the Grand Line is definitely not a good thing. But at the very least, there is a chance of being rescued. After all, apart from being members of the Baroque Work Club, they also have another identity. A bounty hunter with a deal with Marine, on the Marine warship. Smoker has sand tape wrapped around his forehead, and there is no trace of emotion in his cold eyes. Listening to the reports from the sailors beside him that a large number of shipwrecks and people who fell into the water were found on the sea. Smoker stood up and said coldly, pirate, or someone? Report to Colonel Smoker, no pirate's flag has been found so far, do you want to salvage it? Before Smoker could speak, Toshigi, who was holding a knife and wearing glasses, said. Whether it's a pirate or someone else, save it first, and if it's a pirate, arrest it directly. Smoker didn't speak, it was a kind of recognition in disguise. After 10 minutes of rescue, the members of Baroque Works were rescued by the efforts of the sailors. However, when the members of these Baroque working societies heard that there was only one Captain Marine on board, immediately he had an evil thought, wanting to snatch the boat, and then continue to chase Tom and his gang. However, they seriously underestimated the power of Colonel Marine, and they were wiped out in less than a few minutes. Quickly release us, we are members of the Baroque Work Club if you don't want to be wanted by our boss. M12, who was in a hurry, immediately roared, trying to threaten the other party with the reputation of Baroque Works. But Smoker doesn't have time to talk to them. I saw Smoker took out a wanted warrant for Al from behind, and asked. Tell me, have you met this guy? The moment they saw Al's reward order, the collective members of Baroque Works immediately sneered and said. Colonel Marine, you dare to compete with our Baroque Work Agency for business. Smoker frowned slightly, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes, but he didn't kill them directly. Instead, they locked them up and tortured them to extract confessions. As soon as they heard that they were going to be locked up and tortured to extract confessions, some people immediately wanted to use Al's whereabouts as a condition to gain freedom. However, Smoker didn't give them a choice at all, recalling what the cat and the dog did to him at that time. The wound on his forehead was painful. After learning of Al's whereabouts, Smoker immediately ordered the speed of the ship to increase without the slightest hesitation. He must take Al's gang back this time. On the other side, the deck was cleaned up, and Tom and Spike started their daily play again. Nami followed Karina in the lounge to plan how to spend a huge sum of money in the future. Originally, the two of them planned to call Al, but Al was not interested in these. It wasn't so much that he wasn't interested as that he never expected Whitebeard to come up with that much money. What he wanted was the pleasure of chasing after the strongest 4 emperors to demand debts. While Al was resting in the room, the wall less than 10 centimeters above his head was suddenly pierced by a huge force. Al coughed, choking on the scattered debris. Tom, Spike, what are you two guys talking about? Lu Shiji looked at the smoking bowling ball in front of him and took a quick breath. Tom shivered and put his hand into his mouth, his face full of fear. Without even thinking about it, he kicked Spike indirectly. Al, who just sat up, inexplicably suffered pain that he shouldn't have to bear at his age. You two guys. Al gritted his teeth and stood up, carrying Spike out of the room. Tom shook his head left and right in fright, and then turned his gaze to the sky. Immediately afterwards, in the amazed eyes of everyone, Tom stepped on his left foot and stepped on his right foot into the sky, trying to escape punishment. Al looked at the rising Tom, and Moonwalk, one of the Marine Six styles, suddenly appeared in his mind. Although it is not like Tom, who can ascend to the sky by stepping on the left foot and the right foot, the principle is basically similar. How did I forget this? Al slapped his thigh violently, but the next second Spike's scream sounded. Sorry. Al looked apologetically at the slap on Spike's back, and after saying a few words of apology, he said, Spike, let me tell you. After explaining the principle of Marine Six styles and Moonwalk to Spike, Al gave Spike a positive look. You know, one of these two guys is capable of almost everything except catching Jerry and the other taking care of tech. Under Al's instruction, Spike showed a smirk. As long as he catches Tom, he won't have to be punished. Spike rubbed his hands together and took his first attempt, the way Al taught him. However, the first time was not as successful as Al expected. Instead, it caused Tom's ridicule in midair. Advertisement. Spike glared fiercely at Tom, and then his legs exerted force. Go straight to Tom in the air like a cannonball. Seeing this, Tom broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time his legs were slamming up, even stepping on the Phantom. Not to be outdone, Spike opened his bloody mouth and went straight towards Tom. On the ground, after seeing this scene, Nami and the others couldn't help complaining, monster. Then he turned around and went back to the room, as if he was used to the two of them's coquettish operations. After all, it's Tom and Spike, so it can't be judged by common sense. But it was the first time for Vivi to see the divine operation of the two of them, and she was shocked as if they were petrified in place. Al's mind quickly analyzed Spike's movements, and then his legs stepped out of the Phantom on the deck. Just when Al had found the secret after trying twice, a sudden shelling interrupted his movements. Al was extremely upset at the moment, fixed his cold eyes on the ship not far away, and said coldly, Everyone is ready to fight. The two Nami who were drinking coffee were also covered in coffee because of the sudden shelling. After hearing Al's order, they looked at each other, picked up the baseball bat and went out. Nami put on the flying wings that Al gave her before, and took Karina away like a cannonball. Mr. on the boat, when he saw that his subordinate missed the shot, he immediately cursed. What are you doing? You can't even do this little thing well. The moment the voice hit the ground, boom, a loud sound came from behind. Mr. 3 turned around stiffly like a machine, sweating coldly from fright. I saw a huge 4-horse sailing boat, and at this moment a huge crack appeared in the hull. Before Mr. 3 came back to his senses, the surrounding dhows were cut in half like melons under everyone's horrified eyes. What the hell is going on? You ask me. I ask who to go to. This is the first time I have seen this kind of situation. No one knew exactly what happened. A series of negative emotions such as fear, anxiety, panic, etc. quickly grew in their hearts. Immediately, a large number of pirates followed and prepared to jump into the sea to escape. However, when they saw a purple-haired girl walking on the sea, everyone cast their eyes. Who are you? Did you do all this? Mr. 3 asked loudly, tearing his throat. However, the purple-haired girl did not respond. She raised her hand lightly, and two invisible barriers appeared out of thin air, instantly crushing a ship into a wooden board. Great job, Karina. In the sky, Nami swooped down from the sky holding a baseball bat. There was a loud explosion, and Nami held out her right hand, and the baseball bat bounced off the deck into her hand. In just 1 minute, there was only one ship left. As for the more than 500 people brought by R3, there are only a dozen people left. I really don't know where you have the courage to dare to challenge us. Nami is condescending, and in the eyes of everyone, she is like a Shinigami. Mr. 3 sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling all over, pointed at Nami and asked sharply, Who are you and why are you here to attack us? Just when Nami was about to speak, Al's deep voice sounded from behind him. Tisk tisk tisk, what an idiot. M3 suddenly turned around, only to see a tall man rushing toward him in midair. When he saw Al's face clearly, great fear instantly eroded his reason. Al, how is this possible? A mere 50 Bailey guy, why is he so strong? This is the target we are going to hunt this time? Mr. 3, didn't you say that he is just a rookie? Is this what you call vegetable chicken? At the same time, Smoker, who was watching the battle from a distance, locked his pupils when he saw the astonishing sword sheath cut by Al, and shouted. Contact headquarters quickly, we have a misunderstanding about Al and Tom's gang. Tom is not the captain at all, we all underestimated that man's strength. Tom, who was flying in midair, seemed to hear someone calling him, and looked down with a puzzled expression. I saw a very beautiful woman sitting on a huge sea turtle, watching the battle silently from a distance. A light bulb suddenly appeared above Tom's head. He quickly pointed to the woman at Spike, and said, Stupid dog, that guy must be an enemy. As long as we catch her, the captain won't blame us. Spike was stunned for a while, inquiring back and forth between Tom and the woman, and suddenly felt that what the silly cat said made sense. A dog and a cat looked at each other, and swooped towards the woman. It seems that something terrible is coming towards me, it's interesting. The corner of the woman's mouth raised slightly, revealing a playful smile. Chapter 60 Son of the Devil, Nico Robin. Very purple and red. I saw the woman crossed her hands and spoke softly. Next second, thick hands grew out of Tom and Spike's bodies, binding their whole bodies. Ah! A mournful howl sounded from midair. Tom and Spike lost control of their bodies in an instant, falling straight from the sky like a kite with a broken string. If Al was there, he would definitely be able to recognize the identity of this woman, the Devil's son, Nico Robin. Click, Mr. O, the mission target Tom has been killed. I saw Nico Robin took out the phone bug from his arms and said so with a playful smile. In the next second, a deep laugh came from the other end of the phone. Good job Mr. Allsunday, catch Al and come back. Mr. 3 is fighting Al, but it seems to be a failure. That useless piece of trash. Nico Robin paused, then continued. Princess Vivi of Alabasta is also on that ship. Kill together. Click. Hanging up the phone, Nico Robin crossed his legs, dragged his chin with both hands, and stared at the distant battlefield with deep eyes. Come on, let me see how long you can live, at this time. The battle in the distance ended with Al's frightening sword slashes. Don't kill me. Mr. 3 looked at Al as if looking at a monster, and his body trembled uncontrollably. My heart is full of remorse. If you give him another chance, he will definitely bring more people here. Captain Al, the miscellaneous fish on my side have been cleaned up. Huh, is such a small girl a member of the Baroque Work Club? Nami looked at the little girl who seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Just as Nami was about to ask if the little girl was kidnapped by the Baroque Work Agency. The corners of Mr. 3's mouth raised slightly, showing a sinister smile, and said coldly. Miss Goldenweek, it's now, hurry up and get that woman under control. As soon as the words fell, before Nami could react, I saw Miss Goldenweek suddenly pulled out a palette from behind. Then, with a quick swipe of the brush in the 860 palette, a splash of red is applied to Nami's cheeks. Mr. 3 suddenly burst into laughter, as if the balance of victory was tilted towards him again. Unexpectedly, the next second, Nami grinned and punched Miss Goldenweek hard with a fist the size of a sandbag. Hammered out a big bag 10 centimeters high on the spot. Hearing a wow, Miss Goldenweek immediately burst into tears. Really, you brat, how dare you draw on my face? Nami blew his fist, came to Mr. 3 again, grabbed his face fiercely, and scolded. It's you who ordered that stinky brat to paint on my face, right? Before Mr. 3 could respond, Nami's iron fist landed on his head. Mr. 3 lay on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, weeping in pain. This woman is really terrible, she is simply a demon, a monster. After tidying up Mr. 3, Nami clapped his hands and made an okay gesture with his hands with a smile on his face. Hee, Captain Al, get it done. Al hummed lightly, raised his arms and shouted. Take back all the food and stuff on their boat, and continue holding the banquet. Nami and Karina looked at each other and laughed. After a while, the food on the boat was removed by Al and the others, and before leaving, Nami didn't give Mr. 3 another punch. And mocked, poor ghost, next time you come to trouble us, remember to put more things on the boat. The moment Mr. 3's psychological defense fell into pieces as Nami's voice fell to the ground. Back on the boat, Al called Tom and Spike's names for the first time. However, after a long time, there was no sign of the two of them. This made Karina and Nami a little worried. At this moment, Nami suddenly found 3 figures confronting each other on the sea level not far away. And 2 of them, judging from their stature, aren't they the 2 mischievous guys Tom and Spike? As soon as he found them, Al told Nami to drive the boat over quickly. Advertisement because, his intuition told him, the guy who confronted Tom and Spike was definitely not simple. It's just that Al didn't tell Nami and the others his conjecture, mainly because he was afraid that they would rush forward with their sleeves rolled up in a moment of excitement. Nico Robin looked at Tom and Spike with a strange expression. Their bodies had been twisted into twists and they were still struggling. Unhurriedly showing a curious expression, he murmured. Interesting, the body can be twisted like this, what a strange creature. Just when Nico Robin was about to learn more about the bodies of these 2 creatures, what could they look like? I saw a light bulb pop out of Tom's head. Immediately afterwards, Tom squirmed behind Spike like a caterpillar. When the distance from Spike is less than 1 meter, Tom pulled out a set of Arlong's teeth from behind and bit down hard on Spike's A. Ah, painful wailing sounded suddenly. Spike clutched his buttocks and launched into the sky like a rocket. And those arms that trapped it were broken free by it in an instant. In midair, Spike shook his head violently, staring fixedly at the sharp teeth in Tom's hand. Immediately, 2 pairs of horns grew on its head, looking like a devil. How is this possible? Nico Robin's shocked eyes were full of disbelief, but it didn't make him frightened. Instead, I am more curious about Tom and Spike. In the next second, before she came back to her senses, Spike disappeared from her field of vision in the blink of an eye with a whoosh. When Spike appeared in front of him again, the sandbag-sized fist had already appeared less than 10 centimeters away. Nico Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, there was no time to react and dodge. However, in the next second, Nico Robin was ready to take the next blow. Seeing that Spike's fist suddenly seemed to come alive, it suddenly stopped in front of Nico Robin. After sizing up in front of Nico Robin, he suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Tom fiercely. Tom, who was laughing loudly, had no defense at all. After receiving this punch, like a kite with a broken string, it flicked end waters on the sea before stopping. Spike stood on the turtle, covered his belly and laughed loudly, pointed at Tom and said with a smile, "This stupid cat, ha 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 ha." After laughing for a while, Spike wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and suddenly felt something was wrong. I saw it turning its head mechanically and stiffly. "Gu, the sound of swallowing saliva, hee hee." Spike showed an awkward smile, waved his hand to Nico Robin, and said with a smile, "Sorry to disturb your rest." I'll go now, hee hee." Just when Spike took the first step, Nico Robin behind him suddenly laughed and said, "Such a funny and cute dog, if you take one step further, you might drown in the sea." At this moment, Nami's curse sounded from the air. "Hey, who are you? Why are you scaring Spike?" Karina also echoed. "That's right, I advise you to run quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Seeing his partner coming, Spike suddenly became stiff and looked at Nico Robin angrily. There was no trace of timidity in his eyes, and he completely forgot how scared he was just now. At the same time, Tom, who was blown out, by the blow, shook his head violently, rolled up his sleeves and rushed over, glaring at Spike. "Stupid cat. Where are you looking?" Spike holds Tom's head in his hands and turns it towards Nico Robin. However, when Spike let go, Tom's head was like a spring, shaking for a while and then staring straight at Spike. Spike wasn't used to Tom either, and punched Tom hard on the head. Tom then turned his target to Nico Robin. "You two are so much fun, I can't help but want to take you back as pets." Nico Robin covered his mouth and snickered, his movements were very elegant. However, when Nami and Karina heard this sentence, each protected the other, glared at Nico Robin, and said at the same time, "You be ****D, don't want to play Tom and Spike's idea. Tom and Spike are our buddies, not pets." Tom and Spike nodded vigorously, with arrogance on their faces, as if to say, "If you have a backer, you are tough." Nico Robin spread his hands and said with a light smile, "That's really a pity." At the same time, Vivi, who was hiding in the distance, shrank his pupils suddenly when he saw Nico Robin, and sat on the ground trembling all over. Fear instantly eroded her sanity, and she raised her trembling hand, pointed at Nico Robin, and murmured, "Advertisement, it's a lie, why did that woman appear here?" Al glanced in Tom's direction with deep eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a grin, "Have you finally appeared? I thought you wouldn't come." After hearing Al's words, Vivi couldn't help but move back a bit, looked at Al with fear, and said, "Are you with her?" "No, since you and that woman are in the same group, why were you hunted down by the Baroque Work Agency? Also, aren't you a newcomer who just went to sea?" Al was speechless immediately, but he had to admire that women have rich imaginations. I saw Al clench the western sword in his hand, and a sneer appeared on his face. "I didn't say I was with her." After all, without any hesitation, Al used Moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, and rushed towards Nico Robin. Sensing a threatening aura approaching, Nico Robin couldn't help becoming vigilant. Then he stared deeply at Al, who was rushing towards her, and murmured, 50 Bailey's bounty? Marines idiots are getting more and more confused. Tom and Spike, after seeing Al's figure, it swelled up in an instant, making faces at Nico Robin, very arrogant. "Are you Captain Al, who is offering a bounty of 50 Baileys? It doesn't seem to match your bounty at all." Nico Robin sat quietly on the spot, and there was no trace of timidity on her face. Al hummed lightly, grinned and said, "Although the bounty offered is compared to you with 79 million, it is indeed much worse. But in terms of strength, it's no worse than you, Nico Robin." When Al's voice fell, Nico Robin's pupils shrank sharply, and then said with a smile, "I can't see that you have deliberately learned about my identity." Al shook his head, his tone very flat. "Not only do I know this, I know about what you have experienced in the past. Of course, I mean starting with O'Hara." After hearing the word O'Hara, Nico Robin couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up suddenly, looked at Al with guarded eyes, and asked sharply, "Who the hell are you? How do you know O'Hara?" Al spread his hands and said, "As you can see, I am a newcomer who just stepped into the Grand Line. As for why it is so clear, sorry, no comment." At this moment, Karina next to her seemed to remember something, and asked, "O'Hara, haven't you disappeared? Could it be you are a survivor of O'Hara?" "Survivor? It's an interesting title, but I don't have any extra time to continue talking with you now." Listening to the constant ringing of the phone bug in his arms, Nico Robin glanced at Al and the others with complicated eyes. With a smile on his face, he said, "Okay, I have to leave, I wish you good luck in the future." After speaking, Robin's figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only petals. If it weren't for the turtle under their feet, maybe Nami and the others would still think it was a dream. "Is that guy also an ability user?" Nami muttered with a strange expression, and then asked, "Captain Al, who is that guy?" "Let's go back to the boat first, and I'll tell you the details when we get on the boat. By the way, Tom, remember to tie this turtle to the boat and keep it as emergency food." As soon as they got back to the boat, Nami and Karina couldn't wait to drag Al into the lounge. In Al's narration, Nami and the others also learned about the tragic life experience of Nico Robin. Because of this, Nami also thought of what happened to him when he was a child, and his eyes couldn't help getting moist. But under the comfort of Al and Karina, a strong smile appeared again. And what they don't know is, in a dark corner somewhere, a hand with eyes was spying on their every move. At the same time, Crocodile and Alabasta, after speaking with Nico Robin, smashed the objects in front of him angrily. Staring into the distance with deep cold eyes, he let out a morbid sneer. Nico Robin, what the hell are you thinking, woman? Forget it, as long as Al and his gang dare to step into Alabasta, I will let them die in this desert. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 61 Tom Bowling, you are trustworthy. As the voyage distance Alabasta approached, the temperature also continued to rise. Nami took the ice cream handed by Tom, and there was only a stick left before he took a bite. The angry Nami couldn't help complaining. The bad weather of the Grand Line is really too bad. Karina pulled out Spike, who was hiding in the refrigerator, and then got in by herself, and echoed. Isn't that right? This bad weather can change as soon as it changes, faster than Nami. You can turn your face. Huh? Why'd I turn my face so fast, Lena? You be ****** D. Just when Nami was about to continue talking, in the refrigerator, Karina stretched out a hand and threw a stack of Baileys at Nami's feet. Nami smiled instantly and praised Karina for her kindness. In the refrigerator, Karina showed a smirk and yanked the rope tied to Bailey, pulling him back. In the next second, Nami's expression became fierce again. Karina laughed and said, the experiment is over. It turns out that Nami, you can turn your face faster than the book, ha 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 ha. You be ***** D. Vivi came to Al's side with 2 glasses of ice juice, looked at the 2 Nami who were arguing, and asked with a smile. Captain Al, have they always been like this? What an enviable friendship. Al took the drink, hummed softly, and said with a grin. The 2 of them often do this, just get used to it. Vivi nodded, although she didn't quite understand the strange friendship between them, but I have to say, it's really enviable. After drinking the fruit, Al stretched his waist, walked out of the room, and asked, Nami, pay attention to the flight path, it should be here soon. Nami was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that the course deviated. Immediately shouted, let Tom and Spike adjust the ship's route. Nami, you are such an idiot, ha ha ha. Karina, you guys still have time to laugh, get out of the fridge. The corner of Al's mouth twitched, and he covered his face and went back to lie down in the room. Alabasta on the coast. Thousands of members of the Baroque Work Club stood by the coast in batches, observing the movement on the sea level all the time. Mr. 5, this is already the 3rd day, how long will we stay here? The skin will be cracked. Under the scorching sun, a woman holding an umbrella stretched out her slender arms and complained to the motionless man in black in front of her. Mr. 5 took out his pocket watch from his pocket, looked at the time, and said coldly. Miss Valentine, please wait a little longer, I have a hunch they're coming soon. When will your premonition come to pass? Forget it. I'm too lazy to tell you. I'm going to find a shady place and apply some sunscreen. The voice just fell. A member of the Baroque Work Club pointed to the shadow of a ship on the sea level and shouted. I found them. Just, why is their sailing direction reversed? Are you an idiot? Of course you look upside down from the crotch? No, I'm not talking about that kind of reaction. It's so loud, shut up. Mr. 5 stuffed his hands into his nostrils, then took out a leg-stretching pill, and flicked his fingers lightly. Boom, a huge explosion sounded in the crowd, blowing away the members of the Baroque Work Club who were arguing. Ha 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 ha, Mr. 5, you are so cruel, but that seems to be the target ship. Miss Valentine held an umbrella and flew in midair, laughing sharply and jokingly. Along with the noise from their side, all the staff of the Baroque Work Agency noticed the shadow of the ship on the sea. One by one, they checked their weapons and showed weird smiles. #booze, target found. I know, capture them all alive, or kill them directly. Yes, Deck. It's just that I didn't look at the permanent pointer for a while, and the ship actually went retrograde. What's going on in this sea area? Nami was lying on the deck, panting heavily. The unbelievable tone was full of doubts about his own sailing skills. Idiot navigator, a little bit. You idiot. Ah, idiot with purple hair. See, Nami can't think of words anymore. When Karina was about to continue laughing, I was shocked to find that a cannonball was rushing towards Nami at a very high speed. Idiot with purple hair, why don't you talk? Nami, be careful. Nami froze for a moment, turned his head, and the smile on his face stopped abruptly. Don't, boom! Before the terrified shouts could be heard, the billowing white smoke carried by the piercing explosion attracted everyone's attention first. Advertisement, what happened? Hearing the sound of the explosion, Al even used moonwalk, dodging directly from the ship to the deck. Spike grabbed Tom's neck and popped his head out of the corner with a dazed look on his face. When seeing billowing white smoke and Nami falling to the ground, Vivi covered her mouth and said in horror, "You're lying." "Nami, are you okay?" Karina immediately helped Nami up. Nami's mind went blank at this moment, and even Karina didn't respond to how she shouted. But fortunately, in the moment of crisis, Karina launched a barrier in front of Nami, so she didn't get hurt. After checking on Nami and any injuries, Karina wiped off her sweat and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Where is the attack coming from? Al came to Karina's side, staring at the surroundings vigilantly, and 10 waves of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart. At this moment, Vivi pointed to the shore in horror and shouted, "Everyone, look over there." Looking in the direction of Vivi's finger, I saw hundreds of vicious members of the Baroque Work Club staring at them. Al and Karina looked at each other, each took out their weapons, and their eyes showed extremely strong killing intent. Seeing this, Tom and Spike bit their fingers and blew it up, instantly turning them into devil muscular men. He looked angrily at the members of the Baroque work club who were shouting by the shore. The two of them, a cat and a dog, did not communicate with each other at all, and stood side by side in a tacit understanding. Killing intent is monstrous. Feeling the four murderous auras, Vivi couldn't help but slumped on the ground, his pupils constricted, and even his breathing became rapid. Monster. This is Vivi's first feeling, because she really couldn't think of any words to describe this terrifying and oppressive scene. Several people looked at each other, and no one spoke, just waiting for the ship to move forward. You don't plan to just look at nearly 1,000 members of the Baroque work club. It's too risky, or we'd still. Before Vivi could finish speaking, Al's cold tone interrupted him. It's so noisy, be quiet. If you dare to hurt our partner, even if you were a god, as long as you dare to show your blood, I will kill you. As soon as the voice finished speaking, 4 figures flashed past in sight, and the resulting airwave blew away Vivi's hair. Going to die. Nami was woken up by Vivi's piercing screams. Al, who was galloping on the sea, raised the corner of his mouth slightly after hearing Vivi's words. If you are afraid of death, then what qualifications do you have to be at the top? Al's words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Vivi's heart. What happened? Nami covered the back of his head, stood up from the deck, looked at Vivi who was sluggishly staring at the spot, and asked. Vivi, what's wrong with you, Captain Al, where are they going? Vivi was stunned for a long time before recovering from the shock. Seeing that her face was already wet with tears at this moment, she turned towards the direction of Al's departure, hummed lightly, and shouted. Arigato, Captain Al, I understand. What do you understand? Where did Captain Al go? Why are you crying? Nami's face was full of bewilderment, she didn't know what happened, her memory was still stuck in the shell. By the way, I remembered, I seem to have been bombarded. Nami reacted and checked his physical condition immediately. Except for a slight pain in the back of the head, the body is fine. At this moment, Vivi stood up, took out her weapon from behind, and came to Nami's side with a determined face. After telling Nami what happened during her coma. Looking at the 4 figures gradually approaching the shore, Nami couldn't help sweating. The two looked at each other, without the slightest hesitation. Nami immediately took out the flying wings. Vivi, hold on to me. By the coast, looking at the gradually approaching figure, the members of the Baroque work club are full of madness in their eyes. As long as you catch them, in addition to a large bounty, you can also become a cadre. This is the bounty that Crocodile changed after learning that Robin missed. When the collective members of the Baroque work club, after hearing the news, no matter where they were, they frantically gathered in Alabasta. No one wants to let go of this opportunity, coming. I don't know who yelled, and everyone's heartstrings were tense, holding their weapons tightly. Just waiting to capture Al and Tom as soon as possible. As for the others, since there is no reward. As long as you dare to hinder their arrest, it will be a death. Spike, use that, Al said suddenly. Spike froze for a moment, nodded slightly, and then showed a smirk. Asking for flowers. Karina is a little confused. What move? Why hasn't she even heard of it? Not only Karina is dumbfounded, even Tom who is closest to Spike is also dumbfounded at the moment. Advertisement, but for some reason, Tom always had an ominous premonition in his heart, and swallowed involuntarily. The next second, under Karina's horrified eyes, Spike suddenly pointed his finger at Tom. I saw Spike grab Tom's tail and in midair Vice Admiral Tom crumpled into a bowling ball. Then it spun a few times in midair and all of them produced phantoms. Yahoo! Spike yelled and threw Tom away. At the moment of throwing away, Al put his eyes on Karina and shouted. Karina, barrier. What barrier? Why didn't I understand a word you said? Also, why throw Tom out? Karina felt bad all of a sudden. What the hell is going on? Form the barrier into a circle, then cover Tom, and get a few thorns in the circle if you can. In order to prevent Karina from being confused, Al explained in detail. However, another surprise for Al was when he spoke the first sentence. Karina created a barrier protection on Tom's body. And also arranged sharp thorns. Everyone, look quickly, it seems that something extraordinary is flying over. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at the round black spot, they couldn't help laughing. Are those guys idiots? Actually fighting among themselves at this time? In that case, the cat is mine. Zero, are you kidding? You deserve to be ahead of Lousy just because of your ranking? You bastards, leave Lousy alone, this guy is mine. All of a sudden, the entire coast was in a mess, pushing and pushing each other, as if they wanted to catch Tom at the first time. Seeing this situation, Al couldn't help showing a triumphant smile. A huge explosion sounded. Tom's bowling ball created a scorching crack in the sand, and even the sand on the surface was melted. And when Tom's bowling ball touched those people, it turned into small bowling pins. In an instant, hundreds of Tom brand bowling pins flew wildly, covering the entire sky. The brief darkness covered everyone's hearts with a layer of smog. When the darkness disappeared, the thick blood mist defeated their last line of psychological defense again. Monster. This guy is a monster. Run. B*******D. Don't get in my way, I don't want to die. Karina looked at this shocking scene, and suddenly lost her mind. What is going on? Seeing the confusion on Karina's face, Al explained. This is a new skill that I accidentally discovered when Tom and Spike were playing. I'm calling it Tom's bowling. as long as you are touched by Tom's bowling ball, it will become a bowling pin. The time limit is 3 minutes. Don't ask, just ask. I am also a victim. After listening to Al's words, Karina looked at Tom like a monster. The threat from Tom Bowling is still spreading further. Although those members of the Baroque Work Club chose to escape at the first time. But because of the swarming at the beginning, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. One by one, like real bowling pins, waiting for Spike's grand slam. With just one breath, only 2/3 of the members of the Baroque Work Club were left on the field. What is the situation with that guy demon fruit power? Are you kidding? How can there be such a pervert devil fruit? Are you all idiots? Since there is no such devil fruit, then tell me what's going on. For a moment, the sound of quarreling and panic filled the entire coast. What makes them most desperate is that Tom Bowling can still turn under the control of Karina. Moreover, even the speed is gradually increasing. When Tom Bowling has split the field in two, Al, Karina, Spike and others stepped into the territory of Alabasta at the same time. A massacre, or a scene of anti-genocide, at the same time as they came, kicked off the prelude. Little ghosts, it's quite fun, ha 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 ha. On the sandy slope in the distance, a vague figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. And his appearance also made the whole battlefield boil instantly. That guy is Boss, Mr. O, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile. Chapter 62 Lao Sha, who lost all face when he debuted. With the appearance of Crocodile, the scene boiled instantly, and all the members of Baroque Works were raising their arms and shouting his name. Al stared deeply at the man in front of him, frowned slightly, and said with a light smile. Is it finally here, the 50-50 sand crocodile, Tom Bowling, go, Al yelled. Following Al's order, Karina immediately manipulated Tom's bowling ball to adjust its direction, and laughed loudly, Yaxi, go. Before Lao Sha approached, Tom Bowling rushed over with a whoosh, and even had the first explosion. Wherever he went, the sky was full of yellow sand. Lao Sha's smile remained the same, he didn't pay attention to Tom Bowling at all, and even laughed more presumptuously. In his eyes, he is a Logia fruit-capable person, and all physical attacks are ineffective against him. Just as Lao Sha was standing there confidently, he was imagining what kind of expression those little devils would have on their faces when they saw that the attack was ineffective. Next second, when Tom Bowling brushes past Sandy. Feeling the slight pain from his arm, the smile on Lao Sha's face disappeared instantly. He didn't understand why the ball could hit him immediately afterwards when Lao Sha set his sights on Tom. Suddenly, I found that Tom Bowling was contaminated with bloodline because he was going through the crowd just now. A sense of danger could not help rising from the depths of my heart. Tom's bowling ball missed the target for the first time, so he immediately turned around and headed towards Lao Sha again. Although the brain has already reacted, the body is still a step behind. Lao Sha, who took another attack from Tom, no longer intends to entangle with Tom Bowling. HMPH, I want to see how long these can last. At that time, it will be your time of death. I saw Lao Sha snorted, and his lower body turned into 393, yellow sand. Without a trace of hesitation, he immediately ran in the opposite direction of Tom's bowling ball. Under the control of Karina, Tom Bowling also chased after him. The original serious battlefield, as Lao Sha was chased by Tom Bowling, the painting style gradually began to become outrageous. After seeing this scene, the members of the Baroque Work Club looked at each other with bold question marks in their minds. The guy who was chased away the moment he came out was really the boss of their Baroque Work Club. When this question first popped up, many people were deceiving themselves in their hearts. How could the boss be in such a mess? It must be an illusion, an illusion. Members of the Baroque Work Club gently wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, as Crocodile's deep and hoarse scolding sounded, the members of the Baroque Work Club couldn't help but widen their eyes. You bunch of trash, hurry up and kill them. The members of the Baroque Work Club, with turbulent waves in their hearts, looked at the man who was hunted down by Tom Bowling unquestionably. That guy is really a boss, but boss, why? You idiots, is this the time to struggle with this? Get rid of them quickly? With Crocodile's yelling and cursing sounded, Miss Valentine uses the fruit ability to reduce her weight to less than 1 kilogram, and then floats in the air. Ha 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 ha, I'll show you my 1,000 kilograms weight. Miss Valentine, holding an umbrella, let out a sharp laugh in midair, as if her blow could kill Al and the others in one blow. Karina looked at her as if looking at a fool, crossed her hands silently, and made a layer of thorny barrier on the top of her head, and then asked. Captain Al, Tom's bowling ball is out of control, what to do? Looking at the shrinking figure in sight, Al smiled confidently, and patted Karina on the shoulder. Don't worry. It's Tom. Even if the universe explodes, I believe it can survive. Seeing that she was being ignored, Miss Valentine gritted her teeth angrily and said coldly. Since you want to die so much, then I'll make it happen for you. Look at my 1,000 jin weight. As soon as the voice fell, there was only a whoosh. Before Miss Valentine started to fall, Spike stepped in front of her. I saw Spike clenched his fists and slammed her face fiercely, sending her flying. Spike clapped his hands, his face full of disgust, as if to say, this guy is talking nonsense. When Karina unfolded the barrier, Spike noticed the spikes on it and kept expecting the woman to jump off. But she just doesn't dance, she has to talk a lot of nonsense. In the end, Spike, who couldn't bear it any longer, decided to beat this guy into the air. But Spike is not such a dog who gives up so easily. The moment Miss Valentine landed, Spike appeared behind her again. Then kick it onto the barrier full of spikes, advertisement. What? Hearing the scream, Spike clapped his hands in satisfaction and complained. If you jump early, you don't have to get kicked. Why doesn't this guy understand? After complaining, Spike showed an evil smile as if he suddenly remembered something and started his crazy harvest on the battlefield. It can be said that seeing one and throwing the other is a joy to play. Looking at the dense figures on the barrier, Karina very cooperatively increased the length of the spikes. Al was in a very good mood as he saw the rising emotional value constantly popping up in his mind. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 999, negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 999. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 999, asterisk. Looking at the swiping messages in his mind, Al's eyes on Lao Sha change. This is simply the warmth of the community. Al clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and said, Amitabha, Lord Shah, please contribute a little more. After doing this, Al couldn't stop laughing, and immediately opened the lottery page. Since those two props were drawn last time, Al has renewed hope for the lottery. With this idea in mind, Al immediately chose to automatically draw a lottery, earning emotional points while drawing a lottery, feeling very happy. Open black lens bracket, thank you for your patronage, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, thank you for your patronage, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, thank you for your patronage, close black lens bracket. After meowing at the lottery information, Al just hangs up in the background and doesn't bother with it anymore. Looking at the screen full of thank you for your patronage, it disturbed his Tao heart. He didn't believe that after this battle, not a single rare item could be produced. To know the current price of a rare item, it can be said to be a sky-high price in the system mall. The price has changed to 500,000 emotional points due to the exchange of a crew summoning card before. But after adding the update of the system mall and the price increase, the emotional value directly soared from 500,000 to 5 million. This literally killed Al. Rather than being a liver emperor, it is better to be a European emperor. As the saying goes, if you reach the ultimate, you will be he can fail countless times, but the lottery machine can only fail once. As the number of people continued to add up, Karina gradually showed signs of fatigue, obviously struggling. Looking at the barrier again, a mountain of corpses had piled up, and the barrier was also stained red with blood. After seeing this appalling scene, even the members of the Baroque Work Club, who had several lives in their hands, couldn't stop their bodies from trembling. Run! The monster is coming! I don't know who yelled. The surviving members of the Baroque Work Club were so frightened that their livers were torn apart, they pushed and shoved the people in front of them, and let out desperate cries. Run, you fool, run, damn it, run away quickly, I don't want to die here. Which B*** D is pushing lousy, believe it or not I'll kill him right now. What are you dare stand in front of me, don't you know how to write death? Oh, my hand, damn it, what kind of monster is this? Al noticed Karina's fatigue, and asked softly, are you alright? Karina bit her lower lip tightly, shook her head, squeezed out a smile, and said, I can hold on a little longer. There are still so many enemies outside, if we say no now, Spike will be in danger. Al froze for a moment, glanced through the gap at Spike, who looked like a berserker outside, and immediately didn't know how to explain. Karina, open the barrier, if you don't practice again, you will be killed by Spike. Al patted Karina's head lightly and smiled softly. Looking at Al's gentle eyes, Karina was silent for 3 seconds, hummed softly, and opened a door in the barrier. Al raised the western sword, and slashed with sword energy casually, sweeping away all the corpses outside the door. Holding Karina's wrist, he strode out from the barrier. Karina, you need to rest for a while to recover your strength. Captain Al, you. Be careful. After saying this, Karina slowly closed her eyes, leaning against a stone with Al's support, and fell asleep. It can be seen how tired Karina is. After all, using the ability for a long time is a very exhausting energy, and Karina is not yet familiar with the fruit ability. After putting Karina in place, Al put the western sword back into his backpack. Advertisement immediately afterwards, he took out a common knife in the pirate world from the system backpack, and his cold eyes contained endless killing intent. Open black lens bracket moonwalk. Close black lens bracket. As soon as the words fell, Al rushed straight into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. But he didn't use the blade, but the back of the blade. To treat the weak, one should have an attitude towards the weak. However, the members of the Baroque Work Club felt that their chance had come when they saw the mountain of corpses collapse. Although that monster dog is very strong, it can't kill in one hit like before. And the current opponents are only 2, but they still have hundreds of people left. In the face of huge interests, when the deadly threat disappears, human desires will be exposed. And what Al wants is their ignorance, it saves him running around. As a figure flashed past their field of vision, dozens of members of the Baroque Work Club hadn't realized what happened. I only felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, and passed out on the spot. With the appearance of Al, Spike became more unscrupulous, grabbed a member of the Baroque Work Club, and threw it into the sky. And Al also cooperated very well to cut out a sword energy, as if he was hitting a moving target. One person and one dog, under the siege of hundreds of members of the Baroque Work Club, had a great time playing. What a group of idiots, they can't even solve this small role, it's really a shame for Baroque works. MR1, what are you fussing about with these guys? Hurry up and catch that 50 Bailey guy. As for that stupid dog, just kill it. His cold tone was full of disdain and confidence in himself. At the same time, they all revealed their disappointment with the members of these Baroque working societies. However, after hearing these words, the members of the Baroque Work Club did not dare to reveal a trace of dissatisfaction. Even after seeing the owner of these voices, his eyes suddenly became hot, and he screamed. Look, it's the company members with the highest numbers. We are saved, everyone, hurry up, spread out. When they fight for both sides, this guy's head will be mine, ah ha ha ha. After seeing these people, Al put away the props expressionlessly, and then replaced them with Western swords. Go to hell, Al. Several members of the Baroque Work Club, after seeing Al changing weapons, mistakenly thought that he was afraid, so they rushed forward and wanted to take Al down in advance. Al's eyes turned cold, and he slashed with sword energy casually, and several bloodstains appeared on their chests, instantly killing them instantly. Then he locked his eyes on those cadre members. Spike picked up a member of the Baroque Work Club who was trying to escape like a chicken, and smashed it straight at the cadres. M.1 was about to make a move, but was blocked by MR5. I saw him stuffing his fingers into his nostrils, and then took out a leg-stretching pill, flicking his fingers lightly. Boom, when the leg-stretching pill collided with that member, a huge explosion occurred. Seeing this, Spike stared at Mr. 5 with wide eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable, he shook his head violently, stretched his arms like rubber, grabbed a fleeing member, and threw it out 0.8 times. Boom. The explosion sounded again, making Spike full of curiosity about the guy in front of him, and at the same time aroused his desire to win. I saw Spike showing an evil smile, his arm spinning like a propeller with maximum power, and even created a phantom. No matter how far away it is, the members of the Baroque Work Club are grabbed by Spike's arms that can be extended arbitrarily. Then it flew out like a cannonball. As Spike's speed gradually increased, the distance to the members around him also decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom, boom. From the moment when Spike threw out the first member, for 3 full minutes, the sound of the explosion has not stopped. However, what is desperate is that despite such a physical exhaustion, there is no trace of fatigue on Spike's face. On the contrary, it became more and more exciting. On the other hand, MR5, because the speed of buckling the leg-stretching pill is constantly increasing. His body began to tremble violently, and his clothes were wet with sweat. Even the nose is swollen as if stung by a bee, blue and purple, looking very embarrassed. Seeing MR5 dying, Spike's smile gradually became evil. Just when it was about to give the opponent the final blow, it found that the members of the Baroque Work Club around it were gone. Seeing this, MR5 resisted the exhaustion of his body, grinned and said, "How about it, stupid dog?" However, before he could finish speaking, a mace flew straight into his face and knocked him out. Too many teeth fell out. Spike stretched out his middle finger, and after contemptuously, he clapped his hands, and took out a pair of sunglasses from behind coolly and put them on. In front of everyone, Tien Fen arrogantly danced the gangster dance. Chapter 63 Bike to pull the mainland, the plate drifts. Spike. Well done. Nami was flying in midair. After seeing Spike deal with a seemingly powerful member so easily, he praised easily. Spike took off his sunglasses and looked around, but he didn't find Nami's voice. He scratched the back of his head and showed a puzzled expression. Nami. Vivi. Captain Al, I figured it out. Al raised his head, hummed lightly, and grinned, but did not reply. After seeing this scene, the members of Baroque cadres immediately became gloomy. How dare these guys ignore them? Looking at the fainted MR5, he cursed secretly, Queen of Trash. Each picked up their own weapons, and said coldly. The game is over, it's time for you to die. As soon as the words fell, Mr. 1 transformed his limbs into sharp blades and rushed towards Spike. Spike, who was about to continue dancing, shook his head violently and looked at Mr. 1 angrily. Obviously, Mr. 1's behavior of disturbing its dancing made it feel uncomfortable. Without the slightest hesitation, Spike pulled out a mace nearly 10 meters long from behind, and threw it at Mr. 1 angrily. After seeing this giant mace, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. It also made those guys who wanted to touch Spike feel their legs go limp on the spot, and they sat on the ground trembling. Monster. They couldn't remember how many times they had said these two words. Even if they have seen Spike's powerful strength. But, whenever they feel that they have seen through Spike's moves and are ready to do it. In the next second, Spike can show new abilities again. As time went on, they felt more and more that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The fear of the unknown is often the most intense. After Mr. 1 saw the huge mace that Spike took out, he didn't see a trace of fear on his face. Instead, it was full of indifferent disdain, didn't even hide. Seems to want to harden Spike's terrifying blow, yahoo. Spike let out a hearty laugh, and with a fierce force, Wolf 17 Wolf smashed the mace down. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and hundreds of sand walls were set off, burying all the Baroque workplaces around him in the yellow sand. Mr. 1 is dead. Ha ha ha, this guy is dead, so the position of M1 is mine. Mr. 2, dressed in a white swan dance costume, let out a sharp laugh, and even had a picture of himself successfully ascending to the top in his mind. Masaka, the strongest Mr. One, can't even withstand a single blow? This is unbelievable, hit me up and tell me it's not true. You idiots, if you don't run away, you will die here. Just when everyone thought Mr. One was dead, Al suddenly shouted, Spike, be careful. As soon as the words fell, I saw the center of the surface of the giant mace, and the cracks spread around like a spider web. Seeing this, Spike decisively took out a thicker mace from behind and smashed it down hard. Al. Yeah, pretend I didn't say it. After all this, Spike clapped his hands and smiled triumphantly. After seeing this scene, the rest of the cadres and members of the Baroque Work Club took a deep breath. He thought to himself, these two sticks must be dead. However, to everyone's surprise, a dazed man covered in blood slowly crawled out from under the mace. Spike showed a puzzled expression, he didn't even need to think, and smashed down with the mace again. It seemed that he was worried that Mr. One would stand up again, and Spike deliberately smashed it so many times that it was so fast that it produced a sonic boom. After Al saw this scene, the corners of Al's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I thought, watching Tom and Spike work all day long, the corner of my mouth will get polio sooner or later. Vivi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The guy who was hit by Spike as a glutinous rice cake was really Mr. One whom he had feared for so many years. It wasn't just Vivi who couldn't believe it. Even those members of the Baroque Work Club who were busy escaping stopped at this moment, and their breathing became rapid in an instant. That guy. Even the M1 can't last a few seconds in its hands, how can we fight? Are you an idiot? What a fart, why don't you run away? Run. When Spike stopped what he was doing, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and started to flee in all directions. At this moment, there is no trace of fighting intent in their eyes, but only endless fear. Advertisement. Even the cadres and members of the Baroque Work Club look at Spike like a monster. Mr. 2, let's go together, we will definitely kill that guy. The mole man, Miss. Merry Christmas, showed his sharp claws, and his tone was full of confidence. Even if that stupid dog can instantly kill Mr. 1, so what? You know, with several of their cadres working together, even M1 would not dare to compete with them. Before Mr. 2 could open his mouth, all the cadres and members of the Baroque Work Club beside him shouted in unison. And those members of the Baroque Work Club who were about to escape, when they saw several cadres, they were ready to shoot at the same time. After hesitating for a while, he still planned to watch the battle again. Maybe he was lucky, and the cadres would lose both when they fought with them. Maybe I can have a praying mantis catching cicadas and orioles behind me? Seeing several cadres preparing to attack together, it is naturally impossible for Al to let it go. Not to mention whether Spike can solve these guys, but he didn't kill many people in this battle. If all of this is resolved by Spike, wouldn't his idea of exercising come to nothing? Just when Al was about to start, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, interrupting him. Congratulations on getting a crew ability experience card. Close black lens bracket. Al didn't even glance at the item introduction, and immediately took out the crew ability experience card. Carefully looking at the golden card in his hand, Al was a little puzzled. At first he thought it was a crew summoning card, but it turned out to be something like this. Helpless, Al could only open the item introduction silently. Crew ability experience card. You can randomly obtain all the abilities of a crew member, and the time limit is half an hour. Close black lens bracket. After reading the introduction, Al frowned tightly, and his eyes on the golden card in his hand gradually became weird. Random access to all abilities of the crew. If he gets Tom's ability, can he also become immortal, and can also pull out strange props from behind? Then if you get Spike's ability, will your mind become dull at the same time as you become stronger? With a hesitant attitude, Al couldn't hold back the temptation in the end, and used the crew ability experience card under the system's instructions. With a white light flashing in front of his eyes, looking at the words on the system screen, Al's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Gain the ability of the crew, Doopy Dog Bait Total. Immediately afterwards, a familiar BGM sounded in his mind, and Al's heart beat violently. Damn it, Big Brother, Al couldn't help but swear, he thought there would be Tom, or Spike's ability. Who would have thought that it was Mr. Bai? You know, even in the home court of Cat and Mouse, Tom and Jerry teamed up to equalize with Big Brother Bai Zong. Accompanied by a flash of light, Al's blood that had just been ignited, was poured with chills within a short while. Because, apart from the repeated BGM in his mind, he didn't notice any changes in his body at all. Break the system, what the hell is going on? According to the usual routine, after gaining any ability, won't the body always undergo daily changes? Al was extremely depressed, and it would be useless to scold the system tomorrow morning, but he just couldn't swallow it. Goddamn system. Just when Al was feeling out of sorts because his body didn't change at all, Nami's sudden shout brought him back to reality. Captain Al, Tom is in danger. As soon as Al heard this, he immediately prepared to rush over to help with a short step. However, just when this thought came to Al's mind, he appeared beside Tom in a blink of an eye. At this time, Tom has changed from Tom Bowling back to the original. But now it is sweating profusely, obviously it has encountered a fierce battle. Al blankly glanced at Lao Sha, who was mocking Tom for overreaching himself, and couldn't help but be surprised. What just happened? Why did I suddenly appear here? Is this the space teleportation that is one of the Bait's capabilities? When Al was thinking, Tom suddenly stood in the middle of Al, beckoning him not to intervene in the battle. Al looked at Tom hesitantly, and after seeing Tom's firm eyes, he nodded slightly, and then disappeared in place in a teleport. The duel between men is sacred and inviolable, of course, Al is still clear about this truth. Since Tom hasn't played enough with Old Sand, let him continue to fight. Little cat, I appreciate your courage, but... Old Sudworth paused, and suddenly burst out laughing, as if laughing at Tom's stupidity. After laughing for a while, Shaw's deep and hoarse voice sounded again. However, the bravery of the weak is often a waste of life. Open black lens bracket sandstorm. Close black lens bracket. I saw a small tornado appear in Lao Sha's palm, and then sneered, and released the small tornado. Go straight to kill Tom. Advertisement. Tom's limbs were separated from his body in fright, and then reassembled in an instant, and fled in all directions crazily. It's just that when Tom's head was assembling, because it didn't keep up with the speed of the body's escape, it fell in midair. After running for a certain distance, Tom realized that something was wrong, so he slammed on the brakes, and then touched his head. Empty? Immediately frightened, Tom's hair exploded all over his body? However, the head that was stagnant in midair, seeing the tornado getting closer and closer, immediately split into several small fasts. Lao Sha's eyes widened, disbelief was written all over his face, and he murmured, Demon fruit power? The impatient Tom rushed straight to the head that had been split into several pieces, but he couldn't escape the attack of the tornado because of this. Was directly drawn into the sky above. Fortunately, Tom completed the body combination in the tornado. After looking at his body and finding that there was nothing serious, Tom let out a long breath and shook the sweat off his forehead. Immediately afterwards, the next second, when Tom realized that he was directly involved in the tornado, he suddenly screamed in fright. Lao Sha listened to Tom's misery. He shouted, and laughed loudly. Have you noticed the gap between me and you? Pathetic weakling, this is you. Before Lao Sha could finish speaking, a piece of cream cake hit him in the face. Looking at Lao Sha, who was hit by himself, Tom lay flat in the tornado and laughed loudly. And from time to time, he put his hands next to his ears and made faces at Lao Sha. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. On an island not far from Alabasta, Al looked at the 9,999 that kept swiping in his mind, couldn't help being startled, and murmured. What the hell did Tom do? So many nines, forget it, don't care, as long as Tom has fun. 507. Saying so, Al tied a rope to a tree, then pulled out a bicycle from behind. Immediately afterwards, Al tied the other end of the rope to the tail seat of the bicycle and kicked hard. The whole island began to shake violently, and Al is humming a little song at the moment, riding a bicycle on the sea, and pulling the whole island forward. At the same time, the battlefield on Spike's side gradually entered a white-hot stage. The few remaining Baroque Work Club members, as well as cadre members. He is staring at Spike, Nami, Karina, Vivi and others. After a short rest, Karina has almost recovered her physical fitness. After several people looked at each other, Karina crossed her fingers and used the barrier to create a ring-shaped barrier. And Nami was flying in the air, holding a golf club in his hand, staring at each other seriously. Spike took out a mountain of cannonballs in the ring barrier and danced the gangster very arrogantly. Vivi glanced at the few people who were ready to go, and suddenly felt that she was superfluous, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Seeing this, Spike silently took out a shotgun from behind and handed it to Vivi. Thanks. After thanking Spike politely, Vivi reloaded familiarly, and put the muzzle of the gun in the small hole that Karina left for her. The guns were then turned on members of the Baroque Works. However, the other party does not know Karina's fruit ability. In addition, the barrier that the barrier fruit expands is also transparent. So, in the eyes of the members of Baroque Works, if it weren't for Vivi's strange shooting posture, then there is really nothing normal. All the members of the Baroque Work Club felt that they seemed to be underestimated. They shouted and clamored to kill them all. However, after shouting and shouting for a long time, no one dared to take a step forward. I was really overwhelmed by Spike's terrifying deterrence before. A bunch of trash. The cadres and members of the Baroque Work Club yelled and cursed one after another, but no one dared to go up to Lay. Because before that, they had fought with Spike briefly, but they couldn't subdue him in the first place. At this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of everyone. Because they saw that a huge tornado exploded and was heading towards Karina and the others at high speed. And this scene, in their eyes, is a signal for Mr. C to kill Tom and Al. No more worries. All the members of the Baroque Work Club brandished their weapons and rushed away as if they were on stimulants. At the same time, Nico Robin, who was watching the battle from a distance, showed an expression of waiting for the good show to begin, and said with a smile. Interesting, what a group of strange pirates. Chapter 64, a sensational battle at Marine Headquarters. I'm in a bad mood right now, you divisive B*********. D. A cold, deep voice came out of Lao Sha's mouth. As the voice fell to the ground, Lao Sha turned into a pool of yellow sand and dived into the ground, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Tom's eyes. Gouda, the voice of swallowing saliva. The smile on Tom's face stopped abruptly, and a strong sense of crisis grew from the bottom of his heart. This kind of feeling, it only felt in the body of big cousin Jerry. Looking at Lao Sha's gloomy and ultimate face, Tom couldn't help shivering, showing an awkward smile, and waving his hands. Yo, Sassy ignores that. However, at this time, Lao Sha has no intention of continuing to play with Tom. He grabbed Tom's neck, and the strong murderous intent in his eyes eroded Tom instantly like a tide. Tom, who was being strangled, stuck out his tongue in pain, trying to break free from Lao Sha's hand with all his strength. However, due to its short arms, no matter how hard it punches, it can't reach Lao Sha at all. Facing Tom's dying reaction, Lao Sha sneered and said, "Go to hell." Before the words fell, Tom's body turned into a dry corpse in just a moment. Throwing Tom away like trash, Lao Sha then set his sights on the distant battlefield. "It's a bunch of trash, you can't even do this little thing well." Looking at the battlefield in the distance, Lao Sha's tone was very cold, just as he was about to strike. The two CP members suddenly appeared in front of Lao Sha and said sharply, "Sir Crocodile, have you forgotten the Treaty of the Order? The order from the world government is to capture them live, not to let you kill them." Lao Sha suddenly burst into laughter, put the golden hook on the neck of a certain CP member, and said with a sneer, "What do I want to do? It's your turn to teach me, these two mice hiding in the dark." Sensing that something is wrong with Crocodile's current mood, members of the CP organization dare not touch this brow. He could only grunt, then turned his head and left. Not long after the members of the CP organization left, Tom, who had turned into a mummy, slowly stood up. After realizing something was wrong with his body, Tom froze in place, his eyes full of confusion. After being stunned for a while, Tom raised his bony arm and let out a hearty laugh. In its imagination, this place should be heaven, and Lao Sha also appeared here. Does that mean that Lao Sha is also quacking? Seeing Lao Sha alive, this is more uncomfortable than being dead. Faced with Tom's ridicule, Lao Sha didn't feel angry, but couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Lao Sha looked at Tom in disbelief, and muttered, "What kind of creature is this guy? Why is the water in my body sucked dry, and I'm not dead yet?" If Al had been there, the appointment would have given him a sentence. Tom, who has the law of life, if he gets smacked like this, then he really underestimates Tom. Tom, who felt that he was dead, gradually smiled wildly, not paying attention to Lao Sha at all. In his cognition, there is no winner or loser between souls. For this reason, Tom didn't even need to think. He took out a piece of cream cake from behind and threw it at Lao Sha. At the moment when the cake was about to fall out of his hands, Tom couldn't bear it, and he took a bite before throwing it out. Although the cream cake was thrown out, because of Tom's current physical condition, he didn't have much strength. The cake just flew in the air for a while and then fell down. Looking at the cake that is still half the distance from Lao Sha, Tom put his hands behind his back in embarrassment, and his toes swung up and down in the sand, making a very delicate mini castle. Lao Sha frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said with a light smile, "So what if I don't die? Wouldn't it be good to kill you again?" After hearing Lao Sha's arrogant words, Tom suddenly felt angry. "They are all souls. How dare you pull them like that?" Tom shook his head violently, pouted, took out a halo from behind and hung it on his head, and looked at Lao Sha angrily. Immediately afterwards, Tom took out a glass of juice from his back, took a deep breath, and Tom's body returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment when his body recovered, Tom bit his thumb and blew fiercely, transforming himself into a devil muscular man over 3 meters tall. He ha 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 ha, short, do you feel the fear? Tom took off the angel halo on his head and replaced it with a pair of devil's horns. At the same time, he took out a devil's trident and let out a very evil laugh. Advertisement. Just when Lao Sha was about to say something, a scorpion suddenly protruded from the exquisite castle under Tom's feet. It seems that because Tom broke into its territory, the scorpion mercilessly stabbed Tom's foot with its scorpion tail. In the next second, Tom's miserable scream resounded through the sky. And Tom's body leaked air because of being pricked by the scorpion needle. As if discouraged, it flew back and forth in the air, and then left a gap tens of meters long on the ground before stopping. After Lao Sha saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It's hard to believe that this idiot in front of him is actually his opponent? This is simply a shame. The members of the CP organization who were about to leave couldn't help but stop after hearing the commotion caused by Sir Crocodile. The moment they turned around, what happened in the field of vision caused them to blink their eyes involuntarily, with a hint of doubt on their faces. Tom stood up, and after seeing Lao Shan's arrogant face, he angrily took out a cream cake from behind. He went straight to Lao Sha, and suddenly slapped the cake on Lao Sha's face. Immediately afterwards, Tom snatched the smoking cigar from Old Sand's mouth, broke it and threw it aside. Then he took out a big firecracker from behind and stuffed it into Lao Sha's mouth. Seeing that Lao Sha seemed to be thinking of resisting, Tom threw 2 pieces of cream cake on his face again. Snapped, snapped, boom. After seeing this scene, members of the CP organization dropped their jaws to the ground. The cat is. You're lying. How could such a thing happen? That guy is 7 warlords of the sea. Just as they were still shocked by Tom's behavior, the phone bug in one of them suddenly rang. Grr. The CP member picked up the phone and said incoherently, Moses, I am Callie, a member of CP5. As the voice of CP member Callie fell, a low and hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the phone after a hum. How did the task go? Callie and another CP member suddenly stood up straight, replied very seriously. Report, we have found the demon son Nico Robin in Alabasta. And 7 warlords of the sea Sir Crocodile is in a duel with Tom. Only. Callie paused, looking at Crocodile who was being smashed by Tom crazily and didn't fight back. He didn't know how to explain for a while. Only. On the other end of the phone, a suspicious voice rang out, and Callie broke out in a cold sweat, and stammered for a long time without saying the next paragraph. Just what? Say it, another, more severe roar sounded. Callie couldn't help trembling all over, and explained tremblingly, it's just that Sir Crocodile is currently facing a headwind. And, I was beaten by that monster-like cat until I couldn't fight back. The last sentence, Callie yelled out with a tearing voice, which is enough to show how shocked he is at the moment. As the voice fell to the ground, 10 seconds later, a suffocating questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you sure? With just 3 words, Callie can detect endless killing intent from it. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone didn't really believe what he said. If it was false, then he would definitely die. Callie's teeth were shaking up and down, and he gave a very serious answer on the other end of the phone. After another few seconds of silence, a weak voice slowly came from the other end of the phone. Turn on the video projection and connect to the middle of Marine, let them handle this matter. Notify Marine, if necessary, to allow Buster call to Alabasta. Click. After hearing the Buster call, there was a trace of fear in the eyes of Callie and another CP member. Buster call. Masaka. No Masaka, no Masaka. Hurry up, Carter, we have to quickly find a suitable location to record this battle. Advertisement before Ka could recover from the Buster call news, he was dragged to a sandy slope by another companion. Skillfully prepared the tools, another CP member put the phone bug on a wooden stick. Then he put his hands behind his back and stood beside the phone bug, protecting the phone bug from being blown down by the wind and sand. And Callie, on the other hand, ran to another battlefield and sent the screen to the Marine headquarters. At the same time, Marine headquarters, after hearing the order, Sengoku immediately summoned all Marine cadres to the meeting room, ready to watch the battle. Garp, you are still hiding here to eat, hurry up and go to the meeting room. Looking at Garp who was eating and drinking in the corner, Sengoku got angry and snatched all the snacks from Garp. After Garp came back last time, Sengoku asked Garp about Tom's gang. But what I got was an ambiguous explanation from Garp, who said it as if he hadn't said it. Garp, who was taken away from the snacks, was not angry, but scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sengoku, I won't look into the matter of those little guys. I already have an idea of their strength. Garp, you guys have a bottom, but we haven't, come with me. Sengoku didn't give Garp a chance to refute at all, and dragged him to the conference room. However, when Sengoku pushed open the door of the meeting room, the scene in front of him was Martial Marine, and he couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. Crocodile, after being attacked by Tom many times with cake, couldn't take it anymore. A desert sword cut Tom in half. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked everyone who saw this picture appeared. I saw Tom take out a fly swatter from behind at the moment when the sand knife hit, the moment he separated his upper body from his lower body, and slapped Lao Sha fiercely on the face. Slap Lao Sha's head directly into a ball of yellow sand. Then, after all this, Tom, like pulling up pants, the lower body was lifted up. The moment it was combined with the upper body, he took out a chocolate pie from behind and threw it at Lao Sha who had just formed a figure in the distance. In just a few seconds, what Tom did completely shocked all the cadres in the meeting room, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Even Marine 3 Admiral couldn't help frowning after seeing this scene. Only Garp threw his head back and laughed loudly. Mood value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. Mood value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. Asterisk E. Al, who was riding on the sea, was full of doubts when he saw the screen of emotional values that had never stopped. Good money. What the hell did this guy Tom do to break Lao Sha's defenses? This screen swiping speed is simply faster than Spike's harvesting swiping on the battlefield. Get a can of Popeye's spinach. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Al was slightly taken aback, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. This is already his second shipment, and Popeye's spinach, Al has also seen it in the system mall first, and the required emotional value is also a million to start. The effect is, you can temporarily obtain various buff bonuses that exceed 1000% of your own, and the time limit is 10 days. Close black lens bracket. Assuming that a person's strength value is 10, after eating spinach, he can break through the limit of the body and increase his strength to 10,000. And various bonuses, just like the literal meaning, are not only in terms of strength, but also speed, brain power, etc., for a comprehensive improvement. Taking Popeye's spinach out, Al stretched his hand aside without even looking at it. When it reappeared, it was already in Spike's stomach. After pouring the spinach into the intestines and stomach, Al retracted his hand again, and the time it took was only a breath. Even Spike, who was throwing shells at members of the Baroque Work Club, didn't feel the slightest. The spinach has already been eaten into the stomach. This ability is really heaven-defying. Al clapped his hands lightly and stepped on the small bicycle fiercely. Then put your feet on the front of the car and drink black tea leisurely. Incredibly, even without the need for Al's handling, the little bike was smooth on the sea. And the speed, from the slow start at the beginning, is as fierce as a flash of lightning across the sea. The small island behind him set off a wave of 100 meters, scaring all the sea kings hidden in the bottom of the sea and running away. Chapter 65 Sengoku. Snatched my coffee from Alabasta? It would have taken 3 days to reach Alabasta from that island at normal sailing speeds. With just a breath, you can already see the outline of Alabasta Island at sea level. Al drank his red tea, and when he saw that he was about to reach Alabasta, he slammed on the brakes. Afterwards, I saw Al suspended in midair, holding the rope with one hand, and swinging it slightly. Bang one with the swing of the rope, the entire island suddenly flew high above the sky, and under the impetus of inertia, it rushed towards Alabasta. Al held the black tea in his hand, took a sip, and then teleported to Robin's side again. Open black lens bracket very purple and red. Close black lens bracket facing Al, who appeared suddenly. Robin, who was watching the battle, like a frightened rabbit, stood up abruptly and activated the fruit ability. In the next second, Al, who was surrounded by dozens of arms, transferred all those arms to a stone with just a thought. Click. The sound of rocks breaking was heard. It was only then that Robin saw who was coming, and after a little relief, he looked at Al hostilely and said, "Why are you here? Also, why is my ability?" Before Robin finished speaking, Al waved his hands and said, "Young man, don't be so impatient, drink black tea? Give me a cup of coffee, if you can." Al hummed lightly, stretched out his hand, took out a cup of hot coffee from somewhere, and handed it to Robin. And meanwhile, Marine HQ. A group of Marine executives stared in horror at a hand that came out of nowhere and snatched the freshly brewed coffee from Sengoku's hand. After receiving the coffee, Robin vigilantly picked up a scorpion from the sand dune, and then poured some coffee on its body. As a result, no surprises, the scorpion was indeed dead, but it was scalded to death. In this regard, Robin took a sip of peace of mind. Al didn't feel wronged by Robin's behavior. It is normal for a person who has been in the dark for a long time to be more careful than normal people no matter what he does. "Do you have time? I have something I want to talk to you about." Al picked up 2 chairs and motioned for Robin to sit down. However, Robin couldn't help feeling a little suspicious when he saw the seagull pattern embroidered on the back of the chair. However, looking at Al's harmless smile, Robin hesitated for a while before sitting on it. Because she knew that the reason why Al showed these abilities in front of her was to warn her not to try to escape. In the Marine headquarters, it was a mess at this time. First the coffee in Sengoku's hand was snatched, and now the chairs Kizaru and Akainu were sitting on disappeared inexplicably. "Damn it, is it a capable person?" Akainu stood up angrily, looking at everything around him with cold eyes. At this moment, an unknown person shouted, "Everyone, look at the screen." This diverted everyone's attention from the disappearing coffee and chairs. On the big screen, Nami was flying in the air, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he stretched out his slender hand to gently point to the crowd. In the next second, dozens of Baroque Work Club members, as well as a cadre, were knocked out. No one knows exactly what happened. Seeing that Nami started to attack, Karina was naturally not far behind. She crossed her fingers, and dozens of barriers formed in the middle of the road. Then Karina had a thought, and the barrier spikes passed through the crowd with a destructive force. Immediately afterwards, on the sand surface, dozens of deep grooves stained red with blood appeared in everyone's sight. Before the members of the Baroque Work Club could react, Spike shot left and right, grabbed the cannonballs piled up as high as a hill behind him, and smashed them. The speed of its throwing even created a phantom. However, despite the loss of nearly 100 lives in an instant, the members of the Baroque Work Club did not choose to retreat at all. On the contrary, the more you fight, the more courageous you are. Because their boss, the sandstorm tornado released by Crocodile, is not far from Karina and the others. As long as you persist until the arrival of the storm tornado, this battle must belong to them. "Karina, aren't these guys afraid of death?" Vivi, who killed several members of the Baroque Work Club with a gun, couldn't help asking in doubt after seeing such a crazy move on the other side. Karina pointed to the storm tornado behind her and said with a smile, "This group of idiots probably don't know my abilities, so they're counting on the tornado to blow us away. I really don't know what to say about them, hey." Karina sighed softly, looking at the crazy crowd in front of her as if looking at a fool. To know the barrier she released, let alone a mere tornado. Advertisement, even if there are 100 more, as long as the physical strength is enough, it still cannot be broken. At this moment, Spike suddenly felt a warm current in his body, which was spreading to his whole body. At first, it thought it was a normal reaction caused by exercise, until a white light suddenly flashed in front of its eyes. If you look at Spike's eyes at this time, it can be clearly seen that a line similar to an electrocardiogram appeared in Spike's pupils. As the line turned into a straight line, Spike changed his previous appearance, and his eyes became very clear. "This is amazing." Spike carefully looked at the paw, and lightly wiped it on the forehead, and a thick black hair appeared on its head. I saw Spike take out a pair of sunglasses from behind, put them on very elegantly, and then chuckled. "The hunt begins." The voice just fell. Spike appeared in the center of the battlefield in a flash. In the horrified eyes of everyone, there was only a grayish-white figure with a little black, shuttling through the center of the battlefield like a ghost. Its speed is so fast that even Nami, who is in the air, can only see an afterimage. Seeing this, Al casually brought over the coffee in Sengoku's hand, with a smile. "Drink some?" Just when Robin was wondering who Al was talking to, Spike suddenly appeared in her sight. It really surprised Robin. Fortunately, her psychological quality is relatively strong. If she were Nami or Karina, she might be directly frightened and fainted. Spike took the coffee, took a sip, and snapped his fingers lightly. On the battlefield, hundreds of members of the Baroque Work Club suddenly clutched their chests and fell to the ground with painful expressions. "My beloved Captain Al, are you the one who gave me this great power? Spike hung the coffee cup in midair, then saluted Al very gentlemanly, and asked softly. Al couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and a question couldn't help but pop up in his heart. Is this really Spike? However, Al didn't bother too much, and smiled lightly. Go get Nami and the others over, as for Tom, just wait. Okay, dear Captain Al. As soon as the words fell, Spike brought Nami and others over. Because it happened in the blink of an eye, Nami and the others didn't realize what happened. Captain Al, I'm still directing the golf ball in the air, why all of a sudden? Faced with the doubts of several people, Al did not answer, but snapped his fingers lightly, and a paragraph of text appeared in front of Nami and the others. After reading these texts, Nami and the others gasped in surprise. Looking at the eyes of Al and Spike is like seeing a god. Even the aloof Robin couldn't help but cover his lips and let out an exclamation. Al and Spike just smiled slightly at this, and didn't say much. After picking up a few chairs from the Marine headquarters, Al and Nami drank afternoon tea leisurely. After the members of the Baroque Work Club were horrified to find that hundreds of members had died at once, the frenzy on their faces was gradually replaced by fear. Spike picked up his teacup and walked leisurely in the center of the battlefield. Every time he took a shot, dozens of members died. Looking at the terrifying Spike at the Marine headquarters, many Marine cadre chairs disappeared inexplicably. No one paid attention to it at all. Except for Garp, all the Marine vice admirals couldn't help but gasped. As for Spike, he had no interest in this kind of boring battle at all, just as it was about to end quickly. That giant tornado has already appeared behind it. At the same time, everyone who was watching this scene couldn't help raising their hearts to their throats. Except for those top powerhouses, everyone thinks that this dog will not be able to escape from the sky when facing nature. Although he won't die, at least he will be seriously injured. However, the next scene, even those top powerhouses couldn't help but feel ripples in their hearts. I saw Spike stretch out his hand lightly, pulling up the tornado like weeds. Immediately afterwards, Spike bent down, grabbed the sand with the other hand, and lifted it lightly as if holding a piece of white paper. Lift up the sand with a radius of hundreds of meters. Afterwards, Spike waved his arm lightly, and the whole sand began to shake violently. The members of the Baroque Work Club standing on the sand clearly felt a strong shock like an earthquake. Driven by the shock, the members of the Baroque Work Club staggered and fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. Ask for flowers and slide uncontrollably to the center of the battlefield. Advertisement seeing that the time was ripe, Spike chuckled, and casually threw the tornado like a hidden weapon. Immediately afterwards, Spike put his other hand on the sand, wrapping the tornado like a roll of paper. If you look down from the sky, its appearance looks like a huge cylindrical water pipe. All of a sudden, shrill screams sounded one after another. Spike seems to want to prevent Nami and the others from having nightmares at night after seeing this cruel scene. Very considerately pulled out two circular sands and sealed the mouth of the nozzle. After doing this, Spike clapped his hands lightly, snapped his fingers casually, and returned to its position with a dodge. And all of this happened in a time of no more than 10 seconds. Not only Nami and the others haven't realized what happened, but even the cadres at the Marine headquarters are dumbfounded at the moment. This guy, what a monster. Garp's voice broke the silence, and everyone's breathing couldn't help but become rapid at this moment. This guy, we can't let them grow any longer, Sengoku snapped. This time, no one dared to refute Sengoku's words. Because not only the cat or the dog, but even the two girls, the strength they showed has completely exceeded their expectations. But, their Captain Al, the man who didn't shoot, obviously, they're even more afraid. Zero, the fear brought by the unknown is more intense than anything else in the world. When Spike returned to his position after snapping his fingers. The battle between Tom and Lao Sha has also entered a fierce stage. Lao Sha, who was tortured by Tom and exploded, could no longer maintain his indifferent expression. At this time, with disheveled hair and scarlet eyes, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. After seeing Lao Sha's appearance in this suit, Tom silently changed the devil's horns into an angel's halo. Even the trident in his hand has now become a huge hammer with a length of 100 meters. Aha! With Tom's demonic shout, the 100-meter giant hammer instantly covered the sun. The smile on Tom's face gradually became presumptuous, and the 100-meter sledgehammer in his hand fell to the ground, smashing Lao Sha into the sand. Enough! On the surface of the sand, Lao Sha's angry roar sounded from the ground. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of sand spikes emerged from the ground and were thrown straight at Tom. Tom was taken aback for a moment, and screamed instinctively, but after thinking about it carefully, he was already dead, so why are he afraid of this? Taking a long breath, Tom patted his chest, and took out a white silk scarf from behind to cover his eyes. Afterwards, he lit a cigarette, and shuttled back and forth among the overwhelming spikes with a flat expression. Damn it! Seeing that his attack had no effect on Tom, Lao Sha roared angrily. Lao Sha, who had completely fallen into madness, raised the golden hook in his left hand and went straight to kill Tom. However, Tom still smoked indifferently, avoiding Lao Sha's fatal attack back and forth. Moreover, while avoiding the attack, Tom will also pull out a chocolate pie from behind, and hit Lao Sha precisely on the face. Although the damage is not high, it is extremely insulting. For Sir Crocodile, who is already extremely competitive and arrogant, this is worse than killing him. What? Sign. Lao Sha's remaining sanity was gradually eroded by anger, so that the speed of his moves gradually became chaotic. Tom finished smoking a cigarette, calmly took out a pan from behind, and smashed Lao Sha's head into a handful of yellow sand with one pan. The next second, just as Lao Sha's head was condensed, Tom took out a mace from behind and slapped his head away. However, Lao Sha, whose reason has been eroded by anger, doesn't care about these things at the moment. At this moment, there is only one thing on his mind. That is to kill this damn cat, but Tom played more and more happily, and even did tricks while avoiding Lao Sha's attack. Turn your back on Lao Sha and get the perfect headshot kill. Perform headshots while doing push-ups with one hand. Put the tail on the ground, then sit cross-legged while knocking on the wooden fish, while knocking Lao Sha's head as a wooden fish. Looking at the picture played on the big screen, all the Marines stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe that it was all true. Only Garp laughed while covering his stomach, even tears came out. Chapter 66 Spike's class begins. The 11th update is here. Garp. UB*****D. What are you laughing at? Sengoku grabbed Garp's collar with both hands and growled angrily. The stronger the ability displayed by the enemy, the greater the danger the Marine will face. And this new pirate group has appeared in the public eye for the first time. It took less than 3 months to pull down a 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, there have been rumors before. The cat named Tom is evenly matched with the world's #1 swordsman Haki in the sea restaurant Barati. Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he had been more decisive at the time, he could have snuffed out the flames before Al and the others entered the Grand Line. But now is not the time to say that. The battle between Tom and Crocodile is not over yet. In this regard, Sengoku and a group of Marine cadres all hope that Crocodile can kill him. These guys must not be allowed to continue to grow. Garp still maintained his optimistic attitude, although after seeing Spike's strength, he couldn't help but feel a little crisis. But he feels that as long as Al is the captain, his heart can always maintain the state when he met. Even if they turn the world upside down, as far as Garp is concerned, he can only maintain an optimistic attitude and laugh it off. Near the coast of Alabasta, after Spike took a sip of coffee gracefully, he showed a sage's expression and said slowly, "Captain Al, where's that guy Tom? I haven't seen it since I threw him out, and I want to talk to it about topics like relativity." Looking at Spike's eyes full of wisdom, Al stretched out his hand and somehow smoothed out a blue wig, replacing the black hair on top of Spike's head. After looking around, Al finally said, "Tom is fighting Crocodile." When Spike heard it, his eyes lit up immediately, but he pretended to be serious again and said seriously, "Boy Tom, he thinks about fighting and killing all day long." As he spoke, Spike took a sip of coffee, sighed lightly, and continued, "Can it enjoy life gracefully like me?" Al was speechless immediately, thinking to himself, before you ate Popeye spinach, you seem to like violent aesthetics more than Tom, right? Just when Al was thinking about how to explain it to Spike. Who would have thought that Spike suddenly said, "Captain Al, in order to allow Tom to have a happy and healthy growth, I decided to help that guy Tom deal with its enemies and then teach Tom, Spike rested his chin, thought for a while, and said seriously, "Forget it, Captain Al, I don't want to speak out against my conscience anymore. I want to fight too." Looking at Spike's incomparably determined eyes, Al directly refused without thinking, explaining, "The duel between men is extremely sacred. You'd better wait here obediently until Tom finishes the battle." After listening to Al's words, Spike ran to the side with a gloomy face, took out a wooden stick from behind and drew circles on the sand. Seeing Spike's appearance, Nami and Karina couldn't help being curious what happened to Spike. Although it has long been known that both Spike and Tom can speak human words, they rarely do. Coupled with Spike's contrasting behavior, it can't be compared with the cute and fierce look before. Just when Nami and Karina wanted to ask Al what happened, I saw Spike turning around in a circle, changing into a white shirt, and replacing the sunglasses with round frame glasses. Immediately afterwards, Spike waved his hand casually, and a ruler appeared in its hand out of thin air. Nami and Karina looked at each other, thinking that Spike had been hit and were about to comfort him. Spike took out a blackboard from behind, pulled Karina and Nami, and explained to them the theory of cosmic relativity. Nami and Karina were quite interested at first, but the more they listened to it, the more confused they became. Even Robin was taken aback. Vivi didn't even listen for a while before feeling drowsy, drooping eyelids, and catching fish from the sidelines. Al yawned, and came to the sand dunes in the distance. Rather than listening to Spike talk about the theory of relativity, it would be more exciting to watch the duel between Tom and Lao Sha. I saw Tom yawned after avoiding Lao Sha's fatal attack again. Obviously feeling a little bored about this battle. No matter how many times it slaps Lao Sha's head apart, Lao Sha can restore it in a short time. This kind of battle, in Tom's eyes, was relatively new at first. But after playing for a long time, I feel a little tired. "Hey, you." Tom held his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly remembering the words that Lao Sha called him back then, he put his hands on his hips and continued. "Have you had enough fun, you sand bee ******d? Sign. Seeing that Lao Sha had fallen into a state of madness, Tom spread his hands helplessly, and casually smashed a strawberry pie over. Advertisement taking advantage of Lao Sha's distraction, Tom decided to run away without thinking about it. Realizing that Tom wanted to run away, Lao Sha became even more angry. This damn cat wants to run away after playing tricks on him. Are you kidding me? Open black lens bracket desert sunflower. Close black lens bracket. I saw Lao Sha squatting halfway, putting his right hand on the sand. Boom, only a loud bang was heard. As Lao Sha got up slowly, he saw a huge quicksand pit suddenly formed within a distance of nearly 100 meters under Tom's feet. Seeing this, Tom was so frightened that his little heart was about to pop out. But Tom thought about it again. He was dead and became a soul. Could this thing harm him? Obviously it is impossible. Thinking of this, the smile on Tom's face gradually became presumptuous. Just when Tom was about to fall into the quicksand, Tom calmly took out a skateboard from behind. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, he played surfing in the quicksand pit. Yahoo! Tom seemed to have discovered the camera phone bug, and he deliberately turned towards the camera, arched his hands, and looked arrogant. After seeing this scene, Lao Sha was so angry that the back of his teeth were crushed, and his veins burst out. He wished he could chop this damned guy into a pulp. In the conference room of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy after seeing this scene. Akainu even slammed the table and shouted, "Is this guy provoking us?" As if to verify Akainu's conjecture, Tom deliberately turned his back on the camera phone bug and patted his butt. The way he looked said, "Come and hit me, idiot." After seeing this scene, Akainu turned blue with anger. If Sengoku was not still there, he would definitely flip the table. Damn guy, I must kill him. Akainu's roar was heard from the lowest floor of the Marine headquarters, even the sailors who were doing cleaning. For this reason, many sea soldiers who were doing cleaning were startled by this sudden roar. As a result, their center of gravity was unstable, their feet stepped on the mop, and they slid along the ground for a distance of more than 10 meters. Finally, they hit the wall one by one, attracting the attention of all the sailors. They all speculated why Akainu Admiral was so angry, and launched a series of exaggerated conjectures. And Akainu didn't know how much impact his actions had had. Right now, he has only one thing on his mind, that is, to catch the cat named Tom and to impel down, or kill it directly. Tom, who was far away in Alabasta, suddenly felt a chill, sneezed and started to perform his talent again. Al opened the system page after seeing Tom's series of coquettish operations. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. Asterisk. Looking at the very stable emotional value on the system page, Al couldn't help but smile. I thought to myself that Lao Sha is really a blessed general. But the next second, just when Tom completed a difficult 720-degree backflip and was about to continue the show, the angry Lao Sha put his hands on the ground and roared, "Go to hell." In an instant, around the bunker, a sand wall of hundreds of battles rose into the air, surrounding the whole bunker. As Lao Sha's voice fell, the paving wall instantly buried Tom under the yellow sand. The moment the sand wall hit the ground, Tom's shrill scream resounded through the sky. Ha 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 ha, this is what happens when you fight against me. Seeing that the bunker had been completely buried, Lao Sha laughed wildly. However, the next second, before Lao Sha could feel the joy of winning the battle, Tom Ji Zhang's magical voice sounded again. The smile on Lao Sha's face disappeared instantly. He turned around stiffly like a machine, and looked at Tom, who was holding his chest and pretending to be uncomfortable behind him. Suddenly, there was a roar like seeing a ghost. "No, why aren't you dead yet?" Realizing that he had been spotted, Tom decisively took out a piece of pumpkin pie from behind, took a bite, and threw it at Lao Sha's head. Snapped, "You." Before Lao Sha could speak, Tom threw another piece of cream cake at him. Then Tom took a step that he didn't recognize and took out a steaming hot oil pan from behind. Advertisement at the same time, Tom also replaced the angel halo with the horns of the devil, holding a trident. Immediately afterwards, he forked Lao Sha into the oil pan without giving Lao Sha a chance to react. In Tom's thinking, the soul of the villain has to go to hell to soak in the oil pan, so that he can be completely eliminated. The moment Lao Sha touched the oil pan, he wailed in pain. However, while Tom laughed evilly, Lao Sha was stopped by the trident, preventing him from escaping. Looking at the scene of Lao Sha going into the frying pan, all the cadres in the Marine headquarters couldn't help but shudder. I can feel the pain through the screen. Even Al couldn't help but get goosebumps after seeing this scene. Hateful. The old sofa let out a roar and smashed the oil pan with a punch. The scalding hot oil flowed to Tom's feet, and it hurt so much that he hugged his feet and ran wildly. However, after running around for a while, Tom was surprised to find that what he was holding was actually Lao Sha's foot. Tom pursed his lips, gave Lao Sha a hard look, flicked Lao Sha's feet, turned his head and hugged his own feet, and screamed. At this time, Lao Sha's eyes turned cold, and he pinched Tom's neck with his right hand and carried him in half karakura. Then he raised the sharp golden hook, ready to give Tom a fatal blow. Before Tom could react, Lao Sha violently waved his golden hook and stabbed towards Tom's heart. Looking at the sand, the road covered with gold, the shadow pierced by the hook, the Marine Vice Admiral owned by the Marine headquarters couldn't help but let out bursts of applause. Some Marine Vice Admirals even hugged each other and shed tears of joy. Just when everyone thought Tom was dead, what happened in the next second directly plunged them into extreme suspicion and fear. I saw the moment when the golden hook penetrated Tom's body. Lao Sha was suddenly kicked by Tom and flew out, gliding on the sand for hundreds of meters before stopping. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and even their jaws fell to the ground. Looking in disbelief at everything that appeared in their field of vision. Isn't that guy dead? Why? Why is the chest pierced through? The cat is not dead yet. Just when they were puzzled, Akainu gritted his teeth with a gloomy face and said, crocodile did penetrate the cat's body. 21. B. Akainu paused, cut a hole in his stomach, and demonstrated it vividly to everyone present. However, some people quickly overturned this reason. Sakazuki Admiral, isn't this ability only available to Logia fruit sellers? Could it be that the cat named Tom is also a Logia fruit user? Faced with Zhao questions, Akainu just snorted coldly and didn't answer them. In his eyes, the questions these guys ask can only be asked by idiots. Sengoku on the side frowned even more after seeing this scene. All kinds of things can be pulled out from the back, and the body can be split and elementalized? Sengoku thought about all the matching devil fruits in his mind, but couldn't find one. Even Sengoku once wondered if Tom ate one that wasn't recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Looking at the figure who was pulling out various gadgets from behind to deal with Crocodile, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little headache. However, Tom didn't know that the so-called normal behavior in his eyes. Among the marine executives, there is an indelible shadow in their hearts, as well as doubts that cannot be guessed. At this time, Tom kicked the sand away at the moment. Looking down at his feet, he was stunned for a while before recovering from the shock. You know, before this, it never hit Lao Sha once. As a light bulb above his head lit up, Tom seemed to have guessed Lao Sha's weakness. In order to verify my conjecture, Tom took out a baseball bat, mace, tennis racket, and a series of props from behind, and attacked Lao Sha for 5 minutes. For comparison, a comprehensive test of dipping in water, dipping in oil, dipping in cake, and not dipping in anything. In the end, I found that as long as these 3 items are stained, they can cause substantial damage to Lao Sha. At the end of the test, Tom gave a thumbs up as if he had discovered a new world, and then pointed to Lao Sha. Hey, Tom took out a fire hydrant from behind, pointed the gun at the unconscious Lao Sha, and let out an evil laugh. Chapter 67 Big Brother's ability is easy to use, play One Piece World as Mick. The 12th is delivered. Twist the valve, and a jet of water gushes out from the muzzle of the fire hydrant, directly washing Lao Sha into the air. Feeling a bit of coolness, Lao Sha slowly opened his eyes from his coma. Before he could react to what happened, another jet of water hit him from under him, sending the falling extremely fast into the sky again. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Lao Sha's anger at this time has been replaced by fear. Think back to everything that happened from the beginning of the battle to the present. A series of strange abilities displayed by this damn cat. He couldn't help but recall the scene of failure when he challenged Whitebeard. It's just that Whitebeard crushed himself completely with strength, and Lao Sha was more unwilling to do so. And Tom is the complete opposite. Although the strength shown on the surface is not strong, it is even hard to think of the word monster. But it's just such a mediocre cat on the surface, but the ability displayed is so weird. Even in the face of Whitebeard, Lao Sha did not feel an extreme sense of powerlessness like today. As Lao Sha was thrown into the sky by the water column again, a wave of fear in the face of ignorance was rapidly eroding his sanity. Noticing the change in Crocodile's mood, Sengoku frowned and said seriously, immediately mobilize all the Marines stationed around Alabasta, and go to Alabasta immediately. Catch them all. The Marine Vice Admiral, who was in charge of the islands surrounding Alabasta, stood up in awe, not daring to show any comprehension. Obviously, everything played on the big screen has made them deeply afraid of Cowboy Tom and his gang. Not to mention before, when facing the members of the Baroque Work Club, Nami and others showed impressive strength. Just relying on Spike's strange ability to change the landscape and catch the tornado with his bare hands, they are already deeply afraid. Not to mention the strange abilities that Tom exhibited, which cannot be described by normal logic at all. If they are left alone, Sengoku can't imagine what kind of height these guys will grow to in the future. Just when those Marine Vice Admirals were about to leave, a scream filled with fear rang out. A Marine Vice Admiral pointed at the big screen with trembling arms, and shouted, "Look, island. An island. It's about to fall from the sky." Looking at 290 on the big screen, that huge island covering the sky and the sun, everyone present could not help but gasp. Even Garp, who has always maintained an optimistic attitude, is looking at the shadows on the big screen with disbelief at this moment. Golden Lion Shiki. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other with fear in their eyes. That guy, isn't he dead yet? In their impression, the guy who can use such a huge island as a means of attack. Only that lion fruit ability user who escaped from Impel Down many years ago, Golden Lion Shiki. Garp, if that guy really shows up, it seems that you need to go to Alabasta. Sengoku's serious tone was full of fear. However, the other young Marine Vice Admiral was particularly unfamiliar with the name Golden Lion Shiki, and even a little puzzled. But it's no wonder, after all, Golden Lion has disappeared for many years, and the world thought he was dead. Garp hummed lightly, and when he was about to speak, Aokiji, who was silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Yeah, let me go alone for the mission to Alabasta. After all, those two monsters from New World are about to meet, and we don't know what their intentions are yet. Vice Admiral Garp is better off staying at Marine headquarters." When Aokiji mentioned the two monsters from New World, the atmosphere in the meeting room was frozen to a freezing point. Damn, why at this time? Sengoku clenched his fists so hard that he could even hear the bones rattle. After thinking for a few seconds, Sengoku said, Kuzan, come back immediately after confirming the news. If you can get Cowboy Tom and his gang, get them. Remember not to fight alone with that guy, Golden Lion Shiki, that guy is very strong. Aokiji walked lazily, waved his hands, hummed lightly, and left the conference room. After Aokiji left, Sengoku said to a Marine Vice Admiral. Send a few more warships to investigate red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. What are these two guys trying to do? Yes. After explaining these things, Sengoku seemed to be 10.5 years old, and he slumped on the chair weakly. Looking at the huge island that is about to hit Alabasta on the big screen, Sengoku murmured. Why do such horrible things happen one after another, BHCI? No one responded in the conference room, even Kizaru, Akainu, and Garp were silent at this time. Alabasta. Advertisement. When the sun suddenly disappeared, everyone raised their heads, looked at the island that was about to fall, and let out desperate cries. Even some people who are not very strong in psychological quality are regarded as fainting. All of a sudden, the entire Alabasta fell into a state where everyone was in danger. When Nami and Karina saw the huge island hanging above their heads, they hugged each other in horror. Vivi even slumped on the ground, her eyes full of despair. After seeing this scene, Robin couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Spike tilted his neck, cast a glance, was slightly taken aback for a moment, and then said calmly. Small scene, come here, continue to read the questions, don't be distracted by this little thing. Nami was stunned for a moment, then bared his teeth and cursed. Spike, don't you guys see that such a big island is about to fall? You still talk about small scenes? Do you want to continue to give us lectures? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to escape at this time? However, just when Karina thought that Spike, who was reprimanded by Nami, would take them away, Spike said solemnly. Don't panic when things happen, don't run away from small things, you can't run away from big things. I'm speaking vigorously, how can I be distracted? Shish, Pike. Nami's eyes are on fire, and she really wants to pry Spike's brain open to see what's inside. Seeing that Nami was really angry, Spike didn't intend to tease them anymore, and explained. Captain Al figured it out, and he'll figure it out. Nami and others heard that this was written by Al. All of them stared wide-eyed, looked at the huge island in the sky in disbelief, and shouted loudly. How is that possible? Is this really what Captain Al made up? Is he planning to destroy the whole of Alabasta? Robin looked at the huge island in the sky, which has 2/3 of the area of Alabasta Island, and couldn't believe it. Is this really something humans can do? Facing the questions from several people, Spike shook his head, tapped on the blackboard, and said. Captain Al has a solution, you just need to continue listening to the class. 21. Although Spike is still explaining the theory of relativity very seriously, how can Nami and the others have the mood to listen? Vivi was so anxious that she almost cried. After Tom saw the giant island appearing in the sky, he was slightly taken aback, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, it has become a soul, as long as it is not put into the frying pan, it will not die at all. But Lao Sha didn't think so. When he saw the huge island that suddenly appeared in the sky, his heart was broken at the moment. Normally, he could elementalize his body to avoid this collision. But, at this time, his body was covered with water, and he couldn't elementalize at all. If this giant island falls down, it will definitely be fatal. Hey, you B***************************** D. Put lousy down quickly, my ambition has not been fulfilled, I can't die here. Facing Lao Sha's roar, Tom picked out his ears, with a puzzled look on his face. What is this guy talking about? Didn't he go to heaven with him a long time ago? Could it be that he didn't know that he was already dead? Seeing that Tom didn't react at all, instead he looked at himself with eyes like a fool. Lao Sha was completely panicked and yelled at Tom for being stupid. However, just as everyone was looking in panic at the giant island that was about to hit Alabasta, Al grinned, and a dodge came in the path of the giant island falling. After seeing Al's figure, Nami and others showed panic expressions and said in horror, Captain Al, what does he want to do? Not only Nami and others were puzzled. Even the Marine executives at the Marine headquarters showed a puzzled expression after seeing this scene. But due to the distance and lack of light, as a result, they could only see a vague figure and they could not determine the identity of that person. After seeing this scene, the people of Alabasta yelled, It's God. It's the gods who came to save us. All of a sudden, the Alabasta people in the streets and alleys knelt down on the ground piously, shouting to the gods. Pray to the gods to save them. After seeing Al's figure, Lao Sha shouted, Ahole, let your members release me quickly, I don't want to die here. Meow? After seeing the figure of Al, Tom showed a puzzled expression, as if he was thinking, why did Captain Al come to heaven? Advertisementer. Thinking of this, Tom suddenly seemed to be shocked by an electric shock, his hair exploded all over his body, and his heart jumped out of his chest with a plop. Recalling what he did before, Tom covered his face, his body seemed to be stiff, and he fell straight on the sand. And Lao Sha also fell from the sky following Tom's coma. Looking at the comatose Tom, Lao Sha didn't shoot him. He only has one thing on his mind right now, that is to elementalize the body before the impact, he doesn't want to die here like this. However, in the next second, a scene that collapsed his worldview happened. The corner of Al's mouth raised slightly, and then he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The falling giant island is magically frozen in midair. Tom, don't pretend to be dead, quickly get out a bottle of juice, the mouth is a bit bitter after drinking too much tea. After waiting for 2 seconds, seeing that Tom still didn't respond, Al wondered if Tom really fainted from fright. Forehead, seeing that Tom seemed to have fainted from fright, Al shook his head helplessly, snapped his fingers lightly, and Tom disappeared in the distance. When it reappeared, it was already beside Nami. After transferring Tom, Al made a gesture of raising his hand. The sand under Nami's feet, suspended in the air, really startled them. Spike, on the other hand, was still giving lectures very seriously. After dealing with all this, I saw that the back of Al's hand merged with the back of his hand, making a digging motion. Bang! With a huge sound resounding through the sky. The entire Alabasta Island is divided into 2 like a cake, forming a huge straight ditch. Immediately afterwards, Al raised his right hand again and reached out to grab it. That giant island began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't until it was the size of a palm that Al was given a free vice admiral in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, before everyone could react to what happened, Al's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Appeared again, already directly above the Alabasta Strait. I saw Al throwing the island in his hand into the sea. With just a breath of effort, the giant island turned into its previous size again. Spread out the 2.5 Alabasta islands and blend them together. After witnessing all this, Lao Sha, like an eggplant beaten by frost, suddenly collapsed on the ground with his eyes lost. Is such a powerful force really possessed by human beings? Is this guy really not a god? A series of questions welled up in his mind. Rao has seen the group of so-called monsters in the new century. The strength they showed, in front of this man in front of them, is it really worthy of being called a monster? Al didn't know what Lao Sha was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely smile contemptuously. The layout is too small, you know, this little thing is completely easy for Al who has a Baitmaster experience card. Looking at his masterpiece, Al couldn't help feeling, it would be great if this wasn't an experience card. With the ability of this bug, you can directly use One Piece World as an MC and play in creative mode. After sighing, Al let out a long sigh and prayed silently in his heart. If the crew summoning card that can be drawn, the bait will always be summoned. He even offered to trade Tom's 10 years of being single. No matter how bad it is, with Spike's 20 years of being single, it's enough to exchange for a warehouse crew ability experience card. While praying, Al was also imagining in his mind what earth-shattering things he would do after summoning Mr. Bai. As for the happiness of Spike and Tom, 10 or 20 years, no problem. At worst, it's time to find the pure gold that allows creatures to live for hundreds of thousands of years in the pirate world. After the prayer was over, Al thought for a while, then grabbed Spike from the air, and said with a guilty conscience. Use your knowledge to set up something similar to a barrier near this island. The kind that is forbidden to enter without my permission. Although what Al said was one-sided, Spike's IQ at this time had a qualitative leap thanks to the blessing of spinach. After thinking for a while, Spike showed a confident expression, and with a flash, he started to work on the island. Al rolled his eyes at Lao Sha, took out a pair of seastone handcuffs and threw them in front of him, saying, choose one. Death or handcuffs. If you want to fight with me, I will accompany you. Chapter 68 Al, I'm just playing for a while, 13th update. Faced with the choice between life and death, after hesitating for a few seconds, Lao Sha decisively chose to handcuff his hands. Facing the monster like Al in front of him, Lao Sha couldn't see a glimmer of hope in his heart. Understatement to compress an island to the size of a palm, and tear the entire island apart with bare hands? What is the difference between this and the legendary god? While cuffing his hands, Lao Sha asked softly, are you really human? Regarding Lao Sha's question, Al shook his head after thinking for a few seconds, and said with a smile, I'm just an ordinary human being. The corners of Lao Shizui twitched slightly, and he looked at Al with monster-like eyes, and let out a heart-piercing roar from the bottom of his heart. Do you have any misunderstanding about the word ordinary? Seemingly aware of the change in Lao Sha's expression, Al hummed lightly and added a second sentence. It's really just an ordinary human being. Lao Sha was stunned for a while, pointed to the island behind him, and asked. Did you plan to use this island to kill me in the first place? What are you thinking? It takes so much effort to kill you, Al asked back. Then why are you making such a fuss? Lao Sha now only feels that he has been humiliated. After all, he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a big pirate with a bounty of more than 80 million. As a result, a man who had just stepped into the Grand Line and offered a bounty of only 50 Baileys responded to him with such a contemptuous tone? But Lao Sha could only roar angrily in his heart, and dared not speak out to Al. Faced with Lao Sha's doubts, Al didn't even think about it, and responded very heartily, because it's fun. Just kidding, I got the ability of Bai Zong to prevent the plate from drifting, it's very unsatisfactory. Fun? Lao Sha broke the defense on the spot. A fun sentence to create the posture of the end of the world? Looking at Al's innocent smile, Lao Sha let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years for a while. I saw Lao Sha collapsed on the sandy ground, weakly saying. You are strong. Simply a monster. Al hesitated for a few seconds in disbelief. How could Lao Sha still praise others? After thinking for a while, Al suddenly understood Sha's current state of mind. He was driven crazy by Tom's clown before. As a result, after the excitement passed, it was discovered that the other party was a completely illogical existence. In the end, it was discovered that behind an almost impossible opponent, there was a stronger monster? And all my hard work and recklessness, in the eyes of the other party, is like a clown in a circus, for their entertainment. The strong sense of powerlessness and despair shattered Lao Sha's last line of defense. Even all the arrogance and self-confidence in his heart were smashed to pieces. Such a result is hard for anyone to accept. However, what Al said was not to attack Lao Sha maliciously. He was really just out of fun, wanting to experience how counterintuitive Bai Zong's ability is. After all, Tom had already emphasized not to interfere in the battle between it and Lao Sha, and Al respected Tom's decision very much. At first Al wanted to help Spike deal with the members of the Baroque works. However, when feeling the battlefield, they found that these small fish and shrimps were no threat to Spike and the others at all. On the contrary, it was Spike and the others who suppressed and beat the members of the Baroque Work Club the whole time. Al, who felt that he had no chance to make a move, teleported to the surface of the sea after thinking about it for a while. Looking to find just sea kings to kill and reward them with a nice dinner. But what Al didn't expect was that when he flashed to the sea, he found himself next to an island he had never seen before. Then, a bold idea appeared in Al's mind. With an idea, Al didn't hesitate and immediately decided to see if he could reproduce Mr. Bai's famous scene. Plate drift. It's just that Al didn't quite know what kind of heaven-defying ability he had acquired at the time. All of a sudden, the force was too strong, and the entire island was lifted to the sky, and it was smashed towards Alabasta. Al, who realized that he had overplayed his game, quickly thought of a way to save the game. It's just the commotion, it seems, maybe, probably, it's that big. Lao Sha didn't know Al's real thoughts and subconsciously thought that Al was just saying a polite word. Otherwise, it is estimated that I will be hit and my mind will completely collapse. Marine headquarters, meeting room. Everyone widened their eyes, held their breath, and recalled everything they had just seen in disbelief. Advertisement, strangeness and fear buried all the members in the meeting room of the Marine headquarters like a tide. There were even many Marine vice admirals who were not psychologically strong enough to collapse to the ground on the spot after being frightened by the terrible scene. Just now, what happened? Island. It was pinched to the size of a palm, and then the entire island was torn in half. Then the pinched island became the same again and merged with the Alabasta island? Is this really what humans can do? Masaka, is it a god? No. What happened to Gang? For a moment, various incoherent sounds of shock, panic, and crazy shouts filled the entire meeting room. Even Sengoku and other powerful Marine executives couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from this strange scene. The CP member responsible for defending the camera phone bug was knocked unconscious by the mace that Tom accidentally walked out in the battle between Tom and Lao Sha. The camera phone bug was also smashed to the ground by the flying weapon. As a result, only a vague outline can be photographed, and it is impossible to tell who it is. This also led to the fact that although Sengoku and the others knew that all of this was man-made, they couldn't clearly know the identity of that guy. Damn it, hurry up and contact those two guys from the CP organization, I want to know who did this. Sengoku slammed the table and stared at the big screen with cold eyes. Two images of the clear sky were being played. For a while, the conference room fell into a deathly silence because of Sengoku's roar. The only thing that can be heard is the voices calling for members of the CP organization. Moses, can you hear me? Moses. Hearing the rustling sound from the phone bug, everyone present trembled. As time went by, the atmosphere in the meeting room became more and more oppressive. Suddenly, a crazy shout broke the silence. A Marine vice admiral staggered violently, fell to the ground, and then lay down on the ground, revealing a ferocious and sharp laugh. I've had enough. Looking at the complete collapse of the psychological defense, colleagues who have lost their sanity. Everyone felt as if a big stone was pressing on their chests and they couldn't breathe. Garp sighed softly, and Tien Fen shot him decisively and knocked him unconscious. Then he turned his head to the guard who was trying to communicate with members of the CP organization, and said, "Go on, don't stop, don't forget what is behind you. If just because of an unknown enemy, the justice in your hearts is broken." As he spoke, Garp paused, obviously not wanting to say the second half of the heart-wrenching sentence. Because he also knows that the current situation has exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing ignorant and powerful enemies, it is not easy for them, a group of recruits who have just been promoted to Marine Vice Admiral, to persist until now. However, even if Garp didn't say what he said later, the group of Marine Vice Admirals knew what Garp wanted to say. All of them lowered their heads in shame, looking at the military uniform they were wearing, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help saying, "Garp, you be ***********. D. Before Sengoku finished speaking, Garp grinned, shook his fist, and said seriously, "Didn't we come here like this back then? No matter how powerful the enemy is, it is absolutely impossible to let them endanger the peace of this world. Old man, I have always held a mortal heart, guarding this hard-won peace." The moment Garp's voice falls, there was a faint breathing sound from the phone bug. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted, and the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly reached a freezing point. Everyone's breathing became short at this moment, because they no longer wanted to know what happened to Alabasta. Moses, Moses, can you hear me? What happened to Alabasta, and who is the last figure? A trace of panic was revealed in the hurried inquiry. Although they want to know the answer to the matter very much, they are still afraid. The guard repeated the question over and over again. It wasn't until the 10th time that the phone bug sounded an extremely weak panic. Tom. Moses, what, hurry up. However, this weak voice didn't follow up after saying the word, cowboy. Tom? Sengoku murmured gravely. As soon as the words fell, everyone present in the meeting room couldn't help showing an unbelievable fear. Ask for flowers, advertisement, Masaka, what happened just now this is unbelievable. Are you kidding? How could a group of newcomers who have just stepped into the Grand Line possess such terrifying strength? Bo Zhao En. For a while, the quarrels continued, but more, I still don't want to believe that all this was done by Cowboy Tom and his gang. But judging from the shocking performances that Tom and the others have done before, it cannot be completely ruled out. At this moment, Kizaru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said, Isn't that guy Kuzan going to Alabasta? What is the specific situation? When that guy arrives, everything will be revealed. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely dark inside. Whether it is Golden Lion, or Al et al., the terrifying ability shown in the screen just now has seriously exceeded the limits of Sengoku's heart. Not to mention how big a storm will be caused by those two monsters in New World when they meet. Just when everyone is having a headache because of these things. Akainu, who is Marine Admiral, stood up with a look of disdain, and said with a muffled grunt. Pirates, I really don't know why you guys show such disgusting expressions. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku pulled his hips and scolded. Stop talking wildly, Sakazuki, don't you guys understand the current situation? In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into a stalemate again due to the differences of opinion between the two. Just when Akainu was about to say something more, a hurried loud voice interrupted him. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong. I saw a sailor hurriedly pushing open the door of the conference room with a newspaper. Seeing his flustered look, Sengoku snorted, ignored Akainu, turned around and asked what happened. Hai Bing did not hesitate, handed the newspaper in his hand to Sengoku, and said anxiously. Report to Marshal Sengoku, this is today's newspaper, reporting exactly what happened in Alabasta. He took the newspaper and looked at the headline that read, 7 warlords of the Caesar crocodile is about to be pulled down? Sengoku slammed the table and said angrily, no matter what method is used, the subsequent events must not be published in the newspapers. Yes, at the same time, on an island somewhere in the New World. The News King, Morgans, clasped the photos one by one with excitement and laughed wildly. More, ha ha ha. I want more information about Alabasta. This kind of shocking news is the big news I want. What an unimaginable battle. After Robin finished speaking, he turned into petals and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already at the center of the island that Al pulled over. I saw Robin standing on the highest mountain among them, looking at the two figures on the desert with deep eyes, and murmured. What a powerful man. As if sensing that someone was watching him, Al couldn't help but frowned, looking around vigilantly. After careful observation, Al held his chin and muttered, is it an illusion? How long do you guys want to humiliate me? Kill me quickly. Lao Sha was lying flat on the sand, with a gloomy face, and let out bursts of roars. The battles between pirates are life and death struggles. It is undoubtedly a very stupid decision to keep your hands on the enemy. It is naturally impossible for Lao Sha to believe that Al will keep his hand. Just as he stood up with the determination to die, waiting for Al to strike. Al glanced at Lao Sha from the corner of his eye, knocked him unconscious, and threw him onto the boat. Although at the beginning, when he was inexplicably hunted down by the Baroque work agency, Al did intend to kill Lao Sha. But looking at the emotional value prompts in his mind that were still constantly swiping the screen, Al finally changed his mind. A proud and arrogant guy like Lao Sha is the perfect choice to be used as a tool for gaining emotional value. After dealing with Lao Sha, Al picked up the comatose Tom, and came to the side of Nami and others. Captain Al, how did you do it just now? It's amazing. After seeing Al, Nami and Karina's eyes instantly turned into stars, and their voices were full of admiration. Just when Al was about to find a few reasons to prevaricate. Not far away, there was a rush of footsteps, which immediately attracted Nami and the others' attention. The remnants of the Baroque Working Society? Chapter 69. 2 new crew members? 14th update? Just when Al and the others were about to do it, Vivi on the side suddenly interrupted. Captain Al, please don't do anything. They are the Royal Army of Alabasta, not the remnants of the Baroque Work Society. As he spoke, Vivi waved to them excitedly, and at the same time loudly revealed his identity to the King's army. After seeing Vivi, the King's army hesitated for a few seconds and let out an unbelievable exclamation. That's Her Royal Highness Princess Vivi. It's really His Royal Highness Vivi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this, Al and the others slowly put down the weapons in their hands, but sat on the chairs beside them, talking and laughing. At the same time, King Cobra, who was in the Alabasta Palace, immediately announced the good news to the people of the whole country after learning the news of Vivi's return. And Vivi also took this opportunity, with the help of the speaker phone bug. He told Crocodile's crimes and his own experience to the people of the whole country. Accompanied by the moment when Vivi's voice fell to the ground. The entire Alabasta suddenly fell into a huge storm of public opinion. And people's biggest focus is naturally the noise created by Al. After all, at that time, everyone thought that this was something that only the gods could do. Listening to the exclamation that resounded through the sky on the radio, Al yawned lazily, as if he had done a trivial thing. Compared to being the so-called hero in people's mouth, Al is more concerned about how much emotional value can be harvested in this battle. Just when Al was about to check how much emotional value was left, a prompt sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket, obtain the unique props of the lottery machine, a double yoke egg crew summoning card. Close black lens bracket. Double yoke egg crew summoning card? Who is double yoke egg? When Al saw this name in 800, he thought about it for a while, but he didn't think of who it was. It wasn't until he glanced at the system introduction that he realized that this double yoke egg was not the other double yoke egg. Double yoke egg crew summoning card can summon 2 crew members at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Among the crew members, most of them are sisters, brothers, father and son. After reading the system introduction, Al's eyes lit up immediately, and he praised the system for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, Al immediately chose to use it, and then patiently waited for the new crew members to appear. Just waited for a while. Al's patience ran out before the new crew members showed up. Looking at the progress bar that was still stuck at 1%, Al couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. But after thinking about it, this is a special prop, and it should be normal if it takes a little longer, right? As if to verify Al's conjecture, the progress bar increased by 1% again. Seeing this, Al couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least it can be determined that it is not a system problem. As for the crew, it is useless to be impatient now, they can only wait patiently. After silently reading 3 times in my heart, it must be Mr. Bai. Al immediately turned off the automatic lottery draw function, so as not to waste the luck of summoning the crew on the lottery draw. After finishing these things, Al then checked how much emotional value was left. When he saw the number 465,270 left, Al subconsciously turned his attention to Lao Sha. After pumping for a long time, there are still more than 460,000 emotional points left. See how Lao Sha was tortured. Open the acquisition panel of the mood value. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. Negative emotion value from Sir Crocodile plus 9999. Negative emotion value plus 99 from Sakazuki. Negative emotion value plus 99 from Sengoku. Negative emotion value from Arlong plus 95. Negative emotion value from Mole plus 68. Negative emotion value plus 99 from Kuzan. Open black lens bracket J. In just the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of messages popped up at the same time, and the phantom was directly displayed. And the name that appears most, besides Lao Sha, is Marine Admiral Sakazuki. It's just that when Al saw these names, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Although after the last comprehensive update of the system, it has been possible to obtain emotional value without head-to-head confrontation. But, advertisement since entering the Grand Line, they haven't had any contact with Marine. And looking at the screen swiping speed, tisk tisk tisk, the resentment is not ordinary. Definitely log out of the system. Al looked around vigilantly, and was shocked to find that there was a telephone minister on the sandy slope not far away. Without the slightest hesitation, Al had a thought, disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already on the sandy slope. When he came to Shoppo, Al was shocked to find that there was a dead body not far from the phone bug, which looked as if his whole body had been broken. It should be that Robin found out that the guy from Marine was spying, and then took action to solve it? After grunting, Al picked up the phone bug. Finding that the phone bug was still working, Al gave a smirk. Just when I have nothing to do in the future, I can still make a phone call to the Marine headquarters to say hello. Although it is not as much emotional value as tossing the opponent head on, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still a piece of meat. After hanging up the phone bug and throwing it into the system backpack, Al flashed back to Nami and the others. When Al returned to Nami, Vivi also finished talking with Cobra. Sorry Nami-chan, I just asked my father, because of the war, I can't pay 1 billion Bailey for the time being. I'm really sorry. I saw Vivi coming in front of the crowd, bowing down to apologize to the crowd with deep apology. After hearing this, Nami and Karina looked at each other and petrified on the spot. This is 1 billion Baileys. For Nami and Karina, this news is like a thunderbolt. Seemingly aware of the changes in Nami and Karina's expressions, Vivi was a little at a loss for a moment, and quickly waved his hands. No, please don't get me wrong, I will definitely pay the 1 billion Pele, but it will take some time. Seeing that Nami and Karina are still in a state of petrification, Vivi is like an ant on a hot pot at the moment, one even speaks with a vibrato. Just when Vivi wanted to continue talking, Nami hugged Vivi tenderly and said softly, "That's not what we meant, Vivi." "Woo, it's okay. Just 1 billion Baileys." Nami bit her lower lip tightly, her tears couldn't stop streaming down, but she still said 1 billion Pele or something, it didn't matter. Karina at the side wanted to laugh seeing Nami like this. But when I thought about it in my heart, the 1 billion Baileys that had reached my mouth flew away, and I couldn't laugh immediately. However, Karina is not as exaggerated as Nami, but the changes on her face are also very exciting. Tom, who woke up, opened his eyes and saw this strange scene for the first time, and laughed out loud. It's true that I didn't understand whether Nami and Karina were crying or laughing, it's so funny. Shish, Stop laughing, Tom, and watch out they beat you. Al put his food hand in front of his mouth and said in a threatening tone, pretending to be serious. When Tom heard this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He dodged and hid behind Al, carefully sticking his head out to watch Nami and the others. While Al was teasing Tom, it was unknown what deal had been struck between Vivi and Nami. The tears on Nami's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of joy. Karina and Tom stared blankly. The pear flower that was crying just now was raining. This. Just less than 3 seconds, what happened to make Nami so happy? Before Karina stepped forward to ask the reason, Nami came to Al with cheerful steps and asked in a pleading tone. Captain Al, can I talk to you about something? Al looked at Nami suspiciously, then turned his attention to Vivi and asked. Is it about Vivi? Nami's eyes widened, with a slightly surprised expression on her face. After humming lightly, she said exactly what Vivi said to her. Hostage, don't return the 1 billion Pele and get off the ship? After listening to what Nami said, Al's mind was full of bold question marks. What is it all about? However, looking at Vivi's sincere eyes, Al seemed to understand why Nami was so happy. The relationship is not all for 1 billion Pele. It's because Vivi wants to come on board and be their partner. After getting along with each other these days, whether it is Nami, Tom and Spike are also very fond of Vivi. After thinking for a few seconds, Al came straight to Vivi and said, Vivi, do you really want to be our partner and go on a sea adventure together? Looking at Al's extremely serious eyes, Vivi didn't even think about it and responded with a very resolute tone. Of course, there are many things in the sea that I have not seen. As he spoke, Vivi looked around the crowd tenderly and said with a smile, the most important thing is that I can take risks with everyone. Just when everyone thought Al would agree, you refused in a very cold tone. Captain Al, why? Is it because Vivi is too weak? Advertisement, meow. The moment she heard Al say, I refuse, the smile on Vivi's face was instantly replaced by disappointment. However, Vivi did not become depressed and negative because of this, but instead squeezed out a smile again. It seems that I have already thought of this ending in my heart. After all, I want to be a partner of someone as strong as Al. At the very least, it must be as strong as Karina, or like Nami, possess the ability beyond ordinary people. Seeing the strong reaction from everyone, Al couldn't help asking, what are you all talking about? Of course it's about not letting Vivi-chan on board. Nami snorted, puffed out her cheeks and turned her head to the side, answering Al's question angrily. Karina and Tom followed suit, turning their heads away with puffed cheeks. This made Al very speechless, and he scolded, you guys, can you wait for someone to finish talking first? Al also imitated them, puffed his cheeks and folded his hands on his chest, and continued angrily. What I refused was Vivi's condition to get on the ship, that is, I will not get off the ship until I pay back the 1 billion Pele. Can the relationship between partners be measured by money? Really? Really? Can I really come aboard, Captain Al? Vivi's eyes seemed to be full of light again, and he asked in a very excited tone. Al still puffed his cheeks, hummed angrily, and said, of course, but you are not allowed to mention 1 billion Pele in the future. After hearing what Al said, Nami and Karina couldn't hold back anymore and exchanged hugged together. Although the words of welcome were spoken, the tears in the corners of their eyes exposed their obsession with the billion Baileys. Thank you, Captain Al. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Vivi clenched her fists and swore inwardly that she would not hold back Al and the others. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Captain Al, can you stop puffing out your cheeks? It feels weird. No, this is a punishment for slandering me. I'm mad at you. The capital of Alabasta, Albana. At this time, Alabasta was full of people, and everyone was on both sides of the road, waiting for the arrival of the hero who saved Alabasta. When the people of Alabasta learned from Vivi that Al and the others saved Alabasta, they organized together from the bottom of their hearts and laid a red carpet in the middle of the road. And they each prepared the best Thanksgiving gifts they thought, waiting for Al's arrival. Cobra stood on the top of the palace castle, looking at the busy crowd. He couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Your Majesty, the dinner is ready. When will Princess Vivi and the hero come back? Do you need me to pick them up? Bell's tone was calm, but he was very excited inside. Just when Cobra was about to say something, the space not far from them suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Zadao walked out of the distorted space. When Cobra and Bell saw Vivi, the fear on their faces was gradually replaced by surprise. From the corner of his eye, Al glanced at the welcoming crowd and the red carpet below, and asked, is it prepared for us? Ko 0.0 Bra froze in place, looking at Al with weird eyes, and his heart was even more turbulent. Appearing out of thin air without warning, is such an existence really human? Without waiting for Vivi's introduction, Cobra and Bell bent down together to express their heartfelt thanks to Al and the others. Al waved his hand, indicating that they don't need to be so polite. After all, the relationship between them and the old man is just a personal grudge. As for saving Alabasta, it's just incidental. Captain Al, why don't we do it all over again? After all, there are so many people waiting for us. Nami and Karina seemed to have noticed the crowd at their feet, and their voices were full of excitement. I'm not very interested in this kind of thing. If you like it, then you can go instead of me. Why? Hee, that's troublesome, Captain Al. As soon as the words fell, Al snapped his fingers, and together with Vivi and Tom, they were teleported to the center of Albana's intersection on the same day. Captain Al, is it okay for me to call you that? Cobra asked softly. Al nodded, and told Cobra that Vivi was going to board the boat in a very calm tone. Bell was very resistant at first. After all, Vivi just returned to Alabasta, how could he go to sea again? And, still going to be a pirate? Cobra also hesitated for a long time, and under Bell's puzzled eyes, he said slowly. Vivi has grown up. If this is her wish, I, as a father, will naturally choose to support her unconditionally. In addition, I also believe that Captain Al, you will be able to protect Vivi. Looking at the smiling faces of Vivi and the others amidst the crowds of welcome, Al hummed softly and said, as the captain, even if you risk your life, you must protect the safety of every crew member. Chapter 70 Tom. I kissed. How about you? The 15th update is over. Please subscribe. Amidst the warm welcome from the crowd, Nami and the others walked into the Alabasta Palace slowly with cheerful steps. If you wait a little longer, the food will be cold. I saw Al holding a wine glass in one hand, and joked after taking a small sip. Nami puffed her cheeks, sat down on the chair angrily, pointed to Tom who was still fiddling with the pose, and said, it's all Tom's fault. When he heard that the people of Alabasta planned to build a statue, he ran over to pose happily. Otherwise we'd be back long ago. After hearing Nami's complaint, Tom not only didn't get angry, but deliberately stood up very conspicuously. After Tom rushed into his body, he showed off his biceps that were the size of a watermelon in front of everyone. After Al took a sip of the red wine, he silently snapped his fingers and sent Tom out. Since Tom likes it, let it go. And those sculptors who were about to leave, when they saw Tom, the fire that had just been extinguished in their hearts was ignited again. Nami glanced at Tom from the corner of his eye, and said with a smile, it looks like Tom has to be a model all night, hee. The voice just fell. I only heard bursts of exclamation from outside the door, as well as the sound of metal and stone colliding. Am I really blind? This cat actually thinks that I am too slow in carving, because I hit people. Although I feel sorry for you, but, how did this cat manage to use all its limbs, and is still carving 8 stone statues? Is this cat really normal? Hearing the exclamation outside the door, Al and the others looked at each other and laughed heartily. Tom, it's normal. Welcome Vivi as our new partner, cheers. Cheers. At the same time, World Government Meeting Room. 5 elders slammed the news of Crocodile's defeat on the desktop, with a temperament of 2. Why wasn't this kind of news intercepted, and Crocodile's crimes were exposed? Tell me, where did that damn guy get the information from? Are your 17 CP0 cipher pulls all gangsters? Why is that Nico Robin guy in Alabasta? Facing the questioning of the 4-5 elders, the man who was a member of the CPO lowered his head and said nothing. This sharp and oppressive aura made him tremble uncontrollably. Obviously, the Alabasta incident has seriously damaged the face of the world government. Plus Nico Robin shows up at Alabasta, and with the cowboys. 2 guys who pose a fatal threat to the world government are walking together. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous signal. Seeing that the CPO member didn't say a word, the 5 elders were silent with each other for a while, and said in unison. Immediately inform the group of Marines, no matter how much it costs, Nico Robin and Tom must not be allowed to live. Yes. Marine headquarters, when Sengoku and the others learned that the news of Crocodile's defeat had been announced to the world. All Marine executives, including Sengoku, are all ashen-faced. Akainu was so angry that he gritted his back molars and immediately called Aokiji. Kuzan, where are you guys now? Aokiji, who was riding a bicycle on the sea, heard Akainu's voice from the phone bug. I saw him take out the phone bug from his arms with a calm expression, and there was no trace of emotion in Suinen's voice. Yeah, don't be so anxious, I'm near the capital of water now. Sengoku took the phone bug from Akainu, and spoke out the world government's decision in a very serious tone. Kuzan, the world government has issued an order requiring us to capture or kill Nico Robin and his fellow Tom Shi gang immediately. You wait in the water capital for the time being, we will release a message to lure Tom and his gang to the water capital. If you feel that there are not enough people. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, he only heard Aokiji say no, and then hung up the phone. I saw that the surrounding air instantly dropped to an extreme as Aokiji stopped. The sea surface with a radius of 100 meters was frozen instantly because of Aokiji's action of getting off the car. Nico Robin, if that's your choice, then I'm kind of looking forward to it. Advertisement. After Aokiji stretched his waist, he stared at the sea level with deep eyes, although there was no trace of emotion on the surface. But Aokiji's heart, because of Nico Robin's name, has layers of ripples. The news of Crocodile's defeat is spreading rapidly around the world like locusts passing through. Somewhere in the New World, on an island full of deserts. A giant with a huge body, 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. When he saw the extraordinary photo of Tom and Spike on the news, he couldn't help showing a very evil smile. Mama, what an interesting species. I don't seem to have such a strange creature in my collection. Pokemus, I don't care what method you use, bring these 2 strange creatures back to me. On the other end of the phone bug, Pokemus stared at the photo of Tom and Spike on the news, patted his chest and responded loudly. Guaranteed to complete the mission, Mom. In the castle on the island of Krigana. Hawkeye sat on the chair and leaned his legs against the table, staring sharply at the familiar figure on the news, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a sneer. It looks like we will meet soon. I hope your sword skills will improve by then. At this moment, the red-haired laugh suddenly came from the phone bug beside Hawkeye. Hey, Hawkeye, did you guys see today's news? The guys who were fighting you at the time actually took Crocodile off the horse. You have to be careful not to be defeated, ha 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 ha. Hey, boss, you drank too much again. Listening to the noise coming from the other end of the phone, Hawkeye couldn't help frowning. While hanging up the phone, Hawkeye stood up slowly, staring sharply at the black knife on the wall, and murmured. If it can do it, I'm really looking forward to it. On an unknown island in the first half of the Grand Line, Blackbeard and his colleagues looked at the photos on the news and laughed wildly. Scary ha 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 ha, it seems that our goal can be determined. Just when the ship doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, Poison Q, was about to say something, I only heard the sound of a fire fist. Immediately afterwards, a fiery flame appeared out of thin air, and directly knocked Blackbeard into the air. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and under the ruins, Blackbeard clutched the place burned by fire fist, wailing in pain. Just when Ace was about to continue his work, he let out a little gasp and took the newspaper that fell from Blackbeard's hand from the air. Looking at the familiar faces on the news, Ace couldn't help laughing heartily. This group of guys are really capable. They have defeated Crocodile in the past few days. Ace stuffed the newspaper in his hand into his trouser belt, then put his right hand on the hat and sneered. Hey, Blackbeard, have you figured out how to die? Scared ha ha ha. I thought it was some guy, but it turned out to be you. Ace, are you interested in becoming my companion? The two of us join forces, and we will definitely overthrow the world government. At that time, I will become the One Piece, and you. Before Blackbeard could finish speaking, Ace used the ability of the fruit again to shoot out multiple flames. And Blackbeard seemed to be fantasizing about persuading Ace, and instead of attacking him, he absorbed Ace's attack at twice the pain. With the news of Crocodile's defeat, it continued to spread in various sea areas. Immediately, it caused a huge commotion in various sea areas. Many monsters from the Dark World have developed a strong interest in Al and the others. And Al and the others were still in the Alabasta Palace, enjoying a sumptuous dinner, unaware of what happened around the world. Even if Al found out, according to his personality, he would probably laugh it off and not take it to heart. Compared with these, he wants to punish Tom now, ever since Tom portrayed its stone statues vividly and magnificently. A female cat appeared out of nowhere and immediately attracted Tom's full attention. I saw that at the banquet table, Tom's eyes turned into a look of love, and he not only fed the female cat very ambiguously. Even more arrogantly, he hooked his fingers at Al. That look that deserves a beating seems to be saying, Xiaomian, you single dog, don't envy me. Al sat quietly by the side, clenched his fists, and said to himself. If it weren't for the expiration of the ability use time, I would definitely call Spike back. As for Nami and the others, after seeing Tom's provocation against Al, they all blushed and looked at Al from time to time. Advertisement. It's just that Al has been blinded by hatred at this moment and didn't notice Nami's actions. Don't be angry, you have nothing to do with Tom, a scumbag. Although Al kept comforting himself in his heart. But Tom not only did not restrain himself, but became even more arrogant and domineering. I saw Tom, holding the female cat's hand, step by step, mouth seal, all the way to Cheng Hong, and when he kissed his face, he deliberately made a huge wave sound. Afterwards, Tom's body suddenly became straight, and while applauding, he slowly flew into the sky. Yahoo! After Tom uttered a demonic shout, Tom strode up to Al. I saw Tom lying on his side in front of Al's desk, raised his eyebrows, and asked openly, are you envious? Oh shit, can this F***G bear it? Al couldn't help but swear, and took out a baseball bat from behind, as if he was going to fight Tom to the death. Tom shook his head violently, looking at Al who was about to explode in anger. His whole body exploded in fright. Without the slightest extra movement, Tom turned into a flash of lightning and slipped out of the banquet hall with a whoosh. What irritated Al most was when Tom was at the gate of the banquet hall. He even stopped specially and made a funny face at Al before continuing to walk. Tom. Al angrily smashed the baseball bat in his hand, and then took out the pumpkin pie that Tom gave earlier from the back of the system. Looking at the person and the cat who were fighting, Nami and the others looked at each other. A blush appeared on their faces. Captain Al, what an idiot. He, it should be a big idiot. Nami, Karina, is it really okay for us to speak ill of Captain Al in front of him like this? Just when Al was about to grab Tom, he saw Tom supporting the flower bed with one hand, shaking his head tut-tut. Captain, have you never been in love with 593? Tom's tone was full of contempt, but there was more expectation. Al. Seeing that Al didn't speak, Tom suddenly pointed at Al as if he had clicked his laughing hole and laughed loudly. The moment Tom's extremely magical mocking sound sounded, Al held a pumpkin pie in his hand and threw it straight at Tom. Snapped, unprepared, Tom caught Al's pumpkin pie with his face. But Tom didn't feel angry. Instead, he stuck out his tongue, licked the pumpkin pie off his face, and opened his mouth. Tom opened his mouth and pointed his finger into his mouth, as if saying, smash it here. Al suddenly seemed to understand why Spike did not hesitate to do it after seeing Tom. There is no other reason, playing crazy Tom is really annoying. Just when Al was about to stuff Pepper in pumpkin pie like Jerry did, Nami and others came to Al with smiles on their faces and said, Captain Al, stop playing, I just heard from Vivi that there is a hot spring here. Karina also echoed. That is to say, what is there to be angry with Tom? Let's go to the hot spring together. After a few seconds of hesitation, Al casually smashed the pepper-stuffed pumpkin pie into Tom's mouth. Then follow Nami and the others to the location of the hot spring. Al and the others haven't had a good rest since they were hunted down by the Baroque work agency. Just soak in a hot spring and relax. When he came to the hot spring pool, Al immersed his body in it. Since the hot spring pools are divided into men and women, there are only Al and Tom here, and it is quite quiet. After learning a lesson, Tom didn't provoke Al again, but took a hot spring honestly. It's just that Tom, who feels uncomfortable when he doesn't do anything for a while, how can he be so cute? After a while, Tom, who couldn't bear the restlessness in his heart, dived his whole body into the hot spring pool and swam slowly towards Al. Al is checking the call of new crew members in the system space at this moment, seeing that the progress bar is only 1% left. Suddenly a strong thrust kicked Al out and flew straight to the direction where Nami and the others were. The moment they entered the water, Nami and the others couldn't help showing a blush on their faces after seeing the person clearly. Captain Al, 100,000 Baileys once, hee. Nami, your price is too low. If you take a look, at least 500,000 Baileys. Hey, Nami, Karina, shouldn't we be screaming salty perverts at this time? What's the matter? Vivi, come along quickly, hee. This night, Al inexplicably carried a huge sum of tens of millions of Baileys, and the instigator, Tom, laughed all night in the hot spring pool. 3TC Chapter 71 Launch. Buster Call. The 15th update is over, continue to add updates, the 16th update. On the vast expanse of sea, Al was holding Vivi's freshly brewed hot tea, while blowing the sea breeze, while watching the daily fight between Tom and Spike. It seems to be because of the female cat I met in Alabasta. Even after sailing for several days now, Tom is still in a state of nympho. From time to time, he took out the photo of the female cat, and while kissing and hugging her, he still did not forget to mock in front of Spike. This P***** D off Spike, who chased Tom all day long. Al can't do anything about these two treasures, helplessly sighed. Al turned back to the room, opened the diary habitually, and continued to write the voyage diary. The wind is fine, and the tide is fine. It seems that there will be no problem today. Nami stands in front of the bow, arms outstretched, feeling the humidity in the sea breeze. Karina came to Nami's side with black tea, and gently brushed her hair blown away by the sea breeze. Just when Karina was about to say something, Nami let out a light snort and fixed her eyes on the sea. Pointing to a free-swimming frog on the sea surface with a slightly doubtful tone, he murmured. Karina, have you ever seen a frog that can swim freestyle? Facing Nami's question, without waiting for Karina to answer, Robin, who was lying on a chair reading a book, chuckled lightly and said, there are many strange creatures in the sea, compared with Tom and Spike. A frog that can swim freestyle, I don't think it's weird at all. Nami glanced at Tom, who was bald by Spike with a strange expression, and nodded slightly, seeming to agree with Robin's statement. However, the next second, Nami seemed to have noticed something strange, looked at Robin with a grin, and shouted. But why did you show up on the boat and keep saying that you want to be our companion? Karina, 120, and Vivi also looked at Robin warily. Although Robin has been on board since they set out to sea, and has been sailing with them for some time. But, Robin's previous identity still can't make them let go. The vice president of Baroque Works, that was their former enemy. Facing Nami's questioning, Robin took a sip of coffee, did not explain, but smiled and said. Why do you ask that, aren't we already partners? I really don't know why Captain Al let you on board, but don't play tricks, I will keep an eye on you. Nami puffed her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and came to Rosso angrily. Those sharp eyes seemed to want to see through Robin. Robin didn't choose to answer. After taking a leisurely sip of coffee, he silently used the fruit ability to take out a bag of jewels from Nami's treasure chest. Afterwards, Robin put the bag of jewelry on the table, pretending to be troubled and said, this money is really troublesome. Next second. As Robin expected, the eyes of Karina and Nami instantly changed into the shape of Pele. Sister Robin, one bite at a time, is called without ratio. Seeing this, Vivi subconsciously backed away, fearful and terrified of this woman Robin. Spike and Tom, who were chasing each other, couldn't help but feel a little angry when they saw Nami and Karina being played again. Just when they were planning to trouble Robin, all Luo just praised. Tom is cuter again today, and Spike is getting more and more handsome. With just this one sentence, Tom and Spike, who were originally aggressive, suddenly became extremely obedient. Tom even made a whoosh sound, rubbing back and forth in front of Robin. Spike took out a pair of sunglasses from behind and showed off its handsomeness in front of Robin. I can run, where are you? Vivi's eyes were full of fear, and he eagerly called out to the fast-running official. Hearing the cries of running fast, Vivi seemed to see hope. Just as Vivi looked towards the source of the sound, the hope that had just risen in his heart turned into despair in an instant. I saw that in the corner of the boat, there are arms all over the body of Run Kue. And those arms were gently helping Run Kue to comb the hair on his body, and running quickly also let out a rattling laugh in cooperation. Seeing this scene, Vivi hastily knocked on Al's door. Hearing Vivi's call, Al put down the pen in his hand unhurriedly and walked out of the room. After seeing the people in front of him who were easily manipulated by Robin, Al couldn't help complaining. This guy, scary. Robin seemed to have noticed that Al was watching him, then slowly put down the book in his hand, went straight to Al, and said, "Captain, today's weather is very good." Al didn't choose to pay attention to Robin's courteous words to change the subject. I saw Al put his index finger on his lips, hissed lightly, and then pointed at the people on the deck with a very serious tone. "Advertisement, be quiet. If you wake up those two guys in the basement of the cabin, maybe something will happen again." The voice fell to the ground. Robin seemed to have thought of something very interesting, nodded slightly, and followed Al into the living room in the cabin. Vivi stood aside in a daze for a long time before realizing, didn't she ask Captain Al for help? How did Captain Al get closer to that woman? Captain Al won't be controlled by that woman too. As soon as Vivi's exclamation sounded, he took a pat on the head from Al. I saw Al gently stroking Vivi's head, the second voice. "You still don't know Robin, but you can rest assured that she has no hostility towards us." With that said, Al took Vivi's hand and walked into the living room. "You two, what would you like to drink?" Looking at the two girls sitting on the sofa and looking at each other, Al, who was standing in front of the refrigerator, asked softly. "Juice. Coffee." After preparing the two drinks, Al sat between the two women and passed the drinks over. Seeing that Vivi still couldn't let go, Al didn't continue to persuade him, because he firmly believed that time would change everything. Everything needs an adaptation period. "Captain Al, may I ask, what did my father say that night that caused you to be so impatient to go to the capital of water?" In order not to appear to be out of group, Vivi deliberately found a topic. Robin also seemed interested in the topic. After all, she and Al were in the basement of the Alabasta Palace, watching the historical text about Pluton's whereabouts. Al clearly stated the whereabouts of Pluton's design drawings and said that he was not interested in Pluton. As a result, that night, Al took advantage of the darkness and hurriedly led his men to go out to sea overnight to the capital of water. If it wasn't for Robin, who wanted to talk to Lao Sha at that time, he probably wouldn't be able to get on Al's boat. Faced with Vivi's question, Al sighed softly, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Vivi. "Captain Al, what is this?" Vivi took the letter with suspicion, and after reading it, his face gradually turned livid. "Are you kidding me?" Seemingly unable to accept the contents of the envelope, Vivi's eyes were wet, and he ran back to the room covering his mouth. Seeing Vivi's reaction so violently, Robin couldn't help being curious. He took the envelope and read it word by word. "To King Cobra of Alabasta, if you don't want your country to perish, try every means to lure Al and his gang to the capital of water. Otherwise Alabasta will be removed from the United Nations. As for the cost of removal, I believe you know better than anyone." After reading the contents of the envelope, Robin also said in astonishment, "This is world government, it's unbelievable." Al spread his hands helplessly, brought out the news about his defeat of Lao Sha, pointed to the picture above and said, "It's probably caused by this picture. I don't know where the group of guys came from." Looking in the direction of Al's finger, I saw the photo. Vivi, Robin, Nami, Karina and others sat together, drinking afternoon tea with smiles on their faces. "Is it because of me?" Robin seemed to realize something, with a slightly guilty tone. Al shook his head and said with a smile, "It's probably the group of Marines who regard you as my crew. A rookie who pulled down the 7 warlords of the sea as soon as he went to sea, and is combined with the Devil's Son. Even a single one is a huge threat to the world government, so it's normal for them to jump over the wall in such a hurry." Robin frowned slightly, and seemed to have a lot to say in his heart, but he still couldn't open his mouth. Noticing the change in Robin's expression, Al, who knew Robin well in the past, could naturally guess what Robin was thinking at the moment. I saw Al stood up, went straight outside, grinned and said, "From the moment I went to sea, I made an oath. As the captain, no matter what kind of crisis the crew encounters, I will never ignore it. Since you're on board now, you're my partner. No matter what kind of ambush those Marine guys have set up in the City of Water, as long as the sun passes by, it will be fine." Staring at Al's gentle and confident smile, Robin felt like a haze was gradually dissipating in his heart. Just when Robin was thinking of opening his mouth to say something, Nami's exclamation sounded suddenly, and Robin swallowed the words stuck in his throat. "Captain Al, I see the island." The voice just fell. I only heard the siren of a train roaring from behind. Nami stared fearfully behind the sea train that was speeding on the sea, and exclaimed, "Quick, Tom, Spike, paddle quickly, we're about to crash." Karina crossed her fingers decisively and cast a barrier around the boat. Tom and Spike's bodies were torn apart in fright, and they fled around the deck. If Nami hadn't punched them in time, they probably wouldn't have been paddling after being bumped into. "Damn it, is it too late?" Advertisement. Looking at the sea train that was about to hit, Nami's face was ashen, and he muttered in a daze. "Very purple and red." Close black lens bracket at the critical moment. As Robin's voice fell, several pairs of arms grew on the boat and gradually condensed into a pair of wings. At the moment when he was about to collide with the sea train, Robin exhausted all his strength and lifted the whole ship into the air. Although Robin's reaction had reached its limit, the keel of the ship was still broken by the sea train. Al came to the cabin for the first time to check. Looking at the two guys who were still sleeping soundly in the dark, he couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, the keel was not broken to a great extent, and they could persist until they went to the island. "Are you all right?" Al looked at it and was still in a daze. The crowd asked. Several people froze for a moment, and Karina said apologetically, "I'm sorry Captain Al, I didn't protect the ship properly." It's okay, it's a big deal to change the ship, don't forget, we have Tom and Spike. Al smiled and patted Tom and Spike on the shoulder. Spike and Tom also patted their chests cooperatively, looking confident. It seems to say, it's a trivial matter to build a ship. When he came to the City of Water, Al called Tom and Spike immediately, and followed him to find the mayor of the City of Water to buy the treasure tree Adam. Ordinary wood, it is really difficult to accept their toss, this is already the second ship they have changed. At Alabasta, thanks to Vivi and the fast runners. The previous boat was too small, so Tom and Spike built a new one. But, it's been scrapped in less than a month. It's true that Tom and Spike have top shipbuilding skills, but that's not how they play it. As Al and Tom left, Nami and Karina looked at each other and got off the boat. They need to go to the city to purchase some supplies, after all, Tom and Spike have too much appetite. If they don't prepare some food, they will have no way to continue sailing. Aren't you planning to go to the capital of water? Robin leaned on the guardrail, looked at Vivi who was still in shock and asked. After hesitating for a few seconds, Vivi looked deeply at the passage leading to the cabin, shook his head, and said. No, I'll stay on the boat and watch. Robin didn't say anything when she saw this, and got off the boat after humming lightly. As for where she was going, Vivi didn't ask too much. After all, she has not fully accepted Robin yet, but Robin's actions just now have gradually convinced Vivi that Robin has no malice towards them. Just stepped into the City of Water, the two guys, Tom and Spike, went crazy. I saw Tom and Spike put on a set of leisurely swimming trunks, as if they were going on vacation. You too. Seeing Tom and their excited faces, Al sighed softly, explained a few words, and went to the mayor's office alone. As Al's figure continued to disappear from their sight, the smiles on the faces of Tom and Spike gradually became presumptuous. Yahoo! Tom exclaimed, and took out a lifebuoy from behind and put it on his body. Then a confident leap, splashing layers of waves. Just as Spike was about to jump, a man wearing only a pair of underpants suddenly fell from the sky and hit Spike right on top of him. Spike, who was smashed into the ground inexplicably, stood up angrily, and kicked the man into the water while holding the man in his arms. When the man was kicked away, a book without a cover fell from the man. Spike flipped through it casually for a while, and found that it was a shipbuilding manual, and stuffed it behind his back. Immediately afterwards, I saw Spike put on a life buoy, screamed like a wild man swinging on a swing, and plunged into the water. At the same time, in a dark alley not far from Tom and the others. After seeing this scene, a man with a long nose quickly took out his phone bug. Moses found the Al gang, but, just what? The long-nosed man swallowed his saliva, and tremblingly said, the design blueprint of ancient weapon Pluton seems to have fallen into the hands of the Al gang. Before the man finished speaking, an angry voice came from the phone bug. Damn it, it's Nico, Robin, and Pluton again. What does this group of pirates named Al want to do to the world government? Listening to the quarrel coming from the phone bug, the man broke out in cold sweat. Until the quarrel ended, several voices with different tones said at the same time, notify Marine, launch a buster call to the water capital immediately. This group of dangerous flames must not be allowed to continue burning. Chapter 72 Double Yolk Egg New Crew Summoning Completed, continued to Chapter 17. Buster Call. After Long-Nose Kaku heard these 3 words, his pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Do you really want to launch a buster call to the water capital? You must know that there are still many civilians here? Unexpectedly, as soon as the man finished speaking, a furious voice came from the other end of the phone bug. What are a group of civilians? If Al and his gang are allowed to obtain the design drawings of Pluton, what kind of disaster will it be for the world government? Go and fulfill your order. I don't want to repeat the words I repeat. Yes, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku's eyes were full of disbelief after learning the order from the world government. But more still angry at the ridiculous behavior of the world government. Buster calling an innocent large city just because of a gang of pirates? Obviously, the world government did not tell about Pluton. After all, it is the legendary ancient weapon, which can destroy an entire island with one shot. Such a large-scale killer, on the premise of not holding it in its hands, the world government does not seem to intend to make this news public. Even Marine is no exception. Marshal Sengoku, did you order the buster call to destroy the City of Water? The sea soldiers on the side spoke with trills, and their tone was full of puzzlement. Sengoku gritted his teeth, tore up the wanted notice about Al and the others on the desktop, and said through gritted teeth. Notify Kuzan to cancel all previous combat preparations, and notify all Marines on the island to evacuate. 1 hour later, a buster call was launched to the capital of water, and Kuzan was in charge of the command of the buster call. During this period, all information about buster call is prohibited from leaking, because when saying the last sentence, Sengoku was very unwilling in his heart. Obviously they have already prepared a lot of preparations in the water city, and they are waiting to catch Al and his gang alive. Result world government sentence. Launch a buster call to the capital of water. Not only will all their efforts during this period be in vain. 17. It is even more important to kill the entire water capital and hundreds of thousands of civilians on the island. Damn it, what happened? Watching Al's reward offer, Sengoku clenched his fists, slammed the table hard, and roared angrily. At the same time, on a marine warship not far from the water, Aokiji, who was sleeping leisurely, was awakened by a rushing sound. What happened? Is it so hard to get a good night's sleep? Before Aokiji stood up, a marine soldier hurriedly came to Aokiji with a phone bug in his hand, and said with a slightly fearful tone. Report Kuzan Admiral, according to the order of the Marine Headquarters, will launch the massacre to the water capital in 10 minutes. The ship has now departed from the Marine Headquarters, and Marshal Sengoku ordered us to keep the Marine on the island for an emergency evacuation. After listening to Hai Bing's words, Aokiji changed from his usual laziness, and his tone was very serious. What the hell happened? Why such an absurd order? You must know that the joke is not like this. There are hundreds of thousands of civilians living in the capital of water. The soldier was trembling all over, and the cold sweat was breaking out. He handed the golden phone bug to Aokiji and said, Report to Kuzan Admiral. The main reason for the order to launch the Buster Call this time may be related to the Al gang. Our personnel just detected that they entered the water capital, and received an order to send to Buster Call. After hearing what my sea soldier said, Kuzan was even more puzzled. Their marine has set up an ambush, and there is a marine admiral in charge. Why start a Buster Call? Is it distrust of marine? Whatever the reason, this is clearly out of Kuzan's hands. After cursing inwardly, Aokiji disappeared on the boat and rushed towards the water capital. Kuzan Admiral, what is he doing? There's not much time left until Buster Call. You idiot, didn't you just inform Kuzan Admiral that this Buster Call was led by him? Hearing the sound of the phone bug ringing in his arms, Kuzan also knew that he could not delay any longer. The main purpose of his trip to the water capital this time was to find the girl he had let go. He really wanted to know if his original decision was correct. If possible, he hopes that this damn order can be cancelled. Just when there was less than half an hour left before the Buster Call was launched. A major event that caused a sensation in the new world is quietly happening. Marine Headquarters. Advertisement Sengoku, who has just issued the order of Buster Call, has not yet had a chance to breathe. The bad news of the meeting of the two monsters in New World came one after another. Report to Marshal Sengoku. All the warships we sent out to investigate have been sunk. What should we do next? Send a few more warships to continue the investigation, and we are determined to find out why those two guys met at the first time. Also, contact Kuzan and ask him to return to Marine HQ immediately after completing the Buster Call. Yes. One order after another came from the phone bug, although Aokiji didn't have much emotion on his face. But the heart is like an overturned 5-flavored bottle, which is extremely unpleasant. I saw Aokiji holding several wanted warrants tightly in his hand. His face became more and more gloomy. The whole world, as if because of an order from the world government, fell into a huge Uzumaki. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, on a winter island called Drum Island, a sakura flower tree covering the entire island is quietly blooming. Chopper, let's go on a sea adventure together, ha 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 ha. On the melee, along with Sakura falling to the ground, a reindeer named Chopper also fell on the deck. Just when everyone was excited about the addition of new partners, Usopp took a newspaper from Seagull's newspaper by the way. Looking at the big news that shocked the world on the news, Usopp couldn't help but screamed. This is a lie. Zoro took the newspaper from Usopp with a puzzled expression, looked at the familiar figure in the photo, and threw the newspaper into Luffy's hand casually. Leaving only the words, I'm going to exercise, I entered the training room and started to push iron. What happened to that Zoro guy? Why is there such a violent reaction? Luffy tilted his neck, eyes full of confusion, however, when he saw what was reported on the news. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, is defeated. The Devil's Son joins the evil pirates. Wait, after the extremely shocking news headline, Luffy's eyes widened and he shouted, it's amazing. Hey, Luffy, are we really going to duel this guy in the future? Otherwise we should hide from them when we meet them in the future. You know, I learned about a strange disease that prevents duels. Just when Usopp was about to continue talking, Reindeer Chopper, who just joined the Straw Hat Pirates, came to Usopp with a serious face and said seriously. This is the first time I've heard of this strange disease. Usopp, you are very dangerous now. After listening to Chopper's words, Usopp trembled uncontrollably after declining Chopper's request to treat him. I saw Usopp took out the bounty for all members of the Al Pirates and said with a frightened face. Hey, Luffy, can you take a look at the bounties offered by these guys first? Elvis Presley Tom, offering a reward of 150 million Baileys. Vicious Dog Spike, the bounty is 120 million, son of the devil Nico Robin offers a bounty of 79 million Baileys. Open black lens bracket Little Thieving Cat Nami, offering a reward of 31 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. Phantom Thief Karina, offering a reward of 3,200 city shells. Open black lens bracket Peacock Vivi, offering a reward of 15 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. And their captain. When talking about Al, Usopp couldn't help but paused, and after observing it several times with a strange expression, he said in horror. Why did their captain only increase the bounty by 50 Baileys? Are those Marines making a mistake again? Open black lens bracket Captain of Al Pirates. Shaw rewards 100 Baileys, close black lens bracket. After hearing Al's bounty offer, Chopper couldn't help laughing. The previous rewards can only be described as monsters, but why did the painting style suddenly change when I came to Al? However, except for the laughter of Chopper who didn't know the truth, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates remained silent. Seeing that none of them smiled, and their expressions were very serious, analyzing the reason why Al's bounty was so low. After all, everyone except Chopper has already seen Al's strength. Luffy, you really don't want to be with these monsters? Usopp's legs trembled uncontrollably, for fear that Luffy, the one-minded captain, would do something irrational. Just when Usopp thought that the bounty offered by these monsters would dispel Luffy's thoughts. I saw Luffy came to the door of the training room without saying a word, because he said, of course. This is an agreement between me and him. As soon as the words fell, Luffy rushed into the training room, but after not practicing for a long time, he clutched his hands and went to find Sanji to cook. Advertisement Usopp was already stupefied, his mind was full of what Luffy had just said. And Chopper, who realized that he seemed a little presumptuous after seeing their reactions. He quickly covered his mouth and hid in a corner beside him. However, Timbo Riping was not the only one who laughed heartily when he saw this bounty offer. Tom and Spike laughed more than Chopper when they saw the reward order. Tom didn't care how weird Al's face was at the time. Putting the reward order directly in front of him, he patted Al on the shoulder and made a very mocking sound of tisk tisk tisk. As a result, after being stuffed with 8 secret chili burgers by Al, Tom held the 2 big sausages in front of his mouth and dared not say a word for 2 full days. And Spike, who also laughed at Al, only ate 4 small burgers because he was not as arrogant as Tom. After holding the sausage for a long time, he didn't dare to mock Al anymore, but shifted his target to Tom. Captain Al, the Marines must have made a mistake again. It stands to reason that your last move should at least be worth it. While wringing his fingers, Nami calculated how much it would take to meet Al's psychological expectations. Karina and Vivi are also on the sidelines to persuade Al not to be depressed, at least he has increased. After listening to their comforting words, Al was not so depressed at first, but the more he talked, the more he felt the atmosphere in his heart. So that night, Al called Karoo made harassing calls to Marine headquarters all night. I was so stunned that the sailor who made the connection that day almost went crazy. As soon as the phone is connected, there is a sound of ducks like sawing wood. Who can bear it? Back to the present, there are only 20 minutes left before the start of the Buster Call. At this moment, Al is in the office of Bingshan, the mayor of the City of Water, discussing with him the time needed for the treasure tree atom. Because the treasure tree atom is extremely scarce, and a treasure tree atom known to Bingshan, it takes up to 5 years from cutting and transporting. Obviously, Al was not satisfied with this time, so Al fought back with a verbal confrontation. From the mouth of the iceberg, I learned the location of the island where the treasure tree atom is located, and also bought a ship from the iceberg. Since it takes such a long time to transport it, it is better to go directly to save wasting time. With Tom and Spike here, where is it not made? Besides, it is still unknown what kind of ambush is waiting for him in the City of Water. It would be too much trouble if you have to wait for the ship to be built before leaving, and Al hates trouble the most. Just as Al was finalizing his idea, he left from Bingshan's office. In a dark alley somewhere in the water capital, Marine Admiral Aokiji stood in front of a dark-haired woman with a blank face. Yeah, long time no see, Nico Robin. I've seen your options, but your choice doesn't seem very good. The moment Robin saw Aokiji, a memory that she desperately forgot came to mind. Robin really wanted to escape, but she couldn't do it in front of this man. What on earth do you want to do? Robin screamed heart-piercingly, tears filled her eyes instantly. Seeing Robin crying, Aokiji was at a loss for a while, and quickly explained. Yeah, it's really troublesome. Don't worry, I'm not here to catch you this time, but to give you a warning. Buster Call is about to be used on this city, and the target is you and the pirate group behind you. Now, you have 10 minutes to escape, if you can escape before Buster Call. I can also try to stop this command. After listening to Aokiji's words, especially when he heard the word Buster Call, Robin's pupils constricted. A great sense of fear and crisis was born from the bottom of her heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Robin ran like crazy in the alley. Wanted to notify Al the first time they left. Once the Buster Call is launched, no one can survive it, and even the entire island will disappear from the sea. I don't want to lose it again. Just as Robin was rushing towards the direction of the ship, Al, who was standing in front of Bingshan's office, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Just listening to the long-awaited voice sounded in my mind. The crew has been successfully matched and is being summoned. Close black lens bracket. As a white light flashed in front of his eyes, Al's breathing gradually became more rapid, and he even uttered a dirty word. FK. How could it be them? Chapter 73, the debut of the new crew members, Tough Buster Call, Episode 18. A white light flashed in front of his eyes. 2 short figures slowly appeared in front of Al. Take it easy, Captain. I saw a mouse dressed in yellow and black stripes, with a green hat on its head, and a dark brown suitcase in its hand, looking at each other with Al. With just one look, one can feel a strong sense of confidence and coercion. Beside him, another mouse that looks very similar to him, but looks very different from him, is also looking at Al. Wearing a black cloak, wearing a black top hat, and holding a magic wand, it gives people a very mysterious feeling. I saw it bow deeply to Al very gentlemanly, and said, "Nice to meet you, my respected captain." Looking at him, Al felt a sense of coercion penetrating everything like a sage. While waiting for the last 1% of the progress bar, Al thought of almost every character that could make a couple. Naturally, the 2 little ones in front of him were also included. But when it is really summoned, even though Al was already prepared in his heart, the strong sense of shock could not be subsided for a long time. Jerry's big cousin, Marcel, and Jerry's second cousin, magician, Merlin, although these two rarely appeared in Cat and Mouse. But the fighting power of these two is the top existence in Cat and Mouse. At this moment, in Al's heart, apart from being surprised, he is also looking forward to the strength of the two of them. Al had a strong sense of anticipation after experiencing the ability of Mr. Yu at the beginning. Although Mr. Yu was not summoned this time, his big cousin Marcel is as famous as Mr. Yu. If Bai always represents the law of space, then the big cousin Marcel represents the law of strength. In Al's memory, there was one time in Cat and Mouse. After a series of exercises, Jerry and Tom successfully boarded their respective tuba, and they fought hard. Finally, after receiving Tai Fei's call for help, the eldest cousin Marceau came forward to persuade him to fight. In just a few seconds, the large Tom and Jerry were subdued easily. It can be seen that the strength of the big cousin has reached the ceiling of the mouse world. As for the other, it's cousin Merlin, the magician who has always called himself a magician, although not as famous as his big cousin Marcel. But it is also one of the ceilings of the mouse world. Marcel, Merlin, welcome to the Al Pirates. Al squatted down, extended his right hand politely, and made a high five. Marcel and Merlin looked at each other, stunned for a few seconds, and stretched out their little paws at the same time. After they jumped up and clapped Al's hands, they laughed heartily. Captain, don't be so polite, just call me Marcel. Ditto, just call me Merlin. Meanwhile, on a boat by the coast, Vivi stood on the deck and paced back and forth, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. When will Nami and Captain Al come back? As soon as the words were finished, petals suddenly fell from the sky, followed by a figure. Nico Robin. Seeing the person coming, Vivi hesitated for a few seconds and was about to say something. I saw Robin strode forward, put his hands on Vivi's shoulders, and asked eagerly, "Where's Captain Al?" "They haven't come back yet, what happened?" Seeing Robin's anxious appearance, Vivi's ominous premonition intensified. After counting the time, Robin sat on the ground without a word as if struck by lightning. What the hell happened? Nico Robin, tell me. Seeing Robin like this, the ominous premonition in Vivi's heart intensified. Open black lens bracket very purple and red. Close black lens bracket. Robin did not answer Vivi's question, but chose to use the fruit ability to search for Al's footprints in the vast crowd. You know, there are only 10 minutes left before the start of the Buster Call. However, the more Robin was like this, the more panicked Vivi became. But she didn't bother Robin, but chose to sit aside, biting her lower lip, silently praying for Al's safety. Time passed minute by minute, and every second seemed like a century of suffering to Robin and Vivi. Just when Vivi couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to ask what happened, Nami's voice suddenly sounded from under the boat. Vivi, come and help, we bought a lot of things this time. Hearing Nami's voice, the haze covering Vivi's heart also disappeared. Where's Captain Al? Robin asked. After Nami and Karina thought for a few seconds, the phase ion said that they did not see Al and Tom. Advertisement, hasn't Captain Al gone to buy wood? According to this time, they should be back soon. 11. It's also possible that Tom and Spike, two naughty ghosts, pestered Captain Al to play. Nami and Karina looked at each other, without thinking too much, they talked and laughed and called Vivi to come and help. Looking at the unsuspecting Nami and Karina, Robin's solemn expression became more intense. Vivi, did something happen? Seeing Robin's abnormal appearance, Nami always felt a little strange. Vivi shook her head, saying that she didn't know what happened, and she didn't tell Robin when she asked. The few people who realized that something big might have happened hurriedly threw the ingredients aside. Immediately afterwards, they gathered around Robin, anxiously asking what happened. I saw Robin biting his lower lip tightly, and after struggling for a long time, he slowly said something about Buster Call. It's all because of me. If I don't get on the boat, maybe you won't either. Nami and the others were taken aback for a while, obviously they didn't understand what Buster Call was. But here there's Marine Admiral. Nami and the others couldn't help feeling a little panic in their hearts. Marine Admiral? Doesn't that think highly of us? Nami first made a surprised expression, and then after thinking about it for a while, he threw out a soul question. Who is better, Marine Admiral or Crocodile? Idiot Nami, of course Marine Admiral is amazing, that is the highest combat power of Marine. Karina didn't even think about it, and directly responded to Nami's question. Since fighting at Alabasta and Crocodile, Karina feels that her ability is no longer enough to deal with the Grand Line. So I went to find out some things about Grand Line. Who's better, Marine Admiral or Captain Al? Nami once again threw out a soul question, but this time no one gave an answer. They have never even met Marine Admiral, let alone how strong Marine Admiral is. Just heard from anecdotes that Marine Admiral is good, that's all. Facing Nami's question, Rao is Robin, as the only person who has ever met Aokiji, one of the Marine Admirals. He was also silent at the moment, as if he was thinking. Although I don't know how strong Marine Admiral is, the strength Al showed in Alabasta is obvious to all. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had to say, monster, after seeing Al's terrifying strength. Seeing that everyone was silent, Nami grinned, patted Robin on the shoulder, and said, it's just a Buster Call, although I don't know what it is, but with Captain Al and everyone here, everything will be fine. Relax. After listening to Nami's words, Robin froze in place, feeling like something was wrong. Karina thought nothing of it, after all, Captain Al and Tom are monsters that cannot be measured by common sense. Vivi looked at the confident smiles on Nami and Karina's faces. Immediately, I also felt that with Captain Al around, everything can be easily solved. Just as Nami and Karina were about to go back to the cabin and pack up the ingredients that had just been randomly thrown away, Robin, who realized something was wrong, hurriedly stopped a few people and then explained the horror of Buster Call again. This time, Robin was very detailed and told everything she knew. Even what happened to her when she was a child, and the strength of Marine Admiral she knew, she didn't keep it. What? Are you kidding me? Marine is crazy. Just to catch us. No, 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 this is not arresting us at all. Are they planning to destroy the entire island? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After hearing the horror of Buster Call, Nami and the others realized how determined Marine was to kill them. A whole island, with tens of millions of civilians, will be destroyed just because they appear here? Looking at the flustered expressions of Nami and the others at the moment, Robin calmed down a lot at the moment, and seemed to think that this was a normal reaction. Wait, why'd I feel a little happy? Robin looked at the panicked people with a strange expression, and a warm current rushed into his heart. With a smile on his face, Robin said softly, "We still have time to escape, it's just." Just what? When Nami heard that there was still a chance to escape, his eyes lit up. However, when she heard that there were only 10 minutes left, the hope that had just been ignited in her heart disappeared instantly. What a joke. Captain Al and the others haven't come back yet, there is only a dozen minutes left, how could they escape? What to do, in a certain river in the water capital. I saw Tom wearing sunglasses and a pair of red beach shorts, lying leisurely on the water, holding fruit in one hand, while reading the newspaper leisurely. From time to time, he also let out a very mocking laugh. Advertisement. Seeing Tom smiling so happily, Spike couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. After glancing at the newspaper from the corner of his eye, he seemed to think of something. Seeing Spike take out 2 sausages from behind and put them on his lips, Tom whistled. Seeing Spike's appearance, Tom immediately realized that this guy was mocking himself. Facing Spike's ridicule, Tom raised his eyebrows, and saw it visually measuring the distance between himself and Spike. Next, I saw a dotted line extending from Tom's eyes, and the end of the dotted line was the top of Spike's head. Not a word of nonsense. When the dotted line reached the top of Spike's head, Tom threw the fruit directly, and then held the dotted line tightly with one hand. Next second, the end of the dotted line held by Tom gradually evolved into a hammer. Hey, exist under Tom's contagious and magical laughter, there was only a loud bang. Spike stood on the surface of the water and dangled back and forth as if he drank fake wine, and then gradually dived into the water, with a few bubbles popping out. And on the water, several winged miniature Toms are revolving around a large raised bag, making a few crow-like, yay, sounds from time to time. Tom, who knocked Spike unconscious, didn't even think about it, and immediately took out a wooden board with the same shape as himself from behind. Immediately afterwards, after Tom tied a lead put on the back of the board, he got into a small alley in a short time, showing an evil smile. At this moment, it only heard a voice that was very familiar to it, sounding from behind. Tom, what the hell are you doing, you cat? Tom froze on the spot, and suddenly seemed to remember something unpleasant, and he was so frightened that his hair exploded. Tom stretched out 10 sharp claws, as if he saw some terrible monster, and climbed up the wall in a short time. Bah! Py! The harsh sound of claws rubbing against the wall. Immediately afterwards, Tom slid down the wall because there was no fulcrum. Ahoo! It was just a light and fluttering sound, and Tom jumped up in fright again. Spike stood up from the water angrily, but when he saw the old friend under Tom's feet, his body split into several small pieces in shock. Yo, you're here too. The big cousin moved his shin, as if he wanted to use Spike as a sandbag. Scared, Spike quickly dug a hole for himself in the concrete floor, not only lay down in it, but also filled it up thoughtfully. If it was normal, Tom would laugh mercilessly when he saw Spike's appearance. But, in front of its big cousin Marsal, how dare it? Al spread his hands helplessly, feeling a little speechless about the way they met and greeted each other. It's almost enough, Tom, Spike, you two, Nuo Jows, also know each other, so I won't introduce much. Let's go, introduce these 2 new crew members to Nami and let them get to know each other. Meow. Just as Al and the others were on their way back. On a warship at sea, 2 minutes have passed since Buster Call's order was issued. After Aokiji had a few conversations with the world government, he pressed the golden phone bug in his hand with an expression on his face. A Buster Call capable of destroying everything has been launched to the water capital. Nami, what should we do now? Karina pointed at the marine warships encircling the entire coast on the sea, and made a desperate hoarse sound. Nami's face was ashen at the moment, and she didn't know how to deal with all this. Robin was heartbroken and sat alone, covering his face and crying. At this moment, Vivi, who had been staring at the direction of the capital of water, suddenly shouted, I saw them, Captain Al is back. Only, why have Spike and Tom been hiding behind Captain Al and shivering, as if afraid of something? Nami and the others didn't care about this, and rushed over the first moment they saw Al. Captain Al, Commander Marine. I saw Nami coming to Al panting, pointing to the looming warship on the coastline, shouting incoherently. Buster Call. When Al heard this sentence, he was somewhat surprised. This group of world governments are really insane. Just to kill a few of them, is it worthwhile to destroy the water capital together? But it's too late to think about it now. In the air, hundreds of shells were flying towards their direction at a very high speed. Captain Al, let me take care of this trivial matter. As soon as the words fell, under the shocked eyes of Nami and others, Merlin raised his wand and waved it lightly. Instantly, as if in the end of the world, the color of the whole world is instantly replaced by a festive red. Chapter 74 Tom actually taught his cousin how to do things, Chapter 19. Extra, after 20 years, Buster Call is launched again, aiming at the City of Water. All of a sudden, the news that Buster Call will break out in the City of Water spread all over the world. And that's what caused the world government to issue the Buster Call. It was the Al pirates who brought down Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a few days ago. The moment this sensational news was released, it brought the whole world to the peak of boiling. A rookie pirate group who pulled down 7 warlords of the sea not long after setting out to sea, has attracted the attention of the whole sea some time ago. However, the heat of the previous matter has not yet subsided. Another more shocking content is revealed. In order to eliminate this group of rookie pirates, the world government will not hesitate to launch Buster Call. At the cost of sacrificing a city that has a certain influence in the entire world, the capital of water. Do you want to completely kill this newborn evil force? To deal with a rookie pirate group, use the national age? This kind of ridiculous thing is strongly resisted in the whole world. After all, it is just a devil's son with a bounty of 79 million, and a pirate group with a total bounty of not even 500 million. It takes the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians in a city to be buried with them. Isn't this difficult? However, apart from being absurd about this matter, most people are more shocked. You must know that those monsters in the New World, 4 emperors, did not have such treatment when they first went to sea. Even Luo Jia, who has become the One Piece King, did not make such a big commotion in less than 3 months. For a time, rumors about the Al pirates spread everywhere. The most controversial of these, besides Tom and Spike, is Al's 100 bounty. Open black lens bracket Al pirates close black lens bracket. You know Al's pirate group just by hearing the name, and Al, as the captain, actually only has a bounty of 100? This is also unheard of in the entire pirate world. But these arguments, for civilians all over the world, as well as some pirates, it can only be used as a joke after dinner. After all, is it possible for them to survive the Marines' Buster Call? The answer is definitely no. In those eyes, a Buster Call issued by the Supreme Command. As long as it is activated, that island will disappear from the world chart. How could anyone survive from it? Marine Headquarters. After Sengoku learned about Buster Call's leak, he sat on the chair with a gloomy face and didn't say a word. He really didn't understand the world government. Why would he choose to announce this scandal? Isn't this a proper way to rub Marine's face on the ground? 820? Marshal Sengoku, what are those world government guys trying to do? Seeing Akainu holding a newspaper in his hand, he angrily pushed the door of Sengoku's office open. It seems that Akainu didn't want to listen to Sengoku's explanation. He slapped the newspaper on the table and said angrily. The guys from the world government, have they never considered our Marine's face? Using Buster Call against a rookie pirate group is a shameful thing in itself. As a result, those fellows from the world government not only did not hide the news, but also caused the whole world to know about it. What is their purpose for doing this? Sengoku himself was extremely depressed, and when Akainu asked this in an aggressive tone, he regarded it as an explosion. I saw Sengoku slap the table fiercely, pointing at the disgusting voice and said too. Sakazuki, if you have any grievances, go to the world government, please don't make trouble with me. Go out. Akainu snorted, and didn't intend to leave, but dialed the number of world government in front of Sengoku with a very tough attitude. This kind of thing that ruined Marine's face, obviously he didn't intend to stop there. However, when he called 5 elders, he was scolded without even saying a word. Sakazuki, what face do you have? Just this one sentence left Akainu speechless. Just when Akainu was about to hang up the phone bug and then went to vent his anger. Another commanding voice came from the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, please inform the Marine executives to go to the conference room, and I will let someone broadcast the picture through the camera phone bug. At that time, I will tell you the reason why I launched this Buster Call. After speaking, the phone bug was hung up. This made Akainu slam the door out immediately. Obviously he didn't intend to go to the conference room to see this shameful scene. Sengoku's complexion was also not good looking, although he was extremely resistant in his heart, but this was an order, so he couldn't help it. At the same time, Sengoku also wants to find out what the purpose of world government is. Following Sengoku's order, except for Akainu and a few people who are executing Buster Call, the rest of the Marine executives are all absent. That's the way it is, please don't say one more complaint. And Garp, you guys don't look at me with a stern face. As Marines, it is our bounden duty to obey orders. Advertisement as all the personnel arrived at the scene of the City of Water was played on the big screen, BHCF. However, when the screen opened, everyone present was not calm at once. I saw that the originally blue sky was being covered by a festive red at this moment. Under the command of the second cousin, Merlin, tens of thousands of small red firecrackers fell from the sky like raindrops, and hit the warships on the sea directly. Damn it, how did Han Fei do it? Have those damned pirates become so strong in just a few days? Looking at the big screen, 10,000 Marines on a dozen warships were scattered and fled after being bombarded by firecrackers falling from the sky. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly dropped to freezing point. After all, these little firecrackers are in the collection of the little mouse Taifei, and they are all very powerful. This scene seemed to bring them back to the terrible scene they saw in Alabasta a few days ago. At this moment, no one thinks that launching a buster call against the Al Pirates is an absurd thing. On the contrary, I hope very much in my heart that these guys can be wiped out as soon as possible. If they are allowed to continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Negative emotions from Sengoku +99, negative emotion value from Paluzolino +99. Asterisk. Looking at the Phantom's emotional value reminder that flashed out again in his mind. Al knows, there must be another guy from Marine around here secretly filming them. Al didn't intend to find them, though. This emotional value is stuffed in your pocket intimately, can you refuse? The answer is of course no, not only can't refuse. Al still wants to make things bigger at this moment, no matter what he says, he can't let the audience down. Taking the chicken legs and happy water from Tom's hand, Al deliberately took a peek around. Finally, the perspective was locked on a building not far from them. It's really well hidden. The corner of Al's mouth was slightly raised, and he didn't do too much. Instead, he ate and drank very calmly, while admiring the performance brought by Merlin. Captain Al, this new crew member is amazing. I saw Nami, Karina, and Vivi surrounded by Merlin, their eyes turned into the shape of stars. Robin was also very interested in Marsal and Merlin, but she didn't express her emotions like Vivi and the others. Merlin bowed to everyone very gentlemanly, and introduced himself and his cousin Marsal to them. Seeing Nami and the others looking at him, Marsal showed his biceps very cooperatively. It seems to be emphasizing that he does not know magic but focuses on power. But Marsal's behavior, in Tom's eyes, is another look. I saw Tom came to Marsal, shook his head tut-tut, and then carefully pushed Marsal aside. That confident look seemed to say, "Boy, go play in the mud and see how I do it." After pushing Marsal away, Tom immediately started his performance. I saw Tom turn around gorgeously, put on a red beach suit, and then took a sharp breath. While inhaling, Tom's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the devil muscle man Tom appeared on the stage and started his muscle show. Spike on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and shook his tongue, but compared to Tom's cautiousness towards Marsal, Spike was a little more ruthless and knocked Tom into the air. They even beat Tom to the point of leaking air, slammed into a tree, and turned into a pile of building block puzzles. Immediately afterwards, Spike stood in Tom's original position, showing off his strong muscles instead of Tom. Hearing a bang, Tom instantly recovered, and took out an air pump from behind, frantically inflating his body. Just as Spike was obsessed with showing off his figure, the shadow on the ground was quietly covered. Gouda, the sound of swallowing saliva. Spike felt a sudden chill coming from behind, and turned his head as stiffly as a machine. I saw a 3-meter-tall muscular devil Tom looking at him with contempt. Spike gave a thumbs up, pointed to Tom, and said with an embarrassed smile, "Look, what a big Tom." As soon as the words fell, Spike, who was about to escape, was picked up by Tom like a chicken. Immediately afterwards, Tom threw Spike away with a flick of his hand. It's just that the place where it landed happened to hit the big cousin Marsal. Tom shook his head violently, realizing that he was playing Tom with a big hair, and was ready to run away immediately. However, within a few steps, Marsal grabbed the tail. Looking at the shells attacking them again in the sky, I saw Marsal grabbing a tail with one hand and flying Tom and Spike away. Boom boom advertisement boom. Tom and Spike swept across the air, directly detonating hundreds of shells in the air. In an instant, gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the air as the two figures passed by. Nami and the others stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment, and they all exclaimed in unison. This is too powerful, it's just the direction Tom and the others are flying, huh? Captain Al, Tom and Spike are flying towards the marine. 27 Al hummed lightly, stood up slowly, relieved his shins, and said with a smile, "It seems that there are no other ambushes nearby. Walk now, it's our turn to act," in the conference room of Marine headquarters. Sengoku looked at everything that happened on the big screen, and said coldly, "Where's that Kuzan guy?" The Marine vice admirals on the side swallowed at the same time, obviously just recovering from the shock. Report Marshal Sengoku, Kuzan Admiral first went to tell us that he has something to deal with. Contact him immediately. If Buster Call can't destroy the Al Pirates, let him do it himself. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Aokiji took out the phone bug from his pocket, and after a brief conversation, Aokiji stared deeply at the explosion in the air. But he didn't care about it, and even ignored it after just a glance. On the sea behind him, a road made of ice was constantly heading towards the nearest island, Cheyenne. And on the bridge, standing there are refugees from the City of Water. Yeah, what a troublesome guy. Aokiji let out a hot breath, melting the ice and snow on the glasses, and then put his hand on the sea again. Executing the gentle justice in his heart, at the same time, on the frontal battlefield. Tom and Spike hit a warship like cannonballs. When they climbed up from the big hole on the deck, they saw thousands of sailors with weapons staring at them. After seeing this scene, Tom and Spike hugged each other in shock, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably. Just when the sailors were about to pull the trigger and kill the cats and dogs in front of them, the big cousin, Marsal, descended on this warship like a Shinigami. "Stupid cat, stupid dog, I'm very angry now. after Tom and Spike heard Marcel's voice, their bodies trembled even more. Tom even took out a white flag directly from behind, and then slammed a big bag on Spike's head with his fist. Immediately afterwards, Tom hung the white flag on the big bag over Spike's head, and took out the angel's halo from behind and put it on the bag. Lying on the deck peacefully, holding a white rose in his hand. When Spike saw Tom like this, the anger in his heart was instantly forgotten. I saw Spike. They also hammered a bag on Tom's head in a similar manner, and hung the white flag on, lie peacefully on the deck, quietly waiting for the beautiful angel to pick him up and leave. After seeing this scene, all the sailors aimed their guns at Marcel, who was tearing apart the encirclement. "Get the hell out of here, you bastards!" I saw Marcel puffed out his chest, and with a wave of his small hand, he caught all the bullets fired at it, and returned them in full with terrifying force. "Report Huashaoshan Vice Admiral, we have a warship captured by Al's group, what should we do now?" Looking at the figures being thrown out from the warship, Huashaoshan frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Notify the entire fleet, turn the guns and kill them." But, seeing the sailor hesitate on the spot, he seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, Huashaoshan shouted loudly, "This is an order, yes," followed by the order to burn the mountain. On the rest of the warships, the Marine Vice Admiral's eyes revealed a trace of very complicated emotions at the same time. "Turn the muzzle. Fire." Mole Vice Admiral closed his eyes, and his seemingly heartless words were full of helplessness. As more than a dozen warships fired all over the sky at the same time, all the Marine soldiers trembled in their hearts. "Is this Buster Call? How ironic." There was a hint of sarcasm in Al's languid tone. This kind of cold-blooded and ruthless order is really the world government, those lackeys of the celestial dragons thought of it. Looking at Al's group, Mole and the other 4 vice admirals in the air, their eyes were cold, and a flame of anger ignited in their hearts. Without any nonsense, 5 Marine vice admirals shot at the same time, each in midair, and confronted each other with the members of the Al Pirates. Chapter 75. Why did you say you mess with it? The 20th is more spicy? You guys, why are you using Marine 6 styles? Looking at the Al gang who was using one of the Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk, Mole's cold tone is mixed with a trace of anger. Marine 6 styles, always only Marine can learn, and in Alabasta before, through the pictures on the big screen, we can be sure that the Al group did not know Marine at that time. Nami, Karina, and Vivi sneezed at the same time. It seemed as if he remembered something terrible, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Robin saw them like this. I can't help recalling the scene of them being caught and exercised by Tom and Spike day and night, with a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads. If Robin hadn't said that he wanted to learn Marine 6 styles, otherwise he would have been arrested and practiced. She can soar in the air now, all relying on Merlin's magic. If you learn it casually, you will be. Is it difficult? Al shrugged, his tone very flat. You know, Al's talent value was modified with magic chalk. Now he is not only a swordsman who can slash sword energy, but also has learned all Marine 6 styles. However, Al's words were very harsh to the ears of several Marine vice admirals. Die. As the Mole vice admiral shouted angrily, 5 Marine vice admirals made moves at the same time. Each move was full of endless killing intent. Nami, I'm going to deal with the guy with 6 spider legs. Karina crossed her fingers, and soon found her opponent, Marine Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. Nami froze for a moment. Then he set his sights on a mustache man with several knife marks on his face, Marine Vice Admiral, Doberman. Then pick you. Nami smiled confidently and charged away with a baseball bat in hand. Then, I will choose you. After Vivi looked around, he quickly chose his target. It was a man with 2 knives and a big bump on his skull when he was beaten by Tom, Marine Vice Admiral Stallo Berry. Nico Robin, stop looking around, your opponent is me. With a cigar in his mouth, Huashaoshan shouted angrily and rushed straight to Luo. As for Al, back in the very beginning, Vice Admiral the Mole was knocked flying onto a marine ship with a slash. Now facing the siege of thousands of marine soldiers, and the Mole Vice Admiral. Merlin glanced at the few people who were fighting, and froze for a while before realizing that he had no opponent. I wanted to share the pressure for them, but Al and the others fought more and more fiercely, and there was no need for help at all. This. Merlin picked up and put down the wand in his hand, and finally shrugged helplessly. Just when it was planning to find a warship to paddle at will. Suddenly, on the other side of the water capital island, there is a man wearing a marine cloak. Marine cloak plus person equals marine general? A bubble appeared above Merlin's head. Merlin smiled excitedly as if he had discovered a new world, and then appeared beside Aokiji in a flash. Feel the chill around you, and listen to the words of gratitude from the people around you. Merlin held his chin, and set his eyes on the ice on the sea, which was full of people. I saw another bubble floating above Merlin's head. It was a cartoon version of Aokiji's head, plus the ice surface full of people standing on the sea. Merlin finally came to a conclusion. This marine general is saving lives. After continuing to observe, Merlin clenched his fist with his right hand and slapped the palm of his left hand, showing a suddenly enlightened expression. After confirming that the marine general was saving someone, Merlin raised the wand in his hand and waved it towards the water surface. Next second, I saw that the ice surface was rapidly spreading across the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aokiji noticed the change in the ice surface, stood up lazily, stretched his waist, and then set his eyes on Merlin. Yeah, are you one of those guys from the Owl Pirates? There was no trace of emotion in the lazy tone. But in Aokiji's eyes, Merlin could clearly feel a trace of extremely complicated emotions. Facing Aokiji's question, Merlin didn't hide anything from Aokiji, but politely took off his hat and put it on his chest, and said softly. Yes sir, if you want to fight, please change places with me. Advertisement. After Aokiji gave Merlin a weird meow, he didn't choose to respond directly, but squatted on the ground again, putting his hands on the sea. It's really a strange group of guys, but I don't want to shoot you now, let's go. Merlin shrugged helplessly, but it didn't leave just then, instead it chose to stay here. I saw Merlin raised his wand, using magic to expand the ice surface further, while talking to himself. Sorry sir, I don't think your subordinates can play with me for long. I can help you solve the matter and play with me when you have time. After speaking, Merlin paused, looked at the fleeing crowd, and said again, of course, I don't want innocent guys to get hurt either. That's all. Well. If seeing Merlin chattering on the sidelines, Aokiji couldn't help feeling a little headache, but he didn't choose to attack Merlin. Aokiji covered his head with one hand, covered Merlin's mouth with the other, and exhaled hot air. Yeah, what a nosy guy, but, forget it, just be quiet. Listening to Aokiji's lazy tone, Merlin nodded cooperatively and stopped talking. The people of the Water City, watching Admiral Aokiji talking with a mouse, couldn't help feeling a little bit puzzled. However, when they learned that the little mouse in front of them was a member of the Owl Pirates, an inexplicable sense of strangeness in their hearts is hard to dissipate for a long time. As the news continues to spread, it also causes each refugee to pass by their side. They will all look at Marine and pirates who are cooperating tacitly with a very strange look. However, they didn't say much, but after expressing their gratitude to them from the bottom of their hearts, they fled in a hurry. On the deck of the Marine ship, feel the bursts of strong shock coming from below. On Tom and Spike's originally peaceful faces, cold sweat gradually emerged, and a trace of tension gradually emerged. With every step of the big cousin Marsal approaching Tom and the others, the Marine soldiers on the deck were also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I saw Marsal rampaging in the hail of bullets, from receiving bullets empty-handed at first, to gradually ignoring the damage of bullets to himself. I've said it all, don't be my way, you group of trash fish, I'm very angry now. The voice just fell. The Marine soldiers on the deck seemed to have seen something terrible, and threw their weapons out one after another. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of Tom and Spike, all the sailors jumped into the sea and ran away. Tom covered his face with his hands, leaned back halfway, and looked at the empty scene through the gap between his fingers, and his heart suddenly became cold. But Tom didn't seem to intend to sit still at this moment. He stood up and ran to lie down behind Spike in a short time. Sensing Tom's movement, Spike also leaned up halfway, looking forward. When it opened one eye and looked at the big cousin who was glaring at them, it suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and chanted frantically. Can't see me, can't see me. At this moment, Tom showed his big white fang, and lightly poked Spike's back with his fingers. Immediately, as if he had been frightened by some kind of terrible fright, Spike rushed into the midair with a whoosh, and hugged the pole of the boat tightly. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Spike was so frightened by himself, Tom couldn't hold back any longer, and let out a very humane laugh. However, Tom seemed to remember something. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and the laughter became smaller and smaller. At the moment when Tom was about to escape, hundreds of shells fell from the sky, blocking Marsal's way. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions continued to sound, Tom also rushed to the pole of the boat in a short time, and met Spike's eyes. When Spike saw Tom, he dared to run up, immediately stretched out his hands to pinch Tom's neck, and uttered a very threatening curse. You stupid cat, if I was beaten by my big cousin today, I will beat you. Tom was frightened into a cold sweat, nodding frantically while stretching out a paw to swear. Seeing this, Spike immediately prepared to throw Tom down to appease his cousin's anger. However, when Spike held Tom up in the air with one hand, he suddenly froze in place. I saw Spike staring blankly at a cannonball that was hitting his cousin Marsal in midair. Ask for flowers. As the cannonball drew an arc in the air, Spike's head also swayed synchronously along the trajectory of the cannonball. Call out. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Pike covered his eyes in fear. Advertisement and Tom, also because of Spike, let go, and then suspended in midair. Seeing that he was about to fall, Tom dodged in midair and climbed to the top of Spike's head. I saw Tom squatting on top of Spike's head, with his eyes closed, and at the same time plugging his ears with his hands. A dog and a cat seemed to dare not imagine what will happen next. The big cousin Marsal, who was unsuspecting, was blown into a pile of ashes at the same time as the explosion sounded. The hat on Marsal's head was also blown away by the blast generated by the explosion, and then landed safely on the pile of ashes. Tom and Spike opened their eyes at the same time, the moment they saw the pile of ashes and the hat. A great tension grew from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Tom and Spike, their frightened bodies split apart, and they screamed piercingly at the same time. Immediately afterwards, under their horrified eyes, Marsal recondensed his body, and a pair of devil's horns grew on his head. Gudong, the sound of swallowing saliva. Tom and Spike hugged the pole of the boat at the same time, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to imagine what terrible things would happen next. This is the first time they have seen such a big cousin Marsal. 0 immediately afterwards, a skyrocketing wave struck from beneath him. Tom and Spike were nearly blown away by the terrifying blast. I saw Tom and Spike, only 2 paws were still holding the boat pole firmly. By the time I saw my big cousin Marcel, I was already on the sea. Looking at the speeding figure and the soaring sea pillars rising from the sea, Tom and Spike couldn't help sweating in their hearts. Taking another look at the original position of the big cousin Marcel, an afterimage is looming. Tom and Spike looked at each other, couldn't help swallowing, and then climbed down the pole. Looking at the marine fleet that was still firing at this place, Tom and Spike leaned on the pole of the boat, looking like watching the excitement is not a big deal. I don't know why they mess with this guy. Whatever, it's good that the 2 of us are safe and sound. By the way, Tom, do you have any chicken legs? Get me one. The chicken legs are gone, but there is steak. You bring me a bottle of juice, I'm out of juice. Just as the 2 of them took out a large pile of food from behind, they were about to watch a play while eating. A cannonball hit them directly, boom, with the sound of an explosion. Tom and Spike, who were eating steak and drinking juice, were blown into ashes together with the food around them without any defense. And Tom and Spike's pile of ashes. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other and blinked at the same time, looking very puzzled. I saw the eyes of Tom and Spike suddenly soaring into the sky, followed by a sea breeze. The bodies of Tom and Spike instantly returned to their original shape. And now, Tom and Spike. They stared at the shells that were hitting them, shaking their heads in sync. 2 volcanoes suddenly erupted above their heads. As that, Nami, who was fighting, looked at the 3 figures galloping across the sea. Nami and the others couldn't help opening their mouths. It was also the first time for them to see Tom and Spike with devil horns on their heads. What happened to them? At the same time, in the conference room of Marine headquarters. Looking at the soaring sea pillars rising from the sea, and the 3 speeds so fast that even a camera phone bug can only capture blurred figures. Just from the momentum, you can feel the powerful coercion that is vaguely present. All of them shocked every Marine executive present. Those guys have become stronger again. Garp stared at the 3 figures with deep eyes, and couldn't help expressing emotion from the bottom of his heart. And the rest of the Marine vice admirals were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. It's only been a few days, and the strength of this group of guys has reached an unimaginable level. Just when they were about to let out a panic cry, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 76 Still Tom Cow. Aokiji is going to make a move? Little girl, if you are distracted during the battle, you will lose your life. Just when Vivi was looking at Tom and the others, Marine Vice Admiral Stallo Berry held a long knife and attacked her violently. The surprise attack without warning made Vivi flustered for a while. Just when the long knife was about to penetrate Vivi's heart, Karina immediately used the barrier to block the fatal blow for Vivi. Before Vivi can say a word of thanks, the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who is fighting Karina, finds his timing. Open black lens bracket shave. Close black lens bracket. As the words fell, the Ghost Spider appeared in front of Karina in midair. Seeing this, Nami and the others constricted their pupils, and for a while they frantically rushed towards Karina. However, this only happened in a flash, and no matter how hard Nami and the others thought about it, they couldn't catch up. Even Robin, the most hopeful, is too entangled at the moment to be distracted. From the corner of the eye, the Ghost Spider meowed at the people who were using shave to hurry, and then slashed towards Karina. Are you hooked? Karina sneered, the moment she raised her hand. 2 barriers with the same shape as the Ghost Spider's body suddenly closed, imprisoning the Ghost Spider in midair. At this moment, the Ghost Spider seemed to be locked up in a transparent pharaoh's tomb. What? The Ghost Spider's pupils shrank sharply, struggling to break free from this imprisonment. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free, and even with Haki, he couldn't smash it. Seeing that Karina was fine, Nami and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and turned their attention to their opponents again. Stop wasting your efforts. Karina came to the Ghost Spider with a smile on her face, tapped the barrier lightly, and said with a smile. It took me a long time to catch you, how could I let you out so easily? Looking at the smile on Karina's face, the 157 Ghost Spider knew that it couldn't get out, and slowly withdrew its strength. Paramecia Devil Fruit, Barrier Fruit, the Ghost Spider is naturally clear. The barrier released by its capable user, unless its strength far exceeds that of the capable user, it cannot be smashed at all. Did it come to mind in a flash? The Ghost Spider stared at Karina with deep eyes, and asked this question after thinking for a long time. If it is really possible to achieve such a level in an instant, then this woman's fighting consciousness is too terrifying. The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Karina grinned, and then manipulated the barrier to throw the Ghost Spider down from the air. Boom! The loud sound instantly attracted the attention of all Marine executives in the conference room of the Marine headquarters. That woman actually defeated the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral? Following this shocking sound, another roaring sound came from the big screen. I saw Nami carrying the baseball bat on his shoulders, smiling triumphantly, and making a gesture to Karina. Without waiting for the Marine executives to react, Hua Xiaoshan, who played against Robin, was caught by Robin in an instant because of the defeat of Ghost Spider and the others. I saw that Hua Xiaoshan was covered with arms, and he was firmly imprisoned. Distraction during battle is a very dangerous thing. Open black lens bracket second flower mastery. Close black lens bracket. As Robin's words sounded, the crisp sound of several bone fractures sounded. Immediately afterwards, Hua Xiaoshan fell from midair onto the deck of the warship like a kite with a broken string. Damn it! Stallo Berry gritted his teeth and let out an angry growl. The successive defeats of his companions inevitably caused a trace of panic in his heart. However, this feeling of panic was quickly suppressed by him. I saw Stallo Berry looking at Vivi with cold eyes, and a determination to die was revealed from his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he killed Vivi and then fought to the death with several others. A sword chi containing terrifying aura came fiercely towards him from the warship beneath his feet. Stallo Berry's pupils narrowed sharply, and he quickly used shave to avoid the sword energy. Although he narrowly escaped the fatal blow, Stallo Berry's arm was still scratched. Shout, the reaction speed is quite fast. Deck. Al squatted on a hill piled up with the bodies of marine soldiers, and waved to Vivi with a smile on his face. Stallo Berry frowned slightly. The bursts of pain from the wound seemed to be warning him not to fight the man in front of him. Vivi took a long breath, used open black lens bracket shave close black lens bracket to come to Al's side, and said, "Sorry Captain Al, I'm too weak." Nami and Karina looked at each other, and then came to Vivi's side, comforting. "It's okay Vivi, it's not easy for you to fight against him until now." "That's to say, Vivi, that's Marine Vice Admiral, it's already pretty good." After listening to Nami and Karina's words of comfort, Vivi's empty eyes were filled with light again. You must know that the time for Vivi to learn Marine 6 styles is much shorter than that of Nami and the others. Moreover, Vivi has never used fitness equipment to improve his strength, and being able to compete with Marine Vice Admiral is already a very big improvement. Advertisement. While they were talking, the Marine Vice Admiral Mole, who was stunned by Al, slowly walked out of the cabin, and exchanged glances with Stallo Berry in the air. Without the slightest hesitation, each of them raised their weapons to attack Al fiercely. It all happened so fast that Nami and the others hadn't realized what happened. Only the sound of a metal collision sounded behind him. Nami and the others looked nervous, they couldn't help but gasped, and turned their heads mechanically. I saw behind. With a sword in one hand, Al blocks the Mole and Stallo Berry. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified eyes of Nami and the others, Al casually slashed out 2 sword oars, knocking them all into the air. However, what surprised Nami and the others was that the 2 who were hit by the sword energy were just sent flying. No blood flowed from the body. Not only are there no traces of blood on the 2 Marine Vice Admirals, even the Marine soldiers who were cut down by Al have no faces. The sharp Karina quickly set her sights on the sword in Al's hand. "Blade?" As Karina's surprised voice sounded, a sentence that Al once said in his mind slowly came to mind. "The back of the sword is for the weak." Marine headquarters, as the door is pushed open, and the picture played on the big screen. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire conference room was as deadly silent. The only thing that can be heard, apart from the squeak of the door, is the sound of rapid breathing. 5 Marine Vice Admiral. Battle, defeated. What the hell happened? How could the guy who offered a reward of 100 Baileys easily stop the attacks of the 2 Vice Admirals? And kicked out 2 Vice Admirals? Did the guy who ate the barrier fruit do it? For a moment, the entire conference room fell into extreme panic. A guy with a bounty of 100, facing the attacks of 2 Vice Admirals, not only blocked it, but also sent the 2 Vice Admirals flying? How could they accept such a result? However, more people still believe that this is not Al's hand, but the Karina next to him who ate the barrier fruit. After all, what just happened was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. For a while, the entire meeting room was caught in a quarrel. A guy with a bounty of 100 defeated 2 Marine Vice Admirals. This is really incredible. Most people don't believe that this is Al's strength. They even believe that Karina did it, and Al just deliberately acted in front of them in order to increase the bounty. But the problem came back again. Al and the others had no idea that someone was watching him. But this is no longer important to these Marine executives. Importantly, no one wants to believe it. Even Sengoku was silent at the moment, and seemed reluctant to believe it. And Akainu, who pushed open the door of the conference room. After seeing this scene, he didn't say anything, and sat down in his seat after grunting. At the same time as the Marine executives were arguing fiercely over this scene, someone yelled, "Look at the screen, monster!" When everyone heard it, they immediately turned their attention to the big screen again. I saw 3 lightning-like figures, and the moment they passed through the warship, a burst of flames appeared on the big screen. The strong airwaves generated by the huge explosion can be felt even through the screen. Al looked at the explosion sound in the distance, grinned, raised his arms and shouted, "You 3 guys, watch out, don't treat sister-in-law." However, not waiting for Al to finish speaking, I saw the 3 lightning-like figures, after penetrating a warship, split into a lightning bolt and spread out. And one of the blue lightning bolts is rushing towards Al and their ship. FK. Tom UB********D. Al made a rare expletive. At the critical moment, Al used open black lens bracket shave close black lens bracket, hugged Nami and the others in his arms suddenly, and then dodged and hid in the air. That's why it wasn't affected by the noise made by Tom, this idiot. Boom, looking at the warship that exploded suddenly under their feet, Nami and the others couldn't help but gasp. If you create this for Tom, you can't keep it even with Iron Body. Hearing Al's angry screams, the demon horns on Tom's head disappeared instantly. Tom, who reacted, shook his head violently, slammed on the brakes, and wanted to stop his body. However, the previous speed was so fast that Tom glides on the sea for a long distance without stopping. Looking at the marine ship so close in front of him, Tom felt as if he had been shocked by an electric shock, and his whole body exploded. I saw Tom bend over, put his hands on his thighs, and wanted to brake manually. However, even though Tom crushed all the back molars, he couldn't stop his body. Meowing again, there is only a marine ship less than 1 meter away from me. Advertisement. Tom shrugged, spread his hands, and made a helpless gesture. Immediately afterwards, Tom took out a white silk scarf from behind and covered his eyes skillfully. Then, he took out a cigarette from behind and lit it with a calm face. Boom boom boom. I only heard one explosion after another, and it kept ringing under Tom's impact. And Tom, every time he destroys a marine ship, half of his body will disappear. After destroying 5 warships in a row, Tom's body was left with only a pair of legs. However, the cigarette that Tom lit was miraculously suspended in the air. Bump with the sound of the last sound, Tom's legs were directly embedded in the side of the warship. And that cigarette was also inlaid on the warship. However, what makes Nami and the others feel unbelievable is that, although Tom was hit with only one pair of legs on the side of the warship, but the shape that appeared on the broadside was Tom's whole body. What's even more weird is that it was on the pattern left after Tom collided with the side of the warship. I can clearly see that Tom on that pattern suddenly seems to come alive. I saw Tom on the pattern, just like the real Tom, after calmly taking a deep breath of the cigarette. Can you blow smoke rings? And the smoke ring finally formed a paragraph of words in the air. Open black lens bracket basic exercises, don't 6, close black lens bracket. After Al saw this text, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Tom, this guy is really playing. Nami. Captain Al, I feel like I haven't had a good rest and I'm hallucinating now. Karina. It's normal for a person to hallucinate, but why am I hallucinating too? Vivi. Captain Al, is Tom really a cat and not a monster pretending to be? Robin looked at Tom, who was still smoking on the pattern, in disbelief, and quickly activated his ability to investigate. Beside Tom's pattern, a pair of arms grew out from the board on the side, and then lightly poked Tom's pattern. Next second, Nami, Robin, their understanding of this world has once again collapsed. I saw the Tom pattern on the sideboard. Under the touch of those arms, it seemed to come alive. Not only can it dodge, but it is exactly the same as the real Tom's reaction when he is threatened. Nami and the others were so scared by this weird scene that they immediately covered their mouths. And Marine Headquarters meeting room, and World Government 5 Elders meeting room. Almost everyone's eyes widened after seeing this scene. Can't believe this really happened. However, what amazes them the most is that, under the remaining 2 lightning bolts, the Japanese marine ships were destroyed one after another. Blooming dazzling mushroom clouds on the sea. Damn it, what kind of monster is this 5.8? Can't even Buster Call destroy this group of monsters? Damn it, we must never let this group of monsters continue to grow. Where's Kuzan? Why didn't you see him on the battlefield? Could it be that this guy is doing something meaningless again? World Government meeting room. 5 elders were furious when they saw that all the warships sent to carry out the Buster Call were destroyed. Gulu, Aokiji took out the phone bug from his arms and asked. What's wrong? As soon as the voice fell, only listening to the phone bug, an angry roar sounded. Kuzan, as the admiral who gave the Buster Call, what are you doing vacant now? Aokiji looked at the fleeing crowd behind him from the corner of his eye, and didn't explain anything, just asked what happened. 5 elders listened to Aokiji's languid voice. Angrily, he told the news that all the warships sent by Buster Call had been destroyed by the Al pirates. And asked Aokiji, immediately, to go and destroy this group of pirates. After hanging up the phone, Aokiji looked at Merlin, who was expanding the ice with a complicated expression. Sorry, Wei Nang needs to trouble you to stay here. As the voice fell to the ground, a wave of ultimate cold spread from Aokiji's body to the surroundings. The surrounding air seems to be frozen. With just a breath of effort, he became an ice soldier. And Merlin's face still retains its original appearance. Well, then I have to get busy. The moment the voice landed, Aokiji suddenly turned into a pile of ice slag and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already on the frontal battlefield. Marine Admiral, Blue. Aokiji, Chapter 77. Just FK, your name is Marine Admiral? In the conference room of Marine Headquarters, when the marine ship sent out to perform the Buster Call was destroyed, the big screen suddenly lost its picture. Faced with this sudden situation, the atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. No one knows exactly what happened. What happened? Why was the communication interrupted? Could it be discovered by those pirates? Are you kidding? They just landed on the island. How could they find out so quickly? For a while, the conference room was in chaos, but no one mentioned the failure of the Buster Call. It seems that everyone has reached some kind of agreement tacitly, trying to distract themselves from that terrible scene. That's a Buster Call that can destroy an entire island. You must know that since the birth of Buster Call, there has been no failure experience. However, Buster Call, which made the world frightened, was destroyed by a rookie pirate group. With such a result, no one in the Marine Vice Admiral present was willing to accept this failure. Enough. Sengoku stood up, with a suffocating coercion in his serious tone. Obviously, this time Sengoku was really angry. If the Al pirates defeated Crocodile and Alabasta before, it would only be fearful. However, in order to exterminate this group of pirates, the world government did not hesitate to withstand the pressure of the whole world, and launched the Buster Call, but it ended in failure. This is undoubtedly rubbing the faces of the world government and Marine on the ground. You know, the world government previously exposed this news to the world, attracting the attention of people all over the world. This also means that this Buster Call against the Al pirates must not lose sleep. Once it misses, no matter how powerful the world government is, it will not be able to cover up this shame. And this will also cause the world government and Marine to lose their former majesty on this sea. Can I get in touch with Admiral Kuzan? Seeing Sengoku clenched his fists, he was very angry. Buster Call led by Marine Admiral is the real Buster Call, 17. However, in the screen, there is no Aokiji figure at all? For Marine, this is a very dereliction of duty, gulu gulu, gulu gulu. After the communication guard dialed the phone for a period of time, he responded with a slightly fearful tone. 2. Report to Marshal Sengoku, unable to contact Kuzan Admiral, what should we do next? Damn it, what the hell is that guy doing? Sengoku slammed the table and let out an angry growl. The camera phone bud lost contact, Kuzan could not be reached, and Sengoku felt that there was no need to continue this meeting. Feeling the faint coercion emanating from Sengoku's body, everyone's breathing became rapid. Water capital. The moment Al and his party finished all the battles, they just returned to the land from the sea. A strong sense of crisis strongly stimulated every nerve in their bodies. Feeling the ultimate chill in the air, Nami and the others couldn't help shivering. Looking at the frozen ground and houses for thousands of miles in front of him, Robin's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he saw something very terrifying. I saw Robin suddenly slumped on the ground, his eyes dimmed, and a great fear grew from the bottom of his heart. Blue. Aokiji. The desperate wailing was like a magic voice, pulling at the heartstrings of everyone present. Nami felt like he was facing a big enemy, holding the baseball bat tightly in both hands, looking around vigilantly, and shouted because of the sound. Who is Aokiji? The moment the voice fell to the ground, Karina immediately crossed her fingers, released the barrier to envelop the crowd, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Although everyone was protected with barriers at the first time, there was still an inexplicable sense of fear lingering in their hearts. Damn, what the hell is going on with this weird feeling? Robin. Who the hell is that Aokiji guy? At this moment, Robin has fallen into the Uzumaki of fear and cannot break free from it. Rao has seen the strength of Al and others, but the sense of powerlessness and fear hidden deep in her heart is always on her guard. Never clash with that man Aokiji, otherwise it will be the end of death. Vivi standing next to Al, after hearing Aokiji's name, seemed to hear a certain indescribable terror. I saw that Vivi's face was pale, and if it wasn't for Al's support, he might also be sitting on the ground paralyzed. The name of Marine Admiral Aokiji may be unfamiliar to Nami and Karina, but she is very familiar. Advertisement when she was still working as a bounty hunter in Baroque Works, Wei once met a group of pirates who were scared out of their wits. And those pirates are all big pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The pirate who can offer bounties exceeding 100 million, and the man who is so scared that he can't even hold a weapon, is the Aokiji that Robin said. Why is Marine Admiral here? When Nami and Karina heard the word Marine Admiral, they immediately looked at Al. The haze that shrouded their hearts also dissipated. The fear of the unknown is often the strongest, but when the unknown gradually advances to the known and ignorant, the confidence and courage brought about are also the most intense. Especially when they learned that there was only one Marine Admiral on the other side, Nami and Karina even had a smile on their faces. I saw Nami and Karina grinning. Taguchi Michiji, isn't it a Marine Admiral? I really don't know what you guys are thinking. That is to say, it's just a Marine Admiral, don't forget that we have. In the middle of the conversation, I saw Nami counting the number of people with fingers, Captain Al, Tom, Spike. There are 8 of us. No, Tom, they can't be counted as people, forget it, we just have a lot of people anyway. Looking at the 8 fingers stretched out by Nami, Robin froze in place, his mind full of questions. Vivi's eyes widened even more, her jaw dropped to the ground in shock. This. Just when Robin and Vivi wanted to say something, the words Nami said suddenly came to mind. Marine Admiral and Captain Al, who is better? Asterisk. For a moment, the eyes of the 4 turned to Al, as if they wanted to get an answer from Al's mouth. Why are you all looking at me? Go ahead. Al, who was busy shopping in the system mall, saw the 4 girls staring at him with strange eyes at the same time, shrugged and said helplessly. Before I learned armament Haki, I also had no way to deal with Logia fruit ability users. Al wasn't lying. Without learning armament Haki, it is impossible to attack the entity of the Logia fruit ability user. As early as when he heard the word Buster Call, Al already thought that Marine Admiral would definitely appear next. The most important part of the reason why Buster Call can be so powerful is that it is led by a Marine Admiral. After listening to Al's words, Nami, Karina, Vivi, and the 3 women suddenly petrified in place. Robin slumped on the ground again, with a look of despair on his face. Forehead, Al spread his hands helplessly, and really didn't understand Nami and the other psychological activities. Ignore Nami and the others. Al then set his eyes on the system mall, trying to find a way to restrain Aokiji. Even Tom they have a mortal body. but if you can't attack Aokiji, you will only be exhausted by him abruptly, and then you will be reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. While Al was still looking for a way to restrain Aokiji's ability, a bone-piercing cold came from behind, Al's pupils constricted, and he quickly opened the distance with shave, and at the same time took out the western sword from the system backpack, and swung a slash towards the place where he was standing. Boom! Karina, remove the barrier, quick! Hearing Al shout angrily, he swung out several sword chi to slash again, and at the same time, he quickly fled to a safe distance with the 4 girls in his arms. Karina, the box barrier scoops out the water from the ground. Nami, ring the bell and call back that guy Spike. Vivi, you take Robin and leave the battlefield, try to find a place without ice. As Al's voice fell to the ground, Nami and the others proceeded in an orderly manner. However, Aokiji didn't seem to intend to give them a chance to struggle, and quickly used his fruit ability to surround Al and the others. Bang! Hearing a huge sound, the water wall hundreds of meters high rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji's recognizable lazy voice sounded from the ice fog. Yo, long time no see Nico Robin. No, we haven't met for a long time, so it's a bit abrupt to say we haven't seen each other for a long time. Forget it, let's finish the task first. Looking along the source of the sound, I saw a tall figure slowly appearing in everyone's sight from the ice fog. This guy is Marine Admiral. Advertisement. Looking at the seemingly unmotivated man in front of her, Nami was a little surprised. It was somewhat different from the image she had imagined. Marine Admiral, this name alone can scare countless pirates. The stereotype, shouldn't it be the kind of guy who looks very serious and fierce? Yeah, my lady. Why do you look at me with such weird eyes? Is there something dirty on my face? Aokiji saw Nami and the others looking at him with a very weird look, scratched the back of his head, a little uncomfortable. Just when Nami and the others relaxed their vigilance a little bit, Aokiji frowned slightly. Next second, an ultimate chill, with the moment Aokiji frowned slightly, spread to the surroundings at the speed of light. Be careful. Al let out an urgent cry, and hastily used play, to hold Nami and the others into the air again. But the moment Al and the others left the ground, they saw that the ground was already covered with bone-piercing ice. The absolute chill, as well as the instant crisis, all warned of the danger of the man in front of him. Nami and the others looked at the frozen land and lost their minds for a moment, their eyes were full of disbelief. However, Aokiji is far less threatening. Seeing that Al led everyone into the air again, Aokiji let out a breath of hot air, and looked at the few people in the air with cold eyes. Ice skates. As the cold voice fell, Aokiji suddenly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already behind Al. At this time, Aokiji, holding an ice spear tightly in his hand, is stabbing fiercely towards Al's 017 heart. Damn it, Al gritted his teeth, gave Karina a wink, and then. That is to say, use all your strength to throw them away. As a result, Al can no longer avoid Aokiji's attack. Just when the skate in Aokiji's hand was about to pierce through Al's heart. In the nick of time, Karina crossed her fingers and formed a barrier behind Al. Crack. The sound of ice breaking came from behind Al. In the blink of an eye, Tien Lina's shield saved Al from being stabbed by Aokiji. Taking advantage of this moment when the attack failed, Al quickly escaped from the dangerous area with a dodge. Al was relieved until he was in a safe zone, and at the same time, he was deeply afraid of Aokiji's strength. The reaction speed is quite fast. The corner of Aokiji's mouth raised slightly, and once again condensed an ice blade, attacking in the direction of Al. And Al didn't plan to retreat, but raised the western sword in his hand, intending to fight Marine Admiral Aokiji to the end. Nami's heart skipped a beat, but now is not the time to marvel at Aokiji's strength. Without the slightest hesitation, Nami quickly took out a bell from his chest and shook it. Ring ring ring, the crisp bell sounded in the distance, accompanied by the dang cone sound from metal collisions. When I looked again, I saw that Al was holding a western sword and was fighting Aokiji so fiercely that there was even an afterimage. And Robin is also using his ability to create some troubles for Aokiji. Nami, get out of the way. The moment Karina heard the bell ring, she pulled Nami over. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of the ice cracking, a human-shaped pit suddenly appeared in everyone's perspective. I saw Spike push back the big bag on top of his head and slammed Yid's head. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, he asked, "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" The voice just fell. A sword chi swished past Spike's head, shaving off the top of Spike's head. Feeling a chill on the top of the head, I saw Spike lightly touch the bare spot on the top of his head with both hands. Suddenly, a wave of anger welled up in my heart. This moment, Nami and the others seemed to hear the whistle of the sea train. When I looked at Spike again, I saw that its ears were making a sound like a train whistle, like a horn. Its nostrils are like a hairdryer, blowing out 2 straight streams of white smoke. Without a moment's hesitation, Spike turned into a gray-white lightning with a whoosh and rushed straight towards Aokiji. Chapter 78 Tom. Armament Haki? The next second is mine. Boom, the huge sound rose into the sky with an unstoppable airwave, setting off a large amount of crushed ice. Immediately afterwards, the expectant gazes of Nami and others gradually became hollow. Masaka. A lie, that fellow Spike, actually. No, this must be my hallucination, this can't be real. Is this the true strength of Marine Admiral? Strange monster. Following Nami and the others' gazes, a vivid ice sculpture of Spike appeared in everyone's field of vision. Spike, who was frozen at this moment, did not keep his original appearance. As if in a crouching position, he delivered a terrifying punch that pierced Aokiji's entire chest. Under the ferocious appearance, a drop of frozen Hirazi can still be seen. What happened at that moment was only seen by Al and Aokiji. Maybe Spike didn't fully understand what happened. The moment Spike delivered that punch and pierced Aokiji's chest, the extremely cold ice spread along Spike's arm as if alive. In just an instant, Spike was frozen into a lifelike statue. While Nami and the others made sounds of surprise, their eyes were full of tension. Even Al couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat for Spike after seeing this scene. Yeah, what a quickie. The voice did not fall. I saw Aokiji raise the skates high, and couldn't help everyone's reaction, then smashed the ice sculpture Spike into a pile of ice slag. After dealing with Spike, Aokiji has no intention of showing mercy, although the group of guys in front of him did not violate the justice in his heart. But an order is an order. I'm sorry, I accidentally smashed your partner into pieces. By the way, there was a little mouse wearing a cloak earlier. I don't know if it is your partner. Unfortunately, it's now also frozen into a block of ice, but of course, if it can hold it, it should survive. Aokiji held the skates in his hand, exhaled a breath of hot air, and there was no trace of emotion in his calm tone. And then, Al's light words awakened Nami and the others like enlightenment. The few people who were worried about Spike and Merlin suddenly realized that Spike and Merlin cannot be judged by common sense. Aokiji frowned, as if he didn't quite understand the reaction of the group in front of him. Even Nico Robin didn't have much emotion on his face at the moment. Not waiting for Aokiji to guess what was the reason for their calmness. Two sharp 10-cut strikes cut his body into several small pieces. While Aokiji was recovering his body, Al swung several slashes again. Only this time, Aokiji didn't seem to intend to restore his body and let Al cut his own body. Until it became a mass of ice slag and disappeared in place. After Al saw this scene, he stopped decisively, then left from the spot, and told Nami and the others to evacuate the water. When Al and the others came to a safer place, Aokiji's lazy voice sounded from all around. Yeah, what a bunch of troublesome guys. I think you should be clear that ordinary attacks are ineffective against those with Logia fruit abilities. Give up resistance. I don't want to waste too much time on things like fighting, it will affect my sleep. Why? As Aokiji's voice fell to the ground, an extremely magical voice sounded from midair. Aha! Looking along the source of the sound, I saw a wooden plank that was exactly the same as Tom's figure appearing in midair. The strange thing is that except for the normal legs, the rest of the plank is made of wood. Then, guy, is it really Tom? Vivi couldn't help asking. Not only Vivi was full of curiosity, even Al and the others froze in place when they saw this weird scene. After seeing this miraculous scene, Aokiji regained his figure, and a strange expression rarely appeared on his peaceful face. This flat wooden body, coupled with those three-dimensional legs, feels weird no matter how you look at it. But Aokiji was in a good state of adjustment, and a flash appeared behind Tom. I saw Aokiji put his hand on Tom's shoulder, and the touch felt like a real wooden board. Bored Tom felt the sudden chill behind him, couldn't help swallowing, and made a gudong sound. The cold sweat on his body looked down like a waterfall. Immediately afterwards, before Bored Tom could react, he was frozen into a statue by Aokiji and suspended in the air. Just when Aokiji was about to explain it, the calm sea suddenly raised a turbulent wave, which condensed into a huge fist in the air and attacked Aokiji. Open black lens bracket Ice Age. Close black lens bracket. I saw Aokiji raised his right hand, and an icicle shot out from his palm, freezing that huge fist. Advertisement. What a bunch of weird guys. Looking at the small figure above the huge ice fist, Aokiji turned into a pile of ice slag and merged with the ice surface, disappearing in place. When it reappeared, it was already in the middle of a huge ice fist. Aokiji's lazy eyes showed a trace of doubt and incomprehension. He had obviously frozen the little mouse. Why did that frozen guy still appear here, and even change his clothes? It seems that he sensed Aokiji's unfriendly gaze, because his cousin Marcel did not hesitate. I saw Marcel clenched his two fists, blew in violently, and raised two fists bigger than himself to attack and kill Aokiji. However, Aokiji did not dodge this time, but stood there very calmly, allowing the opponent to attack. Boom boom. As the big cousin's fist wind continued to accelerate, he hit Aokiji's body fiercely, punching big holes one after another in his body. After throwing out a few punches, Marcel frowned in a rare way. At the same time, I realized that the current attack alone would definitely not be able to cause a single bit of damage to this man. Marcel, who understood this, did not continue to fight, but came to Tom's side in a flash. I saw Marcel without any hesitation, touched his fingers lightly, and then smashed Tom into ice slags and fell from the air. Just when Aokiji wondered what the little mouse in front of him wanted to do. Under the amazed eyes of everyone, when the pile of ice slag fell to the ground, it was slowly putting together Tom's appearance. Only this time it's not a board, but a living Tom. As the last shard of ice fell on top of Tom's head, Tom instantly transformed from ice into flesh and blood. After returning to its original shape, Tom stretched out his arms immediately, and then wrapped himself up. Uncle leisurely came to Spike's pile of ice slag. Ha-choo! After Tom sneezed, he shuddered and turned over in the ice scum. Finally, he took out a dog fur coat from a pile of ice slag and covered his waist with it. However, before Tom could warm his body, Spike recovered from the ice slag in an instant and snatched his dog fur coat back. At the same time, I didn't forget to hit Tom's head hard until a big bag 1 meter high appeared. Spike clapped his hands in satisfaction, then took out a baseball bat from behind and looked at Aokiji menacingly. While everyone's attention was on Tom and Spike, a mouse frozen into an ice sculpture was thrown from the air by Aokiji. Catch, with a crisp sound, Marsal fell into a pile of ice balls the moment he landed. However, in less than a second, the pile of splattered ice was sucked back like a magnet the moment it hit the ground. In less than a second, Marsal returned to his original state. At this moment, a fireball the size of a house hit Aokiji from a distance. Boom, accompanied by a gorgeous firework blooming in the air, the huge ice fist was only evaporated in an instant, without leaving a drop of water. Ended? Nami stared at the steaming mist with deep eyes, and asked subconsciously. Al shook his head. If Aokiji is dealt with like this, he doesn't deserve to be a marine admiral either. As the mist dissipated, a black figure of Ridao appeared in the mid-air in front of everyone's sight. Armament Haki? Looking at the fleeting blackness on Aokiji's skin, Al frowned, trying to see the reason behind it. But unfortunately, even after Al watched the scene of Vice Admiral in his mind several times, he only analyzed a part of it. It's still far from being mastered. However, Al is confident that in less than a month, he will be able to find a way to cultivate arm color just by relying on this moment of engraving in his mind. However, what everyone didn't notice was that, after Tom saw the scene just now, a light bulb popped out above his head. Immediately afterwards, I saw Tom showing his claws. It was just a thought, and the 5 sharp claws turned black. Although I don't know how you did it, but forget it, I'm a little tired. Aokiji yawned, and looked at Tom and them, who were unharmed, with a lazy look. Although he was very curious about how they did it, but in comparison, now he wants to find a place to sleep. And the only way to realize this idea is to make a quick decision. Aokiji's eyes turned cold, and the previous lazy look was instantly swept away. Aokiji crossed his hands, and the water vapor in the air instantly solidified into a sharp ice blade. Karina, barrier. Al's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said. Karina didn't hesitate, and immediately crossed her fingers, and unfolded the barrier the moment the water vapor condensed into ice blades. But due to the limited distance, her barrier at most covered them, while Tom was still exposed. Looking at the tens of thousands of ice blades in the sky, Tom and Spike immediately took out 2 shovels from behind and shave ice on the ice like crazy. Advertisement. After a while, a castle made of ice appeared in everyone's sight. It seemed to feel empty inside. Tom and Spike looked at each other, and suddenly turned into 2 lightning bolts and shoveled back and forth on the ice. Chair, bed, only in seconds. With the cooperation of Tom and Spike, the castle, which was only a few meters high, was transformed. A 20-meter-high 3-story luxury castle has been built. Its interior is more readily available, much better than Alabasta's palace. After finishing these matters, Tom and Spike lay on the ice sofa and poured themselves a cup of hot coffee. A look of leisure and comfort. With a cup of coffee in their stomachs, Tom and Spike put the iced teacups on the table with great satisfaction. However, Tom and Spike, who realized that something seemed wrong, looked at each other. Suddenly frightened body composition, it split into several small pieces and ran to the corners to hide. Cousin, what are these stupid cats and stupid dogs doing? Merlin glanced at Tom and Spike in the luxurious castle strangely, feeling very puzzled. Marsal shrugged and spread his hands helplessly, obviously not knowing what these 2 guys were doing. Al, who saw this scene, couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth, and thought, these 2 critters are not seriously ill, are they? Nami and the others were even more stunned, and their brains went blank. Obviously, the overload caused the brain to suspend its work. Aokiji exhaled a breath of hot air. Although he looked very calm on the surface, there were layers of ripples in his heart. It's so interesting, however, it's a pity that this is the end. As the words fell to the ground, he clenched his fists. Under the control of Aokiji, tens of thousands of ice blades flew towards Al and the others at a very high speed. Nami and Karina closed their eyes subconsciously, praying frantically in their hearts that nothing would happen to the barrier. Al stood still, staring intently at the ice blade that was attacking them. Merlin waved his wand lightly, and a huge mushroom rose into the air, bouncing off all the ice blades. But the big cousin is a bit more vigorous, directly exposed to the attack range of the ice blade. Even if the ice blade hits his body, he will not hide at all. Occasionally, he would grab the fast-moving ice blade with his bare hands and throw it at Aokiji with all his strength. As for Tom and Spike, it was quite miserable, not to mention that the castle they worked so hard to build was destroyed. The body parts that were split into several small pieces were not put back together and scattered and fled on the ice. As Aokiji's body collapsed again and again, it recondensed. The icy blade rain gradually came to an end, except for Tom, who was accidentally shaved off a few hairs. The rest were unharmed. Karina couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, but she didn't open the barrier just yet. This battle has seriously exceeded their current strength. If they open the barrier, it will undoubtedly be Wang Qianhao, causing trouble for Al. Al didn't walk out of the barrier either, because he needed to keep an eye on Aokiji's sneak attack. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of Marine headquarters, just as Sengoku was about to end the meeting, an astonishing news came from the world government, which immediately forced Sengoku to continue this meeting. The meeting between those two guys from New World seems to be over, let's figure out their purpose as soon as possible. In addition, the former Whitebeard Pirates crew, Blackbeard, captured Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Application to become the new 7 Warlords of the Sea has been approved. Also, the real identity of Potter Cast D Ace is somewhat suspicious, and you Marines will investigate it with all your strength. As the last sentence fell in the phone bug, Sengoku's face turned serious to ultimate. After a few seconds of silence, Sengoku asked very seriously. That man Whitebeard, if he knew that his second team captain was captured by Marine. The 5 elders on the other end of the phone bug seemed to know what Sengoku was going to say, and interrupted. We've already discussed it and decided to give up the arrest of Al's newcomers for the time being. But, seeing that Sengoku wanted to say something, the 5 elders shouted angrily from the phone bug. Shut up, Marshal Sengoku, this is an order. If Kuzan can't get rid of the newcomers in a short time, then leave them alone. It's just a group of newcomers. Compared with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, you should be able to distinguish clearly in your heart. Sengoku gritted his teeth, although he was very unwilling, but facing the threat of the 2-4 emperors, he was still able to handle it clearly. Just as Sengoku was about to contact Aokiji and ask him to quickly return to Marine headquarters. Tom was furious because he was shaved off a few of his beloved hairs. I saw Tom rolled up his sleeves, pulled out a 10-meter-long mace from behind, and angrily attacked Aokiji to kill him. Chapter 79 New Reward Order, Gulu. In the extremely cold world of Ultimate, Aokiji crushed Tom, who had been frozen into ice cubes, together with his mace into icicles. Taking advantage of Tom's recovery, Spike, together with his big cousins Marsal and Merlin, launched a fierce attack on Aokiji, not giving Aokiji a chance to breathe. Merlin waved his wand lightly, and thousands of miniature firecrackers fell like raindrops. Seeing this, Karina hurriedly crossed her fingers and imprisoned Aokiji with a barrier. Immediately afterwards, after imprisoning Aokiji, Karina's fingers flicked slightly, opening a hole in the 4-sided barrier. After seeing this picture, Spike took out a supergiant funnel from behind without the slightest hesitation. A dodge came to the top of the barrier space, and placed the funnel on the opening left by Karina. Under the control of Merlin, thousands of miniature firecrackers flowed into the barrier space along the funnel. After doing these things well, Al immediately slashed out several sword chi. And the big cousin Marsal stood where he was, and saw it make a squatting movement, with its claws spread parallel to each other. As time went by, it was obvious that the air around Marsal was condensing towards his palm, and even the space was distorted. Open black lens bracket very purple and red, close black lens bracket fall with the words of Nico Robin. Al's sword slashing attack, together with Sima Soul's long-stored Kamimi Chigung, attacked and killed Aokiji. Boom! The roar of piercing the sky resounded through the sky, and the airwaves generated by the explosion shattered all the ice within a radius of 100 miles. Huge jets of water shot up into the sky. As soon as the first explosion sounded, Al's slash and Marsal's Kamepo Chigung attacked and killed them together. Boom! With the rising of a mushroom cloud, Aokiji in midair was reduced to ashes under the fierce attack of several people. Tom, who had just condensed his body, was blown away by the devastating airwave before he had time to react to what happened. Captain Al, is the battle over? Looking at the mushroom cloud rising from the sea, Nami asked after hesitating for 2 seconds. Al shook his head, staring at the sea, not daring to look down on him, but at the same time he was determined to quickly find the cultivation method of armament Haki. If they knew armament Haki, this battle would not be so hard. Just as everyone in 027 was anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. A pile of shattered ice slowly formed a human figure from the surface of the sea. When Aokiji reappeared in everyone's sight, the rough sea was frozen again. Aokiji breathed out a hot breath, put his hands into his trouser pockets, his cold and calm tone was mixed with a trace of exhaustion. Yeah, the strike is really ruthless, I thought I was going to die here. The moment the voice landed, before Al and the others could react, Aokiji stretched out his right hand and made a fist gesture. In the next second, under the different eyes of everyone, hundreds of sharp cone-shaped icicles condensed in the air. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Karina bit her lower lip tightly, and quickly covered her surroundings with a barrier. Gulu, as the phone bug in his arms rang, Aokiji stood still and answered the phone while releasing the icicle. Moses, what's the matter? Inside the phone bug, the 5 elders rang a. Kuzan, are you done with those guys? Aokiji frowned, dodged an icicle attacking him, and said no slowly. Listening to the roaring explosion sound coming from Aokiji's side, the other side of the phone bug was silent for a long time. Order Aokiji to abandon the operation and return quickly to Marine headquarters. When he learned that there was no need to attack the Al pirates, Aokiji heaved a sigh of relief, and hung up the phone as if relieved. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Aokiji raised his hand, those water jets that were still in midair were attacking and killing Al and the others. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight, as if nothing had happened. I have no reason to continue fighting with you now, can this fight stop here? Aokiji took off the marine cloak on his body, and came to Al and the others with a lazy look. Do you guys still want to fight? Nami and the others took out their respective weapons and made a very vigilant posture ready to fight. Looking at the people who still maintain a high degree of vigilance against themselves. Aokiji shrugged helplessly, told about the cancellation of his mission, and asked Al if he could stop there. Al, who couldn't feel Aokiji's fighting spirit, didn't give a reply, but asked Aokiji for a request. Advertisement. At first Aokiji thought that Al would open his mouth and ask him to tell some dark secrets or something. However, after hearing what Al said, he asked himself to use armament Haki again. Aokiji had a weird look on his face, obviously confused as to what Al's purpose was. But Aokiji didn't ask too much, as long as the justice in his heart is not violated. As for other matters, they can be discussed. After showing armament Haki to Al, Aokiji looked at Robin very complicatedly. Nami and others, who noticed the change in Aokiji's gaze, stood in front of Robin and issued a warning to Aokiji. Don't get Robin's attention, you B*******. D. We already know about the Ohara incident. If you still want to kill them all, I will definitely not agree. Although Robin used to be our enemy, but now, she is our partner. Facing the warning from Nami, Karina, and Vivi, Gigi spoke in a very calm tone. The world government will not allow Nico Robin to live. Even if it's an enemy of the world government, are you going to continue to protect her? As soon as the words fell, Al grinned, looked at the wreckage of the warship on the sea, and said with a smile. Haven't we already made an enemy of the world government? If they still want to cause trouble, then let them. The strong confidence in the words made Aokiji stunned for a moment. I saw Aokiji's mouth slightly raised a curve, then exhaled a mouthful of hot air, turned around, waved his hands, and sighed softly. Forget it. Good luck to you. Looking at the back of Aokiji leaving, Luo Bao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Is it finally over? Nami, Karina, and Vivi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and slumped down on the ground. However, just as they were relaxing, Aokiji appeared in front of them in 10 flashes. Nami and the others were so scared that they put their hands on the ground and retreated dozens of meters. Aokiji meowed at them strangely, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and pointed at the 5 Marine Vice Admirals who were tied up beside them. Can I borrow a small boat? I can't take them back to Marine headquarters? Facing Aokiji's request, without waiting for Al to speak, Karina and Nami ran up to Al in a stride, and pulled him aside. After a short chat, I saw Nami pointing to the barely sailable boat and said, as for the ship, we happen to have one, with water and food in it, enough to keep you going back to the Marine headquarters. B. Before Nami finished speaking, Aokiji agreed. No matter how much Nami offered, Maoji didn't even frown. This made Nami and Karina, who got 200 million Baileys, suddenly feel that they are at a loss, and they should ask for more. Looking at Nami and Karina, who were crying and laughing for a while, Al spread his hands speechlessly, sighed softly, and murmured. After all, I still spoil them too much. After a chuckle, Al immediately beckoned Tom and Spike to drive over the previously purchased boat. The matter in the water capital is over, and Al doesn't want to stay here any longer, so as to avoid some unnecessary troubles. After this battle, Al also realized that their current combat power is not enough to confront Marine, Bay, Admiral head-on. At least until armament Haki is learned. If Aokiji fights them desperately, there is a high probability that Aokiji will exhaust their physical strength in the final result. A Logia-capable user. I saw the corners of Al's mouth slightly raised, thinking about Aokiji's appearance when he used armament Haki again and again in his mind. Now he can almost clearly know how to use armament Haki, but it still needs some time to test. Wait until armament Haki is mastered. When they face the ability of Logia fruit, they will not be so passive. Captain Al, what are you thinking? Vivi came to Al's side, and Taguchi asked. Al didn't hide anything, and told about the fact that he was researching armament Haki. And said, if you learn it, you will be able to attack the entity when you face the Logia fruit-capable person in the future. The corners of Vivi's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and after silently chanting, monster, in his heart, he showed a joyful smile and murmured. The battle is over, Captain Al. Al grinned, looked at the remaining ice on the sea, and said. Alabasta, there should be no more crises. Whether Saul was right or wrong in keeping you alive, I may have found the answer. On the sea, Aokiji stared deeply at the ships gradually disappearing from sight, and couldn't help but recall what happened in Ohara 20 years ago in his mind. And the giant who fought for Ohara, Jaguar D. Saul. Advertisement, Saul, those guys are fun, but, as he spoke, he saw Aokiji standing at the bow of the boat, looking up at the blue sky, with a gratified smile on his lips, and murmured. Nico Robin, it looks like you found your place. Live well, Ohara is not dead yet. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the phone on the couch next to Aokiji. Moses, Aokiji, I heard that you were fighting the L pirates. How is it? Is the battle over? Aokiji picked up the phone bug and responded lazily. Well, it's over. Oh, it's over? On the other side of the phone bug, Smoker in Alabasta couldn't help frowning after hearing this sentence. As if he had already guessed what Smoker wanted to ask, Pheasant took the lead in telling the result of the battle. Are you kidding, those guys? Smoker's tone is full of disbelief. They are obviously just a group of rookies who have just started out at sea. How could they be able to fight against Marine Admiral Aokiji and still not fall behind? And from Aokiji's tone, Smoker can clearly feel a trace of fear. The most unacceptable thing for Smoker is that the guy who beat Buster Call. How can Smoker accept such a fantasy? Just when Smoker wanted to ask about the details of the battle, Aokiji didn't seem to want to talk too much, so he found a topic and prevaricated. Yeah, don't be too surprised. By the way, Smoker, aren't you on a mission in Alabasta? How do you have time to pay attention to these? Smoker was stunned for a few seconds before he remembered his main purpose of making this call. I saw Smoker took out 2 wanted warrants from behind, and said in a deep voice. The main purpose of my looking for you is also about the Alabasta incident. Looking at the reward in hand, crocodile in a head with 2 swan hairpins on his head. Smoker said in a very serious tone, mastermind of the Alabasta incident, Crocodile. And his subordinate, the former member of Baroque Work Club, the guy code named Mr. 2. We searched Alabasta and couldn't find them, so I want you to ask. After listening to Smoker's words, Aokiji yawned, lay lazily on the recliner, and said calmly. Sorry, those guys are gone now. The voice just fell. In the cabin, there was a sudden sound of glass breaking. Immediately afterwards, 2 human heads emerged from the deck. Hey, you B********D, are you trying to disobey my order? HMPH, Crocodile, now that Baroque Works has been disbanded, you are not my boss, why should I listen to you? Looking at the 2 who were scrambling to escape, Aokiji was stunned for a while, before he said. Smoker, I don't think you need to go find those 2 guys anymore, because those 2 guys, I've already found them. Bentham and Lao Sha, who were arguing, froze in place when they heard Aokiji's voice. Aokiji. Why are you here? Lao Sha was extremely depressed at the moment, he would rather see that stupid cat or that stupid dog. No, it should be said that any member of the Al Pirates is fine. At the very least, it's just a toss, and it's not worthy of death. But the guy in front of me is Marine Admiral Aokiji. That nature is completely different. Faced with Lao Sha's questioning, Aokiji just chuckled, then stretched out his index finger and middle finger across his forehead. Yo, long time no see, Crocodile. Meanwhile, inside the Marine headquarters. Although Sengoku wanted to suppress the incident in the water capital. However, it is obvious that this matter has exceeded the controllable range. If you want to suppress it, it is simply impossible. Hateful. Looking at the newly issued reward order for members of the Al Pirates on the table. I saw Sengoku clenched his fists and hammered it hard on the table. Chapter 80 shocked. Garp broke the record. On the vast expanse of sea, a dhow is slowly moving forward. Tom and the others had exhausted too much physical strength because they went to the battle in the water capital first, so it was rare that they didn't mess around on the boat. And the big cousin Marsal is in the storage room under the cabin, asking Merlin to use magic to conjure a set of fitness equipment for him to exercise. But Merlin firmly believed that he was just a magician, how could he conjure things out of thin air? That's something only magicians can do. Okay. After hearing this sentence, Marsal immediately became unhappy, and insisted on asking Merlin to change a set of fitness equipment for himself. Merlin insisted that he was just an ordinary magician. For a while, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. No one wants to let anyone, just as the 2 little mice were arguing endlessly. Nami, who came to the storage room to get ingredients for lunch, smiled helplessly after seeing this scene, and did not interfere with their quarrel. Just as Nami finished taking the ingredients, a trace of nervousness suddenly appeared on her face. As the ingredients in Nami's hands fell to the ground, the sound caught Marsal and Merlin's attention. I saw Nami mechanically turning his head to the side, as if suddenly thinking of something terrible. Ms. Nami. Merlin lightly waved the wand in his hand, and put the fallen ingredients back into the basket. At the same time, he bowed to Nami in a very gentlemanly manner, and asked in a soft tone, "May I ask what happened?" After seeing this scene, Marsal stretched his muscles and bones, showing a look of wanting to beat Merlin like a sandbag. But after thinking about it, now is not the time to do this. I saw Marsal slowly loosen his clenched fist and asked, "Nami, what happened?" Nami pointed to the empty corner. Sound. The guy who was locked here before, we forgot to catch him out. Nami explained while rushing towards Al's room. Captain Al, something is wrong. Crocodile and Mr. 2, they were taken away by Aokiji. Nami's sharp shouts instantly caught everyone's attention. Vivi froze in place, thinking of Crocodile as what he did in Alabasta. If this makes him go to Alabasta again, with Crocodile's character, there will be a bloody storm. However, just when everyone thought Al would turn the boat around and chase after Aokiji, Al waved his hand calmly, looking completely indifferent. Al had already remembered that Crocodile and M2 hadn't been brought on board as early as the time when he had just sailed and left. Just so I don't chase, mainly because of Crocodile and Mr. 2, who seemed numb to Tom and Spike's torture. The emotional value that can be obtained from them is also getting less and less. Not to mention that Aokiji was already close to Ini's lobby at that time, and broke into Ini's lobby for the 2 of them. This is not what to do when you are full, and Al didn't think that Lao Sha and the others, wearing seastone handcuffs, could escape thousands of miles away from Aokiji. At most, he would be imprisoned and impelled down, or executed by Marine directly. As for Vivi's worries, there is no need to consider it at all. After listening to Al's explanation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and went to work. And at the same time, even under the iron-blooded wrist of the world government, the incident of the water capital still failed to suppress it, and exploded all over the world. Open black lens bracket shock. The myth of Buster Call Zero failure has been broken, and the Al Pirates destroyed Buster Call. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket unbelievable. Marine Admiral Aokiji had a fierce battle with the Al Pirates, and he couldn't defeat him. Close black lens bracket. The latest reward for all members of the Al Pirates has exceeded 1 billion Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. Marine Vice Admiral Garp breaks record for consecutive donuts, close black lens bracket. All of a sudden, the events related to the water capital caused a tsunami-like sensation all over the world. If it weren't for the credibility of the news reports, people all over the world would definitely think it was a rumor after seeing this news. A group of rookies defeat the legendary Tu Lingmo who can destroy an island. A group of newcomers, fighting on par with Marine Admiral, and also escaped from Marine Admiral. A group of rookies who have just set sail for less than 3 months, and their total bounty exceeds 1 billion? What the hell happened in this world? Everyone couldn't help but have such a question in their hearts. That's Buster Call, a terrifying force composed of 1 Marine Admiral, 5 Marine Vice Admirals, and tens of thousands of sailors. Even a terrorist force that could easily destroy an island was destroyed like this? Even a Marine Admiral failed to capture this group of rookie pirates? What's even more frightening is that this group of pirates is still sailing in the sea. If they come to the island where they are, wouldn't it be a catastrophe? For a while, due to the spread of the water capital incident, people all over the world can't help but feel a great panic in their hearts. Advertisement inside an island that looks like a skeleton. Kaido of the Beasts, known as the strongest creature in the world, is currently drinking with a huge wine gourd. When Kaido drank the wine in the gourd in one gulp, I saw Kaido suddenly picked up a giant mace from the side and smashed the objects in front of him to pieces. Wine. Why is there no more wine? The drunken rage resounded through the sky, and the terrifying coercion was so shocking that no one on the entire island could lift their heads. Master Kaido has started to drink and go crazy again. Everyone, find a place to hide. With the sound of panic, people on the island fled in all directions, looking for a safe place to hide to avoid accidental injury. Just when Kaido was about to use his fruit ability, he transformed into his body and was about to go out and make a big fuss. A fat man with a cigar in his mouth suddenly came to Kaido, and he took out a stack of reward orders from his pocket and said, "Master Kaido, this is the latest news about the Owl Pirates. According to your previous instructions, I got their news right away." As the voice fell, Kaido threw away the mace in his hand, and smashed it straight at a guy with 2 horns on his head and an iron mask in front of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he snatched the newspaper from that big fat Quin's hand. Looking at the pictures and text in the news, the blush on Kaido's face gradually disappeared. What interesting guys, ha 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 ha, I must catch them. Listening to Kaido's words, Quinn couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. However, Kaido is not the only one who wants to arrest Al and his gang. On a cake island that is far away from Ghost Island, Charlotte Linlin, who is also one of the 4 sea emperors, let out a heart-stopping laugh after reading the latest newspaper. On a certain piece of sea in New World, I saw 2 ships colliding together. And in the sky, a striking huge crack seems to be warning the world that the characters on these 2 boats cannot be provoked. Hey, boss, look at this, it's the news about the group of brats I saw in East Blue. What a surprise, these brats actually killed Buster Call and got into a fight with that guy Aokiji. I saw an obese man, holding a barbecue in one hand, and putting a newspaper in front of the red-haired man, saying so. After seeing the figures of Al and Tom, the redhead showed an expectant smile and murmured, "What a surprise." A tall man with red hair standing opposite him let out a hearty laugh. "Cool la 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 la, Shanks, do you know this guy?" The redhead nodded, and the picture of Hawkeye dueling with the cat in the newspaper appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. "Hey redhead, what are you laughing at?" Marco laughed when he saw the red-haired tears, and couldn't help asking. The redhead wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but did not answer Marco's question, because he was afraid that he could not help laughing again. "Whitebeard, I hope you will consider what I have proposed and make Ace give up." Before the redhead could finish speaking, Whitebeard raised the big knife in his hand and said firmly, "Little devil, if you still want to fight." The redhead put away the saber in his hand, and had no desire to continue fighting Whitebeard. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, Redhead put the newspaper in his hand on the deck, boarded his ship and left without saying a word. Whitebeard put away his weapon as he watched the laughing ships disappear from view on the sea. Marco picked up the newspaper from the ground, looked at the content of the news, and couldn't help showing a strange expression on his face. Elvis Presley Tom, offering a bounty of 320 million Bailey. Vicious Dog Spike, offering a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Open black lens bracket Devil Muscle Rat Marsal, a bounty of 200 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. Magician Merlin, offering a bounty of 190 million Baileys. Son of the Devil Nico Robin, offering a reward of 120 million Baileys. Open black lens bracket Phantom Thief Karina, offering a reward of 80 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Little Thieving Cat Nami, with a bounty of 66 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Peacock Vivi, offering a reward of 50 million Baileys, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Al the Captain of the Pirates, a bounty of 100 Baileys, close black lens bracket. It can be said that, except for the Captain Al, the bounties of the rest of the crew have undergone a drastic change. Looking at Al's bounty of 100 Baileys, he didn't quite understand, and said in doubt. Asking for flowers. Isn't this guy the captain? Why hasn't the bounty changed? Whitebeard snorted and said disdainfully. The group of Marines are still the same, unwilling to admit their mistakes. But forget it, this group of newcomers really did a big thing that made Marine face-faced, Lien la 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 la. Advertisement. After watching the big commotion caused by Al and the others, Whitebeard's mood suddenly improved a lot. Just as Whitebeard was about to have a party to have fun, he saw a small boat rowing not far away. After the crew member of the Whitebeard pirates boarded the boat, he ran straight to Whitebeard and said anxiously, "Dad is bad, Ace. Ace him, he was caught by Marine." Above the sky, several islands flying in the sky. A blond man with a ship's rudder stuck in his head frowned after receiving the newspaper handed over by his subordinates. Damn it, the IQ invented by Lousy was stolen, but as soon as the words fell, the crew beside him patted the back of the head and shouted, "Captain, stop talking in your sleep." The golden lion who was photographed didn't get angry because of it, but stayed in place, exclaiming, "That's right, I thought I was dreaming." When Golden Lion focused on the news again, his eyes gradually became sharper, and he let out a maniacal laugh. "Little ones, get ready to sail." Snapped, the subordinate next to him patted the back of Golden Lion's head again, and shouted, "Don't make up your mind, you idiot, 00." Just when the whole world was discussing the water capital incident. As the main character of this incident, the Al Pirates. At this moment, it has reached the island where the treasure tree Adam is located. Looking at the thick tree in the center of the island, Al didn't hesitate at all, and immediately asked Tom and the others to build a boat. And Al began to count the emotional value he now has. Open the system page. Get Marine Admiral Kuzan's emotional value plus 9999. Gain Marine Admiral Aokiji's negative emotion value plus 1. Acquire the negative mood value of Marine Admiral Sengoku plus 99. Get Garp's emotional value plus 99. Obtain the mole's negative emotion value plus 999. Get Sir Crocodile's negative emotion value plus 99. Open black lens bracket. Obtain. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the Phantom's mood value acquisition page, Al nodded in satisfaction. After this sharp increase, plus the remaining emotional value before. At present, the total value of emotional value has reached 1,079,467. Without the slightest hesitation, Al immediately chose to hang in the backstage and automatically draw a lottery. Just when Al just exited the system page and was about to continue thinking about Armament Haki's cultivation method, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Get an oversized bow and arrow made by Tom. Oversized bow and arrow made by Tom. Can shoot any item as an arrow. After watching the introduction of this prop, Al froze in place, numb. Cut. I'm still a good thing, and this is the end? I thought the system finally had a conscience and gave him a good start. As a result, this tasteless effect, what is the painting? Now the enemies you encounter are getting stronger and stronger. It is impossible to give you a chance to draw the bow, even if you draw the bow. It's better to throw out a few sword chi. Just when Al felt a little depressed, a voice sounded in his mind again. Obtain a vacuum cleaner from Jackie Chan's Adventures. The old man absorbs the magic energy, and the durability value is 2. When he saw this message prompt, Al was full of doubts. Pirate World has no magic energy, so what is the use of pulling out this thing? Is it used when cleaning Tom? Al suddenly seemed to remember something, and immediately called up the item introduction. When he saw the first glimpse of the item introduction, Al's breath became short of breath. Daddy's magic absorbing vacuum cleaner. It can absorb the magic power of any object and extract it perfectly. Magic? Devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea, isn't it because it is the incarnation of the sea devil? Doesn't this mean that this vacuum cleaner can extract devil fruit's ability from the body? Thinking of this, Al's eyes can't help becoming fiery. He has long wanted to grab some fruits, but he has never seen that guy Blackbeard. Without the slightest hesitation, Al immediately took the vacuum cleaner out of the system backpack. Looking at the vacuum cleaner that looked like a pile of scraps, Al took a deep breath and shouted. Next stop. Take the fruit. 2. Chapter 81. Tom. Armament Haki hits nails and sprinkles water. The treasure tree Adam descended. Tom raised his proud little head, and pushed Spike aside who was standing under the tree and didn't know where to start. I saw Tom elegantly pulled out a toolbox from behind, carefully placed it on the ground, and opened it. The moment he opened it, Spike felt a golden light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and at the same time he couldn't open his eyes, a rush of music sounded from his ears. Following the rhythm of the music, Spike's entire head began to shake involuntarily with the music. Okay, stupid dog, let's watch my performance next. Just as Spike was dancing vigorously and was about to swing, Tom's arrogant tone suddenly made Spike feel a little uncomfortable. I saw Spike take out a baseball bat from behind, and then hold the baseball bat in one paw, and hold a chicken leg in the other paw. As if watching the play, its threatening meaning is also very obvious, as if saying, if you didn't cut down the tree, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Spike's appearance, Tom snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. While Tom closed his eyes, I saw Tom's arms stretch like rubber, shuttling back and forth in front of various props like a villain. When the little finger touched an extremely sharp axe, Tom suddenly opened his eyes and showed a triumphant smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Tom took out the miniature axe with an appearance of less than 10 centimeters from the toolbox. Then, under Spike's puzzled gaze, Tom picked his teeth with a hatchet. Immediately afterwards, Tom grabbed the handle of the axe and slammed it. Boom with a roaring sound, the moment the island sounded, 390. The small axe in Tom's hand instantly turned into a giant axe nearly half the length of the island. Aha! Tom made an extremely magical sound, and then picked up the giant axe with one hand. Instantly, the whole island is like a room whose light has been turned off in the dark, becoming extremely dark. Hearing the movement, Nami and the others immediately raised their heads. However, when he saw the huge axe that seemed to be able to easily split the entire island in half, Nami and the others froze for a moment, then continued to tease Marsal and Merlin. Obviously, they're used to this kind of thing, but in order not to hinder the disturbance of the two boys Tom and Spike from affecting them, Karina still decisively crossed her fingers and made a barrier above her head. When Tom raised the giant axe, Spike, who had been crushed into meatloaf by the giant axe before, also stood up. Just when Spike took out the pump from behind and was about to blow his body back to its original shape, Tom suddenly opened his eyes, spit on his hands, swung his huge axe and slashed towards the precious tree Adam. Seeing this, Spike screamed in shock and then crazily cheered himself up. It seems that he wants to restore his body to its original state before then. Unfortunately, Spike really overestimated his own speed. Just listen to clang, sound. All the objects in the path of the giant axe were cut in half, and of course Spike's body was the same. After Spike casually put his upper body and lower body together, he couldn't help shivering as he looked at the giant axe that was still spinning. Tom, you stupid cat, stop! As Spike's fury sounded, Treasure Tree Adam threw it straight at it. And Tom, who realized that he was using too much force, tried hard to stop the giant axe in his hand. As a result, because of too much inertia, it slipped out of Tom's hand and flew towards the sky at a very high speed. Looking at the giant axe disappearing into the sky, Tom and Spike shook off their sweat at the same time, as if they were thankful that nothing big happened. But the next second, Tom and Spike, who sensed something was wrong, shook their heads violently, looking at the precious tree Adam that was falling straight towards them. Stupid cat, look at what you've done! Spike yelled. His legs seemed to be equipped with small motors, and he fled crazily towards the outside of the island. Tom couldn't be bothered to talk to Spike at the moment, and with a sudden force on his legs, he fled crazily towards the outside of the island like a hot wheel. However, before they ran to a safe range, the treasure tree Adam smashed on their heads. Surprisingly, every time Tom was hit, his body would shrink, and then the treasure tree Adam would be bounced a certain distance. And because Tom's body shortened a distance, Spike would be hit, and then his body was also shortened to bounce the treasure tree Adam away. As Tom and Spike ran farther and farther, they were about to run to a safe range. Because Tom's body is only a few centimeters shorter than Spike at the moment. Advertisement as a result, a cat and a dog were both thrown into the mud when the treasure tree Adam dropped it for the last time. Boom, the moment Baoshuya landed, a roaring sound spread across the island. Karina immediately put away the barrier, followed Nami and the others to check what Tom and Spike were doing. Immediately afterwards, under the incomprehensible eyes of everyone, two benches with legs slowly got out from the treasure tree. Looking at Tom's bench and Spike's bench, where only his legs were still intact, Nami was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Karina and Vivi's eyes widened even more, and their jaws dropped to the ground while exclaiming. Robin's pupils shrank sharply, and he froze in place for a long time, unable to calm down the speechlessness in his heart. However, Tom and Spike looked at each other, feeling the terrifying murderous look in Spike's eyes. Google, ** the moment the sound of swallowing saliva sounded, Tom didn't even think about it and immediately ran away. Seeing this, Spike naturally couldn't let Tom go, so he hurried after him. Watching the two long-legged benches flash past, Nami and the others were all stunned in place at the moment. This weird and bizarre scene bombarded their newly established worldview all the time. Marsal and Merlin looked at each other, smiled helplessly and shook their heads. It seems that they are no strangers to this strange behavior between Tom and Spike. Let's go, Merlin, the two of them have cut down the tree, and we should do the rest of the work. Merlin nodded and waved his wand lightly, only to see a green light shoot out from the tip of the wand. Next second, with a violent shaking, the treasure tree Adam slowly floated up from the ground. At the moment when treasure tree Adam flew up, I saw Marsal move his muscles and bones, and then it turned into a yellow-white lightning. Boom 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 as the big cousin Marsal kept leaving an afterimage on the treasure tree Adam. In less than a while, a whole tall treasure tree Adam was cut into rows of neatly arranged planks by Marsal. Stupid cat, stupid dog, I'll leave the rest to you. I saw the big cousin Marsal put his thumb and index finger in his mouth, whistled and said so. As soon as the words fell, Tom and Spike, who had recovered their bodies, appeared in front of Marsal with a teleportation kung fu. After Tom and Spike arrived, Merlin waved his wand again, putting all the planks together in the air to form a pattern of a ship. Seeing this, Marsal ran to Merlin angrily, asking why he didn't change it into a set of fitness equipment for himself. Merlin still answered the same as before. This made Marsal angry and immediately argued with Merlin. Just when Marsal and Merlin were having a war of words, Tom at the side silently took out the toolbox from behind, ready to pick the right tools. But before Tom could choose the tools, Spike grabbed a handful of nails from behind and stuffed them into his mouth. After seeing this scene, Nami shouted in fright, "Hey, Spike, that can't be eaten." Before Nami could finish speaking, Spike pursed his mouth and spit it out like Gatling. Seeing this, Tom's eyes widened immediately, and even his jaw dropped to the ground, making a big hole in the ground. I saw Tom jerk his head violently, and a light bulb suddenly appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, Tom, who had an idea, immediately took out a bunch of strange items from behind without the slightest hesitation. With a crackling sound, everyone's eyes turned to Tom subconsciously. With the noisy voice gradually subsided, I saw a spike pieced together with wooden boards and iron pieces, appearing in everyone's field of vision. It's just that compared with the deity, the one made by Tom is extraordinarily crude. Before everyone could react, Tom slid up and rode on the spike it created. Yahoo! Tom yelled excitedly, and then grabbed Spike's ears with both hands. In the next second, as Tom's little paws gently turned Spike's ears, he suddenly raised his head upwards. Facing the wooden plank suspended in the air, it was a chug. Its speed is more than dozens of times that of the real Spike, and even produces phantoms. Advertisement. What surprised Nami and the others most was that the Spike Tom was riding was still emitting blue flames from his mouth. The deity Spike froze in place after seeing this scene, pointing at the Spike that Tom was riding and pointing at himself. The confused eyes were full of doubts. I saw that Spike stopped spraying nails from his mouth, went straight to Tom's side, and looked at his other self carefully. Just when Spike looked invested, I saw the eyeballs of the Spike that Tom was riding suddenly popped out. What? Spike was terrified and disappeared instantly. When he appeared in everyone's sight again, Spike was trembling in Tom's arms. After playing, Tom, who was getting excited, suddenly felt that there seemed to be something strange in Bully. Tom slowly opened his eyelids, and the moment he saw Spike, a cat and a dog looked at each other. Tom, let me tell you, something terrible happened to me just now. Before Spike finished speaking, Tom threw Spike away from the doctor with a sudden force without thinking. After finishing all this, Tom continued to drive the Spike to build the ship. As the speed of the spout of nails from Spike gradually accelerated, within a short while, a ship was fixed around. The original Spike, who was thrown away by Tom, was lying under a tree at the moment, looking at himself under Tom's feet curiously. A bubble appeared above Spike's head. It was a cartoon head of Tom, plus a bunch of planks and tin sheets, and finally a head of Spike turned into a donkey head. The idea just came up at that time. The real Spike's head turned into a donkey. Realizing that he was being tricked, Spike immediately took out a mace from behind and rushed towards Tom. Right now, Tom finished his work, and a handsome Thomas spun and fell from the body of Spike. Even lost a few teeth. The moment Tom fell, Spike's mace followed closely behind and smashed down hard. Clang! The sound of metal colliding. Realizing that he had escaped unharmed, Tom dug a hole on the ground and lay down in it without even thinking about it. And the real Spike was inexplicably buried by the soil dug up by Tom. Tom, who was lying in the pit, trembled for a while. Seeing Spike's delay in making a move, he couldn't help popping his head out of curiosity. The moment Tom popped his head, due to the sudden violent shaking of Spike, who was hit by the deity, the parts of the body bounced out of the body one after another. After Tom saw this scene, his teeth were chattering with fear. I saw Tom lay back in the pit again, and covered himself with the soil he had dug out just now. Seeing the light again, Spike shook the Mud King on his body. Grinning, he put his hand on his forehead, squinted his eyes and looked around for Tang 1.6 Mu. Seeing that Tom was nowhere to be seen, a bubble appeared above Spike's head again. Just when the bubbles just came out, a screw suddenly hit Spike's head. Boom! Before Spike could realize what happened, the Spike created by Tom suddenly exploded. And the real Spike became the biggest victim of this explosion. As the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, a Spike who was completely black appeared in everyone's field of vision. After Spike blinked his eyes, he turned into a ball of ashes under Nami's horrified eyes. Tom, who heard the explosion, immediately popped a head out of the mud after seeing Spike's appearance. Tom jumped out of the mud suddenly, and ran to Spike, who was reduced to ashes, laughing. Laughing and laughing, a hand suddenly stretched out from ashes and grabbed Tom's neck. Immediately afterwards, under Nami's incomprehensible eyes, Spike came out from the ashes, glared at Tom, and said, "Stupid cat, I'm very angry now." Tom was sweating profusely. He took out a bone from his back and shook it in front of Spike, then threw it flying. Instinctively, Spike immediately let go of Tom and ran to chase the bone. Just as Tom was about to slip away, he suddenly found that the shipbuilding tools he made were destroyed. Tom frowned, took a deep breath, and turned into Madogao's devilish muscle cat. Al, who was watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but frowned. Because he just saw Tom's arm, it suddenly turned black, as if the armament Haki was turned on. Is it a hallucination? Chapter 82. Why can't I sail normally? While Al was thinking, Spike, who realized that he had been tricked, couldn't help feeling angry. Especially when he saw Tom looking like he wanted to fight with him, he immediately exposed his sleeves and took a deep breath. Without any words, the cat and the dog looked at each other and rushed towards each other. Nami and the others originally wanted to break up the fight. Until Vivi suddenly reminded, "Look over there," looking in the direction of Vivi's finger. I saw Marsal and Merlin, who were arguing, happened to be on the path of Tom and Spike's fight. Before Nami and the others could react, the peak confrontation between Tom and Spike suddenly turned into a dance of demons. And Al in the distance, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but set off a storm in his heart. Tom, when did you learn it? No, now is not the time to worry about this. Al frowned, and hurriedly ran in front of them with open black lens bracket shaved close black lens bracket and scolded too. You were asked to build ships, not to demolish islands. Accompanied by Al's burst of shouting sounded. Tom and the others stopped their movements immediately. Standing side by side very honestly, like children who have made mistakes, waiting to be reprimanded. At the same time, the moment they stopped fighting, a luxurious two-masted sailing ship, under the shocked eyes of everyone, slowly fell into the sea, setting off waves of waves. The corner of Al's mouth twitched slightly. I really don't understand, how did these guys manage to build the ship while fighting? But there was something more important than that convinced Al. I saw Al looking at the 4 crew members who were completely black in front of him with a very strange look. Let's fight the boat and build it. Even learned armament Haki? And can the armed color be covered all over the body? This. Looking at Tom and the others, Al didn't know what to say for a while. When Nami and others saw Tom, their whole bodies became extremely dark. Immediately thought that they had contracted some disease, and hurried forward to ask. Nami. Captain Al, what happened to Tom and the others? Why did the body turn black? When I was a child, I heard about a disease that turns the whole body white. Could it be related to that? Vivi held her chin, with a serious face, and continued to say too. It is said that as long as you contract that disease, your whole body will turn white. In the end, I forgot what happened. In short, it is a very terrible disease, but it is just a legend, and I can't remember exactly whether it is true or not. When Tom heard that he might have some serious illness, I saw that Tom was like a deflated ball. His body suddenly became very weak, and he couldn't even stand firmly. Seeing this, Spike thoughtfully took out a crutch from behind and handed it to Tom, then shook his head violently. Feeling that something was wrong, Spike looked at his dark hands, covered his face immediately, and fell straight to the ground. Marcel and Merlin didn't react much, they just looked at Al silently. After hearing what Vivi said, Karina immediately hugged Spike tightly, her tone was very firm. Everyone, don't come near me, let me. Before Karina finished speaking, Al on the side couldn't stand it any longer, so he interrupted her immediately. And explained to Tom why they became like this. When they learned that Tom and Spike knew that they were not sick, they hugged each other excitedly. It's just that Karina was sad, unable to move under the attack of a cat and a dog, she collapsed and jumped with the two of them. Marcel and Merlin shook off their sweat at the same time, and brought the topic to fitness equipment and magicians again. Robin and Nami couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they learned that Tom was fine. Vivi lowered her head in embarrassment, and apologized to Tom and Spike. Captain Al, why didn't you say it earlier, causing us to worry so much? Nami puffed her cheeks, and came to Al in a huff. Al spread his hands helplessly, and replied with an innocent face, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Vivi. Advertisement. Robin chuckled, then took Vivi to the open space beside him, and asked about the legend about the white disease. Nami and Karina looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and then set their sights on the newly built boat. Captain Al, do we need to change ships this time? Nami asked. Looking at the two-masted sailing ship that looked like the Black Pearl, Al shook his head, answering absolutely no. The main reason why Al comes here is that he doesn't want to change ships every now and then. That would be too much trouble. Captain Al, does this ship have a name? Facing Nami's question, Al looked at the ship that was exactly the same as the Black Pearl in the movie. After pondering for a few seconds, he replied, Al decided to name it directly after the Black Pearl. Nami and Karina looked at each other, hummed lightly, and took away Marcel and Merlin who were still arguing. As for what to do, Al didn't even bother to guess, he must have asked them to help move the items on the previous ship. Looking at the two little mice who were pulled to serve as tool people, Tom and Spike ate chicken legs shoulder to shoulder, with a gloating expression. After all, they were the two of them who used to do this kind of rough work. By the way Tom, how did you learn armament Haki? Looking at the two cats and dogs who were not too big to join in the fun, Al went to them and took the drumstick from Tom skillfully. Facing Al's question, Tom flaunted the chicken leg in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Tom opened his hands and bowed his fingers, as if he was gesturing for a watermelon. Al is a little confused, what is the connection between armament Haki and watermelon? However, after Al said his answer, Tom didn't even think about it, his brain was like a rattle. I saw Tom shaking his head while leaning his body to the right. Al was even more fascinated after seeing the watermelon drawn in Tom's hand and gradually turning into a winter melon. After seeing this scene, Robin smiled and said, Tom, are you trying to say childish? Al. Tom nodded vigorously, and then made another gesture, which was faster than Hokage's seal. Even Robin frowned at Tom's almost phantom gesture. Seeing that Tom was still planning to continue gesticulating, Al interrupted it quickly, for fear that he would faint if he continued watching. As if to verify Al's idea, the moment Al interrupted Tom, Spike's body fell straight to the ground and became a pile of fragments. And it was at this time that the blackness of Tom and Spike's bodies gradually dissipated, and they returned to their original appearance. Have you not mastered it yet? After Al muttered, he stopped worrying about how Tom learned it. Save the blow to self-confidence. Walk slowly to the depths of the island. With Tom's demonstration again, Al's understanding of armament Haki is more profound. I saw Al stretch out his arms on the way of walking, and then use all the strength in his body with all his attention. After many attempts, Al finally had 5 fingernails covered in armament Haki. Looking at the dark nails on his fingers, the corner of Al's mouth twitched involuntarily. What an armed manicure, forget it, at least you have mastered armament Haki now, and you just need to practice patiently. Looking at the cloudless sky, Al suddenly seemed to remember something. I saw him grinning, revealing a row of white fangs, flashing forward to the few people who were preparing the dishes, and said, "Nami, can you show me the chart you drew?" Nami froze for a moment, and did not refuse, but now she is busy cooking and has no time. After hearing this, Merlin waved his wand lightly, and helped him take out the chart of the United States. Thanks. After Al said thank you, he immediately found a clean place to spread out the chart. Then, relying on his super strong memory, Al quickly sketched out a sea chart on a piece of blank drawing paper. In less than a while, Al outlined the sea chart, and then Al followed the direction on the sea chart to find an open place. After all the preparations were done, Al immediately took out the giant bow and arrow made by Tom from the system backpack. Looking at the giant bow and arrow standing in the center of the island in front of him, Al couldn't help showing a smile. The people who were enjoying the food couldn't help wondering after seeing the huge bow and arrow that suddenly appeared from the center of the island. What is Captain Al planning to do here? I don't know, but it's the first time I've seen such a bow and arrow. It's really powerful, although I don't know what it's useful for. It's so hot. Could it be that they want to shoot sea kings? While they were discussing with each other, Al's figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Advertisement before Nami and the others could speak, Al spoke first. I'll talk about it later if you have any questions. Merlin, come with me. Good Captain. After saying that, Al and Merlin disappeared in place. When they reappeared, they were already at the feet of huge bows and arrows. After explaining his thoughts to Merlin, Merlin was taken aback for a moment, and nodded in agreement without asking any more questions. After dealing with these matters, Al then asked Nami and the others to go back to the boat and prepare to go to sea. Although I don't know why Captain Al is in such a hurry to sail, but this is the captain's order. Nami and the others didn't ask any more questions, they hurriedly packed up their things and were ready to go. While Nami and the others were packing their things, Al calculated the trajectory of the flight and wrote down armament Haki's cultivation methods. After Al finished these two things, Nami and the others just finished packing up the boat. After handing over the cultivation method of armament Haki to everyone, Al stood on the bow of the Black Pearl and shouted loudly. Merlin, get ready, let's start. As Al's voice fell, Merlin, who stood under the bow and arrow, lightly waved the magic wand in his hand. In the next second, a violent shaking came from under everyone's feet. Unable to respond by Nami and others, they saw that the Black Pearl was just stuck at the string mouth of the bow and arrow. And Merlin saw that the Black Pearl was ready, and immediately drew the arrow string to full capacity. The Black Pearl at this moment is like an arrow ready to go. Little ones, get ready to sail. As Al laughed loudly, Merlin waved his hand. Wand, and launched the Black Pearl straight out. Immediately afterwards, Merlin used magic again, and disappeared in place together with the giant bow. When Merlin reappeared, he was already on the deck of the Black Pearl, and the giant bow, Al, took back the system space. Now in Al's eyes, this bow and arrow is not tasteless at all. Sailing with this thing is really exciting. However, for Nami and the others, this kind of stimulation is inevitably a bit too much. I saw Nami and the others crouched on the deck at the moment, hugging the objects in front of them that could prevent them from flying out, and shouted. Captain Al, why can't we sail normally? Captain Al, this is too scary. Marsal, help me hold on to Karoo, it seems to be about to fall. The captain's wicked taste is really full. Not only Nami and the others couldn't bear such stimulation, even Tom and Spike were curled up in a corner and trembling at the moment. However, Marsal and Merlin didn't feel much. One was holding Karoo while doing exercises. The other is beside Al, holding a stack of papers full of mathematical calculation formulas, thinking about something. Al, on the other hand, was standing on the bow of the Black Pearl, with one hand on the bow, laughing loudly. This kind of sailing is really exciting, ha ha ha. Let's go ahead, Black Pearl. At the same time, a certain piece of dense virgin forest. A huge axe suddenly appeared from the sky, rushing towards this dense forest. Boom, with a piercing sound sounded. A huge horizontal ditch tens of meters came into view, cutting the dense forest in half. All of a sudden, the frightened animals on the island ran away. At the end of the giant axe, a man with a strange figure sat on the ground with his legs spread apart. Looking in front of him, there is a sharp axe less than a few centimeters away from him. A nervous look appeared on the man's face. Next second, the man frowned tightly, put his right hand on the sharp part of the axe, snorted coldly, and said with a sneer, "That's enough to kill me, don't be kidding me." As he said that, he closed his eyes tightly, as if he was feeling something. After about a minute or two, when he opened his eyes again, I saw his frown deepened, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of doubt. Why can't I find the guy who threw the axe? As the words fell, he clenched his fists and said to himself, no matter who it is, if I see it, I will definitely kill him. Because I'm the god of Sky Island, ha 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 ha. Chapter 83. Tom is missing. Thor Enel, 10,000 meters above the sky. Nami and the others have recovered from the long high-altitude journey, and there is no panic in their hearts, but there is a little more doubt. Captain Al, where are we going? Nami couldn't help asking. It has been flying in the air for nearly 20 minutes, and there is no sign of landing. Could it be that you want to go to heaven? As if to verify Nami's guess, Al stretched out his index finger, pointed at the clouds, and nodded slightly. Karina was the first to let out an unbelievable exclamation, and asked loudly. Captain Al, are you sure you're not joking? As soon as the voice fell, the violent shaking once again aroused everyone's nervousness. I saw the black pearl, after stagnating in midair for about 1 to 2 seconds, made a sharp dive and fell straight down. The sudden weightlessness made everyone present break out in a cold sweat, anxiously looking for something to fix themselves. Just as Nami and the others had just stabilized their figures, the next second, I saw Merlin waving his magic wand, and right below the black pearl, a huge balloon appeared out of thin air. The sound of a balloon exploding. Immediately afterwards, with the powerful waves generated by the explosion of the balloon, the black pearl was blown high into the sky again until it broke through the clouds. The moment he broke through the clouds, Merlin waved his wand again, and gave Tom to hypnosis according to what Al had told it earlier. Under the magic of Merlin, Tom was lying on the deck and fell asleep in less than a second. Immediately afterwards, a bubble emerged from above Tom's head. With the sound of a BGM. In the picture, Tom is wearing a Superman suit, soaring above the sky. The red moon behind him reflected Tom's tall shadow on the wall of the building. And downstairs, countless voices were shouting Super Tom's name. Just as Super Tom was enjoying the joy of people shouting, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared from the air and grabbed Superman Tom. On the deck, under the shocked eyes of Al and the others, Merlin stretched out his hand and grabbed Tom in the Superman suit from the bubble. Looking at Superman Tom, who was about the same size as himself, in his hand, Merlin gently put it down, then patted Superman Tom on the head and said, Tom Superman, we need your help right now. See this ship, can you send it to this place? As he spoke, Merlin put the nautical chart drawn by Al in front of Superman Tom. Looking at Merlin's expectant eyes, Superman Tom raised his head, patted his chest confidently, and said, No problem, little mouse, leave it to me. As soon as the words fell, Tom Superman flew under the boat without any hesitation. I saw Superman Tom lifted the boat with one hand and let out a proud cry. Hey, Tom Superman is leaving, please fasten your seatbelts. As Superman Tom's voice sounded, before Nami and the others recovered from the shock just now. The scene in front of me is like looking out of the window on a train, passing quickly from the sight. This is close to the speed of light. If Merlin used magic to build a layer of protection on the black pearl, it would definitely fall apart on the spot. Looking at the protective cover above the head exuding a faint golden light, and the passing scenery from within the line of sight, Nami and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and slowly let go of the objects they were holding tightly. Captain Al, Karina was about to ask something, when Al pointed to the island in the sky that appeared in sight, and interrupted. Here we are, ready to fight. Captain Al, what battle, with whom, what are we going to do? Facing Nami's soul questioning 3 times, Al shrugged his shoulders with anticipation on his face. That goes without saying, of course it's to fight, otherwise why would I come here? Karina, who reacted belatedly, looked in the direction of Al's finger and saw the island floating in the air. I didn't care who I was going to fight. I saw her pupils dilated, covered her mouth, and said in disbelief. There are islands in the sky? After seeing this scene, Robin couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and his heart couldn't help but ripples appeared in layers. Vivi didn't pay much attention to these things, because of what happened just now. Karoo had fainted. Spike looked at a white cloud that looked like a bone not far away, and his saliva flowed to the deck. If it wasn't for Marsal to stop it, it is estimated that Spike would jump down without hesitation. Just when the black pearl arrived in the sky above Sky Island, Tom slowly opened his eyelids from his lethargy because of the noise of the crowd. With the sound of Tom's snot bubble bursting, Superman Tom under the boat instantly dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Meow, advertisement. Tom yawned, tilted his head, looked at the people who were looking at him with a puzzled face, and a bold question mark suddenly appeared next to his head. Spike, now I entrust you with a very difficult task. Al put a hand on Spike's shoulder, and took out a urea bag from behind with one hand, with a very serious tone. Spike, take this and knock that tomboy out of my head, whatever it takes. As he said that, Al put the urine bag on Spike's hand, and then pushed it towards Tom. Seeing Al encouraging himself to bully Tom, Spike immediately gave an evil smile. Tom, you can't blame me for this, I actually don't want to bully you. Spike came to Tom in a flash, and put Tom into the instant urine bag with tears in his eyes. Just when Spike was about to serve Tom well, he suddenly froze in place. Sensing that something was wrong, Spike couldn't help swallowing after poking around with his feet. What? In the next second, Spike's shrill cry sounded from the air. The urea bag that filled Tom was also thrown out by Spike. And below Spike is the black pearl, which is falling rapidly, and Al and the others. Nami and Karina closed their eyes at the moment, like kangaroos, clutching Al's arm tightly, and screaming harshly at the same time. Al was surrounded by the waves for no reason, almost suffocating in the waves. Nah, Nami, you too, let go of me, chew on chew on. Before Al finished speaking, the nervous shouts of Karina and Nami rang in Al's ears. No, do not want, Karoo's situation is even worse than Al's. I saw Vivi hugging Karoo's neck tightly, his face turned red, and he looked like he was about to suffocate. After seeing Mew, Robin couldn't help laughing, and then turned his eyes to Marsal, who was holding her hand. Although it is still falling at a high speed, Robin does not feel a sense of crisis at the moment. I was even very curious in my heart, what kind of method Marsal would use to land safely in a while. Marsal doesn't know Robin's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely say the last sentence. At this height, I can't fall to my death. Seeing that no one was free to protect the boat, Merlin couldn't help but spread his hands and wave the wand in his hand. At the moment when he was about to land, Robin saw that Marsal still had no reaction, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in his heart. When he was less than a few meters away from the ground, Robin closed his eyes tightly. Open black lens bracket dazzling 100 blossoms phantom wings close black lens bracket Robin's voice fell casually. Behind Robin and Al, a pair of wings suddenly grew out, lifting them up. Although it was only for 1 second, it also greatly buffered the speed of descent. And Al also seized the gap of this second, and used shave to adjust the landing direction to a white cloud. Only a soft sound was heard. When Al and the others landed on the white clouds, they were thrown out again, and finally landed in a white ocean. Because both Karina and Robin are capable users, it took Al a short while before he rescued them to the shore. When all the crew went ashore, the Black Pearl also descended slowly to the surface of the White Sea under the magic of Merlin. Just when everyone felt that it was over, they were about to breathe a sigh of relief and sit down slowly. Karina suddenly yelled, "Where are Tom and Spike?" As soon as the words fell to the ground, the heartstrings that had just been loosened in everyone's hearts became tense again. A terrible thought popped out of Al's mind. The bye-bye sea here is actually not deep. At that time, Usopp just swam for a while and then fell down. If so, aren't Tom and Spike? Thinking of this, Al then asked Nami to ring the bell, feeling very worried. Naturally, Al's concern wasn't whether Spike and Tom would die if they fell from such a high place. Instead, he was worried about what the hell would happen in Shanghai after the two of them were separated from him. Even if Tom and Spike have immortal bodies, they are very powerful, but if they fall directly to the Marine headquarters, that would be bad. You must know that Tom will only become stronger when he is sure that the opponent's strength is weaker than his own. If faced with a group of sailors and Admiral, Tom and Spike would just hug each other and wait to be captured. As Nami rang the bell, Spike, who was falling towards Shanghai, suddenly appeared on Nami's head. Fortunately, Karina had the foresight to deploy a barrier above Nami's head, which avoided Spike's overwhelming pressure. Spike, who couldn't feel the weightlessness, slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing Al for the first time, he immediately rushed forward. Advertisement. I saw Spike hugging Al tightly, telling how scary it was just now with snot and tears. However, Al is currently not in the mood to listen to Spike's chatter, because Tom's figure has not been seen until now. Spike will talk about your experience later. Let me ask you, where is Tom? Won't it fall with you? After listening to Al's question, Spike tilted his head, shook his head after thinking for a while, and replied, "No." "No? Are you sure?" Seeing Spike's pensive look, Nami and the others suddenly lost their composure. One by one scrambled to the vicinity of the White Sea, ready to dive down to find Tom. But their behavior was quickly stopped by Al. 11. Useless. This sea area is not deep. If Tom really fell, he should still be at an altitude of 10,000 meters. After Nami and Vivi heard this sentence, their heads went blank, and they staggered and sat on the White Sea. Looking at Karina and Robin who were still in a coma, Al couldn't help but frown, trying to restore what just happened in his mind. At this moment, Al's brain is like a high-precision computer, and each frame flashes through his mind like a movie. Damn, it's all blocked. Al clenched his teeth, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this time, a few Sky Islanders with wings growing behind them and white berets on their heads were crawling towards them. When this group of strange Sky Island people were not far away from Al and the others, they all raised their weapons and looked vigilant. "Who are you guys?" Nami glanced at them suspiciously, couldn't help but widen his eyes, and murmured, "Angel." The voice just fell. I saw a Sky Island man whose collar looked like a curved ladder stepped out of the Sky Island crowd. "We are not angels, we are White Thunderhats, the guards responsible for guarding this island. You guys are here from Shanghai, have you paid the entry fee?" Before Nami could respond, Spike shook his head quickly, but was severely taught by Nami. Seeing that a few people did not pay the entry fee, the Sky Island man who claimed to be a white beanie had a serious expression and shouted, "If you don't pay the entry fee, then you have entered the country illegally, and I will take them all." As they said that, the members of the White Hats held weapons one after another, looking like they wanted to arrest him. Seeing this, Nami and Vivi looked at each other and took out their weapons at the same time. Spike and Marsal, on the other hand, showed an expression that watching the excitement is not a big deal, and they were eating snacks leisurely. Al, who was thinking, finally got a clue, just when he was about to see Tom's flight path. It was suddenly interrupted by the noise of several people. Al slowly opened his eyes, frowning tightly, showing an impatient look. He knocked down all of them neatly, without giving them a chance to react at all. After dealing with all this, Al clapped his hands, put the baseball bat back into the system backpack, and continued to think. And at this moment, the guy with the collar like a ladder propped himself up with trembling arms, and said angrily, "You dare to attack us, Lord Shenming knows, and will definitely not let you go. Then call your goddamn god Enel, get the hell out of here. Grandpa, if you talk nonsense again to affect my thinking, don't blame me for throwing you off Sky Island." Anxious Al swears on the spot, if he is not busy looking for Tom right now, he will kick them and fly him away. With Al's rage sounded, those members of the comatose White Hats trembled involuntarily as if they had heard a terrible thing. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of Nami and the others, they quickly climbed to the distance and shivered. You dare to say something that humiliates the gods, you kid is definitely dead. Master God? Nami and Vivi tilted their heads with doubts on their faces. And at this moment, a ring containing terrifying voltage suddenly appeared in the sky. After seeing this scene, Al immediately took out the Western sword from behind and cursed angrily. Master, why does cerebral palsy bother me every time I think about Tom's flight path? Enel, get out! Al's furious voice was like a bolt from the blue, scaring the group of members with white caps and fleeing quickly. And the people living on Sky Island couldn't help but tremble after hearing Al's furious voice. Enel, who heard Al's furious voice through the heart network, immediately pulled his face on his hips and said coldly. In that case, let's send you guys to die. As the voice fell, I saw that the rings above Al's head gradually condensed a terrifying thunder pressure. The sizzling sound is even more tugging at Nami's heartstrings. Chapter 84 Tom. Break the darkness with thunder. As the thunder rings in the sky continued to condense, Al didn't hesitate, and quickly used shave to bring everyone away from the battlefield. The current Al's grasp of armament Haki is not perfect, and he can't split it with a single sword for the time being. So I can only take a group of crew members to escape. However, with the movement of Al, the ring of thunder above their heads also changed. It seems that wherever Al goes, the thunder ring follows him. However, as Al continues to disappear from the view of the people of Sky Island, the White Cap Captain reacted, stared at Al's direction and said, the direction that group of guys leave is Sanctuary, God's Island, Akainu. Yes, Al's idea is very simple, since he can't deal with the lightning strike head-on, he should find Enel as quickly as possible. Then use Enel's arrogant character and armament Haki to defeat Enel directly. In this case, no matter how far Enel develops Thunderfruit, he cannot escape death. To know Enel, there is no such thing as armament Haki. He who claims to be a god would never think of it even in his dreams. In this world, there will be abilities that can cause substantial damage to Logia ability users. And the reason why Al, without fully mastering armament Haki, dared to hunt for Thunder Fruit directly. A large part of it is exactly that. Just use Enel's arrogance, add armament Haki to the tip of the sword, and you can easily kill. However, in this case, Al can only hand out a sword. If this sword fails to defeat Enel, then Al may suffer a lot in the next battle. Just when Al was less than 10 meters away from the Island of Gods, Akainu, the thunder ring in the sky suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Arriving at Arpahado, the Island of the Gods, Al immediately put down the crew members who were above his head. Looking at the endless sky, Al's eyes turned cold, and the picture of Enel laughing at himself with a very arrogant look appeared in his mind. It's not unreasonable for Al to think so, because Enel himself is a lazy and arrogant guy. What's more, he has ruled Sky Island for so many years and has been served as a god by the people of Sky Island. Its heart swelled to an extreme. At the time of the second reading of Pirate, Al had fantasized about it when he saw the Sky Island chapter. If this guy goes to Qinghai, will he be beaten to autism by those armament Haki powerhouses? From the corner of the eye, he glanced at Karina and Robin who were still in a coma and said, Nami, you, Marsal and Merlin are guarding here, and Spike and I will go find Enel. Also, Merlin, try to see if you can use magic to find Tom's trace. After handing in these things, Al took Spike and galloped away into the depths of the jungle. Nami wanted to say something else, but seeing that Al had disappeared from sight, he could only reveal his worries to Vivi and the others. Didn't that person from Sky Island just say that this is a punishment from the gods? Captain Al, he will be fine? Regarding Nami's concerns, Vivi also expressed the same point of view. After all, it is a god. The weight contained in the word god is too suffocating. Seeing how worried Nami and Vivi were, Marsal spread his hands and said with a light smile. What about the gods? Dare to measure the blood? Even a god. I'll kill you too. It seems to be in order to cooperate with Marsal to say this sentence. Merlin thoughtfully conjured a lamp on its head and played a BGM of Invincible. Accompanied by the sound of the BGM, and against the backdrop of the lights, Marsal's image instantly became taller. However, Nami and Vivi did not seem to be influenced by Marsal, but continued to discuss whether Al could defeat the gods. Marsal, who was ignored, ran to the side angrily and started exercising. And its body began to turn black again and again with punches. In the depths of the dense forest, the four evil figures seemed to have noticed Al and Spike, showing an evil smile. And because of worrying about Tom and the suffocation in his heart, Al's walking speed is also gradually accelerating. At this moment, in front of Al, four figures slowly appeared within the field of vision. After seeing the people in front of him, Al immediately took out the Western sword from the system backpack and went towards the four people to attack and kill them. At the same time, in the deepest part of the dense forest, Enel looked at the urea bag in front of him, his face full of displeasure. Originally, Enel was ready to release Lei Ya, to ruthlessly bombard and kill the group of guys who provoked him. Advertisement as a result, Al's next move has been locked in the heart network, and he is only short of a single thought. Suddenly a strange thing fell from the sky, interrupting Enel's attack. Just when Enel was preparing to destroy this unsightly thing in front of him. Suddenly, Bog. A cat's head popped out of the urea bag, which startled Enel immediately. I saw Tom raised his mouth and stared angrily at the man inlaid with 4 jade drums engraved with 3 hooks on his back. When he found that the guy in front of him was not Spike, he frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "Who are you? Have you ever seen a stupid-looking dog?" As he spoke, Tom stretched out his hands and gestured in front of Enel. Looking at the cat in front of me who doesn't know what he is gesticulating, but who can still speak human words. Enel couldn't help but widen his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. Seeing Enel standing still in place, Tom stretched out his cat's paw and shook it in front of its eyes, showing a look of disgust. Then he let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Why did I meet a fool? It's really boring." But when Tom saw the taiko drum inlaid behind Enel, his eyes lit up. Before Enel could recover from the shock, Tom came behind Enel in a short time. Immediately afterwards, Tom spit on the 2 cats' paws, rubbed his hands excitedly, grasped the taiko drum, and immediately exerted force. Trying to pull out the taiko drum on Enel's back. Feel a little pain coming from the back. Enel turned his head 360 degrees, looked at Tom who was pulling his taiko drum, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Anxious Enel was about to use his fruit ability, elementalized himself, and teleported to a distance. Glancing at the taiko drum that was crooked by Tom from the corner of the eye, Enel cursed. "You stupid cat, what are you trying to do?" Tom tilted his head, several question marks appeared above his head, and he even labeled the guy in front of him a fool in his heart. How could this idiot fail to see such an obvious thing? I saw Tom covering his belly and laughing in a very humane way, as if mocking Enel's stupidity. Is this guy even dumber than Spike's stupid dog? Looking at the cat who looked at him and let out a roar of laughter, Enel's face became more and more gloomy. It can be clearly seen. As Enel's expression changed, bolts of lightning condensed around him, making piercing sizzling sounds. Feel a faint electric current mixed in the surrounding air, as well as the ear-piercing hissing sound. The smile on Tom's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a face full of fear. Seeing Tom giving a thumbs up, pointing to Enel, and pointing to himself, he couldn't help shivering. Without the slightest hesitation, Tom pulled out a bone from his back, trying to tame Enel by fooling Spike. After seeing this scene, Enel couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore, and roared angrily. "Who do you think I am? I am a god. Since Enel acquired the Thunder Fruit and destroyed his hometown Burka, he came here to become a god. I have never been provoked by anyone like this. Those who dare to provoke him have only one end, that is death." Seeing that Enel didn't seem to agree with this, Tom hid the bones behind his back, showing an awkward smile. At the same time the legs are slowly moving backwards. Immediately afterwards, when Enel was about to attack, Tom took the lead and ran away. Seeing that his attack was dodged by the cat in front of him, Enel felt even more angry. 30 million volts Thunderbird. As Enel's voice fell, I saw him holding the golden blessing in his hand and beating the taiko drum on his right shoulder. Next second, a Thunderbird in the shape of a phoenix formed by lightning rushed over Tom at a very high speed. Looking at the Thunderbird behind him, Tom jumped up in fright, his eyes jumped out of their sockets, and he ran with Tom. "Those who can." These 3 words suddenly appeared in Enel's mind, and then he shook his head violently and said sharply, "No matter who you are, if you dare to anger God, you will die today." Before the words fell, Enel immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and chased and killed Tom in the direction where Tom was escaping. Seeing the 2 eyeballs quickly put back into their sockets, Tom looked at the Thunderbird who was thrown away by him behind him, and suddenly stopped. Slightly, I saw Tom scratching his eye sockets, sticking out his tongue and making a mocking grimace. But the next second, Enel suddenly appeared in front of Tom, knocked Tom on the head with the golden stick in his hand, and jokingly said, "Idiot, keep running." When Tom saw this, he was immediately unhappy. When will his head be knocked off by someone he doesn't know? The most annoying thing is, this guy actually dares to scold him? Advertisement without the slightest hesitation. Tom rolled up his sleeves, snatched the Vice Admiral gold stick from Enel's hand, and slammed it on Enel's head. However, what Tom didn't expect was that the golden blessing passed through Enel's body. Realizing that the golden stick doesn't work, Tom suddenly had a picture of himself fighting Lao Sha in his mind. Tom shook his head violently, took out a piece of cream cake from behind, and directed it towards Enel's face. However, what happened next was not as Tom thought. Instead, like the golden stick, it passed through Enel's body and hit a tree not far away. Seeing that Tom was still provoking himself desperately, Enel was completely angry. 200 million volts Thor. I saw Enel releasing all his 200 million volts of lightning. Then surround yourself with all these thunder and lightning, so as to transform into a giant thunder god. Looking at Enel whose stature suddenly skyrocketed in front of him, Tom broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Knowing that he couldn't get it out, Tom silently took out a white silk scarf from behind, and skillfully rolled his eyes. Blindfolded. Immediately afterwards, Tom took out another cigarette, stretched it into Enel's body and lit it, and took a deep breath calmly. "Go to hell. You bloody B**********. D. Enel, who was furious, saw that Tom still dared to be so arrogant, completely ignoring himself. Immediately, a large amount of lightning was condensed, forming a giant light beam with a diameter of about 10 meters, piercing Tom's body. Boom, the loud sound was accompanied by a dazzling blue light, giving the entire forest to the minister. After the aftermath was over, under the impact of this light beam made of lightning, a huge straight horizontal groove appeared in the field of vision. Within the range of this straight horizontal ditch, everything was turned into powder. However, the moment Enel burst out laughing, I saw black smoke emitting from Tom's whole body, and a flash of thunder could be vaguely seen around his body. Before Enel could react, Tom opened his eyes suddenly, stretched out the cat's paw, and a dazzling lightning beam shot out from Tom's palm. The Sky Islanders on the island, after seeing the lightning beam piercing through the clouds, immediately fell to their knees and prayed to the gods. After Nami and the others saw the terrifying lightning beam, their worries intensified. Nami-chan, isn't Captain Al already fighting that Enel guy? I don't know, but looking at this terrible light beam, I am a little worried about the safety of Captain Al. Why? Negative emotion value from Enel plus 9999, GE. The moment the system's prompt sounded in his mind, Al slashed with a slash of sword energy, killing the ball tester, one of the 4 god-tier officers of Sky Island. The big fat man with the yellow hat on his head flew out with a sword, leaving a bloody wound on his chest. Looking up at the lightning beam piercing the sky, and the reminder of negative emotional value in my mind, Al frowned slightly and murmured, Tom, call out the system page, and look at the emotional value that has spawned phantoms to get hints. Al's hanging heart also fell to the ground quietly. After all, it could provide him with emotional value. Only the summoned crew members and yourself can do it. And Marsal and Merlin are guarding Karina and the others at the moment, and Spike is fighting side by side with himself. That leaves Tom, but to Al's surprise, how did Tom get into a fight with Enel? And looking at the refresh rate, you can clearly see how deep Enel's resentment is. Spike, it looks like we've got to make it fast. Tom's not yet proficient at handling armament Haki. We have to hurry over there. Before the words fell, more than half of the area of the western sword in Al's hand was covered by armament Haki. In the battle with the 4 god-tier palaces of Sky Island, Al's mastery of armament Haki has also become more and more proficient. At this moment, looking at Tom, who also possesses the power of lightning, Enel's heart was full of shocking bite marks. Even Thor's form disappeared, revealing his original appearance. Looking at the staring boss in front of him, Enel's jaw dropped to the ground. Tom snorted coldly, and at the same time felt the power of thunder and lightning. He turned his palms down. I saw a series of thunder and lightning sizzling around Tom, and under the blessing of the thunder and lightning, Tom slowly floated into the air. As Tom continued to rise, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, accompanied by bursts of thunder, and lightning pierced the sky. It seems to be welcoming the birth of their gods. Under the background board of lightning bolts, Tom's body, while releasing hundreds of lightning sparks, continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its shape is similar to that of Enel's thunder god, but Tom's body is closer to the human form. As Tom slowly opened his eyes, a whisper containing the power of thunder exploded in the air. With thunder, crush the darkness. Chapter 85 Thunder Dragon, can you withstand my flying stick? The zigzag-shaped lightning furiously cut through the dark clouds, flashing dazzling light in the gloomy darkness. Tom, who is in the middle of the dark cloud, stands between the sky and the earth like a god. The thunder and lightning surrounding it formed a taiko drum shape behind it, exactly the same as Enel's. If it weren't for the abrupt cat head and the typical evil smile, it's hard to conjure up. This guy is Tom. Bang. Hundreds of bolts of lightning pierced the sky in unison and struck Tom. That shocking visual impact carries an invincible sense of ultimate oppression. Rao's big cousin Marsal couldn't help but gasp after seeing him. When the residents of Sky Island saw Tom's appearance, they all knelt down on the ground, shouting with their giant arms. Master God. Nami and Vivi couldn't help but grow their mouths after seeing Tom's gesture, shouted loudly. Is this the legendary god? However, when they saw that it was Tom, they froze in place, full of doubts. This legendary god. Why do you look so similar to Tom? Hey. Marsal and Merlin froze in place, as if they were thinking about whether that guy was Tom. Or a so-called god, just when they were wondering whether this guy was Tom or not. Robin, who woke up from a coma, lost his voice after seeing this scene. Ah, that guy Tom has grown so big, he's not cute at all. Karina sat up, took a glance from the corner of the eye, and then lay back down, muttering, this dream is so real. Seeing that Karina wanted to escape from reality again, Vivi immediately pulled her up with a serious look on her face. Stop messing around, Vivi, I have to go back soon. Ah, it hurts. It seems to be to verify everyone's conjecture. I saw that huge figure, and the moment he opened his eyes, an extremely evil laugh resounded through the sky. Ha ha ha. After hearing this familiar and sinister laughter, Nami and Vivi looked at each other and nodded with certainty. That guy is Tom without a doubt, but why did Tom turn into such a terrible picture? It was too late to wait for them to think about this. I saw another huge thunder and lightning phantom, which was continuously condensing and forming in midair. Although I don't know how you guys did it, but I am the real god. Open black lens bracket 60 million volts Brontosaurus, close black lens bracket. As Enel's fury sounded, his hands were beating the taiko behind him at the same time. Next second, under the terrified eyes of everyone, a 100-meter-long thunder and lightning dragon gradually condensed into shape amidst the sound of taiko drums. With the sound of a dragon chant, behind Enel, a giant dragon with blue lightning gradually condenses into shape. Seeing this, Tom didn't talk too much nonsense. I saw Tom open his hands and hold them in the void, and a baseball bat formed by lightning appeared in his hands. Go to hell. With Enel's roar, the Brontosaurus surrounded by thunder light rushed straight towards Tom. Tom, be careful. Nami, who was watching the battle, suddenly stood up, holding a small flag in his hand, waving it with a serious face. Vivi was taken aback by this operation, just when she was about to say something. Karina also held up the small flag with a serious face and shouted words of encouragement for Tom. Nami, Karina, share the occasion with your two friends. Hey, Marsal, Merlin, why are you doing this? Looking at Vivi, who was puffing out his cheeks and looking at him angrily, Robin silently put the hand holding the flag on his back. Seeing that Robin did not raise the flag, Vivi suddenly felt that he had found a companion. However, when she found the flag hidden behind Robin, she ran to the side with a mournful face, half squatting and drawing circles. At the same time, the battle in the depths of the dense forest has gradually entered a fierce stage. After Al knocked the ball tester Shadley flying with his sword, he didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. Help me. Shadley leaned against a tree and directed at the Sky Knight, one of the 4 god-tier officers, and screamed shrilly. I saw a man riding a 3-foot bird and holding a spear after hearing Shadley's cry for help. Advertisement with a cold snort, he swooped down from the air and blocked Al's deadly slash. You guys are such a headache. The Sky Knight scratched the back of his head and looked at Shadley with a headache. Hey, why can't I see the enemy? In front of Spike, a man with a spider head rolled his eyes, looking for Spike with a puzzled look on his face. Spike tilted his head and shook his hands in front of him, his mind full of bold question marks. After confirming that this guy couldn't see him, Spike's smile gradually became unrestrained. I saw Spike showing an excited smile, and silently took out a mace from behind. Immediately afterwards, Spike stretched out his thumb and compared the distance and direction. Spike then assumes a baseball stance, aiming the tip of the mace at the man with the spider head. Yahoo! Accompanied by an extremely magical shout sounded. I saw Spike swinging the baseball bat, hitting the spider-headed man hard on the face, and sending him flying. When Shadley looked at the spider head flying towards her, the smile that had just emerged on her face was instantly replaced by horror. Boom! The moment the huge explosion sounded, it immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the priests. Spike couldn't help but let out a loud cry of excitement when he saw that he had a double kill with one shot. And Spike's appearance, in front of the eyes of the remaining 2 priests, is a humiliation. What an annoying beast. The Sky Knight shrugged helplessly, mounted the Sanjong bird, and charged towards Spike. Just hit a beautiful shot. Spike's heart was very swollen at this time, he didn't pay attention to the attack of the Sky Knight at all. He even poked his mouth very arrogantly, and made a, slightly, grimace at him, without any panic. As a result, in the next second, before Spike could groan for a long time, 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky and smashed his whole body into smoke. After seeing this scene, the Sky Knight couldn't help but sneered, and called the 3-footed bird under his feet to spew out flames. Wow woo woo, I saw Spike, who had just been struck by lightning and was burned by fire, clutching his buttocks and wailing in pain, and flew into the sky. Idiot. The Sky Knight sneered, standing on Sanjong Niao's body with a long spear in his hand, he jumped up violently, ready to penetrate Spike's body. Seeing this, Al hurriedly used shave to dodge in front of Spike, holding the western sword in his hand to block the fatal blow. The moment he blocked the attack, Al took out a knife from the system backpack again, and slashed out a sword aura. While slashing the Sky Knight, it was sent flying. Spike, who had escaped the catastrophe, fell on the clouds, pinching his scorched tail and screaming. Al covered his face, suddenly regretted bringing Spike out. But now is not the time to complain. In the northwest direction of Al, a man holding a long knife stared at Al with a serious face. No nonsense. The Iron Trialer, held a long knife and stared at Al with a fierce eye. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was hit by a lightning that fell from the sky. Al glanced at him from the corner of his eye, made 2 slashes, and then dodged in front of Spike. Spike, give these guys to me for armament Haki. Go and take Nami and the others to a safe place. As soon as the words fell, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky again, directly attacking Al and the others. Open black lens bracket shave. Close black lens bracket at the critical moment, Al pulled Spike, changing his figure constantly amidst the thunder and lightning. Tom, it's fine to make such a big noise and don't control the intensity. Al murmured inwardly and then took Spike to a safe place. Let it tell Nami that they are leaving the island. Just as Spike left, the 4 Sky Island shrines stood up slowly, staring at Al with murderous intent. After the short trial just now, they didn't dare to relax their vigilance, and showed their killing moves one after another. Go to hell, you bloody blasphemer. Held a long knife, shuttled back and forth amidst the falling lightning, and came straight to kill Al. Looking at the western sword in his hand that was about to be fully covered by armament Haki, the corners of Al's mouth slightly raised. Let's play with you for a while. Open black lens bracket shave. Close black lens bracket. Al quickly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Ohm. How is this possible? Ohm's pupils constricted, and before he had time to react, he was sent flying by Al's sword. Seeing that Ohm was defeated so easily, the remaining 3 Sky Island priests looked at each other, not daring to relax in the slightest. Shadley, quickly call the god team to help. First exhaust this guy's physical strength. As long as Master Enel wins, this guy will definitely die. Advertisement, ask for flowers. Seeing that they were going to shake people, Al grinned and slashed out 2 sword chi to show respect. If it weren't for Armament Haki's better training effect in battle, Al wouldn't bother fighting with these guys. Now his strength, if he has to give a combat power assessment, at least abuse Moria, the problem is not big. Really, because there is no challenge. Sighing lightly, Al once again charged at them with a western sword in his hand. While Al was still working on Armament Haki, in the sky, the battle between Enel and Tom, he came to an exciting moment. I saw Tom holding a baseball bat and smashing hard at the Brontosaurus. Next second, Enel's worldview instantly collapsed. Following Tom's blow, there was a big lump on the head of Thunder Dragon. Seeing this scene, Enel froze in place. That damn dragon condensed from lightning. How could it be possible to bulge up a big bag after being knocked? If Enel hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be impossible for Enel to dream of such an unreasonable thing. No, absolutely impossible, it must be fake. Enel shook his head like crazy and let out an angry growl. And Tom didn't care about him so much, he wasn't even interested in looking at Enel. I saw Tom knock out a big bag on the head of the Brontosaurus. The body of the Brontosaurus shrinks rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it becomes a slender whip was held in Tom's hand. Immediately afterwards, Tom, who was holding the whip in his hand, immediately threw it on Enel's body, making a harsh, sizzling sound. Feel the slightest numbness from the body, as well as a little pain. Enel's eyes are full of disbelief. Although the damage to oneself is not strong, it can even be said to be negligible. But that means that cat can hit elementalized itself. At the same time, it also means that the cat has the power to kill itself. You know, since Enel became a fruit-capable person, he has never been hit by anyone. Are you kidding me? I'm a god. How could I be defeated by you? Amidst the roar, Enel stretched out his right hand, and an astonishing lightning beam shot out from his palm. Seeing this, Tom opened his mouth directly, swallowed it, and then fired the attack out of his eyes. Enel's eyes widened, and at the same time he raised his other hand in shock, releasing a lightning beam to be with the fierce magnetic boy. How did Tom do that? Looking at the 4 beams of light emitting dazzling electric light that appeared in the sky, Nami's mind went blank. Karina blinked her eyes and asked a difficult question that no one present could answer. Does the guy who fought Tom fight himself? Everyone was stunned by Karina's question. Enel's own attack was swallowed by Tom, and then sent back. In order to resist his own attack, Enel released a beam of light again. Isn't this beating yourself? Enel seemed to have noticed this too, and immediately put one hand down. The moment Enel put down his hand, because the source of the damage was cut off, the 2 lightning beams that Tom released from his eyes also disappeared. As the light beam released by Tom disappeared, Enel's light beam was unobstructed and went straight to kill Tom. Just when everyone subconsciously thought that Tom would be attacked by Enel, Tom immediately turned into a flash of lightning, opened his mouth, swallowed the lightning beam again, and shot it out from his eyes. Still the same recipe. Rao Al watched Tom's operation, and couldn't help but praise it. This is completely letting Enel beat himself, and no matter how strong the attack Enel unleashes, the attack that needs to be faced is as strong as it is. Damn guy. Enel repeated the previous action again, but every time Tom caught it with his mouth, and then returned it. No matter how many times Enel repeats, he can't escape the cycle of beating himself. The battle between Tom and Enel has reached a stalemate inexplicably. Hateful. After several unsuccessful attempts, Enel immediately stopped all attacks. Immediately afterwards, Enel stretched out his right hand, condensed a trident from the thunder and lightning around him, and charged towards Tom. Chapter 86 Crazy Bullfighting Red Cloth. Tom yawned lazily, as if he didn't want to play anymore. Seeing Enel attacking himself with a trident in his hand, Tom didn't even hide, but after glancing at him out of the corner of the eye, a dark cloud was pulled from the sky and placed under him. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Tom lay on the cloud and fell asleep. Seeing Tom disregarding himself so much, the furious Enel held a trident and roared angrily. Go to hell. As the voice fell, the thunder and lightning trident, which contained a terrifying high voltage, also gave Tom's body to the minister. After seeing the trident piercing Tom's body, Enel's frown deepened. Even though the body was penetrated, Tom obviously didn't suffer the slightest injury, so he should sleep or sleep. What angered Enel the most was that Tom didn't even have a reaction to his blow with all his might. The only reaction, perhaps, was Tom's subconscious tickling? And Tom's tickling action, in Enel's eyes, is simply humiliating himself. Die, cause, at this moment, Enel's remaining sanity was also eroded by anger. I saw him holding the trident tightly with both hands, stabbing towards Tom's body frantically. But no matter how many times he broke up Tom's body, there was no sign of Tom waking up. Open black lens bracket God's judgment. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Close black lens bracket. Marsal was wearing sunglasses, looking at the flashing lightning flashing in front of his eyes. He casually slapped away a thunderbolt attacking them. Tisk tisk said. This is the so-called god? Why can't even Tom beat him? Cousin, you can complain about it, but can you stop eating my cheese? Nami on the side, after seeing this scene, opened his mouth subconsciously, his eyes full of disbelief. If it weren't for the lightning strikes, the terrifying voltage released when bombarding the sea of clouds, Nami and the others even wondered whether this was attacking Tom, or simply wasting energy. At the same time, deep in the jungle, Al looked at the western sword that had been completely covered by Haki, and then glanced at the people who had been cut down from the corner of his eye. Immediately afterwards, I saw Al manipulating armament Haki and covering it on the body, trying to see how much it could cover. Know that it is more difficult to cover the armed color 17 Haki on the weapon than on the body. And that's why Al covered it on the sword from the start. It's okay, half of it can be covered. Meowing at the half of his body that had become pitch black, Al was quite satisfied with this improvement. Just when Al was about to beat Enel like this, after attacking Tom for about 3 minutes, Enel, who didn't see Tom waking up, was completely out of control. He glared at Tom, clenched his hands, and laughed wildly. I am a god, I am a god. As he spoke, Enel fixed his eyes on the clouds above his head, and the ultimate madness was revealed in his eyes. Then destroy them all. Before the words fell, Enel turned into a thunderbolt and rushed straight towards the clouds. As Enel rushes into the dark clouds, you can intuitively feel that the entire cloud is boiling. What does that guy want? I don't know, but the lightning factor in the thundercloud has changed. Nami, who is extremely sensitive to climate change, immediately felt that the lightning factor in the thundercloud was condensing. Go. You can't stay here any longer, Nami, what happened? Seeing Nami's panicked face, Karina couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. Looking at the thunderclouds that were gathering towards Enel, Nami seemed to have guessed Enel's purpose. I saw that Nami's pupils constricted and she spoke with a trill. That rascal. It is very likely that they want to destroy everything here. If we stay here again, we will be very dangerous. After listening to Nami's words, the eldest cousin Marsal slowly took off the sunglasses he was wearing and threw them aside. Immediately afterwards, I saw Marsal move his muscles and bones, and with a look of high interest, he opened his mouth and said, Relax, I'm making sure nothing will happen. It just so happens that I also want to try. What is the use of the armament Haki that Captain L said? As he spoke, Marsal's body instantly turned from red to black. Looking at the red and black body of Marsal in front of him, Nami suddenly remembered what Al once said in his mind. Armament Haki is the nemesis of Logia fruit ability users. Marsal, when did you learn it? Yes, when the ship was built, didn't you have mastered it? Besides, the color of your body is also different from when you built the boat. Could it be that you have lost your training? If you miss the training, will you explode and die? Robin, can you stop saying such horrible things in such a calm tone, please? Facing everyone's doubts, Marsal shrugged, calmly pointed to a tree not far away, and said, Advertisement, I just punched a few times there, and then I mastered it. As for why the color became like this, I don't know. Looking in the direction of Marsal's finger, a big tree that looked intact appeared in everyone's field of vision. Nami gasped in surprise, and asked why the tree couldn't see anything unusual. According to what Al said at the time, after mastering armament Haki, shouldn't the body or objects be made harder, and then the power of the attack will be greater? Hey, of course you can't tell from the outside, because I changed the way of attack. As he spoke, Marsal came to the big tree and tapped it lightly with his fingers. In the next second, a huge towering tree instantly turned into a pile of sawdust. If Al is present, it can be seen at a glance that Marsal is an advanced version of the armed color emission. Nami and the others naturally don't understand, but this does not prevent them from praising Marsal. At the same time, Tom, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the roar of thunder. Seeing Tom patrolling around, but not seeing Enel, he stretched himself. Bored in every way, Tom shrunk his body back to its previous shape, and took out a set of clothes like Enel's from behind. And of course, the taiko behind Enel. Immediately afterwards, Tom turned around in the thundercloud, and after successfully changing his clothes, he turned into a flash of lightning and came to Nami and the others. I saw Tom imitating Enel's tone and demeanor, walking very arrogantly, and said coldly, God. Play money. However, as soon as the words fell, Tom was punched by Nami. Nami grinned and shouted, Tom, are you floating? Looking at the big bag on Tom's head, Karina and Vivi couldn't help laughing. Dare to ask Nami for money so arrogantly, even if it is a god, what can it do? While talking and laughing, Enel in the thundercloud let out a crazy laugh, and at this moment he has fallen into madness. Open black lens bracket welcome thunder. Close black lens bracket as Enel's voice fell. A huge sphere condensed by thunderclouds slowly broke away and fell towards the bottom. After Nami noticed this abnormality, she suddenly cried out. Quick, look! This time, not only Nami felt the terrifying lightning pressure contained in the spherical thundercloud. Even Vivi and Karina noticed it at the same time. Marsal did a warm-up and then covered armament Haki again. Then I saw Marsal stepping hard, and the whole island shook violently the moment it left the ground. At this moment, Al, who was about to make a move, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Get a piece of Tom's bullfighting red cloth. Opening the system page, Al remembered that he had not turned off the automatic lottery draw since he had turned it on. After seeing that there are still more than 700,000 emotion points left, Al didn't turn off the automatic lottery draw. Anyway, things in the system store are now unaffordable. Instead of digging in and searching for emotional value to buy things, it is better to hang directly in the backstage for a lottery draw. Don't bother with these. Al then opened the item introduction. Tom's Pitbull red cloth. Regardless of people or things, as long as you stare at the red cloth for 3 seconds, you can fill up the enemy's hatred and rush over desperately. For pulling hatred? After thinking for a while in a daze, Al burst into laughter. Just as he was still thinking about how to get Enel out of the cloud. After all, he is not Tom, and he does not have that special physical constitution. After taking out the props, Al didn't hesitate at all, and immediately sarcastically said, "What god, it's so rubbish, even my crew can't beat it. If such a guy can be called a god, tisk tisk tisk." The main purpose of Al doing this is to anger Enel, knowing that Enel's heart network can cover the entire Sky Island. So Al didn't need to run into the air at all, he just needed to take out snacks from the system backpack on the spot. While eating, he sneered that Enel is not a god, that's enough. Just as Al expected. After Enel in the thundercloud heard Al's words, he lost control of his emotions and couldn't accept them at all. Enel stretched out his right hand and let out a wild laugh. "Wait a little longer, just a little longer, I will let you all die here, this is the price you pay for provoking God." Ha 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 ha. However, just when Enel controlled the huge ball of thunderclouds and smashed it towards Al and the others. Under the dark thunderclouds, a faint red light swooped towards the thunderclouds like a cannonball. Al squinted his eyes and could only see a blurry figure. However, he was very familiar with his crew, and he recognized the identity of the red light at a glance. Marsal, is it planning to use lightning to temper its body? When this idea emerged from Al's mind, Al was dumbfounded. Damn, this is not cultivating immortals, advertisement. However, even if Al wanted to persuade him, it was too late. Because Marsal is only less than 10 years away from the thundercloud. Al heaved a long sigh and didn't bother to care about their strange ideas. Anyway, everyone has an immortal body, so they can do whatever they want. Hey, I don't know when I will be like them, and I can do whatever I want. After sighing, Al continued to eat while denying that Enel was not the word of God. While talking, Al suddenly remembered a very important thing. He slapped the back of his head violently and muttered freely. "No, why should I fight Enel?" As he spoke, Al immediately took out Dad's magic vacuum cleaner from the system space. The item introduction didn't say what requirements are needed. With this thing, give Enel a hammer? Is it okay to just inhale? Al pointed the vacuum cleaner at Enel in the sky, then imitated his father's tone and muttered to himself. "Ghosts, goblins, go away, goblins, goblins." 11 after chanting the mantra several times. Seeing that the vacuum cleaner in his hand was still not responding at all, Al's expression instantly dropped. "What the hell, why didn't you respond?" I saw Al lift the vacuum cleaner suspiciously, and after looking it over carefully, Al patted it hard. Immediately afterwards, he pointed the vacuum cleaner at the sky again and chanted a spell. After several unsuccessful attempts, Al immediately threw it into the system backpack, and then took out a piece of red cloth. Since the vacuum cleaner can't be used, then change it to a prop and come on stage. The moment Al took out the red cloth, Enel, who was far away in the sky, used the mind network to observe, and his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. 423 with the sound of a train whistle. I saw Enel's legs stepping back and forth in the air, and there were even 2 streams of heat coming out of his ears. Humph, hum. Enel let out a muffled sound like a cow, turned into lightning and went straight to kill the red cloth that threw the cow. At this moment, there is nothing in Enel's eyes, only the bullfighting red cloth. Even Marsal, who was attacking him, was stunned for a moment, and passed him by. Watching the disappearing thunderclouds in the sky, Marsal spread his hands, and gave Enel a puzzled look at Enel, who was rushing towards Al. What is this guy going to do? Enel's abnormal behavior instantly attracted everyone's attention. Just as Nami and the others rushed to the place where Enel fell. Everyone present could not help but stare dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. I saw that by a tree, Enel seemed to be going crazy, keep hitting the red cloth hanging on the tree with his head. And on the tree, Al tied the other end of the bullfighting red cloth with a rope with a smirk on his face. Whenever Enel was about to rush over, Al would yank the rope violently, just like a bullfighter. Seeing Al having a great time, Spike's eyes lit up and he showed an evil smile. Spike, who had made up his mind, pulled out a loudspeaker from his back very quickly and shouted. "What a beautiful female cat." Tom, who was sleeping soundly, heard that there was a female cat, Jingli. Without the slightest hesitation, Tom transformed from Thor's form into his usual one. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Spike. Before Tom could speak, Spike put his arm on Tom's shoulder and said something. When Spike finished speaking, the cat and the dog looked at each other and laughed evilly. Immediately afterwards, Tom and Spike, each blocking Enel's path. Wait until Enel fails to hit the red cloth and falls to the ground. I saw Tom holding a baseball bat and slamming Enel into the air. And Spike, who was standing at the other end, picked up a frying pan, shoot it straight back. With the tacit cooperation of Tom and Spike, Enel has not come down since flying into the air. Even if he was blown away, Enel would immediately rush to the red cloth and keep hitting. Gradually, Al felt a little bored, so he hung the red cloth on the tree and then jumped. "Captain Al, what is that thing?" Nami pointed at the red cloth, always feeling a strange force, as if it was guiding him to hit the red cloth. Al grinned and explained to him the power of the bullfighting red cloth. After listening to Al's words, everyone couldn't help taking a few steps back, their eyes full of fear. Just then, Al picked up the vacuum cleaner again, trying to figure out what it would do. However, what Al didn't expect, he only opened his mouth and said a spell. I saw a group of golden clouds slowly emerge from the muzzle of the gun, climbing slowly towards Enel. Chapter 87 Thunderfruit arrived. New crew members get triple hits with one click. As Al chanted the spell, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Enel. In less than a few seconds, a purple gas slowly floated out of Enel's body. Immediately afterwards, a strangely shaped fruit appeared in Al's hand. And Enel, who had lost his fruit ability, was blown away by the joint attack of Tom and Spike. Immediately afterwards, Tom happily took out the chicken leg from behind. However, before Tom could start, the chicken leg in his hand was instantly turned into ashes by electricity. Tom blinked his eyes. The unbelieving man lost his mind after consuming dozens of chicken legs. But as Tom, this little thing can't trouble him. I saw Tom came to the edge of the island and then spread his hands. Immediately afterwards, a giant lightning beam with a diameter of more than 20 meters shot out from Tom's palm. At the same time, on an island, a man named Wenbren Kulik, as usual, prepared to dive in search of gold. Then, a giant lightning beam with a diameter of 20 meters fell from the sky. There was a shocking wave in the sea. Looking at the huge lightning beam released from Tom's palm, Nami said suspiciously. Captain Al, what is Tom doing? Before Al could speak, Tom spread his hands and took out a chicken leg from behind. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, the chicken leg in Tom's hand was instantly charred and turned into a mass of ashes. Okay, I get it. Seeing this scene, even without explaining, Nami understood why Tom had to expel the lightning from his body. Al smiled helplessly. He thought Tom was afraid of accidentally electrocuting them. It turned out that Tom, this guy, was simply unable to eat normally. Just when Tom was about to continue releasing the excess lightning in its body, I saw a huge figure suddenly appearing on the white sea not far away, galloping towards them at a very high speed. Nami squinted his eyes slightly, his eyes full of doubts, and murmured, "What is that? It looks so strange. Looks a bit like a crab. Vivi, your imagination is too rich. How could the crab be so big? What, it's a lie. Is it possible that there are sea kings at such a high altitude?" Looking at the huge figure galloping across the sea, Karina instinctively crossed her fingers and released a barrier in front of everyone. Tom tilted his head, as if he was still thinking about what the hell this was. Al meowed from the corner of the eye, then took the thunderfruit out of the system backpack and handed it to Nami. Nami, who had read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, immediately recognized the fruit and said its name. But Nami didn't take it from Al's hand immediately, but asked after hesitating for a few seconds. "Captain Al, don't you plan to eat this fruit yourself? This is one of Logia's strongest thunderfruits. If Al eats it, he can become a Logia ability user, and his strength can be greatly improved." It's not that Al didn't think about it at first, but after careful consideration, Al decided to give the fruit to Nami. After all, Al is a systematic man. Coupled with his terrifying talents, even without eating devil fruit, the country's strength will not be. The most important point is that Al's favorite fruit is not thunder. After telling his thoughts to Nami, Nami stopped being hypocritical and took the devil fruit from Al. However, just when Nami thanked Al and was about to start eating, several eyes, as if they were waiting for the beginning of a good show, were cast on Nami one after another. Seeing Nami hanging his hands in the air, he hesitated to eat. Karina immediately became impatient, and hurriedly urged, "Eat quickly, Nami, why don't you eat?" That tone, that demeanor, it's like the queen in Snow White, hoping that Snow White will eat the poisonous apple quickly. Even Robin had a weird smile on his face. Nami couldn't help feeling embarrassed, and after confirming that the fruit was not poisonous, he slowly put it into his mouth. However, before Nami's teeth touched the skin of the fruit, Nami flattened her hands and shook her head frantically. No, I can't do it. This fruit is really not poisonous. Before Nami could finish speaking, Karina took a stride and ran behind Nami, and saw that she was holding Nami's hands with her left hand, and covering Nami's head with her right hand. Then with both hands at the same time, the thunderfruit was delivered to Nami's mouth. "You, Karina. You be asterisk 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 D. You." Although I couldn't understand what Nami was saying, it was definitely not a good thing, but Karina was not angry, but smiled happily. Advertisement. Looking at Nami's appearance, Karina seemed to see her former self. Seeing the two of them chasing and fighting, Al suddenly felt a headache. Eating a devil fruit could make a whole lot of money. Although Al expressed helplessness in his heart, he actually laughed more than anyone else. Al, who has a strong curiosity, can't help thinking at this moment, what does devil fruit taste like? Although it is rumored that the taste of devil fruit is very unpalatable, it is not known to what extent it can be unpalatable. "Nami, is it delicious?" No, please don't tell me, let me guess first, it must taste very good, right? He. Facing Karina's beating tone, Nami blushed with anger, and a weak electric current rose all over his body, surrounding Nami's body. Seeing this, Karina secretly yelled that she was not good, and then she was ready to run away. But facing Nami, who ate the thunderfruit, how could Karina win? Open black lens bracket discharge. Close black lens bracket. Following Nami's voice fell. In the next second, Karina's miserable cry became louder and louder amidst magic sounds. Al pushed his sunglasses, looked at the lightning flashing in front of him, and smiled helplessly. Immediately afterwards, after explaining to Nami and the others, they took Merlin to the depths of the dense forest. As for the big crab in the White Sea who is eager to reincarnate, Al has no interest at all, and just uses it to improve Nami's ability. Marsal looked at Al's leaving back suspiciously, and decided to follow after a little thought, obviously not interested in that guy at sea. When they had just left. Then the huge figure stretched out its two huge crab claws from the sea, and opened its teeth and claws towards Nami and the others. After Tom saw this huge crab, he became interested immediately. I saw Tom waved his hands to several people, and then he puffed out his chest with a confident face, as if saying, "This guy is handed over to me." Seeing that Tom was about to make a move, Karina yawned and cast a silent look back at the big crab. Seeing this, Nami shook her head, sighed lightly and said to Tom, "Tom, don't burn it, such a big crab must taste good, hee hee." "Nami, your words are terrible." Vivi showed a sad expression, and said to Tom with tears in her eyes, "Mr. Tom, remember to sprinkle some cumin." With a bright light flashing in front of everyone's eyes, the huge crab was cooked by Tom in just one meeting. Immediately afterwards, Spike jumped into the White Sea with a swoop, and threw the big crab from the sea to the shore. Tom, who developed a new function, gave an evil smile. Tom stretched out his right hand, condensed a trident, and then placed it on the White Sea. "Tom, what are you going to do?" Seeing Tom's evil smile, Nami suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. Having been with Tom for so long, Nami and the others are not too familiar with Tom's evil laugh. After Tom placed the trident on the White Sea, a terrifying thunderbolt spread from the trident to the sea. Accompanied by the huge fish poking out from the bottom of the sea one after another, Tom could not close his mouth from ear to ear, and jumped into Sea King. Nami, who has not yet adapted to becoming a capable person, saw this scene, and his eyes immediately lit up. It turns out that Thunderbolt's ability can still be played like this. Seeing Nami in the new world, he immediately joined Tom's electric fish. While Karina and the others stood aside, feasting. "Get a pan from Red Wolf." Al, who was walking towards the depths of the dense forest, stopped after hearing the prompt sound in his head. Red Wolf's frying pan. Before he could think, a reminder sounded in his mind again. Get the exclusive props of the lottery machine, and a crew member summons a card with 1 click and 3 times. Damn it. Your character has exploded? Al froze in place, his breathing gradually became short of breath. 1 click 3-in-1 summoning card for the crew. Al knew it when he got the Double Yolk Egg Crew summoning card. It is similar to the effect of Double Yolk Egg Crew call card. The difference is that Crew 1-click triple summon card can randomly summon a crew member at one time. It is one of the rarest props in the lottery machine. Without the slightest hesitation, Al immediately chose to use it. Open black lens bracket matching crew. Close black lens bracket, matching successful, crew calling 0%. Looking at the information that popped up in his mind, Al was extremely excited. However, it didn't take long for Al to be happy when he noticed something wasn't quite right. I saw a strange black shadow appear on the page for summoning the crew. You must know that the previous crew summoning card, if the summoning is not completed, nothing will appear. Looking at the black shadows in all directions, Al couldn't help but sing a sexual song in his mind. I'm ready, I'm ready. Al was stunned for a long time before recovering from the demonic singing. Advertisement at this moment, in Al's mind, the image of a yellow sponge holding a net to catch jellyfish could not help but emerge. FK? SpongeBob SquarePants? Al made a rare swear word, and his mind was full of bold question marks. Who else could this boxy figure be but the yellow sponge that lived in Beachburg? Only, this is the world of pirates, what about SpongeBob? Holding the net bag with a cute face, he let out a devilish laugh in front of the vicious pirate. Then he asked him expectantly if he wanted to catch jellyfish? Who can resist this? Al covered his face and shook his head, trying to get the image out of his mind. This magical and bizarre picture is really unbearable. Immediately afterwards, Al suddenly seemed to remember something, and his heart became even more confused. If the first crew member is SpongeBob SquarePants, wouldn't the latter two also be characters in Bikini Bottom? Al can no longer imagine what the next voyage will look like on board. Hiss. Al couldn't help but gasp, his mind was full of strange pictures. But it's already like this, so much more is useless. I just don't know if the body shape of SpongeBob SquarePants will be the same as in the animation. Forget it, we'll know when the character comes out. Empty his mind, Al then set his sights on the second prop. Open the prop's introduction. Open black lens bracket. Red Wolf's frying pan can automatically knock back all attacks and cannot be destroyed. Close black lens bracket. After reading the introduction of the props, Al didn't feel much turmoil in his heart. The effect of this prop is not strong. The main reason is still affected by SpongeBob SquarePants. Call. Al let out a long sigh, ready to close the system page at any time. On the page summoned by the crew, a line of text suddenly appeared. The match has been successful, Huang Mian. Close black lens bracket. This is unprecedented. Huang Mian? When Al saw these two words, his heart became hot again. FK? Seafood 3 Admiral Huang Mian? At this moment, Al couldn't calm down any longer. In Huang Mian's mind, the image of Huang Mian's one mouthful and one supernova slowly emerged. However, before Al could confirm it, the line of small words disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. So much so that Al subconsciously thought he was hallucinating. But whether it's Sponge, OK Zhao, Baby or Huang Mian, Al can't be sure now, so he can only wait patiently. Last time Marsal and Merlin, just the 1% progress bar was stuck for several days before reaching 100%. So Al subconsciously also felt that this summoning would definitely consume more time. This bird system is really tantalizing. After Al complained, he closed the system page because he was afraid that if he continued to read it, he would become irritable. After turning off the system, Al took Merlin and Marsal, who followed, and walked quickly towards the center of the island. When he came to the center of the island, Al looked at the unfathomable huge rift in front of him, and the badly damaged giant axe beside him. Could it be that guy Tom lost it? Seeing the giant axe looked familiar, Al immediately thought of Tom throwing it out when the ship was being built. Tut tisk tisk. However, Al just sighed with emotion, and then set his sights on the huge vine in the center of the island. Without the slightest hesitation, Al used Moonwalk, and arrived at the top of the vine within a short while. When Al and the others arrived over the island, a golden clock made of gold appeared in everyone's sight. However, just when Al just arrived and was about to take the golden clock down, accident happened. Bang. There was a thunder-like sound. I saw several thunderbolts in the sky directly attacking everyone. Al frowned slightly, and quickly used Shave to bring Merlin and Marsal to a safe place. However, it didn't wait for Al to recover. The clouds at the top of the vines are dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tom, can you guys stop getting in trouble all the time? Marsal made a sound of fury that could be heard on the entire island. As Marsal's roar exploded in the air, Tom, who was busy electric fish, was frightened and his hairs stood on end. Chapter 88 The Rhythm of War. The Flying Master, the Golden Lion. Chapter 88 The Rhythm of War. Flying Overlord Golden Lion. Nani, what happened? Nami, who was also electric fish, hurriedly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the air from the White Sea after hearing Marsal's voice. Robin, Vivi, I just read it right. Nami. Shikarina's eyes were full of disbelief, and her mind was full of bold question marks. Robin hummed lightly, nodded and replied, you read that right. Nami doesn't seem to be affected by seawater. How is it possible? Demon fruit power is rejected by the sea. Vivi had been busy waking Karu up before, so she didn't see the picture of Nami emerging from the sea. After hearing Robin's words, Vivi's first reaction was to question, which is normal. For this reason, Karina did not refute Vivi. If the scene just now hadn't been witnessed with her own eyes, Karina wouldn't believe it was actually true. Demon fruit power is a matter of landlubbers, and the whole world knows it. However, Nami at this moment has already attracted Marsal's attention. I didn't realize that the way Karina and Robin looked at themselves had changed drastically. Tom, have you done something bad again? Nami asked. Tom shook his head and spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know what happened. It obviously didn't do anything, it just electrified a few slightly bigger fish. Tom glanced at the sea surface, a large piece of huge fish and shrimp exuding steam, and underestimated a few words in his heart. It seems, maybe, probably, not much, but now is not the time to think about it. Just from the angry tone of his big cousin Marsal, Tom could imagine himself being beaten. Gudong, the sound of swallowing saliva. Tom rolled his eyes, turned into a flash of lightning and ran into the dense forest, ready to find a place to hide. Seeing this, Nami subconsciously thought that Tom was going to find Captain Al and the others, so he also followed. Karina and Robin look at each other, they have to figure this out. It is an extremely absurd thing that a capable person is not afraid of seawater. But Nami did it. Karina and Robin did not communicate verbally, but they cooperated very well in action. After explaining a few words to Vivi, the two of them galloped towards the depths of the dense forest under the guidance of Luoguan's ability. At the same time, because 920 clouds were destroyed by lightning, Al and the others also came under the vines. And the golden bell, also under the magic of Merlin, slowly descended to the ground. Captain Al, what is the ghost symbol on it? It could be an alien. Before Merlin could finish speaking, Al nodded with a chuckle, explaining that this is the text of history, and the text engraved on it is the text of this world. But, if you insist on saying it is written by aliens, it seems to be okay. There are many rumors about Jiangquan's historical text. When they were in Alabasta, Al and Robin saw a historical text in the Alabasta underground palace. After listening to Al's explanation, Merlin suddenly became interested and looked at the historical text for a long time. Although he was very serious and even used magic, he still couldn't figure out what the above words meant. Seeing that Merlin was so serious, Al spread his hands helplessly, after all he couldn't understand. However, although he couldn't read it, he knew that the inscription on it was about the whereabouts of ancient weapon Uranus. Merlin, keep reading, I'm going to the small island before to exchange some things. When I'm done, we'll almost have to set sail. With that said, Al walked towards Angel Island. The main purpose of Al going there is to exchange some Sky Island specialties, shells with his villagers. Lists such as impact shells, sound shells, and so on. Although it may not be very useful in battle, but there are many shells in life, but it is quite good. Not long after taking Al away, the hurried Nami felt the foot of the huge mausoleum. Marsal, Merlin, what are you doing here? Hey, gold, what a big golden clock, you got rich. Oh, no, have you seen Tom? Facing Nami's doubts, Merlin shook his head, and then turned his attention to the text of history again. After Marsal heard Tom's name, he became very emotional, wishing to teach Tom a lesson. There is no other reason, Advertisement because when the thunder and lightning were raging just now, Marsal accidentally got his tail stunned by the lightning. Seeing Marsal's anger, Nami couldn't help asking why. After all, she didn't want Tom to be beaten. However, after Nami listened to Marsal's explanation, the corner of Nami's mouth couldn't help twitching. If Nami remembers correctly, Tom's attack was downwards, and Nami's attack was directed towards the sky. Forget it, it's better not to talk, Tom, come on, I will cheer you up silently in my heart. Nami made a cheering gesture, then silently mourned for Tom for 3 seconds and then chose to leave. However, before Nami could take a step, she was carried back by Robin and Karina, who rushed over. Just when Karina was about to ask something, she was suddenly attracted by the golden clock beside her. Eyes instantly become Pele's look. After seeing the text of the history, Robin also focused on it. Nami doesn't dare to stay here, even in the face of a huge golden clock. However, just after Nami had the idea of running away, her inner desire for money overcame her desire to survive. I saw that Nami's eyes changed into the shape of Bailey after Nami struggled for a while. As for Marsal, who will be angry for a while, what will he do to himself after learning the truth of the matter? It doesn't matter anymore. Gold, here I come, Nami yelled, then trotted all the way to Gold and hugged her. And Tom was digging a big hole somewhere in the dense forest at this time, preparing to bury himself. While Al was trading shells with those villagers on Sky Island. In Qinghai, 10,000 meters away from them, a major event is quietly brewing. Inside the Marine headquarters, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, confronts Marshal Marine. This old man refuses to participate in the public execution of Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if you lose the title of 7 warlords of the sea. Faced with Jinbei's words, Sengoku frowned, and then Jinbei made a big disturbance at the Marine headquarters. After some dissuasion failed, Sengoku put him in the submarine prison. Marshal Sengoku, the Al pirates still have no news of them, do you want to continue to investigate? The sea soldier on the side asked. Sengoku frowned, and after a few seconds of thought, Kaido. No, the main task now is to gather people, and we will look for those guys after this turmoil is over. Yes. After the sailors leave. Sengoku, who was alone in the office, caressed the little lamb and asked softly if he was doing the right thing. Recalling what Jinbei said, Sengoku felt a little shaken at this moment. However, as the mission of Marshal Marine, he firmly told him that everything must be obeyed. The calm before the storm? With Jinbei's imprisonment, a huge storm is about to kick off. The elite sailors of the whole world, under the call of the world government. They all set off to the Marine headquarters to prepare for the public execution of Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team. And in a certain sea area far away from the Marine headquarters. The Whitebeard Pirates are led by their captain, Edward Newgate. They are also secretly preparing to go to the Marine headquarters to rescue their second team captain Ace. Gulu. BHBD, Joker, the world is about to experience a huge storm like never before. Inside Dressrosa Castle. Dofram Mingo, who was wearing a pink feather coat and cropped pants, was lying leisurely on the recliner at the moment, answering the phone. To the hoarse voice of the phone bug, Dofram Mingo let out an evil laugh. He, who knows, no matter what the Whitebeard guy gets with those Marine idiots. As long as our business doesn't suffer. Joker, you are such a cold-blooded man, how long will it take for the things I want to be delivered? Compared to you monsters, I'm not cold-blooded, what you want can be delivered tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Dofram Mingo hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, I saw Doflamingo lying on a chair, showing an evil smile. He, this world is finally going to be chaotic, and those monsters hiding in the dark can't hold back anymore. Advertisement at the same time, standing on the island in the Devil's Triangle. A huge ship from West Blue, Thriller Bark, because of the appearance of a group of rookie pirates at this time, it fell into chaos. Thousand Sunny On. Chopper, Frankie, Usopp looked at the unconscious Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others sitting on the bench with shock on their faces. I saw that Luffy's hair was tied up with 3 rubber bands into an extremely funny look, and 2 chopsticks were stuffed in his nose to hold his mouth open. Zoro's cheeks were pulled by something similar to a clothes hanger, a straw was stuffed in his nose, and rain boots were on his head. Sanji was a little worse, not only the cheeks on both sides were pulled apart like Zoro, but even his jaw was clamped, and 10 pink bows were tied on his head. Looking at the funny and hilarious trio, Usopp, dressed in ghost exorcism costume, came to Luffy anxiously. Hey, Luffy, get up. However, regardless of how Usopp shook and shouted, Luffy still showed no signs of waking up. Give it to me. After stretching his muscles and bones, Frankie waved his fist and launched a critical strike on the heads of the 3 of Luffy. After being beaten violently, even though there were many big bumps on the heads of the 3 of them, there was still no sign of waking up. Do these guys have nerves? Frankie couldn't help complaining when he saw this, but for the next battle, he had to use more extreme methods to wake them up. Just when Frankie was about to blast them awake with a bazooka, Usopp suddenly stood up and reached out to stop him and shouted confidently. The beautiful swordsman is here with meat, as Usopp's voice fell to the ground. I saw the backs of the 3 of Luffy in the end, it was like being electrocuted and the hairs stood on end. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of Chopper and Frankie, the 3 stood up slowly. Beauty? Meat? Swordmaster? Looking at the 3 people with serious faces, Chopper cried out. These guys are hopeless. With Luffy and others waking up, Usopp hurriedly took them to the thriller bark to fight Moria. At this moment, at a height of 10,000 meters above their heads. Inside the flying pirates group made up of several islands. Golden Lion Shiki clenched the newspaper in his hand, his face became more and more gloomy. He stood up suddenly, raised his head and shouted, "Did these guys steal my IQ fruit?" As soon as the words fell, the two subordinates beside Golden Lion slapped him on the back of the head and roared angrily. "You idiot captain, you have repeated this sentence 500 times, how many times do you want to say it?" After hearing this sentence, Golden Lion showed an unbelievable look and cried out. "How is it possible? How can the circle say to use it so many times?" No, I seem to have said it so many times, ha 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 ha. However, after a while, Golden Lion repeated that sentence again. "Did these guys steal my IQ?" Only this time, the men behind him didn't do anything, as if they were already numb. Is the captain unable to accept the existence of such a high-intelligence animal? Does it need to be said? You can tell it at a glance? While they were talking, Golden Lion's sluggish gaze gradually became sober, and he raised his hand and looked at the newspaper in his hand, sneering. "These animals, I must catch them. If they can be caught, Laozi's experiment will definitely be taken to a new level. At that time, I can destroy East Blue and dominate the entire ocean, ha 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 ha." Just when the subordinates behind Golden Lion thought that Golden Lion had returned to normal, they saw that Golden Lion was holding the newspaper tightly with both hands, and was caught in a loop again. And those two subordinates were also very ruthless in shooting this time, directly taking pictures of the Golden Lion and letting it embed into the deck. However, in the next second, Golden Lion returned to normal, floated up from the deck, looked coldly at the newspaper in his hand, and said with a sneer. "Little ones, have you found any news about those guys? Laozi must arrest this cat, this dog, and those two mice." However, Golden Lion's normal appearance didn't last long, and it returned to its previous demented appearance. One scene made the two men behind him very angry. "You idiot captain, don't give orders randomly, okay? That's right, so that we don't know where we are sailing now." Chapter 89 Golden Lion. "You animals, did you eat my IQ potion? Is it ancient weapon again? Ancient weapon Poseidon with the name of God?" Looking at the words engraved on the main text of the history, Robin frowned, revealing a hint of disappointment between his brows. Obviously, she wasn't too interested in any of this. When I was in the Alabasta underground palace, Robin has seen the historical text about the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton. It was also from then on that Robin learned from Al the news related to the historical text. In order to obtain the disappearing 100-year history, all the historical texts need to be connected in series. Because of this, Robin had the idea of getting on the boat. After that, Robin also wanted to ask Al if he needed to know the whereabouts of ancient weapon show. However, when he was about to speak, Robin hesitated for a long time. After thinking about it carefully in my mind, it seems that there is no need to ask. Take Al's prowess at Alabasta, ancient weapon. It doesn't seem to be of much use. After all, the scene of Al holding up the island with one hand at that time was really too shocking. Pluton can destroy an island with one shot, although it sounds terrible. But compared to those feats Al did, is there any possibility of comparison? Not at all. Okay, I don't know if Captain Al is interested in this. Robin sighed and shook his head helplessly. The ancient weapon that the world government and Crocodile have been pursuing seems to be nothing in Al's eyes. After leaving Alabasta, Robin once talked with Al about Pluton. However, Al looked indifferent and responded in a very perfunctory tone, "No need." In fact, it's not that Al doesn't care, the main thing is that he knows where Pluton's drawings are. When he went to the City of Water, Al also thought about making Pluton for fun. It's just a pity. Before Al went to Frankie to ask for blueprints, those crazy guys from the world government launched a buster call to them. Although Al and the others didn't suffer any harm after a big battle, the restlessness caused by Buster Call. As a result, it is difficult for Al to find Frankie's whereabouts from the crowd. Al's idea also fell through. Even if Al is asked to look for the Pluton drawings now, Al probably won't go there. After all, now that the new ship has been built, if we build Pluton again, it will obviously be removed. Besides, the strength of the crew has undergone earth-shaking changes now. Just a big cousin Marsal, his combat effectiveness cannot be evaluated. Not to mention Merlin the Sorcerer, Tom the Elvis, and Spike the Uninspired. Just when Robin was about to leave like this, he suddenly found a line of text engraved next to the main text of history. One Piece. Gor di Luogia. Looking at the text next to the main text of the history, Robin froze in place, unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing that Robin was so engrossed, Nami couldn't help feeling a little puzzled and asked, "Robin, what are you looking at?" The voice just fell. Before Robin could react from the shock, Karina's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. "Everyone, look at that jelly. Look in the direction of Karina's finger." I saw a small island floating in the air and slowly heading towards their direction. Is it because Captain Al has nothing to do and is playing around with an island? Looking at the island floating in the sky, Nami immediately thought of Al. After all that mess with Al at Alabasta, in the hearts of several people, it left a deep impression that will never be forgotten in this life. Not sure, but except for Captain Al, it seems that no one can do it. Forget it, Vivi, Captain Al must have done it. Karina's tone was very firm. After all, it's not the first time Al has done this. Regarding this, everyone was only slightly stunned for a moment and didn't take it too seriously and turned around to go to other things. For Nami and Karina, gold is all that matters. Advertisement. Vivi and Robin looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and stopped paying attention to the floating island. As for what El Lazo wants to do, it doesn't seem to be particularly important to them. Maybe it's just Al's whim or not. Hachu, who is speaking ill of me? Al sneezed, muttered a few words, and continued his journey of collecting shellfish. Originally, Al wanted to exchange with those Sky Island people. Although they are pirates, they still have the most basic bottom line of life. But those Sky Island residents stayed away after seeing Al, and none of them dared to strike up a conversation. Even those white beret hats who came to make trouble at the beginning are hiding behind the tree with a look of fear at the moment. Relax, Before Al finished speaking, the captain with a collar like a ladder looked at Al as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted. Run! With the shout of the captain of the white beret hat, all the residents fled in all directions, without giving Al a chance to speak. After all, he is not like Luffy, who only defeated Enel after exposing what he did. It was inevitable that things would turn out this way. Hey, I originally wanted to get along with you as ordinary people, but what I got in exchange was alienation. Then I can only say sorry. Al sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. Since these villagers are unwilling to exchange with themselves, they can only use the second option. I saw Al silently took out a big bag from the system space, hummed a little song, and wandered around the village. Every time he walked to the door of a house, Al would knock on the door politely, and then speak the most cruel words in a very gentle voice. Looting and robbery, hand over the shells, or I'll kick the door. It is enough for each household to hand in 10 shells. There is no limit to the types, and no repetition is allowed, unless there are none. Al's request wasn't too much. You must know that all kinds of shells on Sky Island are essential for the survival of Sky Island residents. It can even be said to be the most common daily necessities. However, even though Al's request is so low, there are still some thorns who refuse to open the door, and even make rude remarks. When encountering this kind of guy, Al will also kick the door open as he said, and give a warning. If he still dared to resist, Al would not show any mercy, and he would be seriously injured or even die. However, there are very few such examples, and most of them are very cooperative. Don't say that Al is cruel, he is a pirate himself, and he is a pirate first. At the same time, while Al was having fun collecting shells at a Sky Island resident's home, the island suspended in the air is getting closer and closer to Nami and the others. Report Master Shiki, we found a Sky Island ahead. Through the display screen on the control room, the corners of Golden Lion's mouth slightly raised, and he said coldly. Do you still need me to order you for this kind of thing? According to the old way, go and rob them of their valuables. If you meet someone who resists, then kill them directly. Yes. Seeing that the Golden Lion had returned to its normal appearance, a tall orangutan standing behind it was hammering his chest excitedly. You stinky orangutan, hurry up, without waiting for the Golden Lion to finish speaking. The gorilla yelled even more intensely as if he saw something he loved. Even the eyes have turned into hearts, almost popping out of their sockets. Hey, you colored orangutan, what are you looking at? On the right side of Golden Lion, a strangely shaped man in a white coat slapped the gorilla on the head fiercely. However, when he saw the screen on the display screen, he suddenly shouted. Master Shiki, these guys are. The Al Pirates. On the display, Nami and Karina were staring at the golden clock, as if they were studying how to dismantle it. And Robin is sitting with Vivi, playing with Spike and Karu. Merlin found a shady place and was sleeping soundly, with a contented face. As for the big cousin Marsal, he is still looking for Tom who is hiding. Yoshi, what luck, if that's the case, then let me catch them all. Gia ha 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 ha, under the gaze of everyone, Golden Lion laughed and jumped down from the air, and landed slowly in front of Nami and the others. Looking at the man who suddenly fell from the sky in front of him, Nami frowned, with a look of fear. Advertisement. Who are you? Facing Nami's inquiry, Golden Lion smiled and introduced his identity to Nami in a soft tone. Air Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki. Looking at the man whose legs were replaced by swords in front of him, and the island flying behind him. There was a hint of disbelief in Nami's eyes. That island was not built by Captain Al? This is somewhat unexpected by Nami et al. Looking carefully at the Golden Lion, Nami and the others couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy suspend the island in the air? Could it be demon fruit power too? Naturally, it is impossible for Nami and the others to know about the Golden Lion that has disappeared in the sea for 20 years. It can even be said that when the Golden Lion is looking down on the sea, Nami, Karina, Vivi are not born yet. Even if they are born, they are still just babies. By the time they started to remember, the Golden Lion had disappeared in the sea for an unknown number of years. Robin, have you heard the name of this group of pirates? As for Robin, who was a little older, Nami naturally delivered her expectations. But Robin, who has been groping in the dark since he was a child, has no intention to pay attention to these things, and it is already very good to be able to live safely. In addition, Aokiji is secretly protecting Robin, and will deliberately let Luo Wu avoid some unnecessary information. Seeing that Nami and the others had never heard of their fame, Golden Lion was not surprised. Instead, he let out a sigh of desolation. Zero, are you interested in being a guest on my airship? After hearing this, Nami refused without even thinking about it. What a joke, being a guest is nothing more than eating and drinking. Compared with the Golden Bell, it is simply going up and down every day. Even at that moment, Nami felt that the old man named Golden Lion in front of him was here to lie to their Golden Bell. Suoga, it's a pity that I don't know what to do with the gold, silver and jewels on my ship. Golden Lion pretended to sigh. Obviously he had found the weakness of Nami and Karina. As for Spike, Golden Lion casually took out a bone from his cuff and flicked it away. Vivi and Robin looked at each other and did not choose to follow, but went to find the traces of Marsal and Tom. Vivi and the others are not too worried about the strength of Nami and Karina, let alone Spike. After Vivi and Robin left, Golden Lion squatted and put his right hand on the ground. Next second, under the horrified eyes of Nami and Karina, the ground under their feet actually supported them to fly up. What is your ability? Karina couldn't help asking. Golden Lion glanced at Spike, who was gnawing on a bone, and laughed softly. I am a lion fruit capable person, as long as the objects I touch, I will make them float. Just when Karina wanted to ask if it was possible to make people float, Golden Lion continued. Of course, animals and people that are still alive, I can't make them float. After listening to this sentence, Karina let out a light snort and said in a slightly complaining tone. What, I still want to experience the feeling of flying. Nami froze for a moment, then spoke to Karina in a serious manner. If you want to fly, you can ask Spike or Marsal to fly you to the Air Lord. Spike nodded and added, I can even hit you like a football. Speaking of which, Nami, who has a lot of tricks, made another knife and asked Karina to wrap a barrier around her body. In this way, not only will you not be injured, but you can also feel the continuous flight, which is simply not too cool. I may not be human, but you two are real dogs. Spike. I was originally a dog. Karina was completely speechless and didn't want to say a word to them, for fear that these two guys would PS her off. Golden Lion kept staring at Spike. Although among the animals evolved using IQS potion, it is not impossible to spit out human words. But animals that can communicate so well, it's the first time he's seen it. While Karina and Nami were fighting, with Golden Lion's sneer, everyone descended on the airship slowly. Welcome to my place, Jihahaha. Amid Golden Lion's sneer, several huge figures surrounded Karina and Nami. F. What happened? Work, Chapter 90 Golden Lion. Is this dog so powerful? Earth, the earth is lifted. Looking around, transformed from sand, dozens of lifelike lion heads are suspended in the air. Nami and Karina couldn't help constricting their pupils, a strong sense of crisis gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. However, Nami and Karina hadn't recovered from their panic. I saw the soil under their feet slowly climbing towards their bodies as if they were alive. Just as Nami recovered from the panic, his body was already covered in mud. Damn it, what the hell are you trying to do? Although Nami wanted to smash the mud under her feet, Karina was too close to her. If you use Lightning's ability, you may accidentally injure Karina. Faced with Nami's questioning, Golden Lion sneered. Little girl, don't be so impatient, I just want to ask if you stole my SIQ potion. As he spoke, Golden Lion used his fruit power to lift Spike, who had been covered in mud, off the ground. What SIQ? We haven't even heard of it. I advise you to let go of Spike quickly, otherwise when our partner comes, you will. Before Karina finished speaking, Golden Lion waved his arm lightly, instantly turning it into a sculpture. Immediately afterwards, Golden Lion snorted coldly and turned his gaze to Nami. Your partner is really noisy, but, whether you stole my SIQ potion or not, I have to take this dog back for research. If you don't want to become a sculpture like your partner. The voice just fell. Golden Lion stared dumbfounded at Nami, who disappeared before his eyes, and said. What about people? Am I hallucinating? Discharge, 857. Bang. Only a thunderclap exploded from behind the Golden Lion. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling electric light flashed past the Golden Lion's eyes. In just an instant, Golden Lion, who received Nami's blow hard, his hairstyle instantly turned into an afro. You can even see a trace of black smoke coming out of the body. I'm sorry Karina, I also have my own difficulties. Open black lens bracket 3000 volts discharge. Close black lens bracket. As Nami's voice fell, I saw lightning flashing in Nami's palm, slowly condensing a bunch of electric beams. It seems to be aware that Nami is going to play tricks on him. Karina broke free from the mud at the moment when Nami was about to unleash the attack. And use, shave, to quickly open up the figure. Looking at Nami's regretful expression, Karina cursed. Nami. You guys can't bully you because I used the fruit ability before, just treat me like this. Nami showed a smile, stuck out his tongue, and looked cute. How is it possible? Karina, I just want to save you, I really have no other ideas. Using lightning to save people? Are you a devil? Karina, please be patient and listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. While the two were arguing endlessly, Golden Lion, who came back to his senses, couldn't help frowning as he watched the lightning around Nami. He is very familiar with the Devil Fruit Illustrated book and immediately recognized what kind of fruit Nami ate. You're pretty capable, little girl, I never thought thunder fruit would be eaten by you. Karina and Nami, who were arguing, glanced at Golden Lion. He was so frightened that he couldn't even say a word. At the same time, Golden Lion also realized one thing, never provoke a woman, especially a woman who is in a rage. But Golden Lion has no intention of letting them go. Just being a thunder fruit capable user is not enough to make Golden Lion flinch. He must catch those animals of the owl pirates today. Especially after learning that these animals did not use IQ to evolve, Golden Lion's frantic eyes never cooled down. While Nami and Karina were still arguing, the Golden Lion's eyes turned cold, and the lion's head suspended in the air attacked and killed Nami and the others with lightning speed. Open black lens bracket barrier. Close black lens bracket. Karina instinctively crossed her fingers, releasing a circular barrier to envelop her and Nami. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. In the smoke and dust, Karina showed a hint of impatience. Although she has lost the vision of the Golden Lion, it does not prevent her from yelling at the Golden Lion as a despicable person. Just when Nami was about to use the fruit ability to shell out of Karina's barrier. Time to teach this pirate named Golden Lion a lesson. The sky suddenly darkened. Advertisement. The endless darkness instantly swallowed the two girls. What happened? Karina frowned and tried to use the barrier to push it open, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Listening to Karina's breathing becoming short of breath, Nami immediately asked Karina to cancel the barrier. Karina nodded lightly. While canceling the barrier, Nami lit up the space with lightning. Immediately afterwards, Nami frowned and said angrily, "That guy seems to have buried us in the ground. Is it those lion heads just now? At the moment of breaking apart, use the fruit ability to cover the surface of the barrier with sand, and then trap us?" Karina's guess was very accurate the moment the lion's head touched the barrier and shattered. Golden Lion indeed imprisoned the two of them with the mud floating in the air. It's just that there's one thing Karina didn't guess. Golden Lion, after imprisoning them, immediately, he manipulated the ball of mud, opened a deep crack in the ground, and buried them in the ground. This is also the reason why Karina wanted to use the barrier to break through the cage at the beginning, but she couldn't break through with all her strength. Damn it, if we knew this guy was not a good person, we shouldn't have agreed to him so easily. Nami bit her lower lip tightly, feeling very unwilling. I knew that I should let him hand over the gold and silver treasures first, and then we will follow him. We are really at a loss. Karina. Nami, you be *****D, when are you still in the mood to joke? Hurry up and use elementalization to escape from here, or we may really die here. Nami shook his head, because he had just eaten the fruit and hadn't fully mastered the ability yet. The time Nami can use elementalization is very limited. 2 seconds is really too short. Nami can't help being a little scared if the guy with the Golden Lion is behind them. Constantly use the fruit ability to manipulate the soil to increase its thickness. If that's the case, Nami is not getting out of here in 2 seconds. Then Nami is likely to be trapped in the mud and unable to breathe due to the disappearance of elementalization, and will eventually suffocate. Nami never fights an uncertain battle. The most important point is Nami's unfamiliarity with abilities. If Enel is allowed to come, I don't have to think about it. I will go out early and stand in front of the Golden Lion and call myself a god. Nami frowned, thinking about how to get out of this damn place. Now that Karina was awake, the two of them were so close again that it was obviously impossible to unleash a large attack to smash it. Karina, can I be wronged? No, it's impossible. Don't even think about your daughter-in-law. Karina's tone was very firm. She didn't want to be shocked by Nami. I haven't even finished talking yet. Nami puffed her cheeks angrily and looked at Karina angrily. However, Karina ignored it and retorted, "Come on Nami, I don't know what you're thinking. I tell you, it's absolutely impossible." The two looked at each other and fell into silence. Now is not the time for the two to quarrel. Getting out of trouble is the most important thing to consider. I saw Karina dragging her chin with one hand. After thinking for a while, she grinned and said, "I have a solution." After saying that, Karina used the fruit ability to condense an electric drill in her hand, and drilled towards the mud wall. Seeing this, Nami's eyes lit up immediately, and an electric drill was condensed in his left and right hands at the same time. Get ready, and Karina, and break the cage that imprisoned them in the future. Chug chug, chug chug, as one after another voice sounded from the ground. What Nami and Karina never expected was, the soil is actually so hard. Nami puffed her cheeks angrily, and said angrily, "Damn it, that guy named Golden Lion probably used his fruit ability to compact the soil into rocks." Karina frowned slightly, imitating Nami's left and right bows, and said at the same time, "Nami, keep going, don't stop. We must rescue Spike, we must not let that guy snatch our partner away." Nami hummed lightly, and her eyes became very firm. "Partner, don't abandon, don't abandon. This is what I'll told them, and the rules on the ship." On Nami's side, when he was still in a hurry to break free from the depths of the ground. Looking at the slowly closing crack outside, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing out loud. "Gia ha 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 ha, you two just wait for suffocation in the ground, I will take this dog away." Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, Golden Lion was about to control the mud field and bring Spike back. Crack, there was only a faint sound of breaking. Next second, bang, Spike violently shattered all the soil on it and flew it away. Interesting, there is such a powerful force, what a good experimental subject. Golden Lion frowned slightly, then burst out laughing. While the Golden Lion was laughing, the whole island began to shake violently. Spike shook his head violently, looking at the wave of mud and rocks coming like a sea wave. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Spike stretched out his claws, pointed to the Golden Lion, and pointed to himself, then shook his hands wildly, as if to say, "Are you crazy? How can you deal with me as an ordinary dog? As for killing me? The smile on Golden Lion's face stopped abruptly, replaced by a serious face. I saw Golden Lion humming lightly and said softly, "Yuxi. Wow click." Spike shook the sweat off his forehead, showing a gratified expression, just as he was about to take out the chicken legs from behind to reward himself. Spike froze in place, looking at Golden Lion with strange eyes as if he had discovered a new continent. The guy in front of me actually understood what he wanted to say. You must know that no one can understand their gestures except Al, Tom, Marsal, and Merlin. Of course, it doesn't count when Tom seals, no creature can understand that thing. Just as Spike silently tucked the chicken leg back into his back, he looked at Golden Lion suspiciously. I saw Golden Lion nodded his head lightly and said with a serious face, "I promise the fight will be over soon, try not to make you miserable, trust me." Gia ha 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 ha. Spike rolled his eyes, pooed at Golden Lion, and cursed. Idiot, idiot, big idiot. Fortunately, it thought the other party understood what it meant, and then let itself go. Who would have thought that this guy was stupider than Tom? Not only did he not understand a sentence, but he also wanted to hurry up and bury himself? Lion. Thousand Slice Valley, and many more. After reacting, Spike rubbed his eyes, looking at the wave that was close at hand. He was so frightened that his eyeballs flew out. Without the slightest hesitation, Spike immediately let go of his feet and ran into the distance. While running, Spike suddenly realized that his eyes were not suspended in place and did not come back. Immediately afterwards, Spike fell back again, fixed his eyes, took out a piece of cream pie from behind, and smashed it on Golden Lion's face. After doing all this, Spike pinched his tail and turned it around clockwise. I saw that Spike's tail was like clockwork, driving his legs to run far away. After Spike handed his legs over to the tail, he opened his arms and put his hands on his ears to make a face at Golden Lion. It can be said to be full of ridicule, however, Golden Lion was not angry about it. It's not so much that he's not angry, it's more that he hasn't recovered from the shock of what Spike just did. I saw the 4.0 Golden Lion sluggishly standing there, his eyes wide open, and even his chin was dragged to the ground. At this moment, Golden Lion's mind is full of images of Spike escaping. Can the eyes float in the air without falling to the ground? Newton. This is out of my control, why don't you guys understand? Not only are the eyes suspended in the air without falling, but they can't be pressed back intact? Is this really something that creatures in this world can do? What a strange creature. Golden Lion scraped the cream off his face, and looked at Spike who was making faces at him in disbelief. There was a trace of greed and fanaticism in his eyes. If you grab it and use it for research, as long as I can obtain its magical ability, then my legion will not be injured in battle? Gia ha 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 ha. Looking at the inexplicably laughing Golden Lion, Spike slowly lowered his hand, showing a puzzled expression, and blinked his eyes. As if to say, this guy, isn't he a fool? Just when Spike was still wondering if Golden Lion was a fool. In front of it, a huge stone wall with a height of 100 feet suddenly appeared. Spike's eyes widened suddenly, and he hurriedly turned his tail, trying to stop it. As Spike kept turning, there was only a click, and a thick black smoke rose from Spike's tail. Spike pointed to the 100-foot-high wall in front of him, then pointed to the tail behind him, and spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. But Spike is not Tom, not so calm. Next second, looking at the high wall that was close at hand, Spike scratched his face and let out a shrill cry. "Ah!"